Chapter 51. Outside the porthole, the main star of Norma had receded into the distance, leaving only a pale blue dot of light. The star's brilliance was refracted by dust particles, dimming it. The darkness was profound and boundless. The little boy who had been peering at the stars through the porthole was utterly disappointed. He cried and screamed, kicking the seat in front of him, make the starship turn back. "I want to see! I want to see!" He naturally assumed that crying would get him preferential treatment. Unfortunately, federal astronomers hadn't certified him as the center of the universe, so no one revolved around him. He could only rotate on his own axis, twisting and turning on the seat like a hip bridge. If he had bothered a normal passenger, he might have argued with the inactive parent next to him, or sought help from the air marshal to change seats. But he had kicked 3 towering mountains, imposing and unmoved by his kicks. As for why they stood firm, because of his excellent sleep quality. Chow Lu, by the window, rested her forehead against the sunshade. Bai Yu, in the middle, had her face supported by a seatbelt. Zhou Xiaiku, by the aisle, tilted her head back. The steady breathing came from left to right. Fighting training on the starship, exhaustion and drowsiness intertwined, and sleepiness amplified infinitely. Darkness was like natural melatonin, the starship swaying was like a slow rocking bed, and the surrounding voices were high decibel white noise. The 3 sleepily climbed onto the starship and continued. Even the little boy in his berserk mode couldn't tolerate the passive-aggressive attitude, he couldn't kick or move, and no one paid him any attention. In a fit of anger, he kicked his shoe off, his toes hitting the table. Gritting and clutching his foot, his beady eyes blinked, watching his parents' concerned gazes. Seizing the opportunity, he built up his emotions and burst into tears. 3 people on the starship stirred. The first was the unlucky guy who'd been hit by the shoe. Gritting his teeth, he slowly pulled down his eye patch. His single eyelids were thin. When he first woke up, they folded into their sockets, creating a pseudo-double eyelid, but with another blink, they reverted to single eyelids. Single eyelids could partially cover his pupils, but they couldn't hide the burning rage within. On his neatly styled flaxen hair, a dusty footprint. Looking down, on his expensive custom-made shirt, a deformed footprint. Tracing the path backward, the shoe had hit his head first, then fallen onto his clothes. Who is it? A piece of silvery metal shifted shape in his palm. The unlucky guy, wrapped in a handkerchief over his tattered sandals, sprang to his feet. "You want to die?" 2 burly bodyguards quickly grabbed his arms. "Young master, calm down, calm down. Don't get agitated." The other 2 who moved were the little boy's parents, holding their precious braised pig's trotter with heartache, blowing on it to warm it. "Does it hurt? I'm going to complain about the starship. The tray table is made of alloy. Did you even consider the child's feelings? No wonder the birth rate is getting lower and lower. Air marshals, come here. A child is injured. Don't you have any emergency medical plans?" The air marshals, having just received the unfortunate bodyguard's complaint, arrived with 2 security officers. What followed was a chaotic brawl, cries erupting again, repeated mediation, a flying shoe, the trotter returned to its rightful owner, violence stopped violence, peace and tranquility prevailed, and nothing happened. "Take it away." The starship silently swept across the last planetary belt between the main planet and the satellite city, its mechanical announcement ringing out. Arrived around 3 p.m. Federal Time, ground temperature 23 degrees Celsius. The left side sunshade had automatically opened, cooperating with the 8th District Security Station for inspection. The sunshade moved up, waking Chaolu first. She nudged Bai Yu, who, after waking, elbowed Zhou Tsika. Bai Yu stretched her neck. "I almost forgot. There seems to be a new security check being piloted today." Chaolu looked out the window. "Yeah, just to be safe. After all, the security system almost blew up the school last time the insectids invaded." Zhou Tsika habitually glanced around. The back row was empty. "Hey, where's that family of 3 in the back? They should have closed the restrooms by now. They're in the air marshal's temporary detention room." The unlucky guy suppressed the smug smile in his eyes, walked over from the back, straightened his shirt, leaned back, crossed his legs, and sat in the little boy's original seat. The voice sounded familiar. Zhou Tsika looked closely, and silently rolled his eyes. "Young Master Xia, with your noble birth, why have you condescended to be on our starship?" "Yeah, it's your honor." Xiaolin nodded matter-of-factly, as if he didn't understand. Xiaolin swung his leg, boasting about his glorious 1-on-3 victory. They won't admit it was a kid who hit them with a shoe, so that's deliberate damage to other people's property. Chaolu peeked through the gap and saw 2 gray footprints, covering her mouth and chuckling, "The Federation star is a bit dim today." Zhou Zika replied perfunctorily, "It's rare to support young Master Xiao." Xiao Lin turned his head away. "Who asked you to support me?" Zhou Zika suddenly started singing, "Only you." Xiao Lin, "Get lost." Zhou Zika, transferred to human operator. Bai Yu yawned, straightened up, greeted them, and casually asked, "Hi, you're from District 12 too?" "My home is in District 11. Xiao Lin smoothly moved over to a seat directly behind Bai Yu, pointing out the window. "The new security check has begun." The starship's fiery engine subsided, the hull vibrated and then stabilized, the outer shields retracted, and the ship slowly hovered at the designated orbit, the hovering arm at the top of the orbit activating simultaneously. Bai Yu's gaze was drawn to the view outside the window. Dozens of gray-silver spherical drones were released from the arm, their front ends projecting fine red lines that moved along the surface of the ship. Xiao Lin's two bodyguards approached, and he moved to a spot by the porthole. "Guess what the spherical drones are looking for?" Only Bai Yu seemed interested. "You tell me." The bodyguards pulled out a portable teapot and teacups, made of a counterfeit purple clay, poured hot tea, and distributed it to Xiao Lin's friends. After all, given Xiao Lin's personality, if you could talk to someone and not start a fight within 3 sentences, you were considered a friend. Waiting is just waiting anyway. Here's some organic new tea. The boss is treating everyone. Amidst the rising steam, Xiao Lin slowly sipped, clearing her throat, before even speaking. "Thank you." Zhou Xi could down his drink in one gulp. "Can I have another?" Bodyguard, "No problem." Xiao Lin frowned, as if a wild boar couldn't stomach fine food. Investigating the bionic machines. Remember the bionic machines that invaded the campus? The investigation team traced their overlapping locations through the signal tower, and after analyzing their trajectories, they're most likely transported from a starship. Chao Lu took a sip and held her teacup. It was bitter and numbing, making it difficult to take a second sip, but out of politeness. "We can't just dismiss it outright," Xiao Lin said, putting down his teacup and sitting up straight. "That's too broad. Bionic machines are legal in many fields, so even if we find one, it doesn't prove anything." He continued, "So the scan isn't of the cargo hold? We're looking for those mixed in with the passengers. With the improved algorithm, we can identify even those with bionic prosthetics, and take them away for investigation. It should have been improved a long time ago." Bai Yu and Xiao Lin exchanged a glance. Having experienced the assassination attempt by the bionic machine on the Skitran together, they felt a lingering fear. The fat uncle's belly opened, the deadly specially made diamond arrow, the Skitran going out of control, thousands of meters in the air. Besides the transport route, are there any other developments? Bai Yu returned the empty teacup to the bodyguard. It wasn't sweet or salty, and felt slightly astringent on the tip of her tongue. Looking at the bodyguard's expectant eyes, she said, "It's delicious." The bodyguard replied, "Then another cup, please." A slight buzzing sound was emitted as the scanning lines overlapped with the alloy's surface. Xiao Lin ran her fingertips along the rim of her glass. The delayed start of school isn't just about building repairs. A construction team with earth elemental abilities can handle it in 2 days. Zhou Xi paused in his refill. "You mean?" Xiao Lin whispered. "After the androids arrived in District 8, they received internal instructions. The signal source is Ares Military Academy. There's a mole among the teachers or students. And the reason I'm willing to synchronize with you is because..." Zhou Xi looked knowing. "You believe me, right?" Xiao Lin shook her head, and then nodded. "I trust your intelligence more." "Zhou Xi, don't believe me, just shut up." Xiao Lin, having achieved her goal, smiled and returned to the main point. "Because Bai Yu was also attacked alone by the androids. She's not a mole, so neither are you. Passengers, please remain seated." Chao Lu frowned as she finished her drink. "Such a large-scale investigation, aren't you afraid of alerting the enemy?" The first layer of outer shell scanning finished, and the second layer's scanning beam penetrated the cabin wall and entered the cabin. Bai Yu's gaze darkened. "This is probably the effect we're aiming for. First, get through security, put pressure on the mole through self-inspection, then create an opportunity for the mole to act, like the league's inter-school qualifiers." Zhou Xi could carry the registration form with him and look down at the regulations. The qualifiers are held in the school's main circular tower. Teams take the lead. The mole won't have room to maneuver. That was last year. The venue is drawn each year. If I were the mole, I'd pick a sparsely populated place with terrible communications and gather all the people I need to kill. Xiao Lin made a swift motion across someone's neck. Snap. Xiao Lin changed the subject. "Bai Yu, join our team." Bai Yu thought for a moment. "How much for appearance fees?" Chao Lu and Siyun too exchanged a knowing smile. Xiao Lin, as much as you want. Bai Yu's smile vanished instantly, half a canine tooth still sticking out of his lips. I won't go for any amount. Xiao Lin said oh, and added, don't regret it. I assemble the strongest team, you won't even make it past the selection rounds. Zhou Zika interrupted, I give you a book. Xiao Lin turned her head, annoyed. What book? On Zhou Zika's wrist-worn device was a brightly colored electronic children's picture book, prominently displaying the title The Adventures of Baron Munchausen. White lines danced in the air, light flashed across the pupils, capturing tiny tremors deep within the iris. The bionic human's physiological structure was almost identical to that of a normal person. Synthetic neurons could simulate biological brainwaves, and artificial blood also contained oxygenated proteins. But under high-frequency scanning, the iris would show a brief delay. The spherical scanner distinguished between real and fake through these tiny notches. The beam stopped at the third row. The atmosphere grew tense. It was a young male passenger. During the scan, his iris flashed faintly. The spherical scanner beeped. Delayed present, 0.03 seconds. Both safety doors locked simultaneously, and seat restraints popped out, firmly binding the suspect to his seat. Two spherical scanners entered, rapidly releasing ion mist, completely covering the area. The ion mist could interfere with the bionic human. The machine signal sender is harmless to humans. Air marshals, weapons in hand, slowly approach, surrounding the passenger from both ends. The male passenger remained frozen in his seat, his Adam's apple bobbing, the fine beads of cold sweat on his forehead clearly visible under the scanning light. All eyes were on him. The third layer of scanning activated. The detection beam illuminated above his head, the curve fluctuating on the screen. Clear? One last check was needed. The air marshal stared at the data, his gaze lingering between yes and no. The silence felt incredibly long. Humans safe. Lockdown released, the ion mist recovered by the spherical aircraft. The spherical aircraft flew away, its robotic arm closing, security check complete. The announcement sounded again, welcome to District 8. Zhou Zika stood up, reached for his bag on the overhead rack, and slung it over his shoulder. Their dorms were on the same floor. Xiao Lin, want to go to class together tomorrow? Xiao Lin straightened her collar, and walked out first. Sorry, I'm from the command department. Chapter 52. A black coat billowed in the wind, brown hair flew wildly. Bai Yu stuffed a crushed energy bar into her mouth, and asked Zhou Zika on the other end of her wrist phone, her words somewhat indistinct. How many minutes until class? The giant screen scrolled through Joyce's speech. In my first year, as the principal of Ares Military Academy, I am keenly aware of the heavy responsibilities I bear. Consolidating and enhancing the strengths of the medical department, command department, and reconnaissance department. In response to the current situation of the combat department, we will gradually promote a curriculum reform focusing on practical combat, supplemented by theory, and strictly investigate lateness and early departures due to the low attendance rate. 58 seconds. Zhou Zika glanced at the open door. Professor Catherine hasn't arrived yet. Sunlight, tree shadows, black sand, and a gray scepter flashed past her eyes. Bai Yu sprinted into the teaching building, past the empty lobby, and slipped into the elevator just as it was about to close. The button 7 was lit. There was still someone in the elevator. A burgundy tie, a dark green shirt with an irregular hem draped over khaki cargo pants, retro yet casual. Her gaze fell on the name tag pinned to her left front. Catherine, Associate Professor of Combat. Bai Yu's mind raced. On the day Chao Lu and her dorm were attacked, the person on duty said, "What a coincidence, Professor, you're going to the 7th floor too." Catherine glanced at her wrist phone. 10 seconds to be late. Huh? Bai Yu stared at the still ascending elevator. Professor, are you going to be late too? Catherine said meaningfully, I'm not in a hurry. Ding, 7th floor reached the moment the door slowly slid open. Bai Yu instinctively wanted to rush out, but her steps faltered. Looking outside, dust motes hovered in the bright sunlight, tree shadows seemed to freeze, and the shoes of students running towards the classroom stopped 3 centimeters off the ground. The sounds of conversation in the corridor, the whirring of the elevator, all slowed infinitely, like an insect stepping into liquid amber, time frozen. Only Catherine beside him strolled out, walking in the light, her burgundy tie swaying in the wind. She casually gathered her long hair, turned around, and said, "Don't be late next time." Bai Yu looked away, staring at the countdown on her wrist phone. The numbers reflected in her eyes, and almost instinctively, she activated her dismantling ability. In the frozen world, the transparent dismantling spread slowly, circle by circle, like ripples on a lake. It was a peculiar feeling. The wandering photon seemed connected by threads. The hot and cold air converged in the corridor. The pressure difference should have brought wind, but instead, it solidified into different layers, heavy and sluggish. Catherine's tie swayed. The sound of fabric rubbing faded into the distance, the frequency gradually decreasing. The next heartbeat was followed by a long pause. Baiyu held his breath, his transparent supernatural power flowing through his palm, sweeping over the imprisoned particles, and dissecting the spiderweb-like fixed lines one by one. Next came the air, breaking down the solidified layers into small squares, dissolving them one by one, releasing the airflow, restoring the medium, and causing sound waves to oscillate. His first step out of the elevator landed. Time returned to normal. The sun shone brightly, dust particles floated in the air, and the sounds of footsteps and conversations returned, gradually becoming clearer. A gentle breeze swept through the corridor, ruffling his clothes. The student in front of him landed heavily on the floor, a black afterimage flashing before his eyes. He didn't remember anyone being there. Who is it? So fast. Baiyu felt a tightness in his chest. Breaking through the time freeze had been extremely exhausting. Cold sweat poured down his back. His gaze fell upon Catherine, who had already pushed open the classroom door. The sound of wind and heavy breathing came from behind. Catherine turned around. She met a pair of cunning black eyes. A backpack slung across her shoulder, the zipper of her jacket, and the hem swaying in a graceful arc. With a push of her hands, Baiyu slammed herself into her seat. The timer on her wrist stopped at 0 seconds. Catherine snapped her fingers, and the door, responding to a custom gesture, closed in the middle. She looked at Baiyu, who had just sat down, and pursed her lips slightly. Those who came in after you are considered late. I'm Catherine, the instructor for the upcoming ability control course. Baiyu pulled her bag over and laid it flat on her lap, lowering her voice. Short hair, what kind of seat did you choose? I'm late too. I'm lucky to even have a seat. Joe Seiku scratched his head, not daring to look up, afraid of making eye contact with Catherine. Any closer, and I could kiss her tie, Baiyu said through her back teeth as she watched Catherine walk to the other side. Joe Seiku was seated in the first row. Right in the center of the first row. Upon glancing up, their eyes met unexpectedly, and Baiyu gave an awkward smile. Catherine raised her hand, pointed slightly, her voice pleasant, but her words were truly startling. The girl in the middle of the first row, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Baiyu quickly stood up, her backpack flying from her lap to Joe Seika's feet. No, Professor. Joe Seika kindly bent down to pick it up, but with a bang, his head hit the table. The thermos on the table wobbled, hitting the Kiwi who was picking up the bag and looking up with a thud, making a crisp sound, but actually causing him to see stars. This is quite a show. Catherine's gaze swept past Joe Seika, and she continued to ask Baiyu, what are the 3 elements of precise control I just mentioned? Joe Seika rubbed his head, leaning on the table and whispering a reminder, concentrate your mind, allocate your energy, and respond to the environment. He didn't hear her. Baiyu's anxious gaze was practically burning like a roasted kiwi, but as soon as Joe Seika looked up, he met Catherine's cold, piercing eyes. 2 seconds later, Catherine looked up, not wasting any more time. Sit down. The course ability control is worth 2 credits in theory and 8 credits in practice. You need 6 credits to pass. Students who aren't good at the theory have a chance to improve. However, don't think the practice credits are easy to get. Weapon coordination, group tactical drills, emergency drills, including ability loss of control and unknown environments. Catherine's gaze lingered on Baiyu's face, noticing her gaze gradually vacant, entering a state of half-asleep, half-awake emptiness. She remembered Principal Joyce's instructions to pay special attention to Baiyu. Compared to theory classes, she seemed to prefer practice. Let her develop freely. Upon hearing the principal's words, Catherine instinctively wondered, what's her relation to the principal? A quick glance at the file revealed her as an orphan, involved in the insectoid invasion, and responsible for clearing out Sector Q18. Her initial assumptions were too narrow. This chance encounter in the elevator, intended to teach Baiyu a lesson, unexpectedly revealed her ability to break the 10-second freeze, truly living up to her reputation. Catherine's gaze returned to the middle of the first row, her mind filled with Baiyu's arduous past, her eyes softening with affection. Geniuses are often quite individualistic. This startled Joe Seiku, who quickly straightened his back and nudged Baiyu with his elbow. He seen that same look on his grandmother's face, unconditional admiration, not for grades or anything else. A class lasted 2 hours. Baiyu's concentration gradually waned until the bell rang. Catherine, head down, tidied her things, her gaze suddenly freezing, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. The two in the middle of the first row, especially Bai Yu, seemed like mice injected with an overdose of adrenaline, practically springing to life. Bai Yu stared at her wrist phone. So hungry, so hungry. See you at the cafeteria. Second-year classes were moved up an hour to avoid peak hours and congestion. Bye, buzz cut, over here. Chaolu waved. Zhou Ziyi tried to create a gust of wind, pushing through the crowd, but as soon as he raised his hand, he caught sight of a large red sign. Cafeteria restricted area, supernatural abilities prohibited. Violators will be banned from entering for 3 calendar months. Bai Yu led the way, Zhou Ziyi gripping her backpack strap to prevent her from being pushed off. He muttered under his breath, "Don't push me. I'd rather not eat at the cafeteria. I drink nutritional fluids for 3 months." The rectangular table was surrounded by familiar faces. Chu Xingyue had a peacock blue streak in her hair, her pigtails styled into double buns, a laser blue tank top, contrasting capri pants, and jingling accessories, still as avant-garde as ever. She slapped the virtual screen out of Chu Xingyue's hand. The little figures on it were still fighting. "Say hello, we're teammates now." Chu Xingyue's smile was more strained than an android's. "Hi." Zhou Ziyi hadn't even pulled out his crumpled registration form yet. "Huh? What teammates? With us?" Chaolu nodded to confirm. "Teammates from the 237th Federal 4 Military Academies League, Ares Military Academy Selection Competition." Bai Yu, engrossed in her food, looked up. "Huh? So sudden? How did she convince you to join?" Chu Xingyue gave Bai Yu a thumbs down, a defiant look on her face, leaving Bai Yu even more confused. "Shout Bai, not to you, but to the one behind you." Bai Yu turned her head, her gaze meeting Xiao Lin's resentful eyes. The next second, she rolled her eyes dramatically. Chu Xingyue's thumb slowly turned into her middle finger. Bai Yu asked, some kind of grudge? Chu Xingyue's fingertip moved across the screen, diverting some attention, and she explained succinctly, "When we were seconded to the military, we cooperated with this Federal Star a few times. The missions were completed successfully, but the process wasn't very pleasant." Chu Xingyue turned her face away, no longer looking at Xiao Lin. "That's not even the worst thing Xiao Lin has done. He poached our teammates." "Who?" Zhou Ziyi pulled a bag of nutrient solution from his pocket, taking a sip of the solution with a bite of rice, acting as a liquid pickled vegetable. "If you want to understand your opponents so badly, ask me yourself." Xiao Lin sat down next to Zhou Ziyi, holding an empty plate, and put her arm around his shoulder. "You met them all, Ji Ning, Su Yi, Maeve, Leslie." Bai Yu quickly recalled their abilities. Ji Ning, light and heat flow, capable of directly burning through bionic machines, extremely powerful, but short-lasting. Su Yi, spatial teleportation, able to blast through insected tunnels with precise targeting. Maeve, ice type, Leslie, electric type. I met these two when we were defending the tower. Both are perspective A level, the standard for the frontline war zone. Zhou Ziyi lightly patted his shoulder, the spot Xiao Lin had just touched, his disdain visibly evident. "Only Su Yi has a reconnaissance ability? A medical ability? I don't need that." Xiao Lin, holding her plate, chuckled. "I seen Chu Xingyue's performance on the battlefield. He's a quack." Chu Xingyue suddenly put down the virtual screen, letting the little figure on it retreat step by step. "Is online registration open yet? Register now. Federal Affairs Department, District 10, Reception Room." "Haha, we're practically colleagues. You send the person in, and I get them out." Li Jia stared at the outstretched hand in front of her, looking up along the arm. A bright suit, fluorescent red tie, medium build, and an overly familiar demeanor, he didn't seem like someone standing against her at all. Li Jia half-heartedly shook hands, her gaze darkening. "I long admired Attorney Kusong's name. I seen your defense of former Sheriff Mort, it was brilliant." She emphasized the word former. In that defense, Kusong spoke like an oiled knife, easily cutting through the incomplete chain of evidence. He knew when to be emotionally charged and when to mince words. He controlled the entire trial's rhythm, finding loopholes and overturning a seemingly settled verdict. In Mote's testimony, the points at which he mentioned joining the resistance were different each time, the lies obvious, but the subconscious influence was hard to erase. Removing the distant dates, the rest were all around the trial date 3 years prior. "Oh, what's so exciting about that? In our line of work, we satisfy our clients and make a living." Releasing his hand, Kusong still smiled, revealing a set of bright white teeth, and handed over a metal business card. "Guaranteed win. Contact me anytime if needed. May I go see my client, Miss Tina?" Chapter 53. District 10. A damp, Humid atmosphere prevailed, the fog thicker than creamy mushroom soup. Navigation beacons flickered in the air, their lights illuminating the sky for only 2 seconds, revealing a faint blue-gray hue. Daylight seeped through the curtains, illuminating the mattress curled up like a flower bud. The outer memory fiber swayed slightly with each breath, and a small virtual screen was projected onto the screen. Sleep quality, excellent. Beep beep. The sudden alarm clock shattered the silence. After a rustling sound, the mattress stretched out to the sides, revealing a sleepy-eyed, disheveled man with a wrist phone, questioning his existence. I never set an alarm. A help window popped up on the virtual screen, displaying the wrist phone's user guide. You have set an automatic alarm for weekdays. I almost forgot. Today is Saturday. I have work too. Bayu quickly got out of bed, changed clothes, and washed up. The Book of the Zerg was hidden in her single dormitory room at school. Given the security level in District 8, it was definitely safer than in District 10. The roar of an engine came from outside the window. Bayu, with an energy bar in her mouth, reached out and pulled back the blackout curtains, then pushed open the creaking old window. The matte black flying car came to a stop smoothly. The driver lowered the window, revealing a handsome face and a neat high ponytail. She peeked out with the morning dew, waving and swaying from side to side. Xiao Bai, get in. Zhou Xiaiku, in the passenger seat, pushed the seat back, folded it up, and opened the door from the inside. The door rose diagonally, revealing a lightweight folding ladder extending outwards, the other end resting on the old windowsill, the connection straight. Bayu stepped onto the windowsill, held onto the edge, and stretched out her leg to test the weight-bearing capacity of the folding ladder. It made a creaking sound, and she asked doubtfully, "Is this sturdy?" Zhou Tsika held out his hand to her. "I haven't tried it. But with this wind speed, even if you fall, it won't be a big problem." A chill swept over her from the mist, and the metal steps beneath her feet were a little slippery. Bayu bent over, took 3 steps at a time, grabbed Zhou Tsika's hand for leverage, and jumped forward. With a bang, the car door slid shut. Bayu leaned back in the back seat, the cushion sinking in softly. Her gaze darted between the passenger and driver seats. "Whose new car is this?" Chao Lu closed the window and turned on the hover control panel. "Mine." Understated and unassuming, Silver Wing 7, the latest model. Zhou Tsika adjusted the passenger seat and said to the back, "If you think the nutritional bars are too dry, I have nutritional supplements in my bag." Bayu nodded and hummed in agreement, but actually pushed her short-haired backpack aside with a hint of disgust. The food and drink were awful. She was asking for trouble. She tapped her wrist phone at the very top. The tree icon was gray. It hadn't been online for 3 days. Hungry and dizzy, comment please be careful. It'd take another 20 minutes to reach the 12th District Starship Station. Chao Lu casually turned on the radio, automatically switching to the news channel. "Welcome to News Truth Seeking, I'm commentator Xiao Hong. Today is the 4th day since the shooting of a Hecata Military Academy staff member. There are new clues about the killer's identity. Due to the entire Hecata Military Academy being under martial law, only military lines are open to the outside world, so our reporters are unable to contact school personnel." Zhou Tsika stroked his chin. The deceased staff member was in charge of the monitoring room. Xu Yi said that the monitoring equipment was also wiped clean. The killer also shot the second-year student whose Book of the Zerg was stolen. Judging from the behavior, this attack, along with the previous theft of the androids, shouldn't be a group of people. Chao Lu half-turned the steering wheel. The bionic equipment has been introduced to major military academies. Whether it's a group of people is unclear. Principal Joyce didn't investigate the case together, which means the perpetrator wasn't a bionic. Bayu sighed. This news has been broadcast for several days, and Xu Yi still hasn't replied, which means the martial law at Hecata Military Academy hasn't been lifted. The sheriff stated that the student, who was also shot and seriously injured, is out of danger, and is cooperating with the sheriff to draw a suspect's portrait and compare it to the database. Highly matches Fong Xia, the vice president of the Wasteland Poetry Society. However, Fong Xia insists that his face, as a commodity, is not only licensed to major biotechnology companies to create bionics, but also used as a template for beauty salons. It's highly likely he was impersonated. On the day of the incident, he was on another planet, Norma Star, District 10, having dinner with friends. Mr. Fong Xia's friend, upon investigation, is Mr. Doug, a business tycoon in District 10. The dinner is supported by surveillance footage, providing a sufficient alibi. Why are there so many accidents at military academies during the start of the school year? We will continue to follow this story. More exciting content after the break. Bayou typed wasteland poetry gathering into the search engine. The latest post on the StarNet's organizer's account read, "Sitting together, exploring our inner selves, poetry will bring us closer, reclaiming the eroded land from the world that breeds monsters, and gently planting the sun of tomorrow." A group of people sat cross-legged on scorched earth, reciting poetry to music. Related location, District 7, Aurora Beauty Salon. Scrolling down the images, Bayou discovered that the wasteland poetry gathering always appeared in places destroyed by firearms. The original buildings were gone, and the Federation always auctioned off land use rights at extremely low prices. Scrolling back 7 years, to the wasteland poetry gathering's first post, related location, District 10 West, Viking Building. The western part of District 10 is now filled with low, grade buildings, including the house Bayou bought, which is known as the slum of District 10. This large tract of land belongs to Doug. Bayou zoomed in on this post, looking at every photo of the Wasteland Poetry Society activities. Among the enthusiastic smiling faces, she spotted the short, stocky Doug. Compared to now, his hair was thicker. No wonder he owned such a large tract of cheap land. What kind of organization is the Wasteland Poetry Society? Why is Vice President Fong Xia involved in the Hecate shooting incident? Everything seemed shrouded in mystery. Bayou shared her findings with Cun2 and Chao Lu. I reviewed the 2 cases committed by the android. The one on the 8th floor was because the Book of the Zerg was in Chao Lu's dorm, and the one that attacked me was because the Book of the Zerg was in my backpack. She omitted what she'd gotten from Abi, and went straight to the conclusion, the android is related to the Grey Ring. The shooting of the Hecate monitoring administrator is currently unknown. Chao Lu said softly, but we know Doug. Joe Siaka reached for a bag of pink nutrient solution. Take it one step at a time, we figure it out eventually. The flying car drove away from District 10, crossing the aerial suspension bridge. The ruins and sea of fog below gradually receded, replaced by increasingly clean and tidy streets. But regardless of what was happening outside, all 3 knew that today's 404 field mission was far more dangerous than usual. We're here. Chao Lu stopped the car, and the Silverwing 7 landed smoothly in the rooftop parking lot of the starship. The 3 men donned tactical backpacks, scanned their faces, and entered a special passageway of the starship station. A horizontal capsule elevator rapidly traversed the underground tunnels, arriving at the military area of the starship station. Soon, the capsule opened. Before the 3 stood the Sunlit warship. Unlike the somewhat bulky, disc-shaped commercial transport starships, the Sunlit resembled a date pit, sharp at both ends and slender overall. Used for rapid breakthroughs and reconnaissance at the front lines, it was being used today to transport a small team for exploration of the border region. Han Chi stood before the Sunlit. Usually, Li Jia issued missions, and Bayou's impression of Han Chi was probably Li Jia's assistant. Her gaze swept over Han Chi's epaulets. Why did he have one more than Li Jia? The 3 saluted in unison, Captain Han. Han Chi turned around, a gust of wind ruffling his hair, revealing sharp eyebrows and eyes. A slight downward curve to his lips, as he nodded to the 3 in response. Seemingly sensing Bayou's confusion. Lieutenant Li has another mission. Mission location, the Zerg border zone on the outskirts of Norma. That area is an abandoned city-state. It's the border between the Zerg and humans. A few nights ago, the beacons at the security station 404 setup there were all destroyed. There are signs of signal intrusion. Team C's mission, repair the security station beacons. Team leader Chao Lu's Sunlit has been activated. After completing the mission, you need to evacuate on your own. Han Chi glanced at the slightly immature face. The real main event, searching for evidence related to the Wanfu organisms, wasn't their responsibility. 404 wasn't short of personnel. Teams A and B were both elites from 404. Han Chi tapped his communication headset. Keep in touch. He turned and walked towards another transport ship that looked like a Sunlit Plus version. Lieutenant Han! Bayou suddenly called out to him, how much is the reward for completing the mission? Han Chi tilted his head, rarely hearing such a question from the members of 404. 200,000 Yao coins. Bayou rubbed his hands together, pressing, equally or per person. Per person. The hatch closed, and Han Chi stared at the figures outside the porthole, gradually shrinking in size. He wondered what the 3 were cheering about. This was only the minimum reward for a basic mission. Han Chi tapped his headset, reminding, you can board now. Bayou's enthusiastic voice came through the headset. Yes, Lieutenant Han. Mission accomplished. The Sunlit's gangway retracted, the hatch closed, and the internal gravity field activated, isolating it from the outside air pressure. Bai Yu and Zhou Xi followed behind Chao Lu, their tactical backpacks weighing heavily on their shoulders. The cabin's light strips illuminated the curved corridor, their brightness moderate, casting a clean and crisp glow over the entire space. Chao Lu entered the cockpit. Autopilot, the route is already planned. I only need to intervene manually in special circumstances. It's very safe, don't worry. Flight time, 40 minutes. Bai Yu fastened his restraints, the seat back tightened slightly with the movement, firmly securing his body. The roar of the engines filled his ears, wave after wave. As Chao Lu pushed the control stick, the sunlight detached from its parking spot. The fuselage shuddered slightly, then a violent thrust swept over him. The scenery outside the window abruptly pulled away from the gray-white launch tower. Starship stations, ground buildings, and aerial traffic were left behind at incredible speed. Wow! So fast! The crew-cut man took a deep breath, his eyes tightly shut, not daring to look down. The sunlight continued to climb. This long-lost feeling. Bai Yu pressed her face against the porthole, looking out. Sunlight pierced through the thin clouds, scattering across the ship's hull and refracting a cold luster. A circular light screen in the center displayed the route map from District 12 to the border zone, already loaded. Blue dots represented the location of Safe Station 404, while red areas were marked as dangerous Zerg activity zones. The safe station was like a tiny island floating on a red ocean, utterly insignificant. The border zone was entirely Zerg territory. A shipboard warning sounded. Strong airflow ahead, please prepare. Bai Yu felt herself being forcefully pressed into the back of her chair. The sunlight shuddered in the strong airflow, but the next second, the engines adjusted their nozzle angles, the fuselage stabilized, and like a golden eagle spreading its claws in a storm, it burst through the atmosphere. Zhou Xi closed his eyes, trying to lull himself to sleep amidst the fear. Bai Yu's wrist-worn device vibrated slightly. Abby, a link, the border between Norma and the Zerg. You need to create chaos on the south side. Bai Yu clenched her fist. Don't force me to slap you while I'm making money. Hungry head, question mark Abby. What's your opinion? What does a question mark mean? Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Is creating chaos so hard? If you can't complete it, kick him out of the resistance. Hungry head, how much is the fee? Abby, 150,000 Yao coins. The fist slowly loosened. Hungry head, received. Chapter 54. After the turbulence, the sunlight escaped the gravity of Norma's main star and glided silently. Bai Yu looked at the star map. A spiral-barred galaxy, named Nyx, was one of the known Zerg deep space fortresses. The galaxy's spiral arms revolved around a central O-type star, blue-white, with a surface temperature reaching 30,000 Kelvin. In the boundless darkness, the blue giant burned fiercely. Its lifespan was far shorter than that of intermediate and small stars. In less than a few million years, it would explode as a supernova, leaving behind a neutron star or collapsing into a black hole, leaving nothing behind. Bai Yu looked out the porthole. The sunlight was only on the edge of Nyx. Its surface shimmered like a volcanic eruption, bursting forth with blue flames that illuminated the star, but could not conceal its decay. This could be one of the reasons for the Zerg's expansion. Large nebulae stretched across the region, reflecting blue light, while the dust belt shimmered with a mixture of purple, blue, and silver brilliance. Sunlit broadcast. High nebula density ahead. Communication temporarily interrupted. Chao Lu shifted her gaze from the control panel. There are 3 safe stations in total. The first station is Aegis 7, located on the southwestern outskirts of Nyx, on planet M3, where low-risk insectids are present. Air composition, gravity, and other conditions are similar to Norma, habitable for humans. Estimated completion time, half an hour. Bai Yu rested her head on her hand. The juvenile long-winged beaked fleas we rescued from the KT building all came from planet M3. Far from the main star, Zhou Xi wasn't as afraid. He zoomed in on the star map of the second station, Aegis 9, and sighed. The first station is alright. The second stop is Aegis 9, on M4, in the southern part of the border zone. The carbon dioxide concentration is greater than 5%, which can serve as a signal transmission medium for the Zerg, benefiting them. However, we need to wear oxygen masks, as there are Zerg of level 3 or higher present. There are no signs of human activity. Chao Lu recalled the limping spider she could summon. After a few days of recovery, its leg was no longer lame, and it could freely change size. At school, it would perch on her hand, quietly watching her meet deadlines. Before the mission, she bought it a luxury villa and left it in the dormitory. These illegal experiments are bullies who prey on the weak. The harmless ones on M3 are easy to catch, they can swarm them. The ones on M4 are too dangerous to mess with. After all, the arrival of Zerg of level 3 or higher would be a disaster for an entire region. The Zerg are different. Shotsika asked, why is there no information about the third stop? Chao Lu, Han Chi didn't notify us. Baiyu lowered her eyes, recalling the link Abby had sent, inwardly cursing how hard it was to earn money. What kind of place did they choose? Of all places, near Aegis 9. Isn't this chaotic enough? Leaving the organization isn't a big problem, but she wondered if there would be any compensation. Probably not. A resistance organization, after all, is definitely not a legitimate company protected by federal labor law. Baiyu touched the folding knife tucked into her sleeve. If this mission of the resistance organization threatened the lives of Cun and Chao Lu, she would sabotage it at all costs, and turn Abby into a headless man again. Zhou Xiaiku, seeing Baiyu's absent-mindedness, assumed she was nervous and changed the subject. Where were those juveniles transported? I wonder if their injuries have healed. Baiyu released her grip, coming back to her senses. I don't know. I go back, open the book, and call the bug out to ask. Sigh, a week of pure theory classes. It's been so unbearable. Has the schedule for next week been sent out yet? Jotsika knew she had muted the group messages again. The league qualifiers start next week. The location hasn't been drawn yet, so all classes have been postponed by a week. Have you noticed any suspicious teachers? Baiyu opened her wrist device, and an offline memo popped up on the virtual screen. Based on my observation, Professor Catherine, apart from liking to arrive at the classroom on time, seems normal. Jotsika added, Professor Zhong Hao, who teaches the supernatural weapons course, always leaves get out of class a minute early. He tells us to stay put, so he can get to the cafeteria early. Baiyu added Jotsika's comment, does Chao Lu have any? Second-year command department, the teachers are different. Chao Lu pondered for a moment. It's hard to say who's suspicious. After all, we're not like Xiao Lin, who has time to hire people to monitor the network. With him spending so much money, he'd probably find more than we do. Jotsika chuckled. It's rare for young Master Xia to do something so good. Buzzing. The three headsets simultaneously emitted a static sound. The signal had been restored. Han Chi, third stop, Aegis 10, still on M4. After completing the mission, remain in place and, if necessary, execute a coordinated retreat. Group A, Group B, disperse and search. The call abruptly ended. The rest of the mission wasn't their responsibility, so they weren't allowed to hear it. Baiyu looked at the blue dots on the star map. From Aegis 9 to 10, across M4 from south to north on the map, the sunlight could reach in just 10 minutes. Han Chi had personally led two groups on an important mission, even changing the contingency plan for Group C's self-evacuation after completing the mission, and they run into trouble. Lenovo's Abby had instructed her to cause trouble near Aegis 9, but in a second, she saw through Abby's intentions, a feint or a delaying tactic. Baiyu scratched her hair in frustration. What to do? M3 planet arrived. No life detected, docking near safe station Aegis 7. Chao Lu emerged from the cockpit, slung her tactical backpack over her shoulder, and patted Baiyu on the shoulder. Relax. Zhou Xiaiku removed and inspected the magazines, pretending it wasn't his first time on a planet. You get used to these kinds of missions after a few more. Baiyu didn't want them to worry, so she smiled and nodded in return. The sunlet opened its hatch, a gust of wind parting to both sides, balancing the internal and external air pressure. Chao Lu tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and sighed. What a good life the low-level Zerg have. Buzzhead. For the Zerg, the carbon dioxide concentration is too low, affecting their communication. Lush green grass stretched from the valley to the distance, the wind rippling through it. In the distance, snow-capped mountains stretched endlessly, their peaks shrouded in mist, the unmelted ice and snow scattered like countless shards of diamond. Baiyu took a deep breath. The air was crisp and clear, filled with the fragrance of grass and trees. 2 hours remained until Abby's deadline. 1. The crew cut man pointed about 500 meters into the valley. Aegis 7 is there. The three strode forward along the narrow path. The wind whistled through the rock walls, and the sea of grass on either side. The sky was a uniform, flawless blue, a sight that filled the obsessive-compulsive with delight. Several long-winged, beaked fleas circled past, casting flowing shadows. This mission is pretty easy, like a paid vacation. Chao Lu walked at the front, arriving at the blue gate of the White Tower. She activated her wrist device and accessed the beacon maintenance system. First step, check if the beacon's energy core has been damaged. Baiyu stepped forward, blocking Chao Lu's path. She swiftly kicked open the loose blue gate, Her photon gun flashing red, in kill mode, the muzzle pointed at the shadows, constantly shifting angles, highly vigilant. Jyotsika raised his hand, gathering wind to open the skylight at the top of the white tower, letting in light. Inside the beacon tower, the beacon device was split in half, with obvious burn marks along the crack's edges. Jyotsika muttered under his breath, "Could a low-level Zerg do that?" Baiyu, gun in hand, jogged forward to examine it, confirming the beacon was hit by a high-energy beam. There are no signs of damage on the outside of the beacon tower. It was deliberate. Before she finished speaking, a low, grinding sound came from the shadows behind the tower, hidden by the beacon device. Chaolu and Jyotsika quickly drew their guns. Baiyu's hand was on the trigger, and a swarm of slender insect shadows crawled out from behind. Each one was about 15 centimeters tall, with 4 segmented limbs, a milky white body, a pair of transparent wings on its back, and a pale rose-red tail and compound eyes. Like inverted orchids. They seemed to be paused, their sickle-shaped forelimbs raised, their bodies motionless, silently observing the 3 strangers. Level 2 insect beast, corrugated mantis, fruit fly, nectarine, low threat. Because they conform to human aesthetics, they circulate in the market and cannot currently be artificially bred. This means that traders can only capture them from the border area. Capturing corrugated mantises alone is too costly. They are generally a byproduct of biological companies entering the border area, possibly caught incidentally, while taking away eggs of the long-winged beaked flea. Many biotech companies have obtained access permits to the Nix border region, but only one Fu Biotechnology has sufficient funds to support multiple trips. 10 seconds later, the crimson mantis began to move, like a tide, slowly enveloping the beacon's breach, emitting a soft, rhythmic friction sound. Just exposed to gunfire like this, Chaolu said with a hint of doubt, aren't they attacking? Baiyu composed herself. She knew insects were different, but she had never seen a stupid insect trust a strange species in just 10 seconds. Jyotsika stepped forward, crouched down, and pressed the muzzle of his gun against the crimson mantis's back. Its wings trembled, its pale pink compound eyes turned, and it slowly raised its forelimbs. Jyotsika placed his index finger on the trigger, ensuring he could preemptively strike before the side struck. His heart pounded wildly. The side didn't fall, instead, it froze, like a slow internet connection stuck on a frame. After loading, it continued to climb up the beacon's breach. Confirmed, no aggression. Jyotsika breathed a sigh of relief, moved the gun away, and raised his hand to create a wind current, trying to shoo the small creatures coiled around the crack to the side. Wait a minute. Baiyu squinted and crouched down to observe. At the crack in the beacon, the mouth parts of several crown mantises clamped the 2 ends, pulling them towards the middle, like a surgeon suturing a wound, while simultaneously secreting a liquid substance that quickly solidified. Chaolu opened her wrist device to scan. She stared at the beacon's repair system. The integrity was almost at 83%, somewhat unbelievable. They're actively repairing themselves? Why? Baiyu stroked her chin thoughtfully. The security station is used by 404 to monitor the Zerg's movements in the border area. It won't attack proactively. Considering the conflict of interest, could it be that the biotechnology company illegally collected them? Jyotsika looked at the Corona Mantis with some curiosity. Loader Zerg actually have brains? They know how to repair beacons to protect themselves. A row of light pink compound eyes turned towards him, aimed at Jyotsika, and quickly raised their sides, a hint of threat in their gaze. Jyotsika scratched his head awkwardly. You can't say bad things to someone's face. Chaolu took 2 steps back, uploaded a picture of the repaired system, and left a record. System integrity 93%, energy core restored to normal usable. Only took 10 minutes. Let's go, head to M4 ahead of time. Before leaving, Baiyu chose a spot, installed a hidden monitor, and gently rubbed one of the heads with her fingertip, whispering, "Thank you, I know if they come again." M4. Deep in the abandoned laboratory, the air was filled with a damp, earthy smell. Signs of life were visible in the night vision goggles. Team A raised their guns and approached, aiming at a crack in the concrete. A cluster of insect eggs. The Team A analyst, carrying a toolbox, quickly stepped forward to sample and analyze the eggs, finding a match. Hanchi stood beside the broken pillar, damp mist condensing into water blades that hovered beside him as he set back coordinates. Found the source of the contraband's raw materials. Team B members quickly spread out, surrounding the area, the 2 teams crossing over to maintain a perimeter. The earpieces suddenly crackled with static, then fell silent. Han Chi's icy gaze swept to the other side of the laboratory. The gray mist slowly dissipated, and a masked, silver-haired man emerged from the shadows, whispering into everyone's earpieces. You come at the perfect time. How about using this place as a graveyard? The air trembled. Abby raised his hand, activating a silencing zone. The sounds of wind, gunfire, and crawling all became muffled and oppressive, as if muffled by thick bulletproof glass. Until they all vanished. Han-Chi suddenly waved his hand, and more than 10 water blades simultaneously pierced the air, the water's impact accompanied by tiny vortices, forcefully cleaving through the sonic suppression. Water droplets split open in midair, transforming into fine, sharp rain streaks that hurtled towards the silver-haired man. At the same time, Karen slowly emerged from the shadows. Chapter 55. A flashing red dot suddenly illuminated the darkness, and countless supernatural bullets fired towards Abby, executing 404's consistent tactics: suppression, advance, annihilation. Abby slightly tilted his head, and the silencing zone abruptly closed, shattering the water blades into mist. A wet patch appeared on the ground, reflecting a dejected face beside him. Karen. Under the oxygen mask, Karen slowly raised his eyes. Black mist rose, engulfing the world. Abby spread his arms, unusually excited, releasing the silencing zone. The scar on his cheek trembled. Welcome the nightmare. Karen remained silent, head bowed. Months of living in fear, constantly on the run, for someone who had endured most of their life in silence, wasn't that a nightmare? Karen's paper-thin body had lost all fighting spirit. The high pressure had long since gnawed away at him, leaving him with almost nothing. He joined because someone in the prison told him that as long as he climbed over the high walls, someone would come to meet him, and he would survive. Team A's eyes widened suddenly. She abruptly released her grip on the magnetic rifle, staring tremblingly at the void. No, it can't be. He's dead. I buried him myself. In her mind, a familiar figure emerged from the smoke, her husband, fallen in battle, covered in blood, reaching out to her and demanding, Why did you abandon me, and run away to save your own life? Team A looked down. At the healed scar on her thigh, dark red blood gushed out, a tourniquet tightly bound near her heart. I'm sorry, saving you would have killed me too. I can't die. She started out resolute, but the illusion amplified her guilt infinitely. Smoke, fire, blood everywhere. She actually pointed the photon gun at her ear. Enough. Don't say any more. A swirling current swept away the photon gun. Han-Chi's eyes cleared. He scoffed at Karen. If Li Jian knew you were making up stories about her dying, she'd kill you first. Han-Chi looked at the leader of Group A, Hua Chan. Fight poison with poison. Roger. Hua Chan was already standing at the highest point of the laboratory, her hands on the ground, her arms extending like vines. Clusters of deep purple flowers quickly bloomed on the vines, the buds suddenly bursting open, spraying out a layer of misty spores. The spores rapidly spread, forming a layer of purple mist. Karen had to divert some of her black mist to defend herself, confronting the spores in the air. The spores gradually expanded, sizzling and corroding, the edges of the illusion being gnawed and distorted. Abby sighed, if I'd known you were this useless, why did I rescue you? Abby's fingertips drew an arc in the air, a transparent, high-frequency sonic whistling sound, like a blade piercing the air. It pierced straight into the brain like a sharp cone. Those with lower-level abilities screamed, covering their ears, their hands covered in spilled blood. Karen's expression was blank, she was used to it. He discovered that living seemed to be the same. Without holding back, fueled by his life force, black mist erupted, transforming into hundreds of fluttering poisonous butterflies. The searing pain caused by their fluttering wings was deeply etched into Hua Chan's mind. Hua Chan's expression changed. His vines suddenly curled up, protecting his entire body. Purple mist seeped into the poisonous butterflies' bodies, continuing to expand. The butterflies exploded, viscous liquid splashing onto the vines, leaving holes. Hua Chan was a mutated Wood-type ability user. His body and the deformed vines were one. The pain felt like his internal organs were being ripped apart. He endured the pain and retreated to cover. The moisture in the air rapidly gathered in Han-Chi's palm. The next moment, a gigantic wave appeared out of nowhere, like a celestial river pouring down on Avi and Karen. The sound waves and the water wave collided violently in midair. A shockwave sent surrounding rocks flying, and the swarm of insect eggs in the cracks was overturned with a whoosh. Only those with the same level of superpowers could fight to a standstill. At worst, we both perish. Abby's voice came, like surround sound, the source of which was elusive. Strange low-frequency sound waves filled the entire laboratory. Han-Chi searched for Abby's trail. If he could shorten the distance, blood would become water. However, to control the blood within a superpowered individual, He had to break the opponent's superpower system, first disrupting it, then manipulating it. He was confident. In Han Chi's cold eyes, Abby seemed to have been lifted off the ground. Blood would seep from every pore. In just a second, blood droplets would float outside his body, a withered body, powerless to fall. With the rise and fall of the low-frequency sound waves, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble violently. The insect eggs tore open their thick membranes, cracks spreading, the shell shattering, and the damp, fishy hatching fluid splattering everywhere. One by one, bizarrely shaped insects emerged, their bodies jet black, yet possessing limbs remarkably similar to humans. Even their facial contours were alike, only their compound eyes varied in shape. Han Chi's pupils contracted. Some insectids above level 3 exhibited convergent evolution, possibly intelligent beings. Abi had gone mad. He had taken it upon himself to hatch these high-level insect eggs prematurely. South of star M4. Aegis 9 located, entering static orbit. The sunlet slowed, thrusting downwards in preparation for landing. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed past the porthole, the buzzing sound causing the ship to tremble. Chao Lu frantically clicked on the control panel, raising the shields, put on oxygen masks. Equip weapons. Quickly! The swarm swarmed in, clinging to the ship's hull. Damn! Swarm shockwave. Zhou Xi could quickly loaded ammunition. Professor Zhong just mentioned this in the textbook. This kind of field interference requires a large-scale swarm of high-level insects. Baiyu pulled a spare folding knife from her backpack and stuffed it inside. The professor hadn't mentioned it, she hadn't heard it. She didn't know. The sunlight flashed red. It wasn't a combat ship, just a light transport ship tasked with reconnaissance. Shield energy decreased by 30%. Warning! Enemy attempting to take over communication frequencies. The swarm absorbed the energy. The next second, the energy ensuring operation was exhausted, and the bridge lights went out. The sunlight shut down immediately, locked in place. A tearing sound came from one side of the hull. The hull was forcibly cut open, and several dark-shelled zerglings charged straight in. The oxygen circulation inside the ship stopped, and the air pressure plummeted. Beneath their glowing green weapon muzzles, their segmented limbs resembled hands. Looking up from the upright insected form, their oval heads, enormous compound eyes, and complex mandibles exuded an eeriness, like insected cosplay. Baiyu swallowed hard, nervously asking, "What kind of species is this? I never seen anything like it." Guns pointed at each other, the opposing insectids outnumbering the others. Zhao Lu steadied her hand, her voice trembling slightly. Insectids of level 3 and above may convergently evolve, possessing supernatural abilities like humans. Its mandibles opened and closed slightly. A string of insect language was etched into the minds of the three. Baiyu frowned, although she couldn't understand it. A sharp pain shot through her head. It certainly wasn't good news. Only Zhao Lu had learned insect language. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead. They said, "Come out! Hand over the eggs!" Baiyu was certain that Abi had tricked her to the point of no return. Wasn't the evacuation mission supposed to create chaos? How come there's this stealing of insect eggs? Are they trying to pin the blame on her, if they could get out of here alive? They had to make sure Abi truly experienced what it meant to get promoted, get rich, and have a dead boss. The number of Zerg outside the ship was increasing. The three men were locked in a tense standoff, guns drawn. A ghostly green light pierced the tip of Zhou Tsika's magnetic rifle, the energy scorching the bulkhead black. Thankfully, he released his grip in time, but his weapon was confiscated. He reached for his spare weapon at his waist. The green muzzle was already pressed against his oxygen mask. His jaws moved slightly. Chao Lu translated, "Put down all weapons, or we kill him. We're going to force us outside." Zhou Tsika gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse. Despite the language barrier, body language seemed universal. Baiyu and Chao Lu did as they were told, slowly crouching down, placing their guns on the ground, and raising their arms. The green muzzle quickly pressed against their foreheads, sharp segments against the backs of their special tactical suits, the barbs scraping against their spines, a painful yet eerie sensation, pushing the three forward. Several Zerg compound eyes rolled, gurgling incoherently. Chao Lu explained in her broken insect language, seemingly arguing about something, as the scorching muzzle of the gun pressed directly against her skin. She translated helplessly, "Weapons on your face, remove them." The three were forced out, without oxygen masks. The carbon dioxide concentration was too high. Baiyu's breathing was rapid, her heart pounding, the sound amplified and echoing in her ears. Zhou Tsika activated his wind field, forming a thin vortex around himself, barely managing to maintain a breath, But oxygen was rapidly depleting, and the vortex gradually dissipated. Chaolu was in the worst condition. Her blood began to circulate rapidly due to lack of oxygen, and her lips gradually turned purple. The insected gun muzzle holding the three hostage was briefly pushed away by a supernatural ability, almost firing. Its compound eyes darted around, assessing the situation. Finding no threat, it stopped the weapon about 30 centimeters from the back of their heads. A humanoid insected, about 2 meters long, hovered before them, its wings flapping. Presumably the leader, its massive mandibles opening and closing. Ignoring its words, Bayu's gaze remained fixed on the compound eyes of the higher-ranking insected in the center. Tall and robust, it was likely a minor leader. "We didn't steal it. We're here to repair the beacon. Take off your oxygen masks, or none of you will survive, and your lost items will be gone forever." Only a buzzing sound filled her ears, the insected aura continuing to spread. What kind of leader can't understand human language? Bayu's breathing quickened. She could feel the oxygen being deprived from her lungs, the oppressive pressure of impending death. In a desperate gamble, she injected the last of her oxygen. Disassembly. She drew the folding knife from her waist, her fingers gripping the hilt tightly. She hadn't dared to act before because of the crew-cut hair and morning dew in their hands, but now it was different. When the probability of death was high, it was better to take a gamble. Bayu flicked her wrist, swinging the folding knife backward. A blast of scorching heat shot through the back of her head, the temperature so high it charred the metal with a green energy wave. Green flames climbed up her tousled hair. The blade gleamed coldly, reflecting the enormous compound eyes behind her. A transparent aura enveloped the blade tip. With incredible speed, a low whistle escaped its lips as the compound eyes darted about, its antennae trembling. The folding knife slashed horizontally, the blade piercing the insect's neck armor. Its body jerked violently, its mandibles snapping open, but the moment was frozen in time. Carapace, muscle, and blood vessels were severed in quick succession, and the oval insect head crashed to the ground. The movements were fluid and clean. She flicked the blade, taking control of the insected high-energy weapon, sheathed the knife, and tucked it to her side. She pointed the gun upward, pulled the trigger-like mechanism, and held it down. A continuous stream of green light shot upward. A green light, enveloping her dismantling field, pierced directly through the swarming Zerg overhead, tearing a gash in its path. The buzzing abruptly ceased. Their outstretched mandibles and vibrating carapaces were instantly dissected as if by an invisible blade. The shock field collapsed. Energy flowed back to the sunlit. The three's wristbands automatically connected. Oxygen deficiency detected, releasing oxygen. The sunlight flashed, releasing oxygen from its backup oxygen tank. Like drowning people suddenly having a chance to surface, Zhou Zika and Chaolu's throats finally filled with fresh oxygen, their chests heaving. Bayu was also gasping for breath. She suppressed the metallic taste in her throat and aimed her Zerg weapon at the small leader in the center. The shock field had collapsed. They had lost their barrier, meaning if she fired now, the green light could blow the small leader's head off. The leader twitched its antennae, signaling a signal. Several Zerglings cautiously brought over the oxygen masks for the three. There was still a burnt smell in their noses, but thankfully the oxygen concentration was low and the fuel was insufficient, so their hair wasn't burned much, though it was uneven on both sides, like the work of some lousy barber. Bayu's gaze was as deep and unfathomable as a cold pool. "Load the cargo. Don't you understand human language? Let's talk. Get a professional translator." Chapter 56. Abi held her breath, low-frequency sound waves vibrating and spreading through her chest, ripples flowing forward with the airflow. The newly hatched high-level humanoid insects, their shells a moist, grayish-black, writhed with the sound waves, their limbs curling as they searched for footholds in the gravel. Thick incubation fluid slopped off their jaws and shoulders as they struggled to their feet. The concrete surface was blasted open, the cracks disappearing, revealing the hatching pool. Teams A and B of 404 had already lowered their guns, the power-equipped bullets ready to fire. Fire! With Han Chi's command, their firepower focused on the still weak humanoid insects. The beams of the photon guns sliced through the air, the energy stream scorching through the grayish-black soft shells in a dazzling trajectory, leaving fist-sized charred marks. The insected bodies lurched backward, their limbs rapidly unfurling amidst low, mournful cries. The next second, their limbs moved so fast they were mere afterimages, lunging towards the direction of the densest firepower. The psionic bullets, possessing immense penetrating power, spun rapidly along the rifling of the magnetic rifles. The bullet pierced the Zerg's shoulder, sending sparks and shattered bone fragments flying. It staggered back half a step, its rage intensifying. Its pupils dilated, black dominating its compound eyes, and its sharp, hooked forelimbs, like scythes, plunged viciously into the ground. 3 o'clock. The team's shout and alternating fire caused the 2 photon guns to turn, beams striking the Zerg's side of the neck repeatedly. Energy spread across its body, muscles twitched, blood sprayed onto the wall, and a second shot was fired at the head, half of its skull burned through by the intense heat, yet it still didn't slow down, continuing its attack. From another direction, a Zerg crawled up from the hatching pool. It lay on the slope, waving its antennae, receiving information. The magnetic bullets showed no mercy, striking its back repeatedly, piercing its carapace. Through the impact, it staggered backward, nearly rolling back onto the hatching beach, its hind legs suddenly sweeping away nearby gravel. The 414 maintained their formation, their guns firing continuously. The firepower intertwined into a dense net, beams and bullets alternating, illuminating the dimly lit, abandoned laboratory. The smell of burning filled the air, mingled with the damp, fishy odorous splashes. Advance. The frontline team crouched for cover, while the rear provided suppressive fire. After a brief cooldown, the photon guns fired again, unleashing a high-heat beam that pierced the Zerg's joints. With a deafening roar, the limb was severed, the remaining part burning fiercely, crashing to the ground, its peripheral nerves still twitching intermittently. Team B quickly adjusted their magazines, raising their guns and firing continuously, the psionic bullets cutting at high speed into the Zerg's chest cavity. The thick carapace was pierced layer by layer, blood gushing out. The Zerg, suddenly caught in the crossfire, leaped out from behind, its ferocity overwhelming, shattering the magnetic rifleman's energy shield with its charge. The team members were thrown to the ground by the impact. The Zerg raised its forelimbs and slashed down. Cover! 2 beams of photon energy struck simultaneously, hitting the Zerg head-on in the chest. Its chest exploded, its body splitting into 2 parts, crashing against the walls with dull thuds before sliding limply to the ground. The 414 members quickly reloaded their spare magazines, their guns still locked on the hatching pool, ready to defend against any more Zerg. In just a few dozen seconds, the firepower was suppressed, gaining the upper hand. Karen cowered behind a stone pillar, his skin peeling, oozing specks of black mist. His powers were overloaded. He pleaded, tugging at Abby's sleeve. "Let's go! These high-level Zerg swarms, even D can't control them. They weren't originally part of the evacuation mission." 5 minutes left until the rendezvous with Eugene. Abby shoved him aside. "Stop with the hindsight. This batch is worth more than all the previous ones combined. How was I supposed to know we run into the military here? The news was supposed to be for the next few days, but it happened today. Damn it!" He clenched his fists, taking one last look at the Zerg hatching one after another. "Go!" Abby gritted his teeth, channeling all his energy into the resonance chamber, the sound waves spreading to every corner. The Zerg paused briefly, then surged towards Abby and Karen. Abby's eyes lit up, he raised his hand sharply, and growled in a low voice. "Come and cover me." "Damn it! They're trying to escape!" Hanchi moved his gun, aimed at the 2 figures' backs, and decisively pulled the trigger. A burst of bullets struck the surging Zerg, who seemed to forget the pain, simply moving forward with the sound waves, forming a wall of insects. A sharp pain shot through her eardrums. Karen stared at the coordinates on her wrist device. "We're almost at the extraction point, only 150 meters left." Karen realized she couldn't hear herself anymore. Turning around, she saw the 414 members, who had been firing their weapons, clutching their heads in pain. It seemed that Abby's sound waves superimposed on. The critical point had been reached. As Karen had anticipated, looking at Abby beside him, veins bulged on his forehead, his body trembled uncontrollably, and his withered hand clutched tightly to his chest. The low-frequency sound waves were unstable. The swarm's reaction spiraled out of control. The gray-black insected bodies convulsed violently, muscles bulging abruptly. The nearest high-ranking insected leaped up, lunging at the slowed Abby. Karen quickly turned, his left hand trembling, his right hand covering his mouth, and fired a single shot. Although it was an unordered shot, the spent cartridge would provide clues for the military. Therefore, firing is only permitted when absolutely necessary. The bullet pierced its side like legs, but failed to stop the attack. Its forelimbs grazed Abby's shoulder, instantly tearing a deep gash in his armor, spraying blood mist. "Fool!" Hanchi roared, clapping his hands together, transforming the water into a raging torrent, engulfing the Zerg and sending it flying. Abby seized the opportunity to unleash a high-pitched shriek, the sound waves amplifying the force of the torrent. The Zerg, struck by the combined force of the waves and the sonic attack, had its body torn apart, shattered into pieces. "Heh, you think I thank you?" Abby gasped, clutching the wound on his right shoulder, but didn't stop. The swarm attacked the two squads of 404. All members of Group A were Wood-type ability users. While their offensive capabilities might be among the lowest of the elementalists, their strength lay in combination attacks, specifically targeting the insected race. The group members clasped their hands together, and the earth suddenly split open, seeds sprouting, some growing into towering Brazilian redwoods, others into menacing poison trees, and still others into chandelier-like datura. The flower cicada placed its hand on a tree trunk, transforming into vines that climbed and spread into a giant net. The vines carried more and more plants, soon flowering and bearing fruit, releasing purple spores. Trapped within the poisonous mist, the insectids were permeated by the toxins, their flesh corroded. Meanwhile, Group B continued to provide suppressive fire. The first insectids to charge and let out a painful roar. The insectids behind them stopped, their tentacles twitching. In areas with high carbon dioxide concentrations, this kind of information transmission was particularly sensitive. They stood still, integrating information. Their gray-black shells, which had just formed from soft moisture, had now hardened rapidly, making them difficult for the plant's poisonous thorns to pierce, and able to withstand beams of light and supernatural bullets. Some Zerg even changed the color of their abdominal cavities, spewing acid onto plants, instantly turning green leaves yellow. Oh no! They're learning, imitating, evolving. Cold sweat beaded on Flower Cicada's forehead. South of M4. The cut in the bulkhead of the sunlet was still smoking. Bayou pointed behind him, and said to the Zerg translator, "Give us a new one, we need it now." The compound eyes of the Zerg leader, like shards of a mirror stuck together, flickered as it stared at the three. It didn't respond immediately. The flashing lights deep within its compound eyes gradually intensified, and its antennae twitched, seemingly gathering information. Bayou scratched his head, looking at the Zerg translator, a thick book tucked under its wing. He asked with some confusion, "You seem like a scholar. Is your translation too literary? Your leader can't understand it." Suddenly, the mini-chief's antennae snapped up at a 90-degree angle, its compound eyes flashing simultaneously. Receiving some information, it let out a sharp shriek, unusually not harsh, but heavy and oppressive. Zhou Xiaiku and Chao Lu repaired the beacon and ran over. Chao Lu rested her hand on her holster, staring at the Zerg mini-chief, and softly asked Bayou, "What's going on? I don't understand this." A surge of energy gathered in Zhou Xiaiku's palm. "Shall we make a move?" Bayou's index finger returned to the Zerg weapon switch, his eyes narrowing as he aimed at the mini-chief's head. "Wait." The next second, the Zerg swarm stirred. The low-ranking Zerg that had been standing still suddenly raised their heads collectively, their antennae trembling wildly, their wings flapping in unison, stirring the air with a buzzing sound. The swirling air currents rose in waves, one after another, whipping up the red sand and creating mini tornadoes beneath them. The Zerg translator frantically flipped through the book, the yellowed pages trembling in the howling air. It pressed the pages down with its forelimbs, its compound eyes darting up and down, desperately searching for the right words. The eggs, hatched, many were, killed by you. Bayou looked up, her expression complex, her gaze meeting the compound eyes of the minor leader. In an instant, a surge of intense anger and pain flooded her, unrelated to race or language. In the sky, swarms of Zerg hovered lower. Their carapaces rubbed together, gathering strength, the air compressed layer by layer, the earthquake about to return in the next second. Around the minor leader, 2-meter-long high-ranking humanoid Zerg had already raised their weapons, aiming at the three of them. A dozen beams of green light converged at the tips, a scorching ring emitting smoke. At a single command, the heat that could char the alloy would surge forth. Bayou touched the section of hair burned off near her ear. This weapon was indeed not to be underestimated. In an instant, Zhou Xiaiku and Chao Lu's abilities were activated on either side of Bayou. Zhou Xiaiku lowered his gaze, his hands rising to form countless tiny, transparent vortexes that suppressed the swirling sand and gravel, creating an invisible outer barrier formed by a surrounding wind field. Chao Lu tensed, spreading her fingers to pump water downwards. She almost completely drained the water from beneath her feet, raising a water shield. Layers of shimmering water formed several thick, arched walls that enveloped the three of them. Bayou's loud voice amplified through her mask, cold and resolute. "Don't move." Through the wind field and water shield, Bayou looked at the Zerg translator, her gaze sharp. "Ask your boss, does he know the exact location where the insect eggs were killed?" The Zerg translator suppressed its trembling breath, struggling to connect human and Zerg language. It quickly received a reply, shaking its head. There are all sorts of unpleasant interferences to the north. I can help you. Baiyu reached out and gently patted the shoulders of her companions on either side, reassuring them. I know. She stepped out of the protective circle of her abilities, into the churning sandstorm. The wind was deafening, red sand swirling around her oxygen mask, obscuring her vision. Her right hand gripped the hilt of her folding knife at her side. She had shown enough sincerity. Short brown hair swayed violently in the sandstorm, the air currents whipping at the strands and billowing her loose combat suit. The slender but upright young men faced the swirling, roaring swarm of Zerg, fearless and steady onward. Until the oxygen mask lenses reflected the furious compound eyes, Baiyu's gaze met theirs directly. I know the location. Now follow me. The Zerg translator stumbled along through the dust, this time seemingly without need for a translator. The leader had already made the decision. The junior leader's compound eyes slowly contracted, its antennae twitching. The Zerg swarm above continued to churn, but gradually unified upon receiving the signal. Then, the swarm formed smooth lines as it spiraled downwards in an orderly fashion, until it surrounded the three of them. Baiyu walked directly towards the crouching blue-fronted sparse-veined dragonfly. This was a low-ranking Zerg, about 2 meters long, with a slender body and a pale blue metallic sheen. Its forehead and abdomen had white spots of varying sizes. The red sand still churned at her feet. Baiyu lightly pressed her hand against her mask and straddled the Zerg's back. Baiyu leaned forward, her hands encircling the cold carapace, her spine pressed tightly against her body, adjusting her center of gravity to maintain balance. The little leader looked up, a deep, angry roar like the fall of a war drum. The response was a deafening roar of wings beating simultaneously from all directions. Countless blue-fronted dragonflies soared into the air, their thin wings slicing through the air, creating gusts of wind. Baiyu looked down. Chao Lu and Zhou Xiaiku were also riding blue-fronted dragonflies. The storm swept over the red sand dunes, the swarm transforming into a blue torrent, sweeping straight north. The wind howled in her ears, her heart pounded. And she stood at the eye of the storm. Abi, I'm here. Chapter 57. Northern part of Star M4. Facing the vine net and poisonous fog laid down by Group A. The humanoid insectid's outer carapace gradually turned a deep black, with crisscrossing fissures appearing on its surface. Within these fissures, short, sharp spikes wriggled, rapidly pushing outwards. The spikes were initially milky white, but as the blood flow accelerated, they lengthened, their tips gleaming with a dark sheen. Hua Chan suddenly waved her hand, and poison vines shot straight into the sky from the fissures, their stiff branches twisting into sharp spikes that instantly pierced its abdomen. Purple-black poisonous spores seeped along the spikes, causing the insect's body to sizzle. But it didn't fall. Its compound eyes contracted, and it opened its mandibles in reverse, spewing highly corrosive acid at the vines. Hua Chan sensed danger. She took a half-step back, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand. Only by mimicking its speed could she have a chance. On the other side, the datura flowers created by the team members were opening their petals, releasing a poisonous mist. Spores floated in the air, paralyzing the insectid race's nerves. Deep within the poisonous mist, several dying insectids experienced sudden abdominal swelling, their muscles rapidly expanding. This expansion caused their abdomens to split open in tiny slits, from which a viscous, grayish-green liquid flowed out. It quickly solidified, forming sacs. Inside the sacs, particles danced along the walls. With a contraction of their muscles, the sacs ejected a fine dust cloud, which floated in the air, counteracting the spores released by the wood-type ability. The dust permeated the air, and the gray mist interfered with the spread of plant spores, diluting the poisonous mist. With a high concentration of carbon dioxide, the insectids could quickly transmit information, including chemical signals, simply by moving their tentacles, rapidly obtaining the toxin components, and then secreting new antibodies through glands within their body cavities. Simultaneous mimicry evolution occurred in other parts of the body. Small ridges sprouted from the relatively smooth edges of the limbs, rapidly evolving into serrated structures. Group B's suppressive fire continued, but the photon beams were refracted by the Zerg's hard shells, failing to inflict the expected damage. More Zerg crawled out of the hatching pools, their wet shells drying and hardening rapidly within seconds, their tentacles twitching incessantly. Retreat! Han Chi glanced at Abi, who was also being chased by the Zerg. This time, he wouldn't save him. But the Zerg didn't give them that chance. Newborn Zerg were in their most vulnerable period, like burying fish intestines under a flower bed for the flowers to bloom profusely. Two Zerg, having undergone mimicry evolution, suddenly pounced on the frontline team members, faster than a passing superhuman bullet. The team members raised their guns to retaliate, but the Zerg grabbed their guns, flung them backward, and the energy exploded in their mouthparts. In a blinding white light, the team members were thrown back, crashing against a broken wall and falling heavily to the ground. Hua Chan braced herself on her arms, blood mingling with the sand on her palms, and suddenly activated her supernatural power. The ground beneath her feet instantly swelled, and vines, originating from her palms, burst forth from the earth at a visible speed. Thick branches, with a powerful force, climbed over rubble and broken walls, heading straight for the fallen, wounded teammate. The vines weaved through the rubble, kicking up dust, their green leaves shimmering with a damp sheen, their edges covered in sharp barbs. The wounded teammate's arm hung limply at his sides, and the insectids lunged, about to pierce him with their mandibles. Suddenly, vines emerged from beneath him, like ropes binding his waist and abdomen. With a sharp pull, the branches coiled around him, dragging him away from under the insectid's limbs, carving a deep groove in the ground and raising a cloud of dust. The veins on Hua Chan's forearms bulged, and the vines, under her control, tightened continuously, pulling her injured companions back to the defensive line. Before she could even catch her breath, an insected creature ahead began to mimic her. Beneath its carapace, strips of muscle bulged, and a thin slit opened on its abdomen, from which tentacles sprouted. The tentacles were semi-woody, rough and hard, covered with tiny barbs. Their movements were stiff yet swift, mimicking the form of vines as they spread forward. The tentacles burrowed through the ruins, suddenly coiling around the branches Hua Chan had released. The two vines tightened around each other, pulling and scattering sand and gravel through the air. Hua Chan pursed her lips and increased her strength. Instantly, more tiny tendrils sprouted from the surface of the green branches, the barbs piercing the insectid's tentacles, oozing a pale green sap. But the insectid didn't give in, it rapidly hardened the surface of its tentacles. They can even learn this? Hua Chan's shoulders trembled violently, her face pale, but she could only continue to endure. How can we fight this? The wounded team member clutched his chest. Despair descended, engulfing the team. Not far away, Han Chi drew insect blood to create a shield. Within the brown, round shield, golden light flickered, slowly rotating into a vortex, which expanded. Golden light rekindled hope. The wounded huddled under the building, ignoring their pain. Lieutenant Lee. It's Lieutenant Lee. Lieutenant Lee has brought reinforcements. We're saved. Li Jia released a group of people, his heterochromatic eyes, a bluish-brown, narrowed as he locked onto two escaped prisoners in the swarm of insects. The golden vortex flashed, and he teleported towards Abi and Karen. From the shimmering golden vortex, two people leaped out first. A dazzling rainbow-colored arc soared high, breaking through the dust and blood mist, slicing across the gloomy battlefield. She walked towards the insected race, her colors flickering, quickly flowing with the wind and merging with the swirling sand beneath her feet. The scimitar's edge was nowhere to be seen, but a blood-red wave rippled through the air, and the nearest insected beast collapsed. Who is she? So strong. Chu Xing. The color change, the scimitar, it must be her. If I can leave the border zone alive, I want her autograph. The injured teammate, who had been clutching his chest, moved his hand to his heart, his gaze fixed on the vanished figure, completely unaware that a mint green-haired boy was crouching beside him, opening a portable medical kit. The kit hummed with mechanical activity, neatly arranged vials of medicine and energy needles. He looked up, his voice flat but tinged with displeasure. What are you going to do with the autograph? Loan it? Don't even think about it. I suggest you keep your hand on your chest. Don't move. It hurt a lot. As he spoke, his fingertips were already on the wounded man's blood-stained chest. A pale green light emanated from his palm. The moment it seeped into his skin, the injured teammate arched his back with a scream. His cells were forcibly awakened, and the torn muscles writhed and reconnected at an alarming speed. The ripped flesh closed up again, and the bones creaked under the pull of the muscles. Blood surged, and new cells frantically filled the void. The pain was far greater than the wound itself. The teammate's face flushed red, veins bulged on his forehead, and sweat dripped from his temples. He grabbed the mint green-clad boy's wrist, only to be met with a cold glance from the boy. Bear with it, don't move. Teammate, no, I know who you are. Whatever. The team member swallowed hard, it hurt so much. I know. You? Are you Chu Xing, yeah? Chu Xing Yue's brother? Ask me again and I charge you, starting at 100,000. The team member shut up. His wound was nearing its healing limit, stimulating cell proliferation, leaving a vague sense of unfamiliarity even though the wound had closed, as if a piece of uncontrollable new flesh had appeared inside him. Chu Xingye's palm was burning hot. Finally, the bleeding stopped, leaving only a pale pink scar on the torn wound. Does it still hurt? The team member nodded vigorously. Chu Xingye pulled out an adrenaline syringe and quickly injected it into the team member. He looked up ahead. There's nothing I can do about the pain. Physiologically, your wound is healed, but your nerves haven't caught up yet. Go grab your gun, you can fight again. We're short-handed on the front lines. Use your mind to control it. Chu Xingye walked towards the next wounded soldier without looking back. The wounded soldier, clutching his throbbing chest, was utterly bewildered. He had just picked up his spare photon gun when a gust of wind swept in, and he looked up. Red sand swirled, the sky seemed to be torn apart, and a sand waterfall cascaded down with a deafening roar. The dense flapping of wings shook the heavens and earth. Countless blue-fronted, veined dragonflies lined up in neat rows, blotting out the sun. The photon gun fell to the ground. He muttered, "It's over. We can't possibly kill them all." At the very front, there seemed to be 3 figures. He rubbed his eyes. The sand must be blurring his vision. Just as the firearms were about to be turned around, a dark shadow swept across the swarm. Short, translucent brown hair, almost transparent in the bright light, flew wildly in the wind. She leaped. Why did she jump down? It didn't seem like. The swarm of insects struggled beneath her, their wings flapping, their carapaces scraping against each other. She stepped on the backs of the rapidly moving insects, as if they were merely platforms for her to play on, descending nimbly and lightly, almost to the ground. Baiyu leaned forward, slamming one hand down on the raised ridges on the insect's back, while her other hand drew a folding knife, which snapped open in midair with a cold metallic gleam. Her posture was flamboyant. Sand and dust whipped against her oxygen mask, the worn mask unable to conceal her dark eyes, calm and bright. Zhou Xiaike and Chao Lu followed closely behind, their movements synchronized with Baiyu's leaps, creating a swirling current of wind and water. Baiyu spun down, the folding knife flipping in her palm, the blade gliding along her knuckles before finally settling on its blunt back. She pushed off with one knee, using the momentum to flip over, her movement swift and clean, slamming heavily onto the high-level insect's carapace. Sleep. With the force of her dive, the back of the knife struck the junction of the insect's head and neck, the joint emitting a dull thud, the carapace trembling, the insect's body stiffening abruptly, its wings still flapping with inertia but losing rhythm, crashing into the sand. The situation is special today. I can't kill you. As the dust settled, Baiyu stood atop the collapsed Zerg head, looking at the Zerg leader. His antennae trembled as he received the information. If the fire wasn't stopped before it finished processing, all their efforts would be in vain. Captain Han, please cease fire immediately. The theft of these eggs has nothing to do with us. We and the Zerg are after the people who stole the eggs. Baiyu pointed upwards. The 2-meter-tall Zerg leader was looking down, its compound eyes darting around, while a Zerg translator frantically flipped through a book beside it. If we stop fire, it can stop the attack on these stolen high-level eggs. The swarm of insects surged, dense as a tide. Even if we fought, we'd be exhausted and have no chance of winning. Han Chi's gaze shifted from the insect swarm to the group. He raised his hand, expanding the water shield to protect all members of 404, signaling a ceasefire. A low-frequency buzzing sound came from above. The high-level insected stood stiffly in place, consciously gathering in one spot. Not knowing if these high-level insectids would suddenly go berserk again, Han Chi made a quick decision. The transport ship was currently intact. Evacuate in batches. Chu Xingyue leaped down from the insected beast's back, her curved blade swirling in her hand, gradually merging with the air, becoming transparent behind her. She looked at the 2 familiar figures before her, opened her arms, and hugged Chao Lu tightly. 404 really knows how to pick people. Chao Lu turned around in surprise. You're here too? Zhou Xiaike raised an eyebrow. We got a hidden item from the team blind box. The 3 looked at Baiyu. She flicked her folding knife downwards, her gaze lingering behind Han Chi. Lieutenant Han, where's the person the Zerg wants to capture? Han Chi, Lieutenant Li is here, you don't need to worry. Lieutenant Han, I'm already here. I'm really worried about Sister Li Jia. Baiyu's gaze caught sight of a head of silver hair, which, under the cover of black mist, repeatedly dodged the golden vortex's engulfment. It's definitely not about killing the leader who's been betraying them. Absolutely not. Chapter 58. The red sand surged. Under the cover of black mist, Abby retreated swiftly through the sandstorm, her silver hair appearing and disappearing intermittently, emitting low-frequency sound waves that resonated from her chest, like the vibration of an invisible string rippling the air. Still not giving up. This batch of hatched high-level insects shouldn't listen to him anymore. Baiyu pursued, each step sending sand flying. Her folding knife snapped downwards, its blade gleaming in the crimson sand. Beneath Abby and Karen's feet, the black vortex flickered and expanded, just half a step forward, and they could escape, just like countless times before. Karen saw Baiyu's face clearly, froze instantly, slowed her pace, and gently tugged at Abby's sleeve. It was that 0.1 seconds. Golden specks spread across the black vortex, instantly contracting. Li Jia stood within the golden vortex, using the bound black vortex as the center, forming a 2-meter radius circle that closed inwards. Karen, seeing Eugene being dragged away, transformed into a wisp of black mist and gave chase. Li Jia was forcing another spatial ability user to reveal themselves, and incidentally dividing the battlefield. She extended her index and middle fingers towards Baiyu, moving them to either side. Abby spat, "Win and then show your confidence?" Baiyu understood, this meant splitting up. Li Jia would deal with Karen and Eugene, so Abby. Without a moment's hesitation, she immediately attacked. Abby dodged the folding knife slash, palm outward, and pushed forward. The air distorted, sweeping in with visible circular ripples, pushing sand and dust towards them. "Are you crazy? I didn't ask you to come here and cause trouble." Baiyu's eyes narrowed, she raised her folding knife and pushed it down, lightly touching the ground with her toes, to avoid the sonic boom carrying red sand. "You didn't let me live either. Steal the insect eggs, trying to make me take the blame?" She landed heavily, a sonic boom exploding behind her, leaving a crescent-shaped dust cloud. Taking the insect eggs was just a case of plans changing. "Anyway, you're not dead, help me get away." Abby dodged Baiyu's relentless attacks, a question arising in her mind. Wasn't venting her emotions enough? Remembering that she and the 404 reinforcements had parachuted in together, she quickly realized what was happening, gave her a sinister smile, and distanced herself. "If I told your friends that you and I were on the same side, what would they do?" Baiyu took a deep breath, thinking of the humanoid insects that had stormed in from the sunlit, their weapons pressed against their heads, Zhou Xiaiku and Chao Lu forced to remove their oxygen masks and near death. How could she dare put them in such danger? The pain of her lungs exploding from lack of oxygen, with each inhale, flowed back into her trachea. Baiyu's knuckles turned white as she gripped the hilt of her knife. "All I know is that you're dead. Your place belongs to me." Her icy gaze swept across the scar on Abby's cheek. "Don't you even feel your face? You've forgotten the pain once the wound heals, haven't you? Have you forgotten how I beat you up?" Before she finished speaking, she practically skimmed across the sand, her movements as swift as the wind. The hilt of her knife spun in her palm, changing from a regular grip to a reverse grip, the blade slicing through the air. What's this sneak attack? Abby's competitive spirit was ignited. A sonic boom suddenly condensed, and a sharp air blade slashed vertically. Baiyu felt a deafening roar in her ears, a metallic taste in her throat, and her blood surging. Suppressing the discomfort, she pushed off with her feet, leaping into the air again, the red sand splattering in an arc of blood. The folding knife flipped, meeting the attack horizontally. The blade flashed diagonally, her hand going numb, the shockwave traveling from her palm to her arm, only to be countered by her dismantling ability, pushing her back. Extending all the way to her fingertips, along the blade, and conducting to the point of impact in the air, mercilessly dismantling it. With a deafening boom, the red sand scraped against her oxygen mask, making a hissing sound. But instead of retreating, she advanced, lunging forward, her folding knife slicing diagonally along the aftershocks of the shockwave, aimed directly at Abby's ribs. A transparent dismantling force field enveloped the blade, allowing it to slice through the sonic wall around Abby with almost no resistance, the strike precise and ruthless. Abby retreated hastily, the sand beneath his feet suddenly bulging, the invisible sonic waves vibrating the gravel and lifting him higher. White Elm's blade missed by only half an inch, slicing through his tactical uniform with a cracking sound. Abby stared intently at the oxygen mask that White Elm had scratched. If only it were broken, as long as the sound wave frequency matched the natural frequency of the mask glass. Without oxygen, let's see how you fight. A high-frequency sonic wave erupted from Abby's chest, the red sand swirling into a sandstorm, engulfing both of them. Baiyu's vision was blurred, only the deafening roar of the sandstorm, and the swirling sand remained in her ears. Baiyu spread her fingers wide in the sandstorm, letting the sand scrape across her palms. The sand carried faint remnants of her supernatural abilities. As long as Abby continued to release sonic waves, she could use it to determine her location. Her dark eyes were somber, a mocking smile playing on her lips. "Found you." Using a powerful leap, She moved like a startled fish in the deep sea, her black dorsal fin slicing through the sand. Her movements were incredibly fast. With each leap, a wisp of sand billowed behind her. Her folding knife followed her charge, relentlessly shattering the sonic barrier surrounding Abby. Abby's breathing was rapid. He could feel the barrier fluctuating. Each time it rose, it was a little slower than before. The shield was thinning, but it was still under control. The sonic waves drawn from the shield converged from all directions, like chains with incredibly sharp tips. Baiyu immediately sensed the frequency fluctuations. He changed his sword stance to deflect the impact, but this time, the direction and angle of the sonic waves were cleverly adjusted, swirling and overlapping before crashing towards him. Crack. It sounded like something had cracked. Baiyu lowered her eyes. It was the oxygen mask in front of her, cracked like a spiderweb around a single point. Another sonic attack, and it would shatter. She couldn't help but mutter, so insidious. If only I could win. Abby closed in from behind her in an instant, the sharp chain spinning and becoming increasingly pointed, a spear-like sonic blade piercing Baiyu's left shoulder. Baiyu's left shoulder jerked violently, a large drop of blood falling, running down her arm, and the hilt of her sword, staining the pale skin crimson. Beneath the thin, resilient skin, blue veins bulged. You're dead. The swirling dust revealed Abby's location. Baiyu, mimicking Baiyu's move, suddenly appeared, enveloping her in a blazing, transparent dismantling force field. Enduring the pain, she raised her folding knife high and slashed down fiercely. Abby hastily crossed her arms, the sonic waves of the chain-like attack forming a shield to block it. This time was different. The folding knife struck with tremendous force, shattering the shield with a deafening crash, the shockwave traveling through her bones. Abby groaned in pain, staggering backward as the red sand engulfed her ankles. Her oxygen mask was on the verge of collapse. The air of planet M4 was about to seep in. Baiyu breathed heavily, her dismantling ability rapidly expanding, instantly penetrating the vibrational nodes of the sonic waves around Abby. The pain in her left shoulder stimulated her nerves, but the ability, ironically, operated with even greater precision in response to the pain. Her core muscles tensed. Baiyu stomped her foot, using the sandstorm to propel herself into the air. Her figure was light and lithe, silently closing in on Abby. A cold light swept across, shattering Abby's remaining shield layer, completely dismantling it. You? Abby gritted his teeth, his silver hair flying wildly, sonic waves surging around him, but he was a moment too slow. The red veil engulfed Abby like a giant wave, the last sonic waves churning within him. The blade sliced across his neck, drawing a line of blood, thwarting his final movement. Abby clutched his neck, blood rising in his throat. He could only groan, unable to maintain his balance, staggering and collapsing to the ground. The sonic waves, surging and echoing, were swallowed by the sandstorm along with him. Baiyu, one hand supporting herself on her sword, knelt on the sand, blood still seeping from her left shoulder, her hair disheveled, her clothes stained with red sand. She slowly raised her eyes, her gaze falling in the direction Abby had disappeared. At the same time, three forces collided abruptly within the sandstorm. The trapped Eugene struck first, tearing a spatial rift in his palm with a sharp, blade-like motion. The red sand was instantly sucked into the rift's edge, then gushed out from another section, revealing the escape route. You're only concerned with the beginning, not the end, Li Jia said coldly, tossing out 4 spatial nodes. With a flick of his finger, golden light overflowed, like countless threads intertwining in the air to form a 3-dimensional space. The rift Eugene had torn open was sealed off. The aftershocks ripped back, and the red sand crashed against him like a giant wave. Eugene was forced to teleport sideways to avoid the impact. Karen's black mist swept in. He remembered that his escape with the resistance hadn't gone smoothly. After arriving at the base, everyone blamed him for the deaths of their comrades. On those hungry nights, it was Eugene, this boy, who brought him food and a change of clothes. Eugene? He couldn't ignore it. Supporting his weakened body, black mist enveloped Li Jia. The illusion unfolded. The corridor of the orphanage stretched endlessly, the musty smell lingering in the air. Clear, watery rice porridge. He'd been drinking it for 8 years. He rubbed his stomach, the habitual hunger ached. Until the day he discovered his spatial abilities. The parents, each with their own families, stood in a circle with their new children. The shouts from outside the orphanage were particularly piercing. The figures of the parents, the glittering golden banner, constantly shifted and changed. The children who had awakened their abilities early had all left, leaving only her. After picking and choosing, she stayed, head bowed. A golden light flickered in her palm. I won't take my father's surname, nor my mother's. From now on, my name will be Li Jia, meaning I'm leaving home forever. Li Jia opened her eyes, returning to reality. Finding my old dream wasn't easy, but alas, it was all for nothing. She raised her hand and clenched it, the spatial node projecting golden light. A golden vortex spun beneath Karen and Eugene's feet, like a tailor-made trap, then instantly contracted. Karen's face paled, his pupils contracted, and he transformed into a cloud of black mist. Before the vortex tightened, he moved behind cover. He lowered his head, staring at the last wisp of black mist fading from his fingertips, his superpower exhausted. After his superpower overload, he was no different from an ordinary person. Karen was familiar with this feeling. Before being accused of murdering Dean, he had lived a law-abiding life for over 30 years, never once using his superpower. The spatial cleavage, like the shattered edges of a mirror, brutally tore open the space at the other end of the golden vortex. Eugene teleported again, the black rift silently slicing towards Li Jia. A silent, black spatial rift appeared. Eugene, swift as lightning, slashed down with his spikes from behind Li Jia. The tearing sensation of the air made her instinctively dodge to the side. Li Jia raised her left hand, golden light extending from her palm, instantly folding space beneath her feet. She stepped forward, compressing the air, sand and wind forming a liquid-like vortex that blocked Eugene's exit. Playing whack-a-mole? Eugene's black spatial rift shifted before the folding space, its trajectory twisted and severed like shattered glass. The impact from the rift's edge returned to her palm, numbing her hand. Li Jia casually raised her leg and approached, stepping onto the golden vortex. Her steps were light yet precise. A close look at her feet revealed that with each step, space folded and then closed beneath her. Eugene's short-range rifts, under her control, continuously broke and reformed, emitting low, resonant clashing sounds. Eugene was unwilling to give up. With a flick of his wrist, the black rift tore open again, aiming at Li Jia's right side. As Li Jia dodged to the side, her finger lightly traced a line in the air, causing golden light to twist and fix the rift, finally stopping in front of her. She raised her hand and ripped off his hood, revealing a slightly youthful face. At this age, you haven't even spent many years in prison. If you're willing to reform, then come with me obediently. Eugene gritted his teeth. Like a snarling puppy, his brow furrowed. He pushed off with his toes, teleporting to a further position in the air, trying to find a new entry point. He paused briefly, the black rift in his palm writhing like a living thing, attempting to pressure Li Jia from multiple angles simultaneously. Alright, I had enough. Li Jia snapped her fingers, and the space created by the golden vortex formed a fine grid beneath her feet, each vortex appearing precisely beneath Eugene's rift path. She stomped her foot, and space instantly folded and rebounded, forcefully pushing back the black rift, creating a reverse shock that enveloped Eugene and, along with the defenseless Karen, pulled her before her. Baiyu, bandaging her wounds, walked over. Karen glanced at Baiyu. I'm willing to surrender, and apply for a reduced sentence. Baiyu nodded, very high level of ideological awareness. Eugene stared intently at Li Jia, uttering a single word like a thunderclap from a clear sky. Sister. Li Jia's shocked expression was followed by a deafening roar in the distance. The high-level Zerg, interfered with by Abi, scattered, completely out of control, converging to attack the Sunlit Pro which was about to take off. Baiyu stood frozen in place. Huh? What does this mean? Everything was in chaos. Chapter 59. The Sunlit Pro was a transport ship. Its shields were deflected force fields, designed to withstand high-energy weapons. However, facing the pure kinetic energy attack and the shockwaves created by the swarm, a tiny crack appeared on the shield. With the impact and resonance of the shockwave, the crack spread rapidly like a spiderweb. The outer ship's wiring short-circuited. This caused an overload in the ship's internal energy circuits, triggering a chain reaction of explosions that spread along the bulkheads. Metal plates buckled, support beams snapped, and alarms blared. At the point where the shield was breached, the swarm swarmed in, their sharp forelimbs scraping through the passageways. Shield failure. Repeat, shield failure. Contact headquarters, request support. Han Chi integrated the remaining weapons, and quickly reloaded. How many minutes until the combat ship Fizzle arrives? 18 minutes. Too long. They had to leave, as soon as possible. Han Chi looked up. How much energy do we have left? 39%. If we channel it all into the engine, it'd be enough to escape M4, but it'd take another 2 minutes. Report. Unidentified Zerg have invaded the breach in the left cabin shield. Han Chi glanced at the first batch of crew members who boarded the ship. They were all wounded. I guard the breach. Han Chi, standing at the end of the corridor, raised his magnetic rifle. Just as he pulled the trigger, water flowed from his palm into the gun, the energy bar lit up, the magnetic pulse fused with his supernatural power, and the light accumulating at the muzzle turned into a dazzling azure. Bang! The supernatural bullet fired, instantly piercing the chest armor of two humanoid Zerg. A spray of water combined with a grid of electric arcs sent the Zerg bodies crashing down, convulsing violently, hissing and smoking. The breach continued to widen, but Han Chi didn't retreat, repeatedly pulling the trigger. The blue supernatural bullets spewing from the muzzle were no longer single bursts, but rather a continuous torrent of water and electricity, drawn by his water-based powers. The entire passageway resembled a cascading waterfall, arcs of electricity flickering within the water curtain, the screams of the swarm drowned out by the crackling thunder and roaring waves. Every insect that stepped in was mercilessly washed away, crushed, and then tossed back by the giant waves. In just a few seconds, the blue-fronted sparse-veined dragonfly at the breach dared not advance. Han Chi, panting, loaded bullets, the gun still vibrated slightly, water vapor rising from the energy tank. The engine's thrusters were jammed by the suddenly burrowing blue-fronted sparse-veined dragonfly, the energy backflow like a beast's roar, instantly turning it to ashes. The side mired in the gravel propelled forward by the recoil, the friction leaving a long trail. Countless blue-fronted dragonflies, one after another, plunged into the thrusters. Their already insufficient energy was continuously consumed until only a faint glow remained. Their wings resonated in unison, the sonic waves tearing at the metal shell, deforming it, and peeling it away from the inside out. The ship teetered precariously. Above the sandstorm, the massive sunlit probe plummeted diagonally, the swarm of insects overwhelming like a tidal wave. The moment the ship struck the ground, a gale-force wind carrying flames whipped up red sand hundreds of meters high. Baiyu was thrown to the ground by the shockwave, crashing heavily into the scorching sand. Through her tactical trousers, her knees were scraped raw, drawing blood. She knelt, her chest heaving violently. A deafening buzz filled her ears, the deafening roar seemed to echo in her mind. Her breathing was like a broken bellows, filled with noise. Before her eyes, fire, dust, and debris were all mixed together. She braced herself on the sand, blood seeping from the wound on her left shoulder. Her consciousness oscillated between chaos and clarity. Looking up, a dark figure emerged from the dust. The small leader's figure was ferocious, his shell gleaming with a cold metallic luster. His compound eyes held a mocking look, taking in everything. Abby's sonic waves were merely a catalyst. The real mastermind behind the attack was you. You had back on your word. I didn't intend to kill you. The wisps of hair on Baiyu's forehead were whipped by the wind. She gritted her teeth, her pity burned away by the flames, solidifying into a sharp spear, locked onto her target. Her lips tightened, her breathing gradually calming. Gripping the hilt of her sword, she slowly stood up. The flickering firelight reflected in her eyes, leaving only a chilling killing intent. A rustling sound came from behind. Li Jia handcuffed Karen and Eugene with supernatural abilities, bound them, and stuffed them into the golden vortex. Looking at Baiyu's left shoulder, blood congealed on her black tactical uniform. How is she? Baiyu stared at the golden vortex. She knew Li Jia had a personal arsenal, and gently shook her head. Sisterly, I'd like to borrow something from your armory. A violent cough suddenly broke the silence of the headset. Han Chi's voice was hoarse. They're still alive. The wounded on the Sunlit Pro are all alive. Jotsika, I'm choking. They're not dead. Chao Lu, I'm fine. Chu Xingyue crawled out from under the high-level insect beast, patted her clothes, and shook the red sand from her hair. The combat ship Fizzle will arrive in 16 minutes. Until then, we will cooperate with Captain Han to protect the Sunlit Pro. Chu Xingyue, aren't you going to hurry up? I'm here. A perfunctory voice came from both the headset and behind her. Baiyu turned around. Chu Xingyue's mint green hair was particularly eye-catching. New hair color? It's what my sister used. The last blue one just faded a bit. Chu Xingyue half squatted down and opened the medical kit. This time, it's free, no 50,000 Yao coins. Thanks. Baiyu unzipped his tactical uniform, revealing a tank top underneath. He pulled the straps back, exposing the wound, and sat cross-legged. So, the military secondment is for 404? There's a priority order, the military noticed it first. Chu Xingyue took out a syringe from his medical kit, pushed it up, and expelled the air. Do you need a painkiller? It has an anesthetic effect, but it will affect the dexterity of your left hand. Not this time. Baiyu turned around, pocketing the weapon he borrowed from Li Jia. Please hurry. Chu Xingye stared at the wound on Baiyu's shoulder, still oozing blood. His left shoulder had been pierced by a sonic wave. The wound was long and deep. He was used to all kinds of wounds, his face expressionless as he pressed his fingertips firmly against the wound. It hurt a lot from here. The next second, a pale green light seeped from between Chu Xingye's fingers, like surging liquid, seeping into the flesh. Baiyu's breath hitched, and his spine instantly stiffened. A piercing pain shot through the wound, driven by the green light. The flesh convulsed violently, the muscles at the edges contracting as if pulled by a small metal hook used in dentistry, the pain acute and intense. Her chest felt like it was being gripped by an invisible hand, unable to breathe. A rapid, gurgling sound filled the air as her blood surged too quickly, her internal organs feeling as if they were all squeezed together. Her vision blurred for a moment, wet and indistinct, and her fingers clenched uncontrollably. Her brain instinctively sent out signals. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Every nerve in her body screamed, desperately trying to push her away from this dying body. In this despair, her cells began to repair themselves frantically, as if in a final, desperate struggle. The wound seemed to double in size instantly, blood gushing down her clothes, soaking through the fabric in just a few seconds. In the midst of her near-death illusion, her muscles began to stabilize and contract, and her blood flow gradually calmed. New tissue slowly covered the wound. The intense pain gradually contracted to a single point, gently lifted away. Baiyu stared blankly at the blurry green light before her, cold sweat dripping down her chin. Chu Xingye withdrew his hand, glanced down at the wound, and saw only a dark scar remained on her shoulder. The pain hasn't completely subsided yet. It won't affect its use. Thank you. Baiyu exhaled, her fingertips still stained with blood, and deftly zipped her tactical uniform all the way up. Sisterly, help me. Li Jia snapped her fingers, and a golden vortex quietly appeared, like a suspended staircase, rising layer by layer between the firelight and dust. Each vortex distorted space, stable and radiant, dragging Baiyu high into the air. Her steps were steady, her goal clear. The wind howled past, carrying the scent of Baiyu's blood. The swarming blue-browed dragonflies ahead paused, quickly scattering at the edge of the vortex. Their antennae trembled wildly, emitting hoarse hisses, and the frequency of their wing beats became inconsistent, the shockwave dissipating. Under a certain pressure, like water flowing around a boulder, they spontaneously curled up to make way, leaving a narrow passage. Baiyu stepped onto the high-ranking humanoid insect's aerial platform. Her folding knife suddenly extended its long blade, imbued with her dismantling ability. A transparent energy flowed along the edge. The blade gleamed coldly, reflected in the rolling red sand like a silver lightning bolt. The blade sliced through the first guard's carapace. The thick carapace trembled slightly, the energy seeping in through the gaps, disrupting the tension. The carapace instantly lost its integrity, shattering into pieces. The insected weapons didn't have time to activate. Bang! With a shattering sound, insect blood splattered. Several guards activated their supernatural weapons, the scorching green light charging. Baiyu swiftly flashed a cold arc, her movements clean and decisive. Before the charge was complete, the insect's head disintegrated, its body collapsing limply to the ground. The figure of the high-ranking insected leader was right before them, the last guard standing between them. Golden vortexes flashed in 4 directions. Taking advantage of this brief opening, Baiyu approached the leader. She pulled the borrowed time bomb from her pocket. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The timer was clearer than a heartbeat. She leaped onto it, her folding knife pressed against the junction of its head and body, her other hand firmly pressing the ticking bomb against it. The leader's compound eyes glowed with a dark red light. A sudden surge of mental energy erupting, hallucinations flashing before her eyes. A burning ship, comrades torn to shreds. Baiyu's fingers tightened, and with a crisp click, the folding knife slammed against the insected's carapace. Mental interference useless. When the Zerg were interfered with by sonic waves again, you were gambling. Baiyu's voice was cold. Gambling that we were no match for the newly emerged high-level Zerg and would become nourishment, right? Beep 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 beep. The countdown to the bomb sounded rapidly, like a death knell. Baiyu showed no sign of retreat, sweat trickling down her chin. Withdraw? Otherwise, I press the detonation button now, and we all perish together. The Zerg leader's eyes flashed, its wings fluttered, and it let out a low hiss. The low-level Zerg swarm was restless, but its shriek suppressed it, a desperate struggle. You think I'm afraid of death? Baiyu sneered, her thumb on the detonator. The Federation's warships will be here soon. After we die, not a single Zerg will be left. Behind Baiyu, the golden vortex continued to spin. Li Jia's figure lay on the ground, already blurred, yet it seemed to stand behind her, a silent barrier. Don't try anything funny. I can kill you once, and I can kill you countless times. The screech of the Zerg leader suddenly rose, its compound eyes flickering. Its antennae twitched, then it gave the signal to retreat. The high-ranking Zerg on the ground ceased their attack. The blue-fronted sparse-maned dragonfly formed a formation and flapped its wings to leave. Baiyu stepped onto the golden vortex, and only after the last insect shadow retreated into the darkness did she slowly release her finger from the switch, tossing the time bomb far away. She turned, stepped onto the golden vortex, closed her eyes, and fell backward. Boom! A dazzling white light exploded instantly. Everything in front of her was blindingly white. Huh? It's a flashbang? Chapter 60. The same day 404 went out on fieldwork. Norma Star, District 12, Star Fortress No. 6 Temporary Prison. I don't know which idiot threw this snow. A clerk in the prison area exhaled a puff of white breath as he spoke. He wore gloves, pulled down his mask, and looked at the facial recognition device. Another clerk stood in front of the alloy door, chuckled. If that's the case, then most of District 12 is. He poked his head with his finger. Haven't you noticed that it snows on Saturdays at least once a week? Maybe the kids throw it because they're on holiday. The clerk pulled his mask back up and muttered, What bad luck, it's always this awful weather when I'm on duty. Even a little bit of special weather allowance is still something. Passed. Executor 083, Executor 084. Entered the temporary prison area. Wishing you a pleasant workday. Pleasant my foot. The profanity came to an abrupt halt. Work is never pleasant. Clerk 083 rolled his eyes. He'd been tricked into coming here by the promise of a 2-day weekend. This rundown place holding prisoners awaiting trial was always eerie. He was sick of it. Besides, they frequently used meetings as an excuse to take up his rest time, supposedly to improve his professional skills. What was there to improve? His daily work was like a bulldozer, shoveling prisoners in supernatural shackles into the transport truck. Once the supernatural shackles detected the wearer's supernatural energy fluctuations, countless steel needles would pierce the subcutaneous tissue around the wrist, injecting different doses depending on the severity. Even if he tried to cut off his wrist, it would be too late. There was also a simultaneous alarm. Sharing the coordinates with nearby sheriffs, there was no escape. Clerk 085 reminded him to manage his expression. Don't be too serious later, or you get another complaint. Deduct 80 Yao coins. Thinking back to the complaint from an economic fraudster who said his menacing demeanor increased the psychological pressure on prisoners, was he supposed to flash a wide smile and provide service? Perhaps he should add a few nice words, like, Congratulations, you've finally been sentenced. You're going to a bigger, stricter prison, you might never get out. We help you fasten your chains, and remember not to stick your head or hands out of the window, or get off the vehicle midway. Clerk 085 stood with his hands on his hips, looking down at the heavy alloy door slowly opening under the hydraulic system, making a low, grinding sound. He patted his colleague on the shoulder. Try to look on the bright side. After escorting these 3, we'd be off work. Of these 3, 2 are ordinary people, and 1 is a superhuman. Such an easy job, I could even sleep a bit while the autopilot is running. A cold wind, carrying swirling snowflakes, rushed in, stinging his nostrils. Clerk 083 rubbed his hands and grunted. Clerk 086, on duty in the cell block, approached from the other end, his boots crunching on the icy shards in the empty corridor. This situation is special. We transferred 10 people from Star Fortress V to form an escort team with you two. Star Fortress V is a level higher than Star Fortress V, and its clerks are all ability users with military backgrounds. What level are the prisoners? Clerk 083 looked up, sizing up the 2 who had been brought in. They were in ordinary shackles, but smart glasses on their noses automatically recognized their faces, matching their basic information. Mott, former sheriff of District 10, perpetrator of the KT building massacre, causing multiple deaths. Tina, CEO of Shi Biotechnology Company, identity theft, illegal sale of Zerg contraband. At the end of the corridor, several clerks carrying magnetic rifles kept their muzzles pressed against the prisoners walking ahead. So this is the last one today. Ray, a superhuman, his ability is to create clones. He assisted Moat in causing the KT building massacre. Ray glanced at the alloy window. Outside, the snow was a vast expanse of white. Outside Star Fortress No. 4 temporary prison. The lighting tower cast a dazzling white light, and the ice on the ground shimmered with moisture. The armored truck was parked in the center. Its body was made of 10-centimeter thick alloy, strong enough to withstand a tank battle for a long time. The fluorescent yellow laser number, Y14, was faintly visible in the snow. In front of it, in the same model Y13, Moat and Tina were being held, sitting opposite each other, separated by a masked, heavily armed clerk transferred from Star Fortress number 5. Ray was roughly pushed against the truck door for a final check before boarding. A cold detector swept across his wrist. Ability suppression lock complete. Clerk 086 put away the detector and looked at his two colleagues from Star Fort 6. Relax, the only threatening ability user has been checked. You two just need to drive. Ray was shoved into the car, his hands gripping the door. Before he could let go, a Star Fort 6 clerk immediately slammed him down with his rifle, but then shoved him in the back. Only then did he sit in his fixed position in Y13. In the middle of the vehicle, a huge recessed area held Ray in place, high-temperature resistant liquid metal ergonomically binding him tightly. This transport was to a starship station. They might be sent to the Federation's highest-level prison. Couldn't Norma Star prove these two's crimes? Clerk 083 got into the driver's seat of Y12, slammed the door shut. Whatever, this wasn't something a monthly salary should worry about. Star Fort 6 was in a remote location. The city's multi-level transportation was congested, and the sky belonged to Star Railroad and various flying vehicles. The escort vehicle's pre-registered route detoured outside the city. The convoy sped across the wasteland. It was snowing outside, and the heater in the vehicle was on full blast, making it stuffy. He felt drowsy and pinched his thigh, but it didn't help. Clerk 083 lowered the window, just a crack. He glanced at the rearview mirror. The superior clerk hadn't reacted, so it wasn't a violation of regulations. A chilly breeze drifted in, carrying a few fine snowflakes, a faint smell of rust lingering in his nostrils. "Close it," came the cold voice of the superior clerk from behind the seat. "Violation of ceiling regulations. I will report it truthfully." Clerk 083 instantly sobered up. This time, he didn't need to pinch his thigh. It was excruciatingly painful. Operational violation, 500 Yao coins deducted. The snowflakes that had drifted in through the open window slowly fell into his arms. The snow wasn't white, it was leaden gray. The environmental pollution of the wasteland was not to be underestimated. A snowflake touched his work clothes, bursting into a pale blue flame, like the outer flame of a gas stove, lingering on his retina for milliseconds. He freed his hand and rubbed his eyes. Perhaps he was just seeing stars. Another snowflake, seemingly out of nowhere, began to slowly ignite. The pale blue flame climbed up the edge of his work clothes, rapidly engulfing them, instantly charring the heat-resistant garment like paper. What's going on? 083 sat bolt upright. Outside the Y12 armored vehicle, a deluge of gray snowflakes fell onto the alloy casing. Blue flames burst open in the wind, like a drop of ice water falling into a scalding oil pan. In an instant, the metal casing sizzled and emitted thick smoke, like a red-hot iron plate. This thickness couldn't be burned through. But the alarm immediately sounded. The external temperature of Y12 rapidly soared. From the outside, the blue flames appeared even stronger than when the skull rode the motorcycle. Metal conducts heat very quickly, and the air inside the vehicle was heated until it became somewhat distorted. The situation was still unclear, and they couldn't leave the vehicle rashly. The officers could only stand guard, weapons at the ready. 083, sweating profusely from the heat, dialed for help while staring at the dashboard data. Damn it! The oxygen supply system is about to collapse. The system quickly issued a warning. Warning! Oxygen supply area overheating. Please cool down immediately. Bang! A loud explosion. 083 gripped the steering wheel tightly, trying to keep the vehicle under control. Fire! Oxygen supply area on fire. 083 knew the vehicle's structure well. With the oxygen supply system exploded, the remaining oxygen wouldn't be enough for everyone in the vehicle to breathe. If they didn't open the windows to release the pressure, they would suffocate. If I don't open the windows, I won't be able to breathe, and I'll die. He gritted his teeth and rolled down the window, letting in a blast of biting wind and snowflakes. The escort officers, the instant the window opened, released their gun safety, pulled the trigger, and bullets infused with their own supernatural abilities flew out from the cracked window. Amidst the hail of bullets, the phosphorus disguised as snowflakes, upon contact with the metal surfaces of the firearms, instantly transformed into a ball of blue flame. The snow of the wasteland seemed to ignite along with it, the blue flame spreading with the wind, dazzlingly bright. Tina's lips curled slightly as she glanced at the terrified Moat, inwardly mocking his naivete. However, such a fringe member rarely had the opportunity to see her. Extremely low ignition point, phosphorus flying everywhere. Tina looked through the windshield. A figure backlit, masked, spontaneously combusting phosphorus shimmering in her palm, casually scattered like a perfect, deadly meteor shower. It was Zoe. Phosphorus, carried by the wind, and highly flammable dust, continuously fell into the Y-12 vehicle, blue flame scorching the seats. Now we're in real trouble. 083 screamed, releasing the steering wheel. The escort vehicle veered wildly off course. Where's the cooling system? Quick! But the blue flames engulfed the coolant, exploding into an even more violent wave of fire. Y-12 was torn apart like a beast, every part deformed, exploding, the vehicle burning and rolling downwards amidst a mingled fire and snow mist. Y-12 was completely dragged into the inferno. 3 minutes earlier, when the first gray phosphorus fell from Y-12. Inside Y-13, the atmosphere was tense. The Star Fortress 5th Division personnel escorting Ray were seated in their fixed positions, their magnetic rifles steady in their hands. But suddenly, it was as if a swarm of greenbottle flies had appeared out of nowhere. A low-frequency buzzing sound appeared in everyone's ears, drilling straight into the depths of their brains. What's that sound? Someone angrily shook their head. No response. The next second, a vision of his colleague aiming a gun at him flashed before his eyes. A surge of rage ignited within him, and almost instinctively, he pulled the trigger to return fire. Are you an inside man? Bang! A beam of energy flashed across the carriage. The clerk had no time to explain. He screamed and fell to the ground. Are you crazy? The remaining men, guns drawn, instantly rose to their feet. As they drew their weapons to retaliate, illusions simultaneously invaded everyone's senses. The enemies they saw, the threats they felt, came from those around them. The carriage descended into frenzied chaos in an instant. Magnetic rifles roared, bullets flying wildly through the confined space. A fire elemental ability user flicked his hand, flames erupting, aimed at his colleague's face. The colleague retaliated with a swipe of his reinforced iron fist, smashing a dent into the carriage wall. 084 wasn't an ability user, he was less affected. His remaining sanity allowed him to grip the steering wheel tightly. Stop! Stop! Calm down! Open your eyes, and look carefully. Who are you hitting? Only the clerk closest to Ray remained motionless, not participating in the infighting, and ignoring 084's roar. Each controlled clerk seemed shrouded in a thick fog, like a dagger piercing their brain, blurring the lines between illusion and reality, making it impossible to distinguish truth from falsehood. Ray looked up. The clerk next to him had actually used facial recognition to unlock his supernatural shackles. It was D. He come. Before he could even feel happy for long. The shackles' cold notification sounded. Insufficient permissions, unable to complete initiating. R.A. desperately twisted his wrists. The shackles screeched as he struggled, blood seeping from his wrists. He could even feel the steel needles piercing his skin. SEPFA. The Hecate Military Academy library was long past closing time. In the pitch black, Shuyi clutched a few yellowed papers tightly, huddled behind a bookshelf in the far corner, his back pressed against the cold wooden board. Slightly hurried footsteps approached. I saw him hide in. Search. Chapter 61. Sepia, Polar Day. Sector E, Hecate Military Academy nestled in a valley. The library, located on the west side of the campus, is a soaring, pointed tower. Every window is inlaid with green-tinted glass, revealing rib-vaulted ceilings and corridors carved with flowers and vines, reminiscent of mythical prophets. A central spiral staircase connects the upper and lower levels. Bookshelves stand in rows, like a maze. It can't just disappear into thin air. Hurry up. Footsteps quickened, a cold, bright light, like a sharp blade, sliced across the bookshelves, brushing against the spines. A fierce gaze swept rapidly from top to bottom. Shuyi leaned back in the shadow of the bookshelves, his slightly wavy long hair flowing down his cheeks. The oppressive blue light from the window cast a shadow on his face, making his skin appear like delicate, translucent blue-glazed porcelain. A pair of misty gray eyes flickered with a faint light. His mental domain quietly expanded. The footsteps drew closer. The next second, the first pursuer who approached abruptly turned his head, a fleeting look of astonishment in his eyes swallowed by the hazy gray. A dark shadow appeared in his mind, leaping onto the spiral staircase like an arrow running upwards. He grabbed his gun and gave chase. I see him! Up there, hurry, after him! His companion, also drawn by the illusion, ran up the spiral staircase one after the other, guns at the ready, and saw the dark shadow stop at the end of the corridor, opening a slightly ajar door. Bang, 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 3 shots fired in quick succession. Don't run. Downstairs, Shu Yi slowly raised his hand, his distinct knuckles pressing a neatly folded silk handkerchief beneath, gently covering his mouth and nose, a smear of bright red showing through. His breathing was rapid, his shoulders trembling slightly. Mental overload? Light footsteps came from behind the bookshelf. Several pursuers had been scattered by the illusions, leaving only the squad leader. He turned off his lights, raised his gun, and cautiously advanced until he heard the panting sound from the bookshelf ahead, accompanied by a faint smell of rust. Books don't bleed. Found you. A slight smile played on Shu Ye's lips beneath his silk handkerchief. The squad leader suddenly moved closer, aiming his gun at Shu Ye's hiding place, ready to pull the trigger. A gust of wind swept by, and in the next instant, a figure emerged, removed the magazine, and jammed the loading port. Clang, 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 bullets fell one after another, scattering in all directions. Then his wrist was gripped tightly, and the squad leader's pupils contracted sharply. Mental energy, like sharp needles, pierced his consciousness, and in his mind, blood-red eyes suddenly opened. His throat bobbed, but no sound came out. Shu Yi could feel the tenacious resistance. The blood-red eyes attempted to penetrate the depths of the other's memory, like crashing into bulletproof glass, an invisible resistance. His memories were encrypted by a psychic. Looks like they found the right person. The blood-red eyes trembled, expanding continuously in the other's mind until they filled the entire sky. With a gentle blink, the encrypted barrier began to loosen, like bulletproof glass, with a single point of stress. Spiderweb-like cracks spread, yet it remained unbroken. The mental energies collided, and Shu Yi felt a sharp pain in his mind. Real blood gushed from his nose, but his gaze grew increasingly calm. Within the cracked barrier, wisps of residual mental energy leaked out, numerous like silver fish, swimming towards the enormous eye in the sky, clinging to it. Shu Yi's consciousness was drawn in, yet entangled. Each advance was like touching a raging fire with fingertips. Before it could even reach the relatively cooler inner flame, the outer flame rebounded, scorching his scalp. The tension and pain heightened Shu Yi's senses. He took a deep breath, focusing his mental energy in one place. His blood-red eyes suddenly narrowed, preventing the entangled mental energy from biting at him, and he aimed at the center of the spiderweb-like pattern. Boom! The moment the barrier shattered, the explosive aftershock swept through his mental domain. Blood surged, but with an unprecedented excitement. Shu Yi finally took control of the memories, pressing the unconscious squad leader against the bookshelf. The wooden planks vibrated, dust fell, and hearing the noise, one of the pursuers instinctively tried to turn around, but suddenly his eyes glazed over, led in another direction by a hallucination. The squad leader's pupils rolled back, revealing large areas of white in his eyes, and veins twitched on his forehead. His memories flooded back like a torrent. A silent sea, with stilled houses on the shore, and someone softly chanting inside, the melody melodious. Suddenly, arcs of light trembled on the water's surface. The overhead fire, like lightning at dawn, lashed down like a barrage of fire. Countless weapons rained down, shards flying, heat waves rising high, engulfing everything on the beach. The perspective abruptly shifted. Someone opened his eyes, brushing away the sand covering them. His body ached, but he struggled to sit up. Sandstorm raged, the sea was gone, the houses were gone. Only ruins buried by the sand remained. Amidst the broken walls, a blurry figure stood with his back to him, his robes fluttering in the wind. Seeing he was still alive, the figure approached, his rough, twig-like fingers stroking his cheek. The temple's protection allowed you to survive. The survivors will be the first believers. Shu Yi tried desperately to grasp the scene. Unfortunately, all the images flashed by too quickly, without any logical progression. Shu Yi coughed softly, blood seeping through his handkerchief, flowing between his fingers. He released his grip, quickly withdrawing his mental energy. The squad leader collapsed to the ground, his eyes glazed over, as if his soul had been ripped from his body. Shu Yi crumpled the silk handkerchief into a ball, stuffed it into his pocket, and, hiding in the shadow of the bookshelf, a blind spot for the surveillance cameras, walked towards the spiral staircase. Footsteps sounded again. 2 beams of flashlight light came from the opposite corridor. Shu Yi's gaze turned cold, the metal steps trembled slightly, and a shout followed. It was the patrolling guards. They had only seen one figure. We closed long ago. Violating the rules results in a deduction of civilization points. What department are you in? Why are you walking so fast? They had almost forgotten that patrols had been increased recently. After the hurried footsteps, when the light swayed and shone back, Shu Yi was gone. Only the fallen squad leader remained. Who's there? Footsteps of other pursuers came from upstairs. In their panic, they fired wildly downwards. Several shots rang out. The guards drew their guns and returned fire. A scream came from upstairs. Library patrol team, shooting. Calling for backup. Calling for backup. Medical team needed too. The guard pointed the identification device at the squad leader's face. Unregistered, unauthorized entry. The guard immediately pulled out supernatural handcuffs and restrained the disoriented squad leader. Unidentified intruder spotted, injured. Repeat, medical team needed too. Shuyi sprinted downhill, the taste of blood churning in his throat. Alarms blared and sirens roared around him. He was barely managing to stay calm. He was on the second floor, his hands gripping the railing as he looked down. Below, the guards' reinforcements had arrived. Shuyi leaped, vaulting over several railings, landing in front of a high window, the closest male dormitory to the library. He stared intently at the boy playing games with headphones on through the glass window. Sorry. His deliberately weakened mental energy dissipated. Open the window for me. I've been in your room all night, playing single-player games. The person in the dorm opened the door for him expressionlessly, his eyes still fixed on the game screen, but his hands tightly gripped the game controller, refusing to let go. With privacy protected, there were no supernatural surveillance devices in the student dorm. Shuyi sat on the beanbag chair in the corner, watching him close the soundproof glass window and sit back down under the screen to play games. Shuyi breathed a slight sigh of relief, tapped his wrist phone, still no signal. But it might have briefly recovered. The pinned message caught his eye first. Starving, be careful. Yeah, it's safe now. He swiped down the virtual screen. Buzz cut. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, please, any useful gods, please show your power. A pragmatic superstition. Chaolu, has the killer in the surveillance room been caught? They should be trapped in the library. A cold wind howled outside the window, and sirens wailed. Inside, the fireplace burned quietly. He leaned back on the soft sofa, inhaling the faint scent of wood, carefully examining the yellowed papers he had borrowed. In the offline document on the virtual screen, he wrote and paused, organizing the memories he had extracted from the pursuer's mind. It would be automatically sent to them once a signal was available. Sunday morning. Bayu suddenly sat up in bed, her whole body aching, her throat extremely dehydrated, like a parched riverbed. She pounded the bed, glaring angrily at the silent wrist phone. She had misunderstood. Huh? The alarm didn't go off, and I'm still awake this early. There's no reason to give up halfway through when you're in a bad mood. Damn 404, give me back my healthy biological clock. The wrist phone suddenly rang, the caller ID. Sisterly Jia Bayu suspected that 404 had tampered with her house. How could they know so quickly after she just finished yelling at them? She picked up the scanner, looked around, cleared her throat, and tried to speak normally. Sisterly Jia, so early. Come to 404 to assist with the interrogation. You only seen him once, since he hacked into the Special Investigation Bureau. Karen fled to Yunbi community. This is the second time he's moved there. Bayu glanced down at the virtual screen. Li Jia was making a multi-person call to save time. Chao Lu weakly replied, received. In Zhou Xiaiku section, the only response from Li Jia was steady breathing. He was still sound asleep. Half an hour later. The elevator was unusually quiet. 3 heads were pressed against the metal wall, drowsiness creeping in, circling around them, their eyelids like they were glued shut, unable to open again easily. However, the rapidly ascending elevator didn't give them much time to sleep. 19th floor. Arrived Zhou Tsika opened his eyes first and went out. This is inhumane. The children's tutoring classes haven't even started yet. I'm so hungry. Bayu yawned. I guess I get overtime pay. Chao Lu rummaged in her hoodie pocket and pulled out half a chocolate wrapped in foil. Want to make do? Zhou Tsika glanced at the packaging. I'd rather starve than eat this. Bayu broke off a small piece, looked at it without looking, and stuffed it into her mouth. A sour and bitter taste rushed to her head. She snatched the packaging and looked at it. Dark chocolate, 100% pure Chao Lu. How is it? Bayu, pretty, refreshing. Li Jia was in the interrogation room next door. She looked through the one-way glass. A form was on the table. After Han Chi finishes questioning, you ask according to this. Face to face. Bayu's brain went blank. Eugene might have seen her face when she saved Karen. In the interrogation room. Han Chi, why did your guardian send you to the foster home? Eugene, ever since my sister awakened her spatial abilities, my dad started a training program to awaken those abilities. He used me as an example, but 2 years have passed, and I still haven't awakened. Many people from the training program have sued him for fraud. He told me to wait for him at the foster home. He come pick me up. Li Jiao looked at Eugene. He was her father's child after his remarriage, and her feelings were complicated. This story was familiar to her. She had waited with him at the foster home for 8 years. Han, she continued, what happened after you left the foster home? How were you recruited by the resistance? Eugene, I woke up and found myself at the base. Bai Yu's left eyelid kept twitching. Could she just faint and end up at the hospital? Chapter 62. 8 hours ago. Steel needles pierced flesh. The drug within the shackles trembled slightly. Ray's pupils constricted sharply. D! Ray roared in terror. D, in the distance, leisurely opened his eyes. Haven't done a prison break in a long time. Forgot the shackles on Star Fortress 6 have been upgraded. Away I have. D said casually, his eyes lowering again. Ray's head slumped heavily, his breathing ragged. He looked up, his eyes vacant. Some of the toxin had entered his bloodstream, and his genitals instinctively surged outwards, but he had already lost control. In the chaos, perhaps due to a temporary loss of control over D's mental energy, the well-trained clerks immediately donned metal isolation devices, blocking the mental intrusion while simultaneously shutting down their own neural pathways, like operating offline, relying entirely on instinct. They hadn't forgotten their target. They straightened their injured bodies amidst the jolting, guns at the ready. But the next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. A circle of black shadows surged forth around Ray's body. These were his clones. They were like souls leaving their bodies, grabbed by the tail, and forcibly ripped out one by one. These shadows, only humanoid in shape, some screamed with their heads in their hands, some knelt on the ground, their hands clutching their non-existent throats, and many more convulsed violently, turning into black mist and dissipating in the flames. The original Ray did the same. Ray hung his head, slumped, motionless. A clerk stepped forward to check his heart rate. It was a flat line. The shackles are in effect. The shackles then emitted a mechanical notification. Detection, vital signs absent. Injection terminated. Y-13's outer shell burned. Like a headless fly, Clerk 084 gripped the steering wheel and drove towards the abandoned chemical plant. External communications were cut off. He hoped that a few guard robots remained at the factory. Cold sweat dripped onto the manually operated steering wheel. 084, the clerk, gripped his hand tightly, preventing it from reaching for his sidearm. This hand was his own. The order was given by his mind, a voice within him urging him on. Get the gun, aim it at your temple. Impossible, this isn't me. The blood from their recent self-inflicted wounds still clung to Ray's face, cold and sticky. Having worked at Star Fort 6 for many years, 084 realized it was mind control by a psychic. He could only use his left and right hands to fight back, preventing himself from killing himself. He released his grip. They were almost at the abandoned chemical plant. The lights were still on, someone was there. The headlights were destroyed, visibility was extremely low, and the tires skidded on the ice. Y-13, like a wild beast unleashed, charged towards the chemical plant entrance. Who knew a huge rock would appear, covered in snow, knocked down by the impact? Perhaps it was deliberately positioned facing north-south for feng shui reasons. Placing a rock at the factory gate, how unethical. Slamming on the brakes, it was too late. Tires screeched almost simultaneously, biting cold air rushed in, and the car went out of control. 084 was thrown into the empty passenger seat, surrounded by swirling flames. The bulletproof glass, riddled with bullet holes, finally gave way, shattering into countless fragments. Flames erupted from the broken fuel tank, a wave of heat hitting him. 084 squeezed his eyes shut, his left hand gripping the door handle. The acrid smell of fuel on his body meant an explosion was imminent. He had to take the gamble. The car tumbled through the air. 084 was thrown along the roof. The left door swung open, and he was violently thrown out. Flames illuminated the snow-covered ground. Black smoke billowed. 084 crashed heavily onto the snow slope, kicking up a cloud of snowflakes. His burning work clothes were extinguished, leaving his skin charred black. Y-13 rolled several times before coming to a stop. Y-12 followed closely behind. Clerk 083 also jumped out, crashing into the thick cargo and slowly sliding off the back. The two armored vehicles lay overturned haphazardly in the snow. Thick smoke billowed. The excruciating pain from the burns on 084's back rendered him immobile. He struggled to look up, seeing the apocalyptic blue flames. It hurt so much. 084 slowly closed his eyes. A series of thump, thump impacts rang out. The door on one side of Y12 suddenly dented, a metallic hum echoed, and a massive black hammer slammed down, smashing a hole in the door. A tactical glove reached in, prying open the sharp metal splinter with both hands, and forcefully pulled it open. A cold, bright white light shone in, likely a lighting device held in the mouth. The blood-stained survivors inside were in a terrible state. Mutter's left shoulder was pierced by a bullet. He clutched the wound in agony, blood streaming down his face. His eyes squinted, struggling to adjust to the light. He remained huddled in his seat. Tina, strapped to her seat, forced her eyes open in a daze. The cold wind blew past Zoe's black mask, gray phosphorus splattering against her face, revealing her deep-set eyes. Flames roared at Tina's feet. She reached out and lunged at the surviving clerk. Zoe tossed the hammer aside, drew a specially made dagger from her waist, flicked off the snow clinging to it, and with 2 swift strokes, severed the metal wires embedded in Mutter's skin. Mutter screamed in pain, and she dragged him out, leaving a long trail of blood in the snow, tossing it aside. Zoe leaned halfway into the car, carefully cutting the wires binding Tina, and reached out her hand. Tina took her hand, stood on tiptoe, and with a graceful waltz amidst the chaos, she moved. As Tina emerged, Zoe shook off the hammer that was stuck deep in the snow, turned, and walked towards Y13, Tina's voice ringing in his ears. "Long time no see." Zoe stopped. Tina shook the snow off her shoulders. "How's it going with the Wasteland Poetry Society?" Zoe didn't turn around. "Very well." Moat lay in the snow, his gaze shifting between Tina and Zoe, as if there was some lingering resentment. The Wasteland Poetry Society, that sounds familiar. A well-known environmental organization in the Federation, dedicated to cleaning up pollution. Tina crossed her arms. Wings Biotech is gone. I'm unemployed. Want to consider a collaboration? Zoe rolled her eyes. You threw me the mission you didn't want. Now you're interested? Get lost. Zoe had already smashed open the door of Y13, the black muzzle of a gun pointed at her. It belonged to several wounded clerks. The next second, blue flames swirled around their uniforms from the carriage. At the other end was an empty door, the ground covered in snow that could cool them down. Because of the metal partitions they wore, their survival instincts made them jump without hesitation. Zoe pulled Ray off the train, using the metal wires binding him. A person is indeed heavy when their muscles are relaxed. Moat, his neck stiff, looked at the unfortunate Ray. Isn't he dead? Zoe, hands in his pockets, kicked Ray in the side. Don't die, get up! The next moment, gray phosphorus covered the shackles on Ray's wrists, a flicker of fire, a damp, cold, bright blue, instantly igniting. Gray phosphorus fire, low ignition point, high temperature. It quickly seeped into the gaps in the alloy shackles, sizzling. The metal rapidly melted into liquid under the flames, dripping onto the snow. Along with the flames, the flesh around his wrist also burned. A sharp pain swept through his internal organs. Ray suddenly doubled over, almost doing a sit-up, his chest rising and falling with his breath. Ah! It hurts. Behind the flames, Zoe's figure appeared, her gloved palm cradling blue flames. The price of living. Outside interrogation room 404. Bayou's hand rested on the doorknob, about to step next door. She heard Li Jia answer a voice call. What? Maud and Tina ran away? The superpower shackles record Ray is dead? Didn't I request additional manpower? Where are the survivors? I'm coming right now. Li Jia grabbed the khaki oversized trench coat draped to the side. The weather was late autumn today, and a long trench coat was perfect. Late autumn meant the snow would melt, and many clues had been lost. Li Jia's gaze fell on Bayou. Dismantling supernatural abilities always involves sensing first, then dismantling. Bayou, come with me. Bayou's lips curled into a smile. Heaven was on her side. Yes, sir. Li Jia was on the phone with the 404 members stationed at the hospital. What's the situation now? In the intensive care unit, 083 and 084 lay quietly, their breathing maintained by machines. Watch on. The doctor said that when they were brought in, they had extensive burns. Currently, they have multiple fractures throughout their bodies, and their brains have also suffered high-temperature damage, so they can't provide statements. Li Jia, keep in touch. The flying car, combined with Li Jia's spatial teleportation, only 20 minutes were needed. The two arrived at the entrance of the abandoned chemical plant. An electronic security cordon surrounded the entrance, and dark red bloodstains remained on the large stone, inscribed with great virtue carries all things in front of the gate. Based on 083's broken ribs, he must have jumped from the vehicle and crashed here. The snow had long since melted, leaving the ground damp and soggy. The burned-out armored truck lay forlornly on the ground, like the skeletal remains of two gnawed beasts. Li Jia and Bai Yu split up. The owner of the abandoned factory was called in for questioning. He admitted that to save costs, he hadn't used robots for guarding the premises, instead hiring an old man at minimum wage. The old man's eyesight was failing, and his hearing was impaired. Yesterday, on a snowy day, he went to bed early, only to be dragged out of his warm bed by members of 404 for questioning. He then learned that the prison break had actually happened before his eyes. "Where's the surveillance equipment?" Li Jia asked the owner coldly. The chemical plant owner rubbed his hands together. "These hundreds, even thousands, of tons of equipment, nobody wants them, and they can't be stolen, so I didn't install them." Bai Yu put on ultra-thin anti-pollution gloves, raised her hand, and transparent supernatural energy gathered at her fingertips, her senses slowly spreading out. The remaining supernatural power was broken down layer by layer. Various supernatural bullets and photon streams, these were military equipment, used to fight against a scorching flow of energy. A pungent chemical odor filled the air. Bai Yu reached out and clenched her fist. The fragments swayed between her fingers, and she extracted a gray particle from the car frame, which swirled in her palm. "What is this?" Before she could put it into an evidence bag, in the sufficient oxygen, the gray particle rapidly burned, turning into blue flames. Multiple golden vortexes spun rapidly, appearing in midair, swallowing the combustion products, gathering the irregularly dispersed combustion compounds together, and putting them into an evidence bag. "Li Jia, we know once it's tested." Bai Yu's supernatural power continued to spread. She had fought Ray before. His clone ability was unique. Before Y13, this faint fluctuation had been extracted, leaving a faint trail from the car door to the snow before her eyes. Ray shouldn't be dead. 5 minutes later, the wrist phone vibrated. Bai Yu looked down, and a familiar ID popped up on the screen, Abby. Her heart nearly stopped. Didn't Abby die in the Zerg border region? Resurrected through a Zerg corpse? A new message quickly popped up. "From now on, I'm your superior." Zoe, the light from the virtual screen reflected Bai Yu's eyes, revealing utter rage. "My boss is killing me. Can't I get promoted to a manager? Why is there a new manager?" "Li Jia, what's wrong?" Bai Yu smiled obsequiously. "Sisterly, thinking about your overtime work, your selfless dedication, fills me with emotion." Li Jia interrupted, understanding, "You get overtime pay." Chapter 63. Li Jia pulled at the belt of her trench coat, casually tied a knot, and gestured to Bai Yu, "I go check out the chemical plant." Bai Yu nodded, walked around the outer edge of the great virtue carries all things stone, squatted down, and gently touched the melted snow with her fingers together. A thin, almost non-existent transparent force field adhered to her skin, spreading from her fingertips. She muttered to herself, judging from the diffusion cone angle. "Can you help me recreate last night's temperature?" Bai Yu said to the 404 investigator beside her, pointing to the instrument in her hand. "Use this simulator." The investigator turned on the knob. Ice instantly formed around the boulder. Talking about protecting the site now was meaningless. There were messy footprints everywhere, and the melted snow had created a muddy mess, some deep, some shallow, mostly from medical personnel. Bai Yu's gaze fell on a radial black spot on the ice. She gently placed her hand on it, her perception spreading out, thinning the black spot layer by layer. Following the direction of the splatter, she walked towards the shadowy area between Y12 and Y13. In the simulator, the cold wind howled, swirling ash downwards. The dismantling force field touched silently. The cold wind stilled, like standing in a quiet cavity, fine ash slowly falling in midair. Bai Yu touched the charred sidewall of Y12. The alloy plate had been pushed against. It wasn't thermal bulging. The edges of the outward curving crack were neat, indicating it had been smashed open by external force and then widened. At least it was an attack after the rollover. "Could you give me a standard structural diagram of Y12? Bai Yu compared it repeatedly, then placed her hand on the snow, her perception extending in a straight line from the explosion center to the rear of the vehicle, encountering a section of turbulence. Those were magnetic bullets, their ripples clustered together, confirming the frequency and angle of incidents. Based on their design, Mutter and Tina are the suspects in the middle. In a close-range exchange of fire, such a large angle can only mean infighting. Her expression was complex. A traitor? But apart from the two transport drivers, no one survived. Mind manipulation. Was it D? With the best candidate in mind, Bai Yu shifted her gaze and walked towards Y13. Y13 overturned, leaving a puddle beneath its belly. An oil slick floated in the puddle. She went to the side where the door had been smashed out of the crater. The simulator could simulate temperature. A patch of snow was missing here. She crouched down, repeatedly feeling around, and found an irregular piece of metal, as if something had melted. The first layer was fuel carbon residue. The second layer was what she was looking for. Extremely fine, pinhead-sized holes. The path of the fire. The burns were very shallow, clearly controlled combustion. How do you explain Ray's shackles? The investigator asked while taking notes. Didn't you just say he wasn't dead? Give me an evidence bag. Bayou held out her hand. This is it. On the way here, I checked the newly upgraded ability shackles at Star Fortress 6. It detects death, immediately terminates, and can even increase the reuse rate of toxins. There's a bug. Death is defined biologically. Heartbeat, breathing, brain activity. Theoretically, a person can only die once, and all shackles won't restart after the toxin injection stops. But considering psychic ability users, feigning death, Li Jia uttered 2 words. Reissue the Federation-wide arrest warrant for Ray. I know their escape route. There's an abandoned transport pipeline on the west side of the chemical plant. It exploded in the early morning, a cover-up attempt. The 404 pursuit team has assembled. Several hovercrafts flew in from above, their searchlights blinding even in daylight, beams of light sweeping across the yellow plain, leaving neat fan-shaped trails. Li Jia casually activated a golden vortex, teleporting onto an airship. Target, 3 or more direction, west-northwest. The large group departed without warning, whipping up a gust of wind, leaving Bayou standing there in a daze. The wrist phone vibrated. Li Jia, the lab's test report is out, go pick it up. Wachan said 083's intracranial fever has subsided, he should wake up, address. So she was being asked to run errands. Looking around, it was a desolate wasteland. A taxi would cost several hundred Yao coins. Also standing there were the abandoned chemical plant owner and the dozing old man. A plan formed in his mind. After all, he must feel guilty for letting the suspect escape due to negligence in management. Bayou walked over with a serious expression, took out a brown ID, flipped it over, and 404 was called Federal Comprehensive Affairs Department to outsiders. This is my ID. The chemical plant boss was on high alert. It's my fault for not installing the security robot. I was greedy for cheap things, but I will pay the fine. Can you let this matter go? Bayou. Of course, it's all settled, but remember the lesson and don't do it again. Cough cough. Can you help me call a flying car? I'm going to the central laboratory of District 12. She quickly added, because my wrist phone has a security restriction, it can't make external payments. I hope you can understand. The boss nodded frantically. I understand. It's hard work. The flying car will arrive in 5 minutes. Bayou clicked on top rich list 3, hungry. I go to the laboratory to get the report first, and I also need to go to the hospital. How did the interrogation go? Dewdrop, I just finished interrogating Eugene. His testimony was long and messy, much of it irrelevant. Verifying it all would take forever. But judging from his micro-expressions, he probably didn't lie. Buzzhead, Karen's interrogation was over a while ago. Her confession was incredibly fluent, like she drafted it countless times. With so many useful clues, she's definitely going to get a lighter sentence for redemption. How many years do you think Eugene will get? Dewdrop asked the court. He get whatever sentence he's entitled to. Butthead, what about after he gets his sentence? Starving. Sisterly isn't his father or mother. She doesn't want to go back to the boarding school. She's got hands and feet and a space-age ability. She could work as a porter and earn several times more than others. She won't starve, don't worry. The flying car is here. Bayou jumped in, closed the car door, and searched for keywords on his wrist device, such as high temperature, blue flame, powder. The most popular result was a news article. The headline immediately appeared on Bayou's virtual screen. Bayou stared at that line of text, his eyes suddenly darkening. Former president of the Wasteland Poetry Society mysteriously combusts and falls from building. Bayou opened the surveillance video. Under the night sky, the suspended villa resembled a crystal goblet, with lights like a sea of stars projected onto the surrounding railings. Large floor-to-ceiling windows kept out the wind, the air conditioning was on, and classical music played. The Wasteland Poetry Society 29th recitation night had just ended, and the lingering aroma of wine filled the living room. The butler and assistants went out to see the guests off. The moment the elevator doors closed, the hall fell into a vast silence. Only former President Sheen Lei remained. He loosened his tie, changed into a loose silk robe, and leaned back on the sofa, flipping through a thick old book of poems. Suddenly, he remembered something. picked up a wine glass, the purplish-red liquid swaying and reflecting light, and slowly walked to the French windows. Beneath his feet lay the glow of countless lights, and he seemed still immersed in the lingering charm of the poetry gathering, reciting a few more lines. Suddenly, a faint breeze stirred behind him. He instinctively turned his head, but saw nothing. He only smelled the pungent odor of garlic in the air. He frowned and called for the butler. "Old Chin. What's that smell?" Chin Lei looked down and found a fine gray powder clinging to his fingertips, which were holding the wine glass. The powder was heating up, and blue flames ignited above the wine. The next moment, the flames burst forth, the gray powder shimmering brightly in the heat, countless tiny sparks exploding on the back of his hand. The wine glass shattered on the crystal floor. Chin Lei looked up sharply, and saw a masked figure standing silently in the shadows of the curtains. The figure remained silent, simply standing, dressed in black, wearing a mask, the only visible feature being his eyes, cold and focused. The chairman wanted to cry for help, but found his throat blocked by the heat. Blue flames instantly spread from the back of his hand, climbed his sleeve, and then engulfed his entire body inch by inch. The burning path was extremely precise, the fire was strictly contained to his body's surface, without splashing onto the velvet sofa, the expensive oil painting, or even the carpet at his feet. It remained completely intact. "Ah!" Chin Lei's scream echoed in the enclosed villa, only to be swallowed by the flames in an instant. He staggered backward, crashing straight into the rooftop railing. The flames made it hard to breathe, and his eyes were bloodshot from the heat. Blue flames licked at his shoulders and neck. His entire body was like a wax figure engulfed in flames, his body out of control, his back pressed against the cold metal railing. The person, masked, remained standing by the curtains, motionless, coldly observing, simply watching Chin Lei, burning in agony, retreat step by step towards the edge of the high roof. "Who are you?" Chin Lei rasped, trying to grab the railing. The platform below was a private swimming pool, but it was empty, the water had just been changed. "How much money do you want?" "I give you anything, let me go." "Could it be that you're doing this for—" Before he could finish, he lost his balance. With the sound of a silk robe tearing, the former chairman's figure leaped over the railing, leaving a blinding blue afterimage in midair, falling like a meteor towards the transparent swimming pool reflecting the city lights. The wind howled, carrying Chin Lei's final scream. The masked man stood inside the railing, silently watching the flames. After a few breaths, the flames suddenly subsided, as if they had never existed. The man walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and glanced down. The wind and night merged, and the villa fell silent again, as if nothing had happened. Butler Chin and several assistants came up from the private elevator, shocked, and rushed to check on Chin Lei. The last line of text before Bayou exited the video. "The murderer is still at large. We urge the public to provide clues." The scenery outside the window changed rapidly. The driver slammed on the brakes. "We arrived at the central laboratory. Please pay." Bayou paused in her action of opening the car door. "Wait, wasn't this supposed to be a prepayment? Is there a mistake?" The driver checked the order and handed Bayou the tablet. "I didn't see a prepayment here, it's charged by mileage. The total is 523 Yao coins. Cash or wristband payment." Bayou then realized she'd been tricked by the stingy boss. No wonder the abandoned chemical plant didn't hire a single machine attendant, instead hiring a cheap, drunken old man. Wristband payment. There seems to be some kind of promotion lately. Beep. Payment complete. Congratulations, you have received 0.02 Yao coins. Bayou paid with a wry smile. Good, good. Central laboratory. Sample, trace amount of burned powder. Composition, ash phosphorus, ignition 12 degrees Celsius. Bayou's gaze lingered on the words ignition 12 degrees Celsius. An incredibly low ignition point, like an explosion in snow. Bayou slowly closed the lab report, lost in thought. Gray phosphorus. She recalled the blue flames on Chin Lei's body. Coincidences, when they reach a certain point, become inevitable. The prison break was planned by the Resistance Organization. So what could the Resistance Organization and the Wasteland Poetry Society possibly have in common? It couldn't be a conflict between environmental pollution and an environmental organization, could it? Chapter 64. Sunday, 5:30 p.m. The weather in District 12 for today's voting was late autumn. Around 3 p.m., an autumn rain fell, making everything damp. Bayou was wearing an avocado green sweatshirt. The test report was in her backpack. She jumped off the flying car and stepped on a loose paving stone. Water splashed onto her brown work pants. Before she could feel depressed, She saw Chao Lu and Zhou Xiaike waiting at the entrance of the military hospital, and her depression subsided considerably. They were there to accompany Baiyu to record the statements of the prison break survivors. The news about the former president of the Wasteland Poetry Society has already been published in Rich List 3. The paper report is an encrypted file, and cannot appear on non-404 encrypted systems, so Baiyu unzipped her pants and naturally handed over the paper test report. Seeing it in person was not a violation. The test report was only 2 pages long. This unknown ability user's ability is to create gray phosphorus. Chao Lu handed the report back to Baiyu, her fingers flying across the military database. This ability isn't in the database. Zhou Xiaike stroked his chin. If it's just this highly flammable substance, and this ability user can't control fire, they couldn't have precisely burned it to kill Qin Lei. Baiyu nodded in agreement. She smoothed the curled edges of the test report, and was about to hand it to Hua Chan as she exited the elevator. Elemental abilities can mutate, like ice and mist, which are all variations of water-based abilities. Maybe fire-based abilities can too. The elevator came to a slow stop. Ding. Intensive care unit. Arrived. Hua Chan's arm was covered in repair dressings, her right hand supported by a light metal brace as she moved up and down. This was muscle training after her fracture repair. Standing outside the intensive care unit, she resembled a tall poplar tree by the roadside. Seeing them approach, Hua Chan withdrew her gaze, and swiped her special caregiver card to open the door to the intensive care unit. The 3 men saluted in unison. The captain of Squad 404 was usually a second lieutenant. Hua Chan nodded. Follow me. They walked to the ward door. Lieutenant Li said he had a report delivered by someone. Hua Chan's gaze lingered between the 3 men. In the sandstorm of the border region, swarms of insects overhead, humanoid insectids beside her. She only knew that Lieutenant Li had come to provide support. Within the golden vortex, a black figure leaped, alone, negotiating in midair. Hua Chan had asked Li Jia about the black figure's codename. The answer was, Starving Head. She heard he was a newcomer in Department 404. Which one is Starving Head? Hua Chan sighed, overcoming her mother tongue embarrassment at the emergence of such a young hero. Baiyu's eyelashes fluttered rapidly, as she recalled the despicable thing she had done. She tossed her backpack from back to front, zipped it up, and shoved the report into Hua Chan's hand. Even if there really were despicable things, the statute of limitations should have expired by now. Lieutenant, it's me, what's wrong? Hua Chan's gaze shifted slightly downwards. Her short hair was a mess. She seemed very busy today. Lieutenant Li said you go in alone to interrogate her. Go in. Hua Chan's gaze shifted to Chao Lu, and she raised her chin. And you are? Chao Lu rubbed her fingertips together. Dewdrop. Zhou Xiaike met Hua Chan's gaze. Buzz cut. A knowing glint flashed in Hua Chan's eyes. 404 was a place where strength spoke volumes. She had heard of the 3's codenames before, the strongest rookie team that made 404 proud during the Special Investigations Bureau's intrusion, and their fight yesterday. Hua Chan's tone involuntarily softened. Wait outside first. How old are you? Where do you go to school? How are you being trained? Don't be homesick when you come to 404. If you want to book any simulation pods, or what kind of nutrient solution you like, you can tell me. Chao Lu swallowed hard, the barrage of questions comparable to her interrogation of Karen earlier. Zhou Xiaike calmly picked up the conversation, strawberry-flavored nutrient solution. The door slid open slowly under the sensor. Baiyu looked inside. The lights were dim, and a ceiling-mounted disinfection machine came down from its track and stopped above Baiyu's head. With a hiss, disinfectant spray came down. Disinfection complete, please enter. Baiyu opened her eyes. A drop of disinfectant stopped on her brow bone, and as her eyelids lifted, it flowed like a waterfall at the entrance of a cave, over her eyes, and onto her cheek. Looking down, the mud stains on her trouser legs had been wiped away, which was somewhat beneficial. A medical robot led the way. Approaching the 2 side-by-side medical pods, 083 and 084, their spines connected to the floor, were kept alive by various medications and nutritional supplements. Fortunately, their electrocardiograms were normal, indicating they were in the recovery phase. Baiyu switched her wrist-worn device to recording mode and approached the bedside. 083's eyes were half open, the whites of his eyes dry and red. Starfort 6, Clerk 083, I am an agent from the Federal General Affairs Department. Baiyu showed her identification, her voice soft. We will now begin taking your statement. You only need to nod or shake your head. The other person slowly nodded, the movement labored, like a fish struggling in ice. During the mission, were you ambushed? 083's Adam's apple bobbed laboriously, and she nodded slightly, a tear glistening in the corner of her eye. Bayou took a sealed bag from her pocket, handed it to the medical robot, and entered the instructions. Please attach the neural sensing ring to the temporal side of clerks 083 and 084. Li Jia said that besides psychic ability users, only she could drive this device. After the connection was complete, Bayou's fingertips emitted specks of transparent dismantling ability, and the wrist device screen immediately displayed an electroencephalogram EG curve. It was 3D, but chaotic and unclear. Don't be nervous. Think carefully about what you want me to see, Bayou whispered. A few seconds later, the chaotic fluctuations gradually subsided, like wild cursive script suddenly turning into neat regular script. Even someone without an artistic eye could understand it. On Bayou's virtual screen, a blurry profile appeared. The face was covered by a black mask, only a pair of sharp eyes were visible. The gaze and the gray phosphorescent fire of the other person were like two completely different worlds. The brainwave imaging of Clerk 084 was also connected. The lines and curves of the two images were superimposed, making the picture clearer. The man casually swung a hammer, smashed the car door, and rescued Ray. However, he still couldn't see complete facial features. The only thing clear was that pair of cold eyes, staring directly at her through the virtual screen. Bayou held her breath slightly, feeling as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Not only because, besides the three escaped suspects and one psychic, the existence and identity of the fifth person had been confirmed. She had seen him before. The villa of the former president of the Wasteland Poetry Society, the assassins glanced back amidst the blue flames of the fall, and the prison break on the snowy night. It was exactly the same. Bayou's fingers tightened unconsciously. She quickly compared the abilities, the modus operandi, but the name and specific appearance were still missing. However, there were two breakthroughs: the Resistance Organization and the Wasteland Poetry Society. Bayou continued, anything else? 084's fingertip twitched, as if she wanted to say something, but was interrupted by a violent cough from her chest. The monitor suddenly alarmed. Medical staff rushed over to provide emergency care, and Bayou had no choice but to cooperate. Before leaving, she took the psychosensor and the archive portrait, uploading them to Li Jia to assist the pursuit team in issuing a wanted notice. Her fingertip paused on the virtual screen, but she still sent the news about the former president of the Wasteland Poetry Society along with it. Li Jia would understand. Bayou sent a message to Punch Bear. The interface remained on Saturday, inviting her to a boxing match. Black King, sorry, I'm doing other work, no time. This wasn't exactly a lie. She went to the Zerg border region on Saturday, and was dragged out of bed early Sunday morning to go to the event, running errands and doing odd jobs. Black King, next weekend, I like to talk to Mr. Doug alone. Punch Bear, the boss is away on a business trip. I give you an answer when he gets back. The mission was complete, and the three walked out of the hospital, but they didn't feel relieved. Not only were they still troubled by the identity of this high-risk superhuman, but also by the fact that their Starship tickets back to school on Monday had sold out instantly. Joe Siaka rubbed his buzz cut and smiled wryly. I forgot we had to book tickets in advance for Sunday, and even the most expensive business class is gone. Chow Lu changed the Starship ticket date to Sunday. It's not without a solution. There are still plenty of tickets left for today. After drawing lots for the school selection competition location on Monday afternoon, we need to teleport there directly. If we don't arrive, we're considered to have forfeited. Going early isn't out of the question. Bayou, a woman of action, clicked on the business class section, saw some remaining seats, and instantly selected 3 seats in a row. This is the only time slot left. It's on me. We worked ourselves to the bone to earn this money. We need to find a place to spend it. Jodesika received the ticket information. Then we need to head to the Starship station now. Chow Lu frowned. I booked a flying car, but there's air traffic control today, and no one's been able to pick me up all day. My car is parked in the neighborhood. It'd take half an hour to get here. I don't know if we make it in time. Beep beep. A matte gray Silverwing 6 flying car descended from the sky, the wind making the 3 squint. Luckily, it wasn't using its high beams. The low beams illuminated the car as it landed smoothly. Another unfamiliar Silverwing color. The manufacturer, Galaxy Corporation, and the seller must be quite wealthy. Lowering the window, Hua Chan poked her head out. I'm delivering materials to the Starship station in District 12. Would the 3 of you like a ride? Bayou was flying business class for the first time. She touched the leather seat, stretched her legs forward. There was still room, and leaned back. The seat back automatically adjusted. Detecting the three were drowsy, the massage stopped, and the lights dimmed automatically. No wonder it's double the price, you get what you pay for. Waking up at 5 a.m., the three fastened their seatbelts, their eyelids drooping, the screens in front of them gradually blurring. Hello everyone, welcome back to Meteor Entertainment's Xiao Hu Has Something to Say. I'm Xiao Hu. Hercate Military Academy announces the lifting of martial law. Hearing these keywords was like a microwave heating water to boil an egg. With a thud, the three men's drooping eyelids suddenly lifted, and they looked at their respective screens. Infighting broke out among the four perpetrators, one of whom was injured by the other three and remains unconscious. They were arrested in the library, confessing to smuggling androids and instructing them to steal, but denying murdering the security guard. The case is currently under investigation. According to their description, the sheriff did not find the stolen goods, a single book. It is reported that portable versions of the Grey Ring were found on all four individuals. This book is the apocalypse of the high-risk heretical cult Grey Ring, and is considered, along with the android attack on Ares Military Academy, as part of the Grey Ring's infiltration of the Academy. Before the starship launches, to prevent interference, the robotic arm will shut down all personal signal transmitting and receiving devices. The three wrist-worn devices vibrated simultaneously. The documents Shu Yi had scheduled to send had arrived, containing paper documents about Lyra, and the results of Shu Yi's infiltration of the heretics. They could only examine them closely after landing. By you look down, there were still a few individual messages. Shu Yi, the Zerg book they lost is in my hands. There was a hint of pride in it. It's very thin. Should I send it to you? I invaded your memories. The Grey Ring came to process the Lyra paper files. They're very strange. Wishing you success in this election competition. Bai Yu had only typed a few words when the machine reminded her to shut down her wrist-worn device. She could only quickly delete it and deal with it at school. On the other end of the wrist device, Shu Yi stared at the virtual screen with a puzzled expression. The other party is typing. But there was no further response. Chapter 65. Distant alliances and close attacks, picking them off one by one. A gray concrete scepter stood in the center of Ares Military Academy, tilted at a 15-degree angle, piercing the clouds from the black sand. Its rough edges gleamed in the sunlight, gazing upon the empty plaza. All students participating in this election competition, in small teams, assemble in the plaza within 5 minutes. Assembly Principal Joyce's voice fell, and the crowd quickly gathered in the plaza. Led by the blue AI sphere, a swarm of ants on a hot plate, seemingly chaotic yet orderly, quickly coalesced into small groups. The suspended platform in midair slowly descended, and Joyce's tall figure emerged from the beam of light, her meticulously styled red hair burning like fire in the blazing sun. She raised her hand, and the black sand beneath her feet was lifted by anti-gravity, forming a gentle swirl beneath her feet, like black and white piano keys, creating steps. Gentlemen, you will be divided into 5-person teams and enter a randomly selected battlefield on a desolate planet for a 4-day elimination tournament. 2 teams will be selected to represent Ares Military Academy. 25 teams will depart simultaneously. First, there are limited resource nodes along the route. Second, capture 5 beacon devices within the ruins, only activation counts as points. Third, compete for the energy core, whoever obtains and holds it until the end of the competition will directly secure a spot. The energy core provides a temporary boost to the defending team, but it will also attract attacks from all teams. The second spot will be determined by a combination of factors, including the number of activated beacons and performance in the energy core competition. It's not just about combat strength, it's also about resource gathering, ruin exploration, and offensive/defensive capabilities. Joyce's gaze swept over the scattered teams below. These are the alternative locations, all on this desolate planet. Crimson Rock Valley, Blazing Canyon, Black Sea Plains, Polluted Frozen Sea, White Bone Mausoleum, Wind-Blown Sand Rift, Holy Sword Mountain, Iron Sword Snow Mountain. A constant stream of gasps filled the air, almost creating a vacuum. What does this mean? Am I going to be on high alert this year? Which year is the most unlucky? It goes without saying. I'm not going. I know the difference between making money and risking my life. Bai Yu, hands in his pockets, tilted his head and looked up, completely bewildered. These nicknames, which sounded like new nutrient solution products, had somehow turned his classmates into vacuum machines. She asked Xiaolu softly, "You have experience in major competitions. Which of these locations is the most difficult?" Xiaolu looked troubled. Besides the Black Sea Plain, the other 3 are new locations. I haven't been there before. Last time, During the water control and ice-breaking exercise, I flipped myself over and fell into the black water. I almost suffered hypothermia, clinging to the ice waiting for rescue. It was awful. The league is never a performance of honor. It's a test of life and death. Are any teams withdrawing? 5 teams emerged from the crowd and left the plaza. Ultimately, 20 teams remained to participate in the qualifiers. Very good. Draw lots begin. Behind Joyce, the giant screen in midair suddenly lit up. A miniature gray scepter, the emblem of Ares Military Academy, spun rapidly against a black background. Each place name flashed by, sending chills down everyone's spine. The spinning wheel accelerated, transforming into a streak of light. The entire arena held its breath, all eyes fixed on the giant screen. The entire arena held its breath. Suddenly, the scepter slowed abruptly, the pointer slowly descending. Finally, it stopped at 3 cold words, Holy Sword Mountain. A half-second silence fell over the entire arena. Then, a murmur of discussion erupted from the crowd. A collective sigh rippled through the plaza. Holy Sword Mountain? That place can actually be turned into a competition arena? I heard the entire mountain is covered in ancient swords. Even the insectids don't want to get close. Isn't it said to be extremely cold there, with unstable signals? Chao Lu, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief, her arm returning to Baiyu's shoulder. As long as it's not the Black Sea Plain. Baiyu looked at her. I'm a little curious. Do elemental ability users dislike environments with a large amount of their corresponding element? For example, if you're a water-type ability user, you wouldn't like the Black Sea Plain. Chao Lu thought for a moment. You could say that. If your ability control isn't strong enough, too many corresponding elements in the environment can easily backfire on the ability user. Zhou Xiai could quickly check the detailed information on the spot. The search volume skyrocketed, and the interface was constantly loading. The name Holy Sword Mountain comes from the fact that it's covered in giant swords. Some of them penetrate several meters deep into the permafrost. Even the indigenous people don't know where these giant swords came from. They've been documented in ancient murals. Chu Xingyue remained calm, her obsessive-compulsive tendencies prompting her to slowly press down by use of turn-to-Hogue, Cowlick. This place is perpetually covered in ice and snow, and magnetic storms erupt unpredictably, causing electronic weapons to malfunction and forcing teams to rely on supernatural abilities and tactical coordination. Chu Xingyan narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Xiao Lin opposite him, picking up where Chao Lu left off, a hint of schadenfreude in his voice. Mount Holy Sword is covered in metal, Xiao Lin will be happy. Not to mention, their team is Maeve, an ice type, a double debuff. Sorry. I can't control my supernatural abilities. Once we're on the battlefield, I just use my giant sword to chase and hack you down, humph. Xiao Lin removed his silver-rimmed glasses with one hand and led his team away. This arrogant command-oriented team consisted of 3 combat specialists, Jin Ning, light and heat flow, strong burst damage, short endurance. Maeve, ice, and Leslie, electric. These 2 were potential A-rank candidates for frontline combat. The only reconnaissance specialist was Su Yi, spatial teleportation. Zhou Xiaiku was speechless, muttering under his breath, why wear glasses if you're not nearsighted? It's not like wearing them will make you see people. Chao Lu tapped on the virtual panel, already planning the team's supplies and tactics. The visibility at the bottom of Holy Sword Mountain is extremely poor. We need to seize the high ground first. Joyce's voice rang out again. The portal to Holy Sword Mountain is about to open. As the battlefield for the preliminary rounds, I hope Snow and Sword Shadow will bring you good luck. On the giant screen, a panoramic view of Holy Sword Mountain appeared. Snow-covered ridges, thousands of ancient swords embedded in the mountainside, a steel forest atop the icy plains. A biting wind swept through, swords clattered, heralding the upcoming selection competition. Each team, prepare within 15 minutes and assemble at the teleportation platform. The square immediately dispersed, teams leaving in 2s and 3s. Some clapped excitedly, shouting with fighting spirit that they would settle things on the snowy mountain. Others looked serious, discussing in hushed tones how to withstand the extreme cold. Baiyu and his 5 companions walked side by side, their boots crunching on the black sand, passing through the shadow cast by the gray scepter, and returned to their team's armory. The armory was long and narrow, its walls lined with cabinets of various weapons, all filled with non-lethal ammunition. The Ares emblem hung in the center. The 5 entered, the door closing immediately, shutting out the outside noise. Just like how Squad 404 devised their elimination plan. Zhou Tsika was the first to remove his rifle from his shoulder, deftly checking the wind field stability nodes. The winds on the snow mountain are complex, but I can control the area around us. The problem is the temperature. In hypothermia, we first deplete our stamina, then our supernatural abilities. Baiyu took off her folding knife, its blade enveloped in a transparent dismantling force field. She looked up calmly and said, Holy Sword Mountain won't only be difficult in terms of environment. The most difficult situation should be with the other squads. We can form alliances for those nearby, besiege those further away, and then pick them off one by one. Therefore, we must maintain a rapid advance. Chao Lu had already opened the holographic map, projecting a simulation of Holy Sword Mountain's terrain onto the table. The dense forest of swords and steep ridges of the mountain were clearly visible. The primary objective is the beacon. This scoring system is more reliable. The secondary objective is to seize the energy core, which is riskier. Chu Xingyu had toyed with a pair of transparent curved swords, stuffing a bunch of reconnaissance miniature devices from the armory into her tactical backpack, her eyes fixed on the shadows of the virtual terrain. The sword shadows on Holy Sword Mountain are dense, suitable for ambushes. I can blend in, but I need cover. Chu Xingya, wearing gloves, checked each syringe of medicine one by one, his voice calm. Medical resources are limited. I can stimulate cell regeneration, but the side effect is excessive energy consumption. For minor injuries, you have to endure it yourselves. I don't have unlimited rescues. Only the sound of loading and the system countdown filled the air. Okay. Chao Lu put away the map. The whole team exchanged glances, their tacit understanding needing no words. A few minutes later, the armory door opened again. At the end of the corridor, the pillar of light on the teleportation platform was lit, the deep blue energy slowly rotating, reflecting the cold gleam of their school badges. A countdown timer sounded in each trainee's headset. In 5 minutes, all teams will be teleported to Holy Sword Mountain. Baiyu gripped his tactical knife, his breath forming a thin mist inside his mask. Not fear of the unknown, but a subtle excitement, he stepped onto the teleportation platform. The white light dissipated, and silence fell. Each team was in a different location. The icy air cut straight into his lungs. When Baiyu opened his eyes, he was already standing on a thick layer of snow and ice. The entire Holy Sword Mountain stretched between heaven and earth, the giant sword standing upside down, its blade embedded in the ground, its hilt covered in snow, rust seeping from the notches in the blade, densely covering the mountain from its base to its summit. Black iron, carbon steel, bronze, various materials gleamed coldly in the snow. All were metal Xiao Lin could control. The wind howled, carrying away the moisture from his nostrils, leaving behind the dry smell of rust. Baiyu gazed at the snow-capped peak studded with swords, a strange, inexplicable feeling rising within her. This place didn't resemble a competition arena, it was more like an ancient graveyard. Wait a minute, don't run too fast. Chu Xingye tightened his medical backpack, his gaze fixed on the end of the mountain path, where several broken sword shadows swayed in the wind. He worried someone might be attacking from behind, feeling uneasy. I'm just a quack doctor. Zhou Tsika had already raised his arm, conjuring a wall of wind in his palm, blowing away the surface snow. He looked up at a giant sword stuck in the ice cliff in the distance. Looks like the heavens are on our side, we're very lucky. There's a very obvious surface beacon over there. Zhou Tsika created a wind field, about to reach for it, when Chao Lu called out to him. Wait a minute. Chao Lu stared at the unfolded communication panel, a blue light hovering before them, casting a faint heat scan. At least 3 teams have landed closer, all within a kilometer. This is such an obvious windfall. Be careful, it might be a trap. Chu Xingyu half squatted in the snow, her palms pressed against the ice. After a moment, her aura slowly merged with the snowfield, like an insignificant speck in the blizzard. 50 meters from that beacon, there are residual traces of supernatural power. It's confirmed to have been placed there intentionally. But I want the beacon, that's a bonus. Anyone who gets in my way, I beat them up, right? Baiyu rubbed her numb palms. The dismantled supernatural power flowed through her veins, like tiny chains. How do we coordinate? Chao Lu asked. The blizzard swept over them, and the 5 figures vanished amidst the shadows of swords. Chapter 66. The biting wind was truly fierce. Snow mist churned. Even through his goggles, the tall, thin man lying in the snow couldn't help but squint, his gaze shifting from the glowing beacon atop the great sword downwards. His lips trembled slightly, and his voice was very soft. Several snowy owls perched on branches shook their wings, their eyelids opening and closing, their large, still yellow eyes shifting from dazed to sharp. The tall, thin man's special ability was bird language. He could communicate with birds without difficulty. He had asked these snowy owls for help during the day, promising them an unlimited rat food buffet after the task was completed. Has the person come up yet? His teammate's voice came through his earpiece. He pursed his lips. Don't rush me. He quickened his search for the person who had blew away the snow earlier. Before finding them, he felt a little uneasy, like when fishing, the float bobbed, he worried the fish hadn't bitten the hook, or that it would escape after taking the bait. The snowy owl tightened its black claws gripping the branch, its almost invisible short neck rotating 180 degrees, its round white head seemingly inverted onto its white and black spotted body, its sharp, hook beak opening. It sounded like a cat yawning. A call, so different from its raptor appearance, rang out. The call sounded muffled, practically harmless. But to the tall, thin man's ears, it was a different story. Like a sharp, thin stone perfectly suited for skipping stones, it rippled across the water's surface, creating countless circles. The tall, thin man held his breath, realizing this was the snowy owl's warning. Prey had appeared in the valley, and he pressed his earpiece, preparing to excitedly reel in his line, before notifying his teammates. Only one person came. The tall, thin man crouched low, his uniform anti-psychic vest protecting him from vital injuries by other psychic weapons. His palm rested on the cold stock of his gun, where harmless bullets, emitting colored smoke, were poised to fire. The tall, thin man's team was the luckiest in the random teleportation. They'd been inexplicably placed on the slope of a giant sword, where 5 people couldn't fit, and the ice and slippery surface caused them to slip and fall repeatedly. Just then, they looked up to see a beacon that had been cleared of its surface snow. Collecting the beacons one by one was too slow in terms of points. It would be better to use this beacon as bait, ensuring that the 3 nearby teams couldn't collect any. On the other side of the hill, opposite where the tall, thin man was lying in ambush, 4 more people remained. One of them, with bangs, leaned against a half-hidden crevice, also holding a gun. Through his scope, he saw Bayou, who had frantically rushed in. The tall, thin man was a reconnaissance specialist and possessed the best field of vision. He was to give the order to fire. The tall, thin man's scope was obscured by shadow. Don't rush. He reassured himself, muttering softly. The snowy owls fluttered their wings and let out a short cry. I count down to 1, then fire. Based on the snowy owl's real-time callouts. The tall, thin man licked his lips, chapped from the cold wind. The other man gradually moved out of the shadows. 3, 2. The image of him clutching the gleaming beacon flashed rapidly through his mind. Only their team would get points. The thought alone made his blood boil. 1. The fingertips of the men pressed the triggers, their hearts pounding like drums. 5 harmless bullets, trailing colored smoke, whistled through the silence. Thump! The knee-deep snow collapsed. A bullet struck Bayou's shoulder, deflected by his protective vest. A cloud of colored smoke rose, and Bayou stumbled forward, half burying himself in the snow, raising a cloud of white mist. The colored smoke indicated a successful hit. Vocal hit! Chi Luhai nearly jumped out of the snow in excitement. A snowy owl took flight from a branch, its wings fluttering, kicking up snow that had settled on its feathers. It circled above the tall, thin man, as if demanding a meal. The tall, thin man mumbled in bird language, waving to the others. The remaining people slowly emerged from behind the rocks and snow slope, not yet approaching. Through the shadows of the trees, several figures gradually drew closer. The wind carried the sound of their footsteps. The tall, thin squad immediately took cover, afraid to make a sound. What if their position was locked onto? Combat capability was their squad's weakness. A faint breeze brushed over the heads of each member of the ambush squad. Mixed in the biting wind, no one noticed anything amiss. Bayou slumped onto the snow, breathing rapidly, her face red from the cold. Her hand pressed against her shoulder. The bullet hadn't caused any injury, but the impact was considerable. Even with her safety vest absorbing most of the force, her shoulder still ached. I told you not to go. You insisted on going anyway. Look! This is what happens when you don't follow orders. Chaolu half squatted down, trying to help Bayou up, her tone leaving no room for argument. Are you badly injured? Let me see. Bayou abruptly pushed Chaolu's hand away, turned her head away, picked up her fallen mask, put it back on, her voice hoarse and almost cracking. I had enough. Who needs your fake concern? Nobody wanted to go. I was the first. Now I almost got shot. Are you satisfied? Bayou's shoulders trembled slightly. Her palms, pressed firmly against the ground, crushed the snow, revealing the recently detonated, harmless bullets inside. Her transparent ability, carrying a cloud of colorful mist, rose, and a gust of wind swirled them into her desired shape. Zhou Xiaiko withdrew his palm, which had been creating the wind field, clutched his chest, and pointed his fingers between Chao Lu and Bai Yu. He took a deep breath, his breathing rapid with anger. You, what did you say before you asked me to team up? Wasn't it friendship first, competition second? Bai Yu stubbornly swung her arm and tossed her head, throwing the tightly packed snowball she held into the air. Facts speak louder than words. Don't you understand that? In a critical moment, if no one is willing to risk their lives, would you even know there's an ambush here? Chu Xingyi looked up, his gaze falling between the rocks, and nodded slightly at the brown greatsword. Seeing that all three were looking at him, he coughed lightly. What's there to argue about? Now, you're eliminated, and we're left with just a few people. Compared to those 5-person teams, we have no advantage whatsoever. Zhou Xiaiku immediately chimed in, very smoothly. Why don't you let her see your injuries? You can't even stand up, and you still want to go get the beacon yourself? Leaving us all behind. Listen to this is a team competition, not a stage for you to show off. Show off? Bai Yu suddenly looked up, her eyes burning with rage, and sniffled. Without me, could you have made it this far? I'm risking my life to block bullets, and you, my teammates, are just stabbing me in the heart. Bai Yu laughed angrily, looking at Chao Lu. Fine. Today, I, Bai Aodian, swear here and now, our 10-year friendship is completely wiped out. From now on, I walk my own path, and you perform acrobatics, you walk a tightrope. A flicker of hurt crossed Chao Lu's eyes, her voice suddenly sharpening. What did you say? It's just a competition, a mere few million Yao coins, and you think you can buy our life or death friendship since kindergarten. Before I back out, I give you one last push and send you to the elimination teleportation point. I don't need it. I said I don't need it. Bai Yu's voice was like a screaming kettle. She looked up at the beacon on the mountaintop. Get out. All of you get out. I don't need your pity. Bai Yu propped herself up with one hand and staggered back through the thick snow, walking alone across the snowfield. Her back was sad and resolute, like a small sailboat in a raging storm, ready to be swallowed by the wind and snow at any moment. What kind of attitude is that? It's all your fault. Chao Lu suddenly shifted her anger, pointing at Zhou Zika. You're the one who drove her away, making someone as respectable as me do something so undignified. What do you mean? I even spoke up for you. Zhou Zika looked disappointed. Don't try to shift the blame. You're the one who drove her away. Chu Xingyu chimed in, acting as a peacemaker. All right, stop arguing, calm down. Meeting two angry stares, he added, of course, that includes me. Let's separate for now, and reflect on our mistakes. The ambushers listened intently. Only the tall, thin man on the snow slope seemed uninterested, lowering his voice. They already fallen out. This is a good opportunity to gradually take them down. Don't listen to the gossip. The ambushers aimed at their targets through their scopes. Innocent bullets shot out through the snow mist. That's about right. Attack! Bai Yu, who should have been eliminated, descended from the sky on the wind. The moment she landed, she flung away the folding knife, unleashing a long blade. With a flick of her wrist, transparent dismantling abilities surged along the blade, and the back of the blade struck Qi Liuhai's nape with a swift and clean motion. A crucial point, a valid score. Qi Liuhai pointed at her in horror. You're not the one who got eliminated because of a shoulder injury? That's a foul. I clearly hit you. Bai Yu stretched her shoulders. Your gun-holding posture is very standard. Practice a bit more. Maybe you hit it next time. The remaining ambushers' smiles were still on their faces when they were swallowed up by the sudden attack. Almost simultaneously, Zhou Zika raised his hand, the air gathered, and accelerated its rotation. A wall of wind roared up like a giant wave, swirling and flipping the snow curtain, instantly engulfing the ambusher who was aiming. A white vortex rolled around him, like a giant cocoon. Eliminated. Chao Lu pushed her palms down, the water instantly freezing in the extreme cold, sharp ice cones growing erratically, intertwining and extending, ice crystals shimmering in the snow light, pulsating like breath. An ice and snow cage formed out of thin air, firmly fixing another ambusher in place, unable to move. Fourth. Chu Xingyu's figure blended completely into the rock face, sliding out from behind another person. A transparent scimitar silently rested against the neck of the last ambusher. The scimitar slowly materialized, reflecting a cold light, its outline gradually becoming clear, sending chills down one's spine. Target area hit, eliminated. The last one. Bye-bye. Chu Xingyu's task was to retrieve and activate the beacon, because he kept forgetting his lines during rehearsals. In the midst of the blizzard, Chu Xingyu was climbing 2 meters using both hands and feet, swallowing another mouthful of snowflakes as he gasped for breath. A bone-chilling cold. His resentful gaze swept over his capable teammates, unable to understand why the physical labor had fallen to him. Buzz cut. It's just a few lines you forgot, get up there. Otherwise, are you going to climb until next year? Only when the entire team is eliminated will a broadcast appear on each person's wrist device. 014, eliminated. The other side of Holy Sword Mountain. Ji Ning exclaimed, it's only been an hour since the start of the competition, and this team is already incredibly aggressive. Xiaolin scoffed, it's only because there aren't any teams around. We could easily beat 10, let alone 1. Before Xiaolin could even press the beacon activation button on his wrist, the wrist device displayed beacon activation information. Beacon 1 activated. Xiaolin gritted his teeth and pressed the button. Beacon 2 activated. Sui, find them. I'm going to eliminate them all. Chapter 67. The first night. Darkness descended, like a vast, chilling vortex, blurring time and space. Xiaolin and his group of 5 marched along the ridge, their winter boots making a monotonous scraping sound on the snow. The terrain here was treacherous. Usually, teams would take a longer route, but they had chosen a direct, dangerous path. Because another team had obtained the supply core. If they could just seize it. Another supply crate. Leslie suddenly stopped, bent down, and shoved through the snow, pulling out a metal crate. The arc of electricity on the metal lid receded from her palm. The crate bore the insignia of Ares Military Academy. The 6th one on this road. Maeve conjured a sharp ice blade, piercing the crate lock. Inside, neatly arranged, were energy bars, nutrient solution, and an emergency heat source. Xiaolin crouched down, his gaze sweeping over the crate again. It hasn't been touched. He tossed the supplies to his teammates, his face still showing doubt. That's strange. Ji Ning caught the energy bar, her waist pack was already bulging. Yeah, when we were at the foot of the mountain, there was a team nearby. They were closer to the supply crate, but it hadn't been touched. That doesn't make sense. I go check. Sui raised her hand, and a golden vortex appeared on the other 2 main paths leading to the core area. Her figure disappeared into the vortex, shuttling between the placed teleportation portals. While waiting, Ji Ning tore open the packaging. The light and heat from her palm enveloped the energy bar, then extinguished after a second. The baked energy bar became crisp, with a slightly roasted, dried fruity aroma. She had just finished eating it when she saw 3 pairs of expectant eyes. Bake one for me too. Smells good. Ji Ning took it, issuing a disclaimer, my control isn't very stable yet. If it burns, don't blame me. A second later, Xiaolin found a dark object in his palm. He incredulously raised his silver glasses, which, despite not having a prescription, looked like those of someone with both nearsightedness and presbyopia. He examined it closely, sniffing it repeatedly, his astonishment no less than an adventurer discovering a new planet. He gently poked it with his finger, and it crumbled in his palm, leaking through his fingers into the snow. Maeve and Leslie had the same thing. Xiaolin concluded, carbonized. A golden vortex flickered, and Sui returned. No signs of battle, no residual energy fluctuations. Neither route has seen any other teams. Leslie finished chewing with his eyes closed. If they're not going to the core area to steal the energy cores, what are they doing at Holy Sword Mountain? Tourism? There's another possibility. Xiaolin stuck the heat source rod he picked up into the snow, gave it a gentle twist, and a flame ignited, gleaming in the white snow. Sui, didn't you scout out that there's an ancient indigenous castle below the valley? The school installed a shielding device to avoid disturbing the indigenous people. Xiaolin glanced down, adjusted his silver-rimmed glasses. Cowards, too afraid to fight me, so you hide. Eliminating opponents also adds points. Shall we go take a look? Ji Ning asked. Maeve nodded. We have ample supplies and are in good condition. Once we reach the core area, we can wait for others to fight tooth and nail for the cores, saving us energy. Sui gazed in the direction of the castle, a golden vortex flashing before her. Then let's go! 1 hour earlier. The wind and snow echoed through the mountains. The 5-person team had been traversing the sword forest for 2 hours, their breath turning into layers of frost inside their masks. Since discovering Xiaolin's team nearby, they had stopped collecting beacons, and simply quickened their pace towards the core area. In a free-for-all, what advantage could Xiaolin possibly gain? This godforsaken place, anyway, this beacon definitely belongs to Xiaolin. The long-faced man at the front panted, his shoes sinking into the thick snow, dripping wet when he pulled them out. Who wants to be assigned to the same area as him? Keep quiet, conserve your energy. The captain pressed his wrist device. The signal on the screen flickered weakly. We're moving so fast to find a place where we can avoid other teams. Captain, isn't this against the rules? Captain, as long as we don't touch the supply crates, no one will know. The others nodded silently. They all understood that this squad wasn't top tier in terms of combat strength. They had no advantage in a direct confrontation. If they wanted to survive until the end, they could only hope for a lucky break. The group trudged deeper into the valley, their steps uneven. Look over there. The long-faced man raised his hand, pointing ahead. A dark figure emerged from the snow, half hidden among broken swords and rubble. A stone castle stood silently. The city walls were grayish-white, with faint firelight filtering through the cracks in the walls. There are buildings? Isn't this a no-man's land? The captain examined the unmarked area on the map carefully. This desolate planet just lacks modern civilization. How could it all be empty land? These are ruins left by the natives. The group exchanged glances, their faces beaming with barely concealed joy. It was like someone handing them a pillow when they were exhausted. They no longer had to rush around just to find a place to hide. That's great, the captain whispered. Let's go inside and hide, it'd be warm. After those idiots outside are both exhausted, we can head to the core area and advance directly. They quickened their pace and knocked on the heavy wooden door. Footsteps sounded, and with a creak, the door opened. The captain involuntarily peered inside. In the castle's main hall, a roaring fire burned brightly. Thick animal hides hung from the stone walls, and the air was filled with the aroma of firewood and herbs. Several long tables were arranged side by side, each holding a steaming earthenware pot, bubbling gently. Who are you? A kind old man opened the door. His face was slightly flushed by the firelight, his eyes peaceful. The captain swallowed hard, shifting his gaze to the old man. We are travelers. The snowstorm outside is too severe. We wanted to come in to escape the cold, and we be leaving soon. Come in. A dozen or so figures, sitting cross-legged around the fire, turned around, casting curious glances. The old man smiled and explained, they just haven't seen any new people in a long time. The group instantly breathed a sigh of relief. A thin, long-faced man surveyed the group. They were simply dressed, wearing long, grayish-white robes with simple, hand-embroidered patterns on their chests, crooked and unique, due to their handmade nature. Their eyes shone brightly, like statues illuminated by the firelight. The old man's voice had an accent, but it was understandable. The fire will warm you up, he said. The firelight reflected on his face, a wrinkled yet kind one. Thank you, the captain nodded, removing his mask. The chill dissipated, and warm air rushed in, almost making one dizzy instantly. Please sit. We just baked some bread. Steam rose from the earthenware pot on the long table, the aroma of spices and meat blending perfectly, the scent of fruitwood filling the air. A basket beside the table held slices of bread and roasted apples coated in honey, the syrup glistening enticingly in the firelight. The group stared at the table, swallowing hard. Having traveled continuously, they had been barely surviving on energy bars and 4 fluids. Seeing this primitive food now felt like falling from a cold night into a warm dream. Can we really eat this? One of them, with a low ponytail, asked timidly. How much in radiant coins? The old man smiled and waved his hand. This is food bestowed by the earth. Everyone who enters here can share it. The group exchanged glances, unloaded their weapons, and sat down at the long table. The bread was crispy at the edges and soft on the inside. The roasted apples were juicy and sweet, and the stew, fresh from a bubbling earthenware pot, was so tender it melted in their mouths. It's so delicious. This is real food? The thin-faced man exclaimed, a long-lost ease on his face. The gray-robed figure sat down again, chanting something softly. The team members couldn't understand it, but after listening for a while, they felt a sense of peace. The initial wariness gradually dissipated, and their breathing slowed. I told you, smart people don't fight head-on, the captain said, leaning back in his chair, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. Who would have thought we found the safest place? The thin-faced girl propped her head up with her hand, squinting. Who said we were unlucky? I thought being assigned to the same area as Xiaolin's team was because of his great-grandfather's connections. The captain's words carried a clear hint of resentment. Everyone knows he's a metal-type ability user. All those metal swords on Holy Sword Mountain were custom-made for him. He should have just been guaranteed a spot. Why was he competing with us for a quota? The girl with the low ponytail asked, his grandfather? Who's that? Xia Yan, you don't know him? One of the chairpersons of the Norma Star Committee. No wonder he was selected as a Federation star. Yeah, connections, powerful background. The fire crackled, the air so warm one wanted to close their eyes. The long, thin man picked up what seemed like the umpteenth bowl of stewed meat. His hand suddenly trembled, splashing broth onto the table. He frowned, mumbling incoherently, "Sorry, I think I ate too much, my head feels a little dizzy." "What's wrong?" The woman with the low ponytail next to him took the bowl, blinking heavily herself. "It's probably too warm." The captain simply slumped onto the table, his breathing gradually becoming even. The long, thin man wanted to speak, but felt his tongue was stuck. His gaze swept over the gray-robed figures. They continued their low chanting, their expressions devout, the firelight reflecting in their clear eyes, seemingly without a trace of impurity. "How? What?" he murmured. Before he finished speaking, his body fell heavily backward. In his last fading consciousness, he saw the fire flickering in the hearth, and the gray-robed figures rising in unison, their gazes fixed on them. The elder at the head of the group picked up a cooled earthenware jar. Black liquid slowly dripped onto the center of the long table, piling up and gradually coalescing into the shape of a heart. Excess liquid flowed outwards. The elder chanted softly, "On the day he descends, the gray ring will return." The crowd murmured in unison. The elder bent down, took out another earthenware jar, and picked up a whole piece of raw meat, still dripping blood. The black liquid followed the blood, directly engulfing the meat and devouring it completely. In the flickering firelight, the heart-shaped shadow on the stone wall gradually grew larger, extending countless tentacles that filled the long table. The 5 men silently approached the ancient castle from above. The voice from inside the door was deep and devout, but Xiao Lin's eyes turned cold. "They're reciting the Book of Revelation. This classic work of the Grey Rings. Even the natives have been brainwashed by heretics?" May's gaze lingered on the faces of these people, a picture of serene tranquility. Sui looked down, trying to locate them, but found the signal suddenly disappeared. She hurriedly circled the location on the offline map, edited the message to be sent to Hungry and Dizzy, took off her wrist phone, opened a golden vortex, and sent the wrist phone out. As long as there was a signal. A student in tactical uniform lay on the long table, black liquid seeping into his eyes, nose, and mouth, causing his head to swell abnormally, as if fluid was surging beneath his skin. Almost simultaneously, the silver rim of Xiao Lin's glasses instantly dispersed, thin threads flying out, vibrating rapidly in the air, emitting a buzzing sound, pulling the black liquid out, then cutting and pulverizing it. The fire crackled, and the chanting of the gray-robed people stopped abruptly, their gazes slowly turning to the group on the roof. Chapter 68. Could it be Xiao Lin? A silver thread flashed through the air. Before the black liquid could fully penetrate the student's bloodline, it was severed by an invisible cutting force, strangling him. The black liquid and blood mist splattered onto the table, the arcs of the splashes further scattering as the thread continued to cut them apart. The hall fell silent. The gray-robed figures all raised their heads. The old man pressed his palm down behind him, making a gesture, and his low chanting turned into a unified chant, the sound echoing through the castle's dome. "We look up, to the light of yesteryear. The gray ring is above, the cocoon of omens, the offspring return," 1,000 voices sang in unison. The old man's bark-like face slowly unfolded, his skin becoming supple and tender in a strange reverse aging process. In the firelight, even the throbbing veins under his temples were clearly visible. "I close my eyes, I see. I cover my ears, I hear." Xiao Lin dared not relax for a moment. He can control free radicals, at least the surviving empty shells. The cultists of the Grey Ring are roughly distributed in a triangle. At the apex are the heartbeats, priests who serve the gods. The middle of the triangle are the empty shells, cultists, who have completed their self-sacrifice. Their survival rate is low. Below the empty shells are the gray-eyed ones, who have undergone modification. Some may become insectized. The most numerous and lowest ranking are the ordinary cultists, who listen to divine pronouncements, called messengers. The empty shells scrutinize Xiao Lin in midair. Although not the target of this operation, this face. The youngest federal star, since the star calendar began. So what if he was born into the right family? Jealousy rises in the empty shell's heart. Xiao Lin has been protected by his high-ranking, battle-hardened grandfather since birth. He survived an assassination attempt as a child, and his parents, with their mediocre supernatural abilities, sacrificed themselves to protect him, gaining sympathy from across the galaxy and elevating him to a high position. The empty shell underwent a sacrifice, enduring the pain of displaced internal organs, feeling his body being slowly hollowed out by tentacles, sacrificing everything to gain a chance for rebirth. And this chosen one was showered with flowers and applause. This piece of trash, created by throwing money and resources at him, wanted to show off, so let him have his way. Who told you that among so many orphans, only you, Xiao Lin, were lucky? Form the array. The empty shell's voice was deep. The engravings on the castle walls lit up simultaneously, cold white light seeping from the cracks. Symbols emerged like awakened imprints, interlocking and rapidly spreading into a dense grid. The entire wall seemed to be sliced open, light flowing between the cracks and spreading in all directions. The fireplace flames instantly went out. The empty shell slowly raised its hands, palms facing upwards, as if seeking to receive some kind of power. Its tone was low and ancient, and as it chanted, the same runes appeared on the dome above the hall, enveloping the entire space in insect-like script. Flesh and blood as the key, heart as the door. The sound waves echoed between the stone walls, making the engravings and symbols even brighter. Cold white light pressed down to the ground, condensing into a straight line. The temperature plummeted, spreading from the stone bricks to the center of the hall, fading into silence. The symbols on the stone walls, the floor, and the dome rotated and closed in a series of rings, like a moving prison, slowing the airflow. Xiao Lin dodged the sharp flying stones. He raised his hand again, and with a sudden flick of his wrist, the silk threads embedded themselves in the surrounding stone walls and floor. The fine threads intertwined in the air, forming shimmering arcs, directly piercing through the stone walls that formed the array, turning them to dust. The empty shell hadn't expected the formation to be destroyed so violently, nor had he anticipated that this seemingly worthless fool possessed strength befitting his reputation. Wasn't the Federation star bought by your grandfather? In truth, Xiao Lin's strength extended far beyond this. Xiao Lin gazed intently, and the metal elements within the entire castle gradually materialized in his perception. The iron chandeliers on the ceiling, the candlesticks on the spiral staircase, the countless chains beneath the floor, even the knives and iron bowls on the long table, all resonated with a humming sound under his supernatural control. The empty shell's words were like dancing in Xiao Lin's minefield. Xiao Lin simply raised his hand, and the iron chandelier trembled. The chain snapped free from the stone wall, whistling as it plummeted, only to be caught in midair by a silken thread, taut abruptly, and swept across like a heavy iron whip. The empty shell rolled away to dodge. One of the gray-robed figures, caught off guard, was struck by the chain and slammed into the stone wall. With a crack, his bones snapped upon impact. Xiao Lin coldly glanced at the empty shell. "I buy you one, and you can call me Grandpa, okay?" He pointed his other finger at the empty shell, and a dozen metal knives on the long table simultaneously floated up, their blades gleaming coldly after the firelight died down. Xiao Lin slowly raised his middle finger, and the knives flew out in unison, like a flock of well-trained falcons, striking each other at high speed. The blades sliced through the air with a sharp whistling sound, instantly piercing the collarbones of 3 gray-robed men, pinning them firmly to the stone wall. The remaining gray-robed men continued chanting. The array pattern seemed to have rekindled, flickering with light, extending to another intact stone wall, attempting to form another array. Xiao Lin's eyes turned cold, and with a flick of his finger he said, "Don't even think about it. I don't have time to play with you right now." The empty shell, carrying something in its hands, ran towards the spiral staircase. Xiao Lin was about to give chase when black tentacles blocked his way. Constrained for a moment, he noticed that the tentacles extending from the Zerg heart were already wide enough to block the staircase for 2 people to pass through. Su Yi's figure flickered in the golden vortex, appearing atop a pillar of the ancient castle in the next instant. Just as she was about to block the empty shell, she was intercepted by the tentacles. She observed the entire magic array again from above. Not good. This is the Zerg Heart Resurrection Array. Xiao Lin stared at the approaching black tentacles. 10 sharp metal threads suddenly unfurled under his fingertips. The threads gleamed coldly, intertwining to form a barrier of blades. The first tentacle crashed down, striking a thread and instantly slicing it open, splattering a blackish liquid that dripped onto the ancient stone bricks, emitting a sizzling corrosion sound. "I clear the way!" Jin Ning shouted, pushing forward with his hand. A blinding white light erupted from his palm, a wave of heat carrying the dazzling light, slamming into the regrowing tentacles. The air was distorted by the scorching airflow, and an entire group of tentacles blocking the stairs was instantly blasted back, shattering black flesh tumbling and falling. "Watch out for the left rear." Su Yi's voice rang out from the group. Golden halos appeared in her eyes, and in the next instant, her figure vanished, reappearing several meters away, stepping towards a gray-robed figure attempting to approach. Grabbing the gray-robed figure by the back of the neck, she applied wide, thick sound-dampening tape, bent her elbow, and struck the neck, sending the gray-robed figure crashing to the ground. The remaining gray-robed figures discovered that the empty shell had run upstairs first, ignoring them and disregarding their rank, haphazardly running up the stairs seeking help from the giant tentacles. They're trying to escape. Seal off both sides. Maeve stood at the back of the group, her hands clenched tightly, frost spreading wildly from her palms. The chill instantly blanketed the ground, spreading along the stone bricks to form a thick wall of ice. The two flank tentacles slammed into each other with a dull thud, countless shards of ice exploding at the point of impact. The ice wall, bearing the immense force, trembled violently, but remained firmly in place, buying time for her teammates to capture them. Roger. Leslie stepped onto the spatial vortex created by Sui, his arm flexing, silver-white lightning erupting from his palm. Arcs of electricity wove into a net, raining down from the sky. The arcs of electricity danced across the gray-robed man's body, crackling and stunning him, then sealing him with sound-absorbing tape. According to the procedure for capturing criminals, the superpowered handcuffs should have been removed. But they were here for an exam. Who would choose this when weapons were limited? Who would they handcuff? The five of them formed a ring of defense, supporting each other. The Zerg's heart pounded more rapidly, as if sensing resistance. Its tentacles doubled in number, lashing wildly at the stone walls and ground. Stone chips scattered, frost shattered, and metallic threads vibrated with a piercing shriek. Break! Xiaolin growled, his fingers snapping upwards. Dozens of metallic threads tightened simultaneously, like meteors slicing through the air, digging into the thick and hard muscle. Deep gashes instantly appeared on the surface of the black heart, black fluid oozing out, a stench filling the air. I do it! Jin Ning stepped forward, his palm radiating intense heat, a blinding white flame like a solar flare. With a deafening roar, heat surged through the wound Xiaolin had created. The black flesh churned violently, the depths of the cavity feeling as if it were being scalded. Losing control, the tentacles instantly descended into chaos. Maeve clasped her hands together, frost seeping in through the crack, instantly freezing the flowing flesh. The frozen part stiffened, the interplay of heat and cold causing the Zerg's heart to stop abruptly due to the expansion and contraction. Now! Xiaolin roared. Leslie clapped his hands together, arcs of electricity slicing through the heart's wound, allowing light to shine through. Firelight, frost, metallic wires, and arcs of electricity converged at a single point. The Zerg's heart felt a piercing pain, emitting a shrill howl that brought a brief silence. Fire for them. The missing squad. Before Xiaolin finished speaking, the head of the empty shell appeared on the second floor. What he held in his hands was the original heart. A much larger tentacle lashed out, sweeping across with the remaining power. The remaining black liquid on the ground suddenly boiled and churned. The empty shell spoke, its voice slow and steady. His heart, to regain its former glory, will be reforged in flesh and blood. Go in peace, under the watchful eyes of your companions. Screams erupted from the other gray-robed figures, who had been knocked unconscious. Their bodies convulsed, joints bent backward, as they struggled to their feet in grotesque postures, muttering increasingly urgent incantations. Xiaolin suddenly swung his hand, the threads closing like a net, grabbing the ankle of one of the gray-robed figures. No matter how hard he tried to pull him, the figure seemed oblivious, continuing to crawl forward until the threads pierced his left foot, without stopping. The blood splattered on the ground, absorbed by the black liquid, slowly flowing into the swollen heart in the empty shell's hand. Sui gasped. These messengers are actually sacrificing themselves to accelerate cardiac resuscitation. Several tentacles dangled down from the building, their ends tightly wrapped around the bodies of the deceived team, hovering in midair. Their mouths and noses were blocked by liquid tentacles, and their hands and feet were bound. Only whimpers could be heard from their throats, pleading for help. Their faces were pale, their lips blue, weakened by poison. The empty shell threatened calmly, if you approach any closer, these people will be sacrificed to the insect lord. As soon as he finished speaking, the black tentacles tightened abruptly, and the deceived squad let out painful screams. Blood was forcibly drawn out and sucked by the tentacles. The empty shell glanced down. His command wasn't to perform the sacrifice now. He patted the beating heart in his chest, but there was no response. Xiaolin's gaze turned cold. His silver threads abruptly reformed, falling into his palm and forming eyeglass frames, which he put on. Let's make a deal. How can you release them? Just as the stalemate began, the empty shell suddenly opened its mouth, and black tentacles emerged from it. He probably didn't know that the empty shell that had been sacrificed was itself a vessel for the insected heart. The heart pounded in his chest, and an even thicker tentacle suddenly lashed out, sweeping across with the remaining force. The entire castle shook, stone walls cracked, and the dim, Gleaming engravings shone brightly. The magic array restarted. Damn it! Su Yi's expression changed drastically. The golden vortex she created flickered faintly, its power suppressed. Hard regeneration complete. This time, the teleportation array is activated. Countless black tentacles extended from the array, unbreakable by supernatural powers, directly binding Xiao Lin and the other's hands and feet, forcibly immobilizing them as the array rotated. It's going to take us away. On the other side of Holy Sword Mountain, it was Bai Yu's turn to be on night duty. A message popped up on the virtual screen of her wrist device. Su Yi, coordinates X639, a gray ring disguised as a native has appeared in the castle. Emergency support is needed. Anomaly, why isn't this being reported? Bai Yu casually reported the message. Su Yi is on Xiao Lin's team. Could this be Xiao Lin's bad idea, a trap to set me up? What Bai Yu didn't know was that all calls for help in anomalies were blocked by an invisible net. Chapter 69. A temporary monitoring platform hovered above Mount Holy Sword, its main entrance bearing the scepter insignia of Ares Military Academy. The platform was surrounded by a transparent shield. Holographic screens filled the monitoring room, forming a circular image wall. Every energy fluctuation was recorded and kept within a safe range. Since the start of the shift, the red warning bar at the top of the screens had never lit up. Everything was orderly. At the main control panel, Professor Catherine, dressed in black overalls, was focused. Her finger moved across the virtual screen, zooming in on marked locations, adjusting the view, and carefully comparing before checking off items on the spreadsheet. Catherine looked at Zhong Hao, who was drinking a supplement to stay awake. Professor Zhong, is the monitoring range full coverage? I detected energy fluctuations, but the location isn't showing up. Zhong Hao leaned back in his chair. Apart from the indigenous people's private plots, if these places are all monitored, be careful they don't sue us in federal court for violating my privacy rights. Catherine asked, is there something wrong with the equipment? Zhong Hao waved his hand. I'm not an expert on supernatural equipment, he said. He teaches a course on supernatural weapons. Ask Professor Lin Changjun. He teaches the investigation department how to use the equipment. Sometimes when the school surveillance cameras break down and the AI can't find the problem, we ask him to fix them. Zhong Hao looked at Lin Changjun's empty seat. Where's Professor Lin? The sound of running water behind him stopped abruptly, and a pair of hands moved away from the sensor faucet. Professor Zhong, is there something you need? Professor Catherine is looking for you. Lin Changjun's voice came closer. He wiped the water droplets from his face and took out a handkerchief to dry it. I was too sleepy just now, so I washed my face to refresh myself. I'd like to ask Professor Lin a question about this map. Catherine clicked on it, as if the sudden ascent she just experienced was an illusion. Catherine zoomed in on the map. It only showed a blurry image of an indigenous fortress, not even a complete picture. What's wrong? Lin Changjun tossed a handkerchief onto his desk, walked over, and stared at the straight curve. Is there anything unusual here? You must be mistaken, Professor Catherine. I think you're sleepy too. Zhong Hao yawned, glancing at the closed lounge. Sigh, we were supposed to take turns resting, but Professor Yi didn't come out last night, and there was no sound of him. He's sleeping soundly. Lin Changjun adjusted his glasses and said to Catherine, I don't see anything unusual. You can ask Professor Yi later, he's an expert in this area. Zhong Hao opened another packet of energy supplements, muttering under his breath, I almost forgot, Yi Yiming also teaches in the investigation department. He's the most carefree. He doesn't care when the machines malfunction, just coasting along because of his seniority. And Yi Yiming is a full professor, with a high rank. Catherine was always too lazy to get involved in the power struggles between men. She remembered that the terminal would briefly store fragments. She logged in and found the time point. There was no extraneous sound in the air, only the faint glow of the screen displaying data. Her gaze lingered on the glaring words, overwrite complete. Sure enough, the supernatural fluctuations were not mistaken. Someone had tampered with the records. She quickly took a screenshot. And that person was right here in the monitoring room. With a creak, the door to the break room opened. Yi Yiming, still sleepy-eyed, held a virtual screen and asked Catherine, who was staring at the main console, everything's normal? I need to issue a security announcement. Catherine feigned composure, slowly closing the record. Normal. She recalled the android attack on the dormitory. The newly installed surveillance cameras mysteriously malfunctioned. Such familiarity with the campus's blind spots suggested an inside job. Catherine's gaze slowly swept over the faces of her three colleagues. You, or rather all of you. Bai Yu leaned back in her folding chair, her gaze still fixed on the previous message on her wrist-worn device's virtual screen. Sui, coordinates X639, a gray ring disguised as a native has appeared in the castle. Urgent support needed. Baiyu swiped her fingers, exiting the interface. Is this normal? To prevent cheating in the selection competition, only the internet between teams and the line for reporting anomalies were open. Eliminatory individuals, after leaving via the teleportation platform, needed to remain in a single room to prevent them from tipping off their teams. Baiyu pursed her lips, a fleeting doubt crossing her mind. Sui was on Xiao Lin's team. She certainly wouldn't deliberately set a trap under normal circumstances, but this was a competition, and perhaps it was a strategy. She shook her head, but Sui wasn't Xiao Lin. After the anomaly report was completed, Baiyu leaned back, the folding chair wobbling. The monitoring center's response was a green alert. Native area, with some autonomy, no anomalies detected, we will monitor closely. A strong wind blew the snow-covered branches. Rustling sounds came from the bushes. Baiyu pointed her finger, the aftershocks of her power spreading slightly across the snow before quickly receding. 3 people arrived. Baiyu looked into the bushes, her dark eyes locking onto 3 figures. They thought they were well hidden, but they were riddled with flaws. The bulging backpacks on their backs, like tortoise shells, severely limited their agility for a sneak attack. They wanted to steal supplies, but being students, they were far from professional. She exhaled a puff of white breath, her entire body tensing. The next second, the wooden stick grazed her hair, aimed at her head, whipping up a biting wind that swirled snowflakes into her fluttering hair. Baiyu simply dodged to the left, her right hand reaching out to firmly grip the stick near her wrist. Her transparent supernatural ability instantly spread at the point of contact, dismantling the supernatural power encasing the stick, regardless of power type or whether it was mutually exclusive. The stick lost its balance, the attacker's hand went numb, and the stick was knocked away, hooking his framed glasses along with it. The stick broke into several pieces, shattering the glasses. The attacker fell backward into the snow, crying voice. Where are my glasses? Don't hit me, I can't see. Modern smart glasses have thermal imaging, which is considered cheating, so he wasn't wearing them. He shakily pulled a spare pair from his pocket, pointing at Baiyu, who was half hidden in the shadows fighting. So strong, you're the youngest one. What's your name again? Federal Star. Xia something? Xia Yin. Alright, mistaking her for someone else is one thing, but mistaking her for the chairman of Norma Star, the real grandfather of the Federation Star. Baiyu paused in her action of drawing her sword. People sometimes laugh when they're speechless. Take some time to the hospital, see an ophthalmologist or neurosurgeon. Either you're blind or there's something wrong with your brain imaging. The attacker staggered to his feet slipping in the snow, knocking over several boxes of supplies stacked together, scattering snowflakes everywhere. His virtual screen floated, the system automatically calculating the score and starting to announce. Compressed energy bar, plus 10. Luminous heat source, plus 50. Protein paste, plus 10 small, scattered points, one after another. Next, elimination, 100. This reminded her of the score. Xiao Lin and the other scores were wrong. Baiyu's eyes suddenly turned cold. Her right elbow lashed out at the second attacker, striking him along the midline of his collarbone, aiming for a quick victory. The attacker groaned and staggered back. Baiyu lightly placed a chop to his neck, counting as a critical hit, scoring a point. She knew the system's scoring rules like the back of her hand. Small supplies, plus 10 per box. Medium supplies, plus 50 per item. Beacons, plus 1,000 each. Critical hit elimination, plus 100 per person. She glanced at her score breakdown on her virtual screen. A dozen or so plus 100 records were neatly arranged, occasionally interspersed with plus 50 or plus 10. This was reasonable for the 404 reemployment team. They fought the high-level Zerd to a standstill. Taking down a few students with no combat experience wouldn't be difficult. Baiyu checked Xiao Lin's team's scores. Aside from obtaining a beacon plus 1,000, almost all the other records were insulation cotton, plus 50. Vitamin tablets, plus 10. There were over 20 entries, mostly plus 10. Baiyu's heart sank. Who were Xiao Lin's team members? Xiao Lin, Sui Maeve, Jean Ning, and Leslie. Any one of the last 3 was a renowned combat specialist. Jean Ning is a second-year combat specialist, holding the record for the highest instantaneous destructive power. Maeve and Leslie are reserve A-level individuals with extensive combat experience, about to head to a real war zone. Not to mention the formidable Federal Star, Xiao Lin. The train derailment and the insectoid invasion are still fresh in everyone's memory. Baiyu has witnessed his control over metal. He's no ordinary ability user easily manipulated. How could they only collect plus 10 small supplies along the way, without any plus 100 eliminations? Baiyu's gaze fell on the teams with 0 points on the leaderboard who hadn't been eliminated. Without supplies, how could they survive in such extreme cold? Baiyu's unease continued to fester. Based on the points awarded for supplies, Xiao Lin and his team had no chance of eliminating other participants. The only possibility was Xiao Lin's team was trapped. To be precise, they were with that 0-point team. Trapped in a place even Sui couldn't escape via teleportation. She glanced at her wrist device again. Tracing the abnormal record, she found it stopped at the terminal, and the status showed reply received. This isn't right. Just then, the last person, seeing his two teammates eliminated one after another, gritted his teeth and lunged forward, a gleaming knife in his hand. His figure flashed, leaping through space to ambush Baiyu from behind. A double-edged knife, that's a bit much. Baiyu barely looked back, raising her hand to flick away the folding knife. The three blades quickly combined into a long blade, the back of the blade striking the attacker's wrist in the opposite direction. The attacker cried out in pain, releasing his grip and staggering back a few steps, the dagger falling to the ground. Baiyu turned, braced herself on the ground with her folding knife, bent her knee, and thrust upwards, tracing a beautiful arc in the air. The third person landed heavily, her knee pressing firmly against his neck. Baiyu's system score jumped again, elimination, plus 100. The snow returned to calm, leaving only the sound of the wind and the three men's rapid breathing. Baiyu quickly scanned their status, confirming no one was seriously injured. She stood beside the scattered supplies, the light points falling on the screen, making her eyes even colder as she made her decision. What happened? Chao Lu lifted the tent flap, glanced at the time. It was just the shift change time. She had woken up early to let Baiyu go to sleep, only to see chaos in the snow outside the tent. Xiao Lin's team, and another team with 0 points have probably been kidnapped by the Grey Ring. Sui sent me a distress message. Also, the abnormal messages she sent were blocked. Baiyu picked up her tactical backpack from the folding chair, unzipped it, and inside lay a thick book of Zerg knowledge. The cover read, "Offspring will rise from the ashes." She breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she hadn't complained about the weight. Chao Lu nearly lost her balance. What? Several single tents behind her unzipped, and three heads popped out. Although the three had different facial features and hairstyles, their expressions were identical, bewildered and shocked, their heavy eyelids drooping. Chu Xingyue rubbed her face. Grey Ring? They're incredibly bold, kidnapping someone during the selection trials? Zhou Tsika quickly zipped up his tactical uniform and put on his winter gear. There will be other opportunities to participate. Saving them is the priority. Chu Xingyue was reluctant, but couldn't stand idly by. Is fate targeting me? Why is it always hard mode when I participate? Chao Lu packed supplies into her backpack. How do we get there? Before she finished speaking, Baiyu transformed into a black shadow, sprinting after the third attacker. Hey, competition is competition, but could you do us a favor? Take us to coordinates X639. If possible, try to find the professor on duty, and tell more people to stay away from this coordinate. Be careful of Grey Ring heretics disguised as natives. Chapter 70. Thief. This is another theft. The pitch-black castle, like jagged dark rocks, lies nestled between the Sword Mountain and the snowfield. The stone towers soar high, the howling wind echoing between the towers. The narrow, long windows, like cold, black vertical pupils, reflect the sword shadows on the snow. With a creak, a window at the top of the tower opened. Chu Xingyue silently slipped inside, her colors blending seamlessly with the stone walls, as natural as flowing air. She lowered her center of gravity, descending the stairs, unzipping her work pants pockets. From left to right, the silent zipper released several tiny reconnaissance robots, each the size of a grain of rice. Infusing them with their powers, the robots rapidly changed color, their high-definition cameras flipping and scattering. Nobody. No other living beings either. Chu Xingyue's voice came through the earpiece, like a reassuring pill. Baiyu took out 2 energy stones from her bag, tapped them together, and a spark rose from inside the stones. They found Su Yi's wristwatch outside the castle. This meant it wasn't one of Xiao Lin's strategies to win the competition. There was no one in the castle, so where did they go? Baiyu took the lead, holding up the polished energy stone in her hand. Light spilled from between her fingers, a golden bulb that warmed her hands and provided illumination, while the snow beneath her feet was above her knees. Chu Xingye brought up the rear, reluctant to use the energy stone, repeatedly calculating the points. The selection competition lasts 4 days. It's 0-13 on the second day, and we're ranked third. One team has already obtained 2 beacons, which is plus 2,000. That's the big score. Zhou Zika extended his left hand, handing the polished energy stone to Chu Xingye. The core is the key, the plus 5,000. No one's activating it yet, afraid it'd be stolen. Look how many times the beacon has changed hands. Everyone's waiting for the last day. Everyone wants to be the last one to profit. Chaolu kicked away the snow. Don't get distracted. Bai Yu, holding the energy stone, approached. On either side of the door, the faces in the reliefs were blurry, their gaping maws revealing sharp teeth, a frozen roar. Her heart tightened slightly, she looked away, pushing open the heavy wooden door. Warm air rushed in, mixed with the stench of food and slime, complex and strange. She opened her palm. The energy stone's light slowly spread, illuminating the empty hall. Shards of pottery were scattered everywhere, the long table split in two by external force, lying sprawled on the floor. With a hiss, an energy stone brushed against the glowing embers, and the fireplace reignited. Before the fireplace, Chu Xingye, almost one with the fireplace, removed her disguise. She took off her winter hat, revealing her colorful hair piled up, and sighed as she opened her frozen fingers. The charcoal is still warm, so they must have left recently. I searched the castle thoroughly, inside and out, including several secret rooms and the basement, but I don't know where they went. Bai Yu touched the inside of a shard of broken pottery with her fingertip. At this temperature, the broth hasn't solidified yet. It couldn't have been more than half an hour. We found something here. Zhou Zika stood under a broken stone pillar. The dilapidated castle was drafty, and the wind made his buzz cut stand upright. There should have been a wall here, but only the pillar remains. Zhou Zika squinted, holding the energy stone closer, his other hand tracing the charred marks. The lines were broken, making it impossible to discern anything, but connecting it to the 2 missing teams, it should be a teleportation array, right? Several people approached upon hearing this. Chu Xingye squatted down, her brows furrowed. Yes, it's like a Zerg teleportation array, a forbidden technique. I can't draw it, and I don't have the array patterns. Otherwise, injecting energy might allow it to restart. Then you should be able to draw the Zergs. Bai Yu tossed her tactical backpack to the ground, unzipped it, and pulled out a thick book about Zerg. She closed her eyes, placed her hand on the pages, and a ghostly blue light flickered, strange characters lighting up line by line. A hoarse voice echoed in her mind, Bloodlord, long time no see. Bai Yu, I need help. Who can repair the teleportation array? There is one in the corresponding space. A Nargacuga. Bai Yu, let it out. It's a bit afraid of you, but... Bai Yu opened her eyes, grabbed Chaolu's hand, and pressed it onto the book pages. It can draw, it's on good terms with you, and it even said you bought it a luxury villa, showing it off everywhere. You mean, the octopus I raised? Chaolu had just sent the spider back through the book of insects a few days ago. I never expected it to be so cultured. A voice suddenly sounded in Bai Yu's mind. Insects follow the summoner's traits. Although Miss Chaolu can only summon one insect, it is undoubtedly. The next second, from the blue portal projected by the book pages, a thick leg emerged, followed by a huge, dark green spider with orange longitudinal stripes on its abdomen and yellow rings on its legs, landing on the stone pillar with a dull thud. Wait, don't attack yet. Bai Yu swiftly stopped the rapidly spinning curved blade behind Chu Xingye. Beneficial insect, friend, help us draw a teleportation array. Its octagonal compound eyes turned, looking at Bai Yu. Still traumatized by the injury that left it crippled, it slowly retreated a few steps, its silk-spinning device trembling as it pulled out the first thin, silvery thread, displaying 3 crooked words. Don't hit me. Chu Xingye remained tense. Even a low-level insect could communicate with a human. She silently sheathed her scimitar. Despite the unexpected turn of events, trusting Bai Yu, she asked, this book is like a temporary teleportation array. Where did it come from? The black market? Bai Yu replied succinctly, in District 7, we found it before the beauty salon explosion. Sister Lee even posted about it on her social media, but she didn't know we found the book. Please keep it a secret. Chu Xingye slapped his forehead. I remember, back then we didn't know you guys. When Sister Lee returned to headquarters, she was covered in dust and grime, angrily posting 3 updates on her social media. What idiots. Zhou Zika was stunned. I only saw one, a group photo, and she cropped out the 3 of us. Bai Yu said with understanding, Sister Lee's insults and the fact that she blocked the three of us shows she cares about us and is willing to put in the effort. Qiaolu gazed lovingly at the spider named Octagonal. Octagonal walked straight towards the broken magic array. It crouched low, its 8 legs spread wide, the stone wall shrouded in shadow. Fine thread shot from its abdomen, precisely landing on the broken patterns of the magic array. The spider silk hovered in midair over the damaged sections of the stone wall, like a delicate surgical stitch. Everyone followed Qiaolu's gaze, holding their breath. The only sound in the hall was the spider repairing itself. Energy flowed within the silk. The threads quickly hardened upon contact with the wall, filling in the broken patterns. Its abdomen trembled, each drop of silk accompanied by a slight backflow of energy. As the last broken pattern was mended, the entire magic array suddenly lit up, a blinding light filling the hall. The octagon stopped, raised its compound eyes, quickly shrunk them, rubbed them against Qiaolu's palm, and jumped back into the portal of the Book of Insects, disappearing into the turning pages. The book closed, and Baiyu stuffed it back into his tactical backpack. The teleportation array, now fully operational, began to glow again. Qiaolu nodded to it. It's usable now. Baiyu gripped the hilt of his sword at his waist. The light intensified, the array patterns spread, and their bodies were enveloped in beams of light, dragged into the teleportation array without warning. Drip. Water droplets fell from the stone dome, hitting Baiyu's face. Turning his head, he saw a triangular prism, like an altar, with a huge groove in the center filled with blood, rippling with waves. Above the blood pool, Xiao Lin's squad and the missing squad were suspended upside down, their feet bound by rough chains. They seemed to be alive. There was no time to think about anything else. Footsteps came from the shadows. A dozen or so people in gray robes filed out, forming a semicircular formation, blocking the 5 people's path. On the altar, a tall figure wearing a bone mask slowly descended. His outstretched palm caused the air to vibrate, as if rubble and dust were being forced together. Everyone's eardrums vibrated. He even knew to come here. Qiaolu's expression changed. He's a heartbeat. The elite at the top of the gray ring, who called themselves priests serving the gods, had a hierarchy within the heartbeats, but these were irrelevant to those outside the gray ring. Baiyu tossed the tactical backpack along with the Book of Zerd to Qiaolu. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Her eyes turned cold. She flicked her folding knife in her palm, the 3 blades combining instantly, the blade springing open. A transparent, disintegrating energy flow enveloped the blade, and almost without hesitation, she lunged at the priest. The priest raised his crimson scepter. Black patterns appeared on the scepter surface, as if forcibly drawing in the surrounding energy, forming a tangible barrier. Baiyu's blade slashed down, transparent dismantling chains spreading along the blade's surface, cutting a thin slit in the barrier, only to be immediately filled by new energy. After all these years, finally encountered a somewhat interesting ability user. The priest sneered, raising his staff and swinging it. The surrounding air suddenly collapsed, several streams of energy compressing Baiyu from different directions. Baiyu's senses were a chaotic mess, metal-based abilities, ice-based abilities, dim light and heat currents, and even electric abilities, so familiar, like fragments being forcibly pieced together to form a wall, violently pressing down. Isn't this the counterpart to Xiao Lin's team? How did they merge together? Wait. Their team still has one more member, Sui. She's a space-based ability user. Just as this thought occurred to him, Baiyu gritted his teeth, dodging the energy convergence that appeared with a golden vortex and slashed out with his folding knife. The blade sliced through the staff, instantly producing a piercing scraping sound. The disintegrating energy flow collided directly with the aggregated energy, sending a shiver through her palm and nearly causing her to drop the knife. The high priest remained unfazed. With a flick of his scepter, the gathered energy transformed into several chains under his control, lunging at Baiyu's limbs to immobilize her. Baiyu abruptly channeled her disintegrating power into the blade. The transparent, chain-like disintegrating energy flow moved rapidly, constricting the scepter and precisely severing the oncoming energy chains. Taking advantage of the energy gap, she quickly closed in, the blade slicing along the scepter. The high priest abruptly slammed his scepter down, the tip striking the ground. The ground trembled, and several stone slabs were forcibly compressed together by the energy, erecting a thick stone wall that forcefully blocked her attack. Thief! Whose power did he steal this time? Above the blood pool, the classmate bound opposite Xiao Lin shook violently, the creaking sound waking the weakened Xiao Lin. He opened his eyes, the crimson blood pool almost touching his nose, his mouth gagged, and he muttered a curse. In Xiao Lin's upside-down view, Baiyu's blade sliced through half, but new powers quickly replenished behind the stone wall, making it impossible for her to advance. Disassembly and aggregation are essentially the same power. Too bad, you disassemble too slowly, useless. The high priest's voice was both close and far away. The next instant, the scepter swept across the air, the aggregated power smashing towards Baiyu like a giant hammer. She was sent flying, crashing heavily into a pillar, her chest heaving, blood gushing from her throat. Baiyu wiped it with the back of her hand, again. Chapter 71. Baiyu's gaze swept towards the blood pool. The aftershocks of her supernatural power rippled dark red across the surface of the blood pool. The chains on the surface were taut, and Xiao Lin and the others hung upside down in midair, everything seemingly normal. But in Baiyu's supernatural perception, the subtle air currents were unnatural, gathering and dispersing along the joints of the chains. Chu Xingyue's aura was extremely low, her entire being blending into the environment. A transparent curved blade floated in midair, and she followed closely behind, approaching the blood pool from the other side of the altar. The priest said that disassembly and reassembly were powers of the same origin, which meant he could sense them too. The priest raised his hand, and a cold light suddenly shone from the tip of his scepter. The air instantly froze, and sharp ice shards whistled through the air, pointing directly at the bottom of the blood pool. Baiyu's eyes narrowed. The blade slid along her arm, and she switched hands to grip the hilt, instantly becoming sharp and piercing. With a downward pressure, the blade sliced horizontally, a transparent stream of disintegrating energy flowing over its edge. The priest had stolen May's power. Baiyu pushed off, with a sudden burst of speed, her figure flashing forward. Ice shards hurtled through the air, the blade glowing with a transparent energy flow. Shatter. Energy disintegrated from the blade tip outwards, the ice shards peeling away inch by inch before her, like a high-speed ice shaving machine, the large shards turning into shards that scattered. The priest sneered, "Kill her later." He twirled his scepter, the tip absorbing the ice shards, which were then enveloped in arcs of electricity, transforming into several crackling beams of light. The arcs flickered, his gaze locking onto Baiyu's figure. Behind Baiyu was a stone wall locking her in place, with no way to retreat. She shortened her folding sword, the blade glowing again, with a thin layer of transparent energy, spreading along the edge and creating a disintegrating force field around her. A piercing arc of electricity crashed down, its light nearly engulfing everything in its path. As Baiyu dodged, a scorching wave of energy rapidly approached. She raised her blade, her disintegrating energy flow colliding head-on, slicing away the first bolt of lightning. Sparks flew as the electricity exploded around her shoulder. She had stolen Leslie's electric ability. A sharp pain shot through her, but Baiyu didn't falter. The priest's gaze narrowed slightly. He raised his scepter and slammed it down. The earth trembled, countless rocks coalescing into a sharp stream of debris that hurtled towards Baiyu. Baiyu flicked her wrist, deflecting her folding knife and drawing an arc in the air. Her disintegrating energy flow swept across the ground, its sharp force slicing through the debris storm. The blade touched the scattered rocks, shattering them into dust mid-air. Amidst the swirling dust, she regained her footing, her dark eyes coldly locking onto the priest. Above the blood pool, the chains trembled slightly. Chu Xingyue raced against time, using her curved blade to cut the chains. Hanging upside down, Xiao Lin's face was deathly pale, his head feeling like it was about to explode. His silver-rimmed glasses had been sucked away when the priests gathered. He'd never been so disheveled in his life. Although he couldn't tell if the vibrations in his ankles were from supernatural energy fluctuations or hallucinations, his hands, which were tied behind his back, had somehow broken free. Xiao Lin tried to hook his somewhat weak index finger. Once, twice, 3 times, the silver thread showed no sign of returning. "Don't move." It seemed like the air was speaking to him. The chain suddenly dropped, his nose smeared with blood that looked like it had been there for ages, and his descent came to an abrupt halt. A mint-green head emerged heavily from behind, standing by the blood pool, and, in harmony with the air, hoisted him upside down onto its shoulder. Descending the steps, a jolt ensued, and Xiao Lin heard a familiar voice from above. "Remember, the quack doctor saved you. 50,000 Yao coins per minute." Baiyu caught a glimpse of the rapidly moving mint-green head, and the eerily self-destructive Jin Ning, her breath catching in her throat. Thankfully, the priest didn't turn around, perhaps out of disdain. The priest coldly pressed down on his scepter, the air collapsing, metal and stone coalescing with energy, rapidly forming a thick shield. Like a flying boulder, Baiyu's folding knife sliced through the first layer, only to be immediately compressed by the second, pitting her within the thick shield. Utterly futile. The priest's voice echoed in the dome. He raised his scepter, ice and electricity erupting simultaneously, several icy blades crackling with arcs of electricity shooting towards her. He took a step forward, not looking back, seemingly heading towards the direction where Chu Xingyue and Chu Xingye were having an affair. Baiyu could only take the hit head-on. This ice and electricity attack was stronger than ever before, as if the priest had lost his patience. The blade sliced through, and the transparent dismantling chain extended rapidly, cleaving the tip of the ice blade. An arc of electricity, however, surged into her shoulder wound, countless electric snakes writhing between her flesh and bone, instantly paralyzing her entire arm. The folding knife trembled violently in her hand, nearly slipping from her grasp. She gritted her teeth, pressing her other hand firmly against the source of the wound, digging deeper. Blood seeped between her fingers, and the current spread from her fingertips to her palm, forcefully stripping away the intruding electrical energy. A transparent power surged in her palm, dismantling. Tears welled in Baiyu's eyes from the pain. Her grip on the hilt tightened, and with a horizontal slash, she shattered the stagnant stone shield, regaining her freedom. Still not giving up. The priest's scepter rose slightly. The air vibrated as several energy chains, each emanating from a different supernatural power, condensed in midair and lashed out at Baiyu. She swept her blade across, dismantling the energy flow and colliding with it. The chain snapped, but a force rebounded, sending her flying. Her body slammed heavily against a stone pillar, her shoulder bones feeling as if they were about to shatter, a ringing in her ears. Before she even landed, space suddenly tore open, a golden vortex opening, its sharp aura pressing against her back. Baiyu gritted her teeth, forcefully twisting her body, her blades slashing fiercely, forcefully dismantling the spatial energy. Her combat suit billowed on her back, a long, bloody gash appearing, blood dripping from the tear. "You think you can stop me?" the priest coldly rebuked. Ice and fire erupted simultaneously, a chilling aura sealing her feet, while a wave of intense heat washed over her. Baiyu's steps faltered instantly, each step leaving a bloody footprint. She changed tactics, suddenly crouching low, her blade dragging on the ground, a transparent energy surge rising and slicing a gap in the ice, managing to squeeze out half a body length to avoid the onslaught of fire. Baiyu, however, stared intently at him, the disintegration force field striking again. The priest stopped, his scepter flashing through the air, creating heavy energy fluctuations. Stone walls rose continuously, lightning weaving into a net, as if the entire world was moving for him. "That's right, me." She gripped her blade with both hands, swinging it straight at the priest's head. The scepter blocked, the two opposing forces of energy clashing head-on, disintegration and fusion, with a deafening boom. The aftershocks of the energy rippled like a small storm. Baiyu felt a sharp pain in her hand, blood trickling down the hilt of her blade. "Disassembly is nothing special, I still win." The priest sneered, his supernatural power suddenly switching. At the tip of the scepter, all the supernatural power that had just dissipated gathered and struck Baiyu like a hurricane. "Xiao Bai." Chao Lu and Zhou Xiaike's heartbroken voices rang out below the altar. Water chains and wind blades rained down, felling a row of grey-robed figures. The speed was too fast, they didn't have time to activate their abilities. The two could only watch helplessly as she was struck. Baiyu's body was thrown back again, crashing heavily to the edge of the blood pool. She looked up. Above the pool, only swaying iron chains remained, the bottom submerged in the blood. "Pretty fast." Baiyu nodded, looking in Chao Lu's direction. Chao Lu's vision blurred. Before the fight, Xiao Bai had said that if they really couldn't win, they should call Black Car to take the people away, and she would drag the rest away, drag them with her life? Chao Lu's hands trembled as she opened the book of insects. A dark blue portal opened above the pages. A hoarse voice echoed in Baiyu's mind, "Blood Lord. Send them away." Light surged forth, and several enormous winged, beaked flea beasts flapped their wings and swooped down, stirring up a gale. The air currents instantly disrupted the entire hall. Baiyu watched as the crew cut man and Chao Lu climbed onto the back of the winged, beaked flea beast. Driving a black car in its berserk mode is no easy feat. Unlicensed driving requires caution. I wasn't mistaken. The blueprint of life is indeed in your hands. To summon the insectids without sacrifice, is it blood that binds you, or... The priest paused, his playful gaze fixed on Baiyu, who was slowly propping herself up with her knife, the chosen one. The immense pressure made it almost impossible for Baiyu to breathe properly, blood dripped from her chin, but her gaze towards the priest was chillingly cold. Before she could even stand up, the air currents from the scepter swept over her, causing her to lose her balance and slam into the pool of blood. The cold, sweet-smelling liquid immediately submerged her shoulders, the blood mist surging as if to engulf her completely. She struggled to her feet, but a heavy weight pulled her downwards, as if her ankles were weighed down with lead. The priest stood beside the blood pool, coldly looking down at her. The scepter stood upright, and the blood of the fallen grey-robed figure beneath the altar was drawn towards it, continuously flowing into the pool. The blood began to churn, as if trying to merge Baiyu with the entire blood pool, using her as a sacrificial offering. Blood flooded her mouth and nose, and in the drowning-like silence, Baiyu suddenly heard a heartbeat, not her own, but from the depths of the blood pool. She struggled to look down. It was a gigantic black heart, slumbering at the bottom of the pool, each beat causing ripples in the blood. Its spiritual power was like thick mud, viscous, frenzied, oppressing her consciousness. Struggling is futile. A harsh whisper echoed in her mind, not a human voice, but an aggressive mental attack composed of the heartbeat. It's just a psychic ability. Baiyu struggled to spread her 5 fingers in her blood, the disintegrating ability spilling from her fingertips. In this crimson realm, it was like a drop of water merging into the ocean, insignificant. Without oxygen, her time was running out. She might as well go all out. Baiyu suddenly channeled all the psychic power she could muster into the beating heart. The next instant, the surface of the black heart cracked like a glass ball, followed by countless fissures. The heart, attempting to revive, possessed far less psychic power than its original form. Perhaps it was a level 4 insected beast, like the one Baiyu encountered in Aurora Beauty. The psychic power surged instantly, the blood pool churned, and Baiyu's body was pushed upwards by the recoil, but she lunged downwards, gripping the folding knife with both hands and stabbing down fiercely. A transparent dismantling ability flowed along the blade, rapidly spreading along the shattered lines of the heart. Crack thud. At the bottom of the blood pool, the black heart emitted a dull cracking sound. The blood pool trembled violently, splashing blood waves like a slap across the priest's face at its edge. The high priest's pupils constricted sharply. He raised his scepter again, but could no longer suppress the collapse of the blood pool. In the center of the blood waves, Baiyu slowly stood up, shook her head, blood rolling down her shoulders and hair. She seemed reborn from a sacrificial offering. The wounds on her back and shoulders had vanished. What's the point of surviving? They all abandoned you. The priest had his answer. He ceased his attack on Baiyu, pointing to the empty cave. Have you ever considered that someone who can be resurrected from the sacrificial blood pool, someone who can summon the Zerg from the blueprint of life, is seen by your friends as an outcast to be eliminated? When there's nowhere else to go, the Grey Ring will open its arms, even if we were once enemies. I am one of the 4 high priests. If the blood pool explodes, I take you away, otherwise. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings came from the sky, and the long-winged beaked flea beast swooped down. I don't need you. Chaolu grabbed a tentacle with one hand, while the other hand, with its blue water flowing downwards, tightly wrapped around Baiyu's wrist. Little Baiyu was forcibly pulled onto the beast's back. The next moment, the long-winged beaked flea beast flapped its wings and took flight. In the cold wind, Baiyu looked back at the priest. Remember what I look like. Next time we meet, hang my portrait in the temple, and have the worshippers pay homage to me, then I consider it. Now nobody wants you. Boom! The black heart exploded completely, the blood pool bursting open with a deafening roar. Waves of blood transformed into a crimson mist that dissipated, and a ritual forcibly abruptly ended. Chapter 72. Above Holy Sword Mountain, at the monitoring platform. On the circular image wall, the energy curves suddenly surged, but the snow-capped mountain remained silent, only the starry sky slowly taking shape. The blue-purple horizon turned slightly white. In 2 hours, golden light would illuminate the area, and the 3rd day of the selection competition would begin. No one could see a swarm of winged, beaked flea-like beasts sweeping across the sky, their wings flapping, creating distorted ripples in the airflow. Wake up, everyone! The fluctuation values here are too high, like insect beasts. Catherine stared at the curve, her unease growing. Zhong Hao jumped in fright, opening his eyes. There aren't any insect beasts on Holy Sword Mountain, are there? Let's send a reconnaissance drone to check. Lin Changjun captured the data, his fingertips swiping across the virtual screen to observe the specific values. The ability monitoring won't be wrong. The surrounding surveillance footage is being overwritten. For a moment, the atmosphere froze. Because real-time surveillance coverage, only those on site could achieve that. On a larger scale, that person is at Holy Sword Mountain. On a smaller scale, they might be in the monitoring room. Zhong Hao looked at Yi Yiming, the highest-ranking professor. Professor Yi, should we report this? Yi Yiming pursed his lips, and his double-walled glass thermos automatically closed its lid. Report immediately. Student safety is paramount. Not only should we send drones to the site, but we professors on duty should also go. Zhong Hao quickly flipped through the rulebook. According to regulations, professors on duty are not allowed to enter the selection competition venue. Yi Yiming chewed on his tea leaves, emphasizing the word deputy professor. Deputy Professor Zhong, you stay here? Zhong Hao took out the last packet of energy supplements. Sigh, I finished all the ones I brought. Such a large dose. Won't it cause arrhythmia? The drone has been launched. Lin Chongjun swiped the command on the terminal. A few seconds later, the drone left its bay at the bottom of the platform and flew towards the abnormal area. Zhong Hao got up and went into the supply room to send a message to Catherine. A old zone water pipe wholesaler stayed, and then Catherine took off her tactical black jacket and quickly checked all the weapons in the pockets, as well as a 0.5 cubic centimeter signal transmitter. The transmitter was given to her by Principal Joyce for gravity positioning. Joyce's ability was anti-gravity, which allowed her to ignore any electronic signal jamming. Back in the war zone, Joyce was her and Zhong Hao's superior. He later retired due to injury, and returned to his alma mater to teach. As someone trusted by the principal, he participated in the investigation of the android attack. Perhaps the enhanced security checks upon entering the 8th district deterred the operative controlling the androids from acting again. It could also be the result of a joint investigation by their sister school, Hecata Military Academy, pointing the finger at the Grey Ring. In any case, this inside man has vanished without a trace. The first android attack targeted Chaolu. The second attack targeted her student, Baiyu. There were a total of 3 launchers. The one on Baiyu was planted when she scouted the classroom and tapped her on the shoulder. The third was in the sole of Chaolu's shoe, with the help of a former student, Jean Ning. Their movements were easily traced. She glanced down at her silent wristband. Catherine, go check out the shielded cubicles in the elimination zone. A teleportation array flashed. The 3 professors went to different places. Based on the overlapping tracks of Baiyu and Chaolu, she went directly to the cave with the strongest energy fluctuations. The ground was littered with rubble, brown and black blood, an empty gray robe, and shriveled corpses. She identified them one by one. Thankfully, they were all unfamiliar faces. She slowly closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She opened her eyes again. The howling wind had stopped. Even the rocks that had rolled down from the mountaintop were suspended in midair. This was Catherine's ability, time freeze. She extended her finger, like turning the hands of a clock, rotating it counterclockwise. She could only rewind 10 seconds. An eyebrow rose. This was rare, as the rewind time was inversely proportional to the concentration of her ability. In this rewind state, she could see the trajectory of every strand of energy, solidified into visible lines. The entire cave was filled with lines of various colors, and most of these lines originated from the unknown attackers, radiating outwards towards the transparent thin lines, with the most power attacking Baiyu. What the attackers hadn't finished should be completed by their inside man. Catherine withdrew her finger, and the next moment time resumed. A sudden gust of wind filled their ears, and rocks fell. Outside the desolate planet, a transport ship lay hidden in a nebula, awaiting orders. Joyce received the information. Confirmed. Try to intercept the target before it makes contact with White Elm, so as not to affect the selection process. Catherine gently tapped the miniature signal transmitter to activate it, looked up at the starry sky, and stretched her shoulders. A fight might be brewing soon. There's a sheltered valley over there. Let's land first. The winged flea-like beast flapped its wings, leaping over the snow ridge and plunging into the valley between the snow-capped peaks, the wind whistling past its ears. As soon as Dawn landed, she flipped off the beast's back, supporting the exhausted White Elm against a rock. She found an open space, placed her palm on the book of insects, and the thick pages turned automatically, revealing pale blue runes one by one. Chaolu thought to herself, I need to ask you to send them back immediately. Otherwise, our intrusion into the KT building will have been for nothing. There wouldn't be any Zerg in Holy Sword Mountain. If they were discovered, they might be exterminated. She couldn't bring herself to betray them, especially since these wing-beaked fleas were rescued from Shiji Biotechnology Company. Baiyu felt dizzy, thinking it was just from not riding in a black cab for so long. She braced herself on the snow and communicated with the wing-beaked fleas. Go back. Bloodlord. A hoarse voice in her mind trailed off. The wing-beaked fleas fluttered their wings, lined up, and jumped one by one into the dark blue portal. When the last beaked flea disappeared, the blue light vanished, and the book closed automatically. Little White, take them all back. Chaolu exhaled a breath of cold air and rubbed her hands, which were white with cold. Turning around, Qiao Lu's heart tightened. Baiyu slipped from beside the rock and fell onto the snow, her eyes closed, motionless. Chu Xingye, Qiao Lu called out. Chu Xingye ran over, spreading his fingers. Green light emanated from his fingertips, seeping into Baiyu's wrist. The light diffused along her blood vessels, but quickly dimmed. The external injury has healed. It's not a physical problem. He frowned, withdrawing the light from his palm, his gaze fixed intently on Baiyu's trembling eyelids. Zhou Zika anxiously pressed, then what's the problem? Chu Xingye thought for a moment, her mental domain. Her consciousness is disordered. Qiao Lu looked at Chu Xingye. What should we do? Chu Xingye slowly stood up. This disorder won't last long. As long as her physical strength catches up with her brain activity, and we don't interfere too much, she wake up. Chu Xingye listened intently to the conversation, her back to the group, a curved blade spinning in the air behind her. I remain vigilant until she wakes up. So many people. Qiao Lu glanced at Xiao Lin's team in the snow behind her, and another team. Xingyue, your power is expending too much energy alone. Make a disguise. You mean? Chu Xingyue turned around. Qiao Lu raised her arms, water spreading from her palms. The valley's low temperature caused the water to freeze rapidly in midair, forming a massive, arc-shaped ice shield above everyone, one section clinging to the snow-covered cliff face, the other beside the giant sword embedded in the snow, quickly extending. Butthead, get some snow up there. Zhou Zika immediately raised his hand, two vortexes of wind swirling beneath his hand, expanding and converging like an invisible wall, enveloping the surrounding snow and pushing it outwards. The wind-blown snow piled up along the cliff face. From the ridge, passers-by would only see a complete snow slope. A natural barrier of ice and snow. Zhou Zika, disguise complete. Chu Xingyue nodded. Smart. She drew her twin scimitars, the sharp blades blending with the light reflected from the snow. Her figure slowly faded into the snow wall, her presence disappearing into the environment. Only a faint aura lingered around her, a vigilant presence. Zhou Zika arranged two folding chairs, placed Baiyu on one, and sat worriedly on the other. He carefully prepared two energy stones, and placed them around Baiyu to prevent hypothermia. Qiao Lu, more familiar with Xiao Lin's team, led Chu Xingye over and stopped beside Xiao Lin. I know you don't like each other, but don't worry. He wake up in pain soon. Chu Xingye reached out and placed his palm on Xiao Lin's chest. Green light seeped into his body, stimulating cell repair and regeneration. Xiao Lin's complexion gradually regained its color, but the wrinkles between his brows deepened, as if he had been forcibly pulled from a deep sleep. Ah! It hurts. Chu Xingye. You're taking revenge. Qiao Lu and Chu Xingye checked everyone else one by one. Chu Xingye channeled his cellular stimulating power into each one he touched, waking them up in pain. Anyone unaware would think they all stepped on electric shocks. Baiyu lay quietly, her consciousness gradually swallowed by darkness. Baiyu slowly opened her eyes. Beneath her feet was not solid ground, but an endless black sea. Icy waves crashed against the empty sky, each surge carrying a whispering sound, like 1,000 whispers echoing in her mind simultaneously. With a breath, the seawater suddenly collapsed, and an indescribable, enormous shadow slowly rose from its depths. It wasn't a single form, but a mirage composed of countless insects superimposed, wings, carapaces, compound eyes, limbs, intertwined and fused together, finally coalescing into a blinding mass. She understood the long-winged beaked flea beast's hesitation. A voice came from the shadows, echoing deep within her mind. I know you can see a part of me. Baiyu tensed, trying to activate her powers, but found her dismantling abilities were suppressed, unable to function. The voice continued, without anger, calm and indifferent. You destroyed another insectoid heart. It belongs to my people. Baiyu raised her head, looking directly at the colossal shadow, her voice hoarse. And you are? What's your name? The waves suddenly subsided, and simultaneously, different frequencies of replies echoed from all around. He. Or, the Queen Mother. Each word pierced her nerves like iron nails. The Queen Mother's voice slowly faded. My weapons are no match for yours, but I have time to wait. The shadow moved forward, covering the entire Black Sea. Baiyu instinctively turned her head, but there was no way to retreat. The Queen Mother whispered, I seek peace. Baiyu's heart skipped a beat, staring intently at the indescribable, colossal shadow. Peace? She sneered. You wage war, invade cities, devour humanity, and you dare speak of peace? The Queen Mother's voice was calm, as if stating an inevitable truth. You fight each other endlessly. Planets against planets, races against races, hearts against hearts. Your peace is fragile. My peace is unity. The shadow stretched out, and the waves of the Black Sea surged onto Bayu's knees, as if to assimilate her. When all consciousness merges into the same meridian, there are no more boundaries, no more divisions. That is true peace. Bayu's fingertips trembled as she spoke with difficulty. Is this kind of spiritual enslavement that restricts freedom considered peace? The insect queen remained silent for a moment, the waves rising and falling slightly. Freedom brings slaughter. Unity brings eternity. Bayu felt almost suffocated, her chest feeling as if gripped by an invisible hand. Then what is the meaning of such eternity? The insect queen's shadow did not move, her voice slow. You are resolute. But you will change. Because your body is the vessel I carefully selected, perfectly compatible with the insect race's genes. The waves suddenly surged, the icy tide engulfing her mouth and nose, as if to drag her completely into darkness. Bayu opened her eyes underwater, her chest throbbing with pain. She mustered all her remaining strength to gather her dismantling power, tearing a slit like a blade. Get out, she whispered. The waves abruptly stopped, the tide freezing in midair. The enormous shadow didn't disappear, but slowly retreated, as if watching her, or perhaps waiting. You will come again. The voice faded, and the sea returned to its deathly silence. Chapter 73. The golden light of Holy Sword Mountain slowly drew back the night. The snow-capped peaks glowed softly. The giant swords lining the ridges stood as solemn silhouettes in the snowstorm, dripping icicles hanging from their cold iron, glistening like a layer of brittle sugar coating on this hard, metallic forest. The air was crisp and cold, the breath turning into visible white mist. The wind blew from the valleys, carrying snowflakes that blanketed the entire highland. Beneath the camouflaged ice, 3 small teams slept soundly in their respective makeshift camps. In this stillness, a dark figure moved silently, crouching low, moving along the gap between the giant swords and the snow wall, occasionally glancing to catch the energy particles in the air, like a hungry beast drawn by blood. He rapidly approached the valley. That was the direction Bayu and the others had landed. His hand slowly opened, dark energy emanating from his fingertips. It was a power that could instantly heal flesh and tissue. This was the perfect guarantee for this operation. Even in the event of battle, as long as the recovery rate far exceeded the injury rate, theoretically, defeat was impossible. The shadowy figure drew closer, his ability slicing through the air current swirling with snowflakes, surging slightly behind him. He moved forward another step. Just before entering Chu Xingyue's defensive range, he didn't rush in, but instead used his ability to conceal himself. The reason was simple. He was wary of his student's strength. The snowfield was vast, the wind masking the details of his approach. His figure gradually approached the edge of the camp, his aura concealed by his ability, the air currents around him also disappearing without a trace. Only 10 meters remained. One more step forward, and he would be able to infiltrate the camouflaged area of the ice. Just as he was about to take that step, the air suddenly froze. An invisible pressure crashed down from above, as if the weight of the entire snow-capped mountain had been concentrated on him. The shadowy figure's body snapped violently, his spine bent to its limit, his knees sinking directly into the snow, his bones creaking under the immense pressure. He felt every bone in his body being squeezed, his joints numb, his muscle fibers tearing. His kneecaps deformed under the pressure, bending inwards, the excruciating pain making his internal organs feel utterly turbid. Anti-gravity inversion, let's find another place. A familiar voice came from above, carrying an undeniable chill. Principal Joyce had come in person. Her thick red hair unusually spread out in midair, like burning flames, strikingly bright against the snow. Joyce raised her hand again, and the direction of gravity abruptly shifted. The dark figure was ripped from the snow and flung towards the distant ice field. His body scraped against the ground, stirring up snow and leaving a deep trench. He was pressed against the ice, his arms gripping the surface tightly, his fingertips embedded in the ice. His bones continuously broke and healed, his flesh throbbing repeatedly under the influence of dark energy, forcibly maintaining a posture to avoid being completely crushed, frantically inhaling the icy air. This was the strongest student at Ares Military Academy, who had already reached level 6 in the ability level test 10 years ago. Joyce stood in midair, palms outstretched. Anti-gravity plunged. The direction of gravity suddenly changed, no longer a vertical descent, but a multi-layered force. His knees were instantly crushed, bone spurs piercing his muscles. Dark energy surged within him, his flesh began to writhe, his face contorted in pain, but he uttered no sound. Professor Yi. Upon hearing his name, Joyce pointed it out. Yi Yiming didn't panic. He simply took a deep breath, dark energy surging at the fractured bone, causing his flesh to swell, and his deformed kneecap forcefully propped up. The principal is actually taking this seriously? Isn't this against procedure? He coughed heavily a few times. It seems your promise to suspend the investigation of the android attack and hand it over to Hecate Military Academy was a lie. Catherine appeared behind Yi Yiming, a cold wind blowing into his work jacket, a few wisps of light flickering at her fingertips. You deliberately covered up the surveillance footage. What do you mean by against procedure? If I don't say, who will know? When did you join the Grey Ring? Joyce looked down at him, not wanting to say much to the mole. Catherine, I'm curious too, Professor Yi. In 2 more years, you can retire peacefully, wouldn't that be better? What do you know? The next moment, Yi Yiming violently tore open his arm. Flesh and blood tore open, bone shattered, yet in less than a second, they grew back in a grotesque new form. The new arm, thick enough to defy biology, propelled him forward, striking Joyce with tremendous force. The fist was aimed straight at Joyce's face. Stop, Catherine whispered. She appeared behind him, her hands raised, light flashing at her fingertips. Time freeze. Yi Yiming's fist froze in midair, blood droplets suspended. Time stood still in this area, the undulation of flesh abruptly halted. His broken kneecap remained in a semi-reset state, bone spurs trapped within the torn muscle, unable to heal further. A look of surprise flashed in Yi Yiming's eyes. He accelerated the activation of his power, his muscles bulging, attempting to tear apart the frozen time. A fine sheen of sweat appeared on Catherine's brow, but her gaze remained unwavering. Headmaster, only 2 seconds. Joyce raised her hand. Enough. Gravity reversed again, its direction shifting abruptly from downward to a pulling force. Yi Yiming's body was forcibly folded, his joints bending in the opposite direction. His kneecaps, already crushed multiple times, were being repaired, but in the time-frozen delay, they couldn't keep up with the reversal of gravity. The sound of bones breaking was exceptionally clear in the silence. Crack. The bones broke again under the pressure, but quickly reformed under the healing force. His posture was low, his muscles bulging, irregularly reassembling from the tearing. Ugh. He groaned, his left arm twisting at an unbelievable angle as he landed. Joyce landed on the ice, his hands pushing outward, the energy in his palms outlining dozens of intersecting coordinate points in the air. Anti-gravity matrix, countless gravitational fields overlapped, trapping Yi Yiming firmly in the center. His body was stretched and deformed, his spine bent, his shoulder blades and sternum forcibly pressed together, his internal organs compressed, and blood gushing from his mouth and nose. However, the disordered healing process started again. The shattered organs gradually recovered, blood flowed back, and bones rearranged. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Catherine's forehead, her pupils glowing with a grayish-white light. She gently twirled her fingers, like turning an invisible pendulum. Time freezes. This time it's 3 seconds. Catherine gritted her teeth. Joyce's eyes darkened, and he suddenly increased the pressure. The anti-gravity field expanded, forcibly pulling and twisting Yi Yiming's body, his ribcage shattering. Crack. Joyce raised her hand and waved it, the invisible gravity field twisting in midair, reversing gravity and rebounding back onto Yi Yiming. With a deafening crash, a large crater was smashed into the snow. Yi Yiming's body was still trembling, his muscles seemed to writhe on their own, trying to break free from the freeze. His wounds opened and closed, blood mist gushing out, but instantly healing. You can't kill me, Yi Yiming said smugly. I didn't intend to kill you. Joyce raised her hand and suddenly pressed down. The anti-gravity field completely covered the area, the surrounding rock shattering layer by layer, all the way to the bottom of the ice cave. The rock layers loosened, boulders rolling down, Joyce slashed to the side, shattering the boulders into dust. Regeneration has its limits, Joyce said coldly, but you didn't calculate the cost. Each irregular healing process consumed a large amount of energy and life force. His face gradually paled. He will remember my sacrifice. Catherine's fingers trembled slightly as she activated time freeze again, leaped into the pit, retrieved her supernatural shackles, and swiftly fastened them to his neck and hands. The shackles activated, severing Yi Yiming's recovery pathways. His body stiffened, the pulsation of his flesh abruptly ceasing. You cannot disobey the divine decree. She is destined to belong to the Grey Ring. Yi Yiming's voice trailed off as Catherine swiftly injected a potion containing sedative ingredients, also providing the necessary substances to maintain vital signs during the transport. Joyce then withdrew her hand, the gravity field slowly dissipating, her tone calm. The student's test is a selection process, not for fanatical heretics or traitors. All threats were kept outside the camouflaged ice. Let's go! A white light flashed across the snow valley, and the three were teleported away. A pale gold tinged the sky. The morning sun slowly rose from the snow-capped peaks, golden light flowing down the cliffs. Qiao Lu lay beside a makeshift bed, made of 2 folding chairs pushed together, wrapped in a sleeping bag. Bai Yu's fingertips twitched slightly in her palm, and she immediately woke up. Awake! At this sound, a row of single tents sprang to life. The sounds of zippers and footsteps filled the air as Bai Yu's teammates and the 2 rescued squads approached. Bai Yu slowly blinked, golden light filtering through the ice. She straightened up from her sleeping bag, 2 energy stones still clutched in her hand. She asked Qiao Lu, "I'm not dead, am I?" Xiao Lin acted quickly this time, because he had been crouching in front of the tent, using the excuse of not trusting others' vigilance to stay awake all night. The metal wires in his palms had lost much of their energy, yet he still stubbornly insisted he had naturally high stamina. Xiao Lin, sporting dark circles under her eyes, said, "The person survived, but I think their brain might be." Zhou Xiaiku, rubbing his eyes, was startled by Xiao Lin's words and smacked him with his elbow. "You're the one who's mentally ill." Chu Xingyi retracted the green light from his fingertip. "Everything's normal. Except for that Federation star that owes rescue fees." Chu Xingyu, standing on the rock wall, having been on guard all night, finally relaxed, gripping her curved blade and clapping like a sea lion. Xiao Lin's wrist phone vibrated slightly. "I received a message from Principal Joyce. She said the inside man has been found, and we can continue the competition." As soon as she finished speaking, system notifications popped up on everyone's wrist phones simultaneously. The qualifiers have entered their 3rd day. The leaderboard has been updated. Please check. Several heads immediately huddled together to check. The leaderboard on the screen fell silent. The team ranked first had already surpassed 3,000 points, leaving their team far behind. The scoreboard prominently displayed. Beacon X3 Zhou Sika was stunned. 3? Chu Xingyu gasped. Someone captured 3 beacons in quick succession last night. They were incredibly fast. Qiao Lu. So, besides us, Xiao Lin has them, and the rest of the beacons are in his hands? Bai Yu stared at the screen, her fingertips tracing the edge. Each beacon was worth 1,000 points. Adding elimination and resource points, it meant that team had an almost overwhelming lead. Even more impactful notifications followed. Core point activated. Coordinates S-42-19. The activated point will be publicly announced to all participants in real time, and temporarily enhance the team's abilities. The team that ultimately obtains the core point advances directly. Bai Yu jumped out of her sleeping bag. Core point plus 5,000 points. Even if we don't get it in the end, it's still converted to over 5,000 points. A good deal. Let's go! Chapter 74. Qiao Lu swiped her finger, enlarging the virtual screen and pushing it to the center. The numbers and leaderboards were displayed in a font resembling that of an old-fashioned mobile phone, yet everyone could see them clearly. Bai Yu looked down from top to bottom. Qiao Lu stared at the score composition analysis. Our team is 6th. Only 8 teams are left in the competition. According to the rules, after one more team is eliminated, the coordinates of each team captain will be displayed. This makes it more efficient to grab beacons or energy cores. Bai Yu fiddled with the energy stone in his hand, about to nod, when the captain of another team standing outside said, "No need to wait, our team plans to withdraw." Xiao Lin didn't understand. "Didn't Chu Xingye check you out? Your bodies are fine, your abilities are fine, you even come out of the blood pool. Why aren't you seizing such a good opportunity?" Jin Ning still felt lingering fear remembering the black liquid burrowing in and out of people in the castle, let alone as someone who experienced it firsthand. Xiao Lin, encountering the Zerg that almost successfully descended, "If you don't provide timely psychological counseling, you develop PTSD." Leslie knew what Xiao Lin wanted to hear, patted his shoulder, and said softly, "Isn't everyone a member of the Federation Star?" Maeve silently calculated the score, and from the almost zero score composition, she guessed the team's route. They were probably planning to hide in the native castle, avoiding their strongest competitors in the area, and then weather the first 2 days of the fiercest competition. Who knew that hiding in the Grey Ring's territory would almost result in them being drained dry in the blood pool, becoming part of the Zerg's resurrected heart. Anyway, you don't have many supplies. It's a waste to waste the 100 points for each person eliminated if you're eliminated yourself. 5 people, that's 500 points. How to divide the 2 teams present? A strange awkwardness spread among them. Theoretically, everyone was a competitor, but in reality, apart from Chu Xingye insisting the rescue was out of humanitarianism, they were all partners who had gone through life and death together. Remove the ones who will be immediately teleported to the elimination platform. Zhou Zika scrolled down to the bottom, bouncing back up slightly. Xiao Lin, your team is still last. 7th place, 1220. 6th place, 1820. Chu Xingyue was somewhat gloating. Even if you get 500 points, you're still last. Xiao Lin, unusually, didn't refute. Their team, like Baiyu's team, only had one beacon plus 1000. 2nd place, 3060. 1st place, 5620. Baiyu looked at the scores of the two teams with a huge gap. The 1st place team temporarily held a core, gaining 5,000 points, while the 2nd place team had 3 beacons. These 500 points don't really matter who gets them. Ultimately, we still need to grab the beacon and the core. Chao Lu nodded. The 500 points are yours. Xiao Lin didn't stand on ceremony either, a metal wire popping out of his hand like a telephone coil, wrapping around the necks of the 5 people in turn, all valid points, scoring points. They watched the 5 eliminated players leave from the beam of light. The remaining 2, the last 2 to last, looked at each other in bewilderment. Su Yi, who had been spacing out, suddenly came online. So, are we going to start eliminating each other? Chu Xingye crossed his arms, his gaze returning from Su Yi's shimmering golden vortex, tearing each other apart. It doesn't even take up any spots. What's the point? Baiyu rolled up the folding chair and stuffed it into his tactical backpack. The coordinates of all team captains on his wrist device were updated. Chao Lu and Xiao Lin's coordinates were on top, 2 points that almost overlapped. Baiyu slung the tactical backpack over his shoulder. The odds of winning by cooperating are definitely higher than going it alone. Let's first grab the team holding 3 beacons, then get the energy cores. Anyway, they should all know we're grouped together. The beacons give a plus of 3,000 points, enough to push our team to 2nd place. Then, grabbing the energy cores together will give you a plus of 5,000 points, and your team's score can turn around and take 1st place. Xiao Lin glanced down at his wrist device. Beacon location activated. Coordinates S-40-18. Pleasant cooperation. Zhou Ziika looked at the 2 command specialists. So how do we fight? Xiao Lin gestured for Su Yi to turn on the virtual projection. The reconnaissance projection unfolded in midair, a thin ribbon of light marking the route. Su Yi explained, there are strong winds along the ridge, and the spatial anchor point is unstable, so we have to take a detour. How long will it take to go around? Chao Lu asked. 6 hours at normal speed. Su Yi paused, then added, we can use short-distance spatial jumps. The advantage is that it takes 2 minutes, but the disadvantage is that it's unstable and can only teleport 2 people at a time. Chao Lu, I team up with Zhou Ziika because our coordinates are public, and we're not in the same direction as your actual encirclement. Xiao Lin had no objection to this arrangement. All's fair in war. Baiyu was already standing in front of Su Yi, kicking the snow at her feet. Anyone can team up with me. I want to go first. Let's go. Su Yi raised her hand, a layer of golden light shimmering from her fingertips, like ripples spreading across water. 2 seconds later, the ripples coalesced into a slowly rotating vortex, its center gradually elongating to reveal a bottomless abyss. Chu Xingyue stood beside Baiyu. The reconnaissance team was usually the first to arrive. Let's go! The 2 jumped into the golden vortex together. The next instant, the golden vortex suddenly expanded, engulfing their figures. The spatial passage compressed. Baiyu felt as if her chest was being crushed, her eardrums roaring, the sound of the wind and her heartbeat mingling in her mind. She couldn't help but take a deep breath. The icy air and the scorching golden energy surged in simultaneously, making her corneas sting. The other end of the vortex, like a zipper, suddenly opened. Baiyu tightened her grip on the heated energy stone in her hand, the wind howled, and she squinted ahead. The Snow Mountain sword cluster was close at hand. Hundreds, even thousands, of swords were diagonally embedded in the icy plain, the wind whipping up snow and sand, striking the blades with a clanging sound, as if she were back on an ancient battlefield. They were flung from the compressed space, crashing headfirst into the snowstorm. The golden light dissipated. Huh? Baiyu flailed her arms wildly, the world spinning before her eyes, icy wind rushing into her nostrils. This isn't right, is it? Chu Xingyue was a fraction faster. Her scimitar flew from her hand, the blade humming as it hooked sharply onto the hilt of a great sword stuck in a snow-capped peak. Metal scraped against metal, sparks flying. A restraint belt snapped open from her waist, its clawed loops precisely wrapping around Baiyu's waist. Thankfully, she had her reconnaissance high-altitude operation gear. Baiyu was still falling when she was suddenly pulled back by a force, violently thrown to the other side of the snowfield. Chu Xingyue gritted her teeth, her arms tightening. using the scimitar as a fulcrum to swing violently. Flying away. Oops, my folding knife is gone. Bayu's short blade flew off her right side and disappeared into the low-lying snowdrift. She and Bayu were thrown out together, tracing a curved arc in the air between the sword hilt and the cliff. The next moment, the two of them crashed into the thick snow. Snowflakes exploded, a white spray rising up and burying half of their bodies. The snowstorm suddenly quieted down, leaving only the rapid breathing that reverberated in their chests. Bayu struggled to lift her head, her hair full of snowflakes. She exhaled a puff of white mist, shook her head, and touched the folding knives on either side. Thankfully, she still had a spare. Chu Xingyue, meanwhile, sheathed her curved sword, retracted the binding strap, braced her hands on the snow, and like a cat, swiftly flipped herself up from the half-buried snow pit. Watch out! Zhou Zika's voice came from the air. Buzz cut, break! Bayu pushed herself up with her hands on the ground. The snow was up to her waist, creating significant resistance. She felt like she was freestyle swimming in the snow, fleeing in terror from the growing shadow. Zhou Zika's palms formed two vortexes. The wind, whipping up snowflakes, stung his eyelids. The vortexes expanded, creating a thin wind barrier, like a resilient safety cushion, spreading out in all possible areas. Chu Xingyi carried his precious first aid kit, the wind barrier, on his back. The wind howled against his cheeks, sharp as blades, but he felt an indescribable excitement. Using the initial upward thrust, he somersaulted, avoiding a protruding ice rock, slowing his speed, and landing steadily. The golden vortex was like a crazed gas-upon machine. The two of them were vomiting uncontrollably. Fortunately, Zhou Zika's wind barrier could easily catch them. The golden vortex, flashing with afterglow, abruptly teleported Qiao Lu and Xiao Lin to the other side of the sword forest. The position wasn't good. The two stood on a small, oval-shaped piece of slanted sword hilt, their feet resting on newly melted icicles. This mixture of ice and water made it the most slippery place of the day. Xiao Lin, watch carefully. Qiao Lu, watch what? Xiao Lin, a powerful metal-type ability user. Qiao Lu pursed her lips, looking at Xiao Lin, who was engrossed in his performance. In this environment of ice and water, she was one too. She wanted to mimic Xiao Lin's tone, but the word powerful wouldn't come out. Have you forgotten I'm a water-type ability user? I'm not an idiot. Silver metallic light flashed from Xiao Lin's fingertips, and the sword hilt hummed in his grip. Their feet trembled slightly. He channeled his supernatural power into the hilt of his sword, skillfully pulling a nearby great sword closer. The bent tip and blade formed a bridge. Repeating this process, he connected several great swords, placing them against the cliff below. Downhill, and not easy to walk on, pretty standard, Qiao Lu steadied her breathing. She conjured water in her palm. The water, encountering the extreme cold, quickly formed thin ice beneath her feet, covering the sword surfaces. Snow and frost slid across the ice, creating anti-slip points to increase friction. A gale swept in from the valley, whipping snow and ice against their cheeks. Qiao Lu zipped her tactical uniform all the way up. Xiao Lin, your method is just SOSO. I can try another one. Qiao Lu flipped her palm, and the water in her palm rapidly spread, reshaping the ice on the sword surfaces into a smooth path. Xiao Lin flicked his wrist, adjusting the angle of the bridge, bending, rotating, and raising it. The great swords remained stable under his control, bearing their weight. The two trudged through the winding, crisscrossing forest of swords, snowflakes swirling in the wind, whipping up tiny ice shards. Sorry, Sui appeared on the snowfield before them, her voice slightly ethereal from the wind, but sincere as she spoke into the headset. There was a slight deviation during teleportation. Meanwhile, excluding Chu Xingyue, who remained in place, the group of 6 regrouped. Chu Xingyue had returned from her reconnaissance, her body slowly regaining its color, transforming from white to full hue. Only 4 people were found, all near the beacon beam. I recognize them. If I remember correctly, their abilities are mist, grass, earth, and fire. Fire is the highest level, level 4. No major issues. The group quickly approached the beacon. Jean Ning, bringing up the rear, looked at the detection screen and manually checked the layers. The effective hydrocarbon expulsion thickness of the source rock was approximately 14 meters within the shale, which matched. Wait! There's shale oil below the beacon. Outside the viewfinder. They're here. Chapter 75. Between heaven and earth, wind and snow howled. The beacon's beam pierced the snow fog in the distance, reaching the gray-blue sky. Don't worry, without professional extraction equipment, shale oil won't come out, Xiao Lin said on the other end of the headset. All I can say is, The only offensive thing on their team is that fire-type ability user. If I were in their shoes. 50 meters ahead. Chu Xingyue's voice came through the communication headset, steadily interrupting Xiao Lin's pointless chatter. She was far from everyone else, but very close to the beacon. On the other side, Sui repeatedly checked the coordinates. The time wasn't right. Short-distance jumps would update the coordinates of both team leaders. At least before the actual battle, the team members' positions couldn't be exposed. Golden ripples flowed in her palm, ready to teleport at any moment. As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere of the snowfield suddenly changed. A cold wind pressed down, and fog surged from all directions, thick and heavy, as if someone had turned on a valve, quickly engulfing the snow slope. The beacon's dazzling light dwindled to a faint shadow, quickly dispersed by the two ability users. Chu Xingyue whispered, "We can teleport now." Her eyes dimmed. Her judgment was correct. The mistype ability user had already made their move. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A series of chaotic noises came through the earpiece. Baiyu immediately looked down at his wristband. The map interface flickered. The signals from the two dots, Chao Lu and Xiao Lin, were on the other side of Holy Sword Mountain. The official signals were correct. It was just private communication. Chao Lu. Xiao Lin? Can you hear me? Zhou Xiaika tried calling. Only intermittent static answered him. Hidden in a cave below the snow slope, Chu Xingyue held a signal amplifier in his hand. "I'm fine here. It's Chao Lu's side that's using an illegal jamming device." Chu Xingyue exhaled a puff of white breath. "Then let's all break the rules." He put on a specially made brass knuckles on his right hand, the grooves between his fingers covered with fine lines. He clenched his fist, and green light flowed in through the grooves, focusing intently on the opening. On the snow slope, Zhou Tsika suddenly waved his hand, a vortex of air swirling in his palm, abruptly expanding and blowing away the approaching mist. The wind howled, and the snow mist retreated. But the next instant, a new wave of mist immediately filled the gap, sealing it shut. Baiyu dared not let her guard down. The KT building had slipped away right under Li Jia's nose thanks to Mr. Doug's men, the Pegasus's overwhelming fog. Chu Xingyue's voice came through the earpiece, "Be careful, there are at least 3 energy fluctuations." Before she could finish speaking, the snow surface trembled. Crack. Something broke through the snow, the tips of green grass arching over the frozen soil beneath the snow layer, spreading rapidly. They quickly darted across the surface, rushing towards Baiyu. Baiyu gripped her short folding knife in reverse, took a step, and slashed downwards. The edge of the blade emitted a transparent, disintegrating energy fluctuation. The grass spikes beneath her feet instantly crumbled, scattering into the snow. The icy, snowy landscape actually tested the control of her abilities even more. A slight lack of precision would rapidly deplete her ice-based powers. Maeve raised her hand, cold light condensing in her palm, then erupting from her fingertips. Snowflakes, against the mist, spread into an ice wall, sealing the approaching grass spikes like insects permanently trapped in amber, their green hue a ghastly blue. Leslie's palms crackled with electricity, then he brought them together, the current surging, the light spreading across the ice surface. Local bolts of lightning struck the tops of the grass spikes, the ghastly green turning charred black with the smell of burning grass. Jean Ning stood behind, quietly observing the situation, not in a hurry to act, because Chu Xingyue had said, "At least 2 haven't made a move yet." Her superpower was a burst of light and heat, possessing immense instantaneous power, but lacking endurance. As expected, another thunderous roar echoed beneath her feet. The earth bulged, forcefully lifting several giant swords buried under the snow. The earth elemental user had directly pried open the ground, causing the ice field to fracture. The multi-ton swords were tossed into the air, their tips wobbling, before tilting and falling towards the group. "Scatter!" Chu Xingyue shouted, found the earth elemental user. Zhou Tsika spun and leaped, his palm unleashing a wind blade that pushed the falling swords aside, sending them crashing into the snow slope. The impact created a massive wave of snow. Baiyu slashed at the grass spikes trying to hold her in place, dodging left and right, leaping upwards using the teetering sword as a stepping stone. "Buzz cut, give me the wind." "No problem." Zhou Tsika spread his arms, 2 streams of wind instantly twisting into an upward vortex, pushing it to Baiyu's feet. Baiyu, propelled by the wind, leaped into the air, swung his folding knife downwards, revealing its cold, long blade. "Chu Xingyue, I show you the way." Below, Chu Xingyue, her ambient camouflage gone, moved nimbly between the great swords, her vibrant long hair billowing in the wind, strikingly beautiful against the black and white backdrop. The best landmark in the snow. An ambush 3 meters to the left. Chu Xingyue's voice swift, her figure already passed by you. A circular scimitar opened, encircling a tree branch. Using the blade as a pivot, she swung out another circular scimitar, its arc sweeping across the snow, the blade spinning into the ground. With a metallic clang, it missed the grass-type ability user's target area, but successfully forced back the grass spikes. The snow suddenly cracked open, the soil was turned upside down, and a brown energy line flowed across the snowfield, extending like veins. Wherever it went, the ground bulged up. Like a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows, it was impossible to tell which one was the hiding place of the Earth-type ability user. Chu Xingyue swung her circular scimitar again, slicing through the mist that was trying to erode them, creating a safe zone to search for the traces of the mist-type ability user. Baiyu gently closed her eyes, her ability to sense things spreading out. If one were to use her innate sensory abilities as a fishing net, the size of the mesh would resemble the precision of her perception. Dismantling the net was like using an impenetrable mesh to catch everything, big or small. Her eyes suddenly snapped open, her gaze fixed on a perfectly intact patch of snow. Clever enough. Unfortunately, he was faster than her at burrowing. Baiyu's toes touched the blade of her sword, sliding down smoothly, and she plunged her folding knife into the bulging frozen ground. The dismantling force penetrated, forcefully severing several of his ability pathways. Boom! The ground collapsed, the flat snow slope instantly bulging up, revealing a sturdy ability user. He looked just like Mr. Doug, so much so that Baiyu suspected they were related. In the instant Baiyu was stunned, the Earth Elemental ability user leaped out, his body encased in armor reinforced with earth, and with a wave of his hand, he created a wall of earth. Baiyu flicked her blade, and before it even touched the wall, the dismantling force spread along the cracks, sending fragments of earth flying everywhere. Unable to contain her curiosity, Baiyu risked being covered in dirt, staring at his dusty figure. "What's your surname? Dog or Dao?" Baiyu thought she had asked quite comprehensively, including both common and foreign names, but the other party probably misunderstood, thinking she was being rude and insulting. The ground beneath her feet shook again, suddenly rising as if to throw Baiyu out. Using the wind force from Zhou Xiaiku, Baiyu somersaulted in midair, plummeting downwards. Using the momentum to close the distance to the Earth Elemental ability user, her folded blade aimed straight for his shoulder. The Earth Elemental ability user raised his arm to block, instantly encasing it in thick, hard earthen armor. Baiyu's folding knife deflected, the blade slicing diagonally, the force penetrating the earth armor. With a crisp crack, the armor shattered. The Earth Elemental ability user was visibly stunned, his movements slowing. A golden opportunity. Baiyu's figure dipped low, lunging along the ground, the blade cleanly and decisively severing the opponent's side armor. Scoring a point, the opponent's wrist flashed red. Elimination. 100. As the Earth Elemental ability user passed Baiyu, he scoffed, "My name is Dodge." "Not Dodge." Dodge looked up. Chu Xingyue was jumping down. He said softly, "Your ability is very recognizable, Black King." Baiyu's brow twitched. "Are you Dodge's biological son?" Dodge glanced at her indifferently. "Did I?" Before Dodge could finish speaking, Chu Xingyue's curved blade was already there, blocking his way, a hint of threat in her voice. "What? You're not convinced? It's no use being unconvinced, you can't beat me anyway." Dodge was momentarily speechless, his mouth moving a few times. Unable to explain in front of Chu Xingyue, he tossed the beacon in his arms towards Baiyu's injured side, and turned to walk towards the elimination point. Gain beacons. Plus 1,002 more beacons. Zhou Xiaiku withdrew the wind field he was using to protect Baiyu's feet, and focused on dealing with the fog in front of him. The fog was thickening, reducing visibility, but the attacks were much weaker compared to the remaining grass and fire types in their team. Mi judged, they're stalling for time. Did they think only the two of you would form an alliance? The voices in the fog were also muffled, like they were coming through frosted glass. Baiyu suddenly glanced at the leaderboard on her wrist device. Only 7 teams remained. One beacon is plus 1,000. The first place winner, holding the power core, is as solid as a rock 5620. The second place winner is 1 beacon short. Their current score should be 2060, not 60. The fifth place winner failed to steal the first place power core, and is eliminated. That means, of the 3 beacons, 1 was stolen, so where are the remaining 2? The original third and fourth place winners are plus 1,000. Looking at the map marked only with the team leader's dot, 2 dots appear around Qiaolu and Xiaolin. No wonder the signal was interrupted. Qiaolu, Xiaolin, and Sui are facing 2 teams, 10 ability users. Baiyu's face darkened. This team knows that holding 3 beacons will make them the target of everyone's attacks, They'd rather be eliminated than let their opponents have an easy time. They gave 2 beacons to the 3rd and 4th place winners. These 2 teams have surrounded the 3 of them. We must finish this quickly. Suddenly, a flame ignited in the fog, and flames slashed down from above. Ha ha ha, too late. I can't stand those who steal the spotlight during the freshman assessment. And that spoiled grandson of the committee chairman. None of you will advance. The snow cracked open, and black liquid gushed forth from the ground. A superhuman, completely covered in heat-resistant material, emerged from the mist, wrapped like a mummy, enveloped in the black liquid. This unknown team of superhumans could actually mine shale oil. No wonder they chose this vacant lot with ample reserves. He raised his hand, and the oil solidified into dozens of chains, gleaming with a wet sheen, running along the dry, thorny grass covering the ground. In the air, the wind and mist were still battling. The fire-type superhuman snapped his fingers, and it quickly ignited. Jean Ning's expression changed. Her worries had come true. She could only try to extinguish the flames with an even higher temperature before they burst into flames. A dazzling white light shone from her palm. That light instantly transformed into a jet of high-temperature light, meeting the flames. The 2 forces collided, blasting a large crater in the snow. The oilman barely dodged. Isn't that the one who broke the ability test score? Too bad, I remember, only 10 seconds. A deluge of oil poured in, the fire-type ability user slowly raising the temperature, continuously depleting the energy, causing the fire to flare back. Jean Ning was thrown back, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Elimination. 100 Zhou Ci could quickly use a wind field to envelop her, gently carrying her to the cave entrance. Chu Xingyi had already opened the medical kit for emergency treatment. The situation isn't good. She needs to be taken to the medical pod immediately. I have to go with her. He then pressed exit. Elimination. 100. Chapter 76. On the other side of Holy Sword Mountain. A biting wind whipped up snow, howling across the mountain ridge. 10 superhumans advanced in 4 groups, surrounding Chaolu, Xiao Lin, and Su Yi, trapping them in the middle. Through the attackers, Xiao Lin looked behind him. 2 beams of light stood erect. The beacons were made without any disguise, simply placed on the snow, as if confident of defeat against overwhelming odds. Beside the 2 beacons lay black cubes, contraband, signal jammers, also lying brazenly on the snow. They hadn't intended to hide them. Their evil was blatant. Golden ripples flickered beneath Su Yi's feet. She attempted to pinpoint the beacon's location for short-range teleportation, but was abruptly severed by a surge of energy. The black cube is interfering. I can't get to the beacon's location. Chaolu stood to her right, her palms clasped together. Water flowed from her palms, instantly freezing in the low temperature, spreading across the ground, restricting spatial teleportation, and conveniently blocking signals. A double benefit. They'd done their homework. Facing the aggressive superhuman, Xiao Lin showed no fear. He removed his silver-rimmed glasses with one hand, pulled out a small triangle from his breast pocket, a glasses cloth, and wiped the lenses. After the crewcut man said that wearing only the frame looked too pretentious, he specially got 2 lenses, glass like metal. A flash of light passed through the lenses. Xiao Lin curled his fingers and flicked them lightly. The silver frame instantly transformed into countless thin, hair-like metal threads, stretching out in the air. The 2 lenses changed color, their surfaces flowing with metallic luster, their edges sharpening, hovering in his palm. Let's each do our own thing. Before Xiao Lin finished speaking, the metal wire pressed down, precisely cutting into the hardwood of the overturned giant tree. The wire twisted and turned, instantly severing the woody tissue. Sap gushed from the cut, suddenly freezing, and the towering tree instantly lost its life. The fire elemental ability user followed up, unleashing a blazing pillar of fire from his palm, aimed directly at Xiao Lin's chest. Xiao Lin glanced at the golden vortex, and water blades out of the corner of his eye. Sui had gone to coordinate with Chao Lu. It seemed the fire pillar couldn't be dodged via spatial teleportation. No problem. Against absolute power, nothing mattered. Xiao Lin smirked, his body slightly tilted, and his lens spun forward, rapidly thinning and elongating into a curved shield to meet the attack head-on. The flames scorched, turning the shield surface transparent, but it didn't melt. A sudden gust of wind arose. While he was blocking the flames, the wind elemental ability user raised his hand and released a wind blade. Sharp air currents sliced through the snow, attempting to tear Xiao Lin apart from his undefended side. Xiao Lin rolled his eyes, his feet digging into the ice to stabilize himself. Another lens spun rapidly, dozens of sharp blades extending from its edges, sweeping across like rotating gears, slicing through the incoming wind blades. The flames, unable to sustain their power, gradually subsided. Xiao Lin raised his hand, and several metal wires shot out with incredible speed, forcing the fire-type ability user to retreat and barely dodge. The wood-type ability user swung his arms, causing numerous tree roots to arch up, attempting to seal him in layers, building a cage. Xiao Lin pulled with 2 fingers, the metal wires tightening abruptly. The lens in front of him transformed into a sharp blade in midair, connecting with the wires. A makeshift throwing knife, its blade slicing through the ground, instantly cutting through most of it, sending splinters of wood flying. Xiao Lin calmly withdrew his force, the wire shrinking abruptly, the sharp metal instantly slicing through the opponent's defenses. The lens blade spun past his side, a red indicator light flashing, the wood-type ability user instantly eliminated. Elimination. 100. The fire-type ability user roared, flames erupting from both palms simultaneously, forming a crossfire wall that enveloped the unfinished wooden cage. Xiao Lin stomped his foot, and the metal wire taut, rebounding and propelling him out of the flames. As he landed, several extremely fine threads had already climbed the air in front of the fire-type ability user, rapidly weaving a net. The flames crashed against it, the net flashing with crimson light, yet remaining steadfast. Xiao Lin raised his hand and pressed down, the net abruptly closing, completely enveloping the fire-type ability user. The flames backfired in the confined space, scorching his body and making it impossible for him to maintain a stable output. A moment later, the lens shot in again, striking his chest armor, and the elimination signal lit up. Without the fire-type's combat power, the wind-type, who had been fueling the fire, was considerably weaker. He unleashed his full power, a whirlwind swirling across the snowfield, the wind pressure transforming into blades that slashed from all directions. Xiao Lin took a deep breath, and the 2 lenses returned to his front, quickly splitting into several curved blades that joined together to form a rotating metal disc. The disc spun rapidly, colliding head-on with the wind blades, producing a sharp scraping sound, yet it forcefully blocked all the blades. Taking advantage of the opponent's unstable breathing, Xiao Lin's feet extended the threads beneath his feet again, piercing into the ice layer. His body suddenly accelerated, rushing straight at the wind elemental ability user. The protective wind blade sliced at his side, tearing his sleeve and drawing blood, but he didn't stop. The instant he closed in, the metal wires suddenly unfurled, weaving into a dense chain that simultaneously tightened from all directions, firmly binding the wind elemental ability user. The opponent struggled, the wind pressure impacting all directions, but he was restrained by the ever-tightening threads, unable to break free. Xiao Lin reached out and grabbed, the lens-like blade spinning rapidly, aiming straight for the opponent's chest. The wind elemental ability user's expression changed, struggling desperately, but he was still a step too slow. A sharp blade sliced through the air, and the signal light illuminated. Elimination. 100. Xiao Lin retracted the metal wire, the silver light receding and gradually returning to its original frame. He adjusted the frame, the brace resting on his high, straight nose, the cold wind parting his narrow, phoenix-shaped eyes. If you want to fight, hurry up, all at once. On Qiao Lu's side, 2 wind-type ability users made their move first. A fierce wind swept across the snow, crashing against the ice wall, the sharp air currents constantly cutting, cracking the surface of the ice. They really stirred up the wind-type ability user's lair. Qiao Lu whispered, opening her arms, water overflowing again, turning into transparent thin ice, continuously repairing the cut cracks. The wind and ice continued their clash, crackling and popping. Sui focused intently on controlling the golden vortex, ensuring that she could quickly redirect Qiao Lu if the wind blades attacked from treacherous positions. The giant swords buried nearby trembled, their blades emitting a low rumble as they slowly rose from the snow. Xiao Lin, this is too risky. Qiao Lu already guessed what was rising beneath her feet. Her attempt to rashly control a large area of metal energy was a mistake. Her defeat in the previous election tournament at Black Sea Plains was due to her inability to control water beyond her ability's range. Xiao Lin chuckled, flicking his finger, and the sword formation spun. Dozens of giant swords swept across, crashing head-on into the attackers. They scattered, their feet slamming deep trenches into the snow. Elementalists seized the opportunity to attack, trying to find a breakthrough with Qiao Lu and Sui. A chilling aura surged beneath Qiao Lu's feet. Large swathes of water reversed, freezing along the attacking vines, solidifying into chunks that crumbled inch by inch. Water streams solidified into ice spikes in midair, striking the fire-type ability user's head. He hastily unleashed a burst of fire to meet it, but the ice spike grazed his shoulder, causing his wrist device to flash red. Elimination. 100. A brief opening appeared. Go! Xiao Lin shouted, raising both hands simultaneously, activating the full sword formation. More than 10 giant swords rose into the air at the same time, bending and forming a bridge in midair until the remaining opponents reached them. Qiao Lu leaped up, her palms clasped together, water flowing down the sword blades, condensing into an ice path in the cold wind, stabilizing the bridge. Su Yi's eyes flashed with golden light. She forcibly activated teleportation, locking onto a short distance. The golden ripples suddenly accelerated, and the three of them instantly leaped onto the bridge, heading straight for the beacon. The wind elemental ability user raised his hand, a surge of air attempting to overturn the bridge. Xiao Lin pressed down with both hands, the sword formation simultaneously sinking, as stable as a rock. The grass elemental ability user frantically activated, vines forming bundles that clung to the sword blades. Qiao Lu coldly snorted, an ice torrent, the vines instantly freezing upon contact, falling to the snow. The last line of defense for fire-type ability users was engulfed by a devastating wave of fire. Su Yi teleported instantly, bringing Qiao Lu and Xiao Lin with her, appearing behind the flames. Before the spatial shockwaves had even dissipated, Xiao Lin had already raised his hand, his sword striking down. Boom! The sword formation collapsed on the snow. The fire-type ability user, despite their hasty dodge, was still struck by the metal ball, their wrist-worn devices glowing red. Elimination. 100. Xiao Lin said coldly, only reacting now. Too slow. All the swords simultaneously plunged into the ground, golden light spreading out, forcefully stabilizing the earth-type fluctuations and breaking his control. Qiao Lu seized the opportunity, raising her hand and unleashing dozens of ice spikes. The enemy's left flank was instantly breached, forcing two ability users to raise their hands in defense, their wrist-worn devices glowing red one after the other. Elimination. 200. The numerical gap rapidly closed. The remaining ability users didn't bother with coordination, using whatever abilities they had. Xiao Lin, Qiao Lu, and Su Yi stood back to back. Frontline, give me the front, Xiao Lin whispered. The giant swords roared, the sword array rose into the air again, sweeping across the fiery vortex, forcibly splitting the airflow, shattering the flames. Then I flank, Qiao Lu raised her hand, water surged, freezing into ice blades that swept across, then solidified into ice covering half the battlefield. Leave the rear to me, Su Yi said coldly. Any attacker would be swallowed by the golden vortex, teleported to Qiao Lu or Xiao Lin, immobilized, and used as a live target. Xiao Lin slammed his hands down, sending more than a dozen giant swords crashing to the ground simultaneously, forcing the remaining ability users to scatter. Qiao Lu seized the opportunity to block the water flow, the thick layer of ice trapping two of them, their wrist devices flashing red. Elimination. 200. Only one person remained in the arena, grabbing a beacon and running away. Xiao Lin tossed his glasses outward, the metal wire, gleaming silver, regrouped in midair, catching the square black jammer they had overlooked. The metal wire quickly enveloped it, pulverizing the jammer. Communication interference neutralized. The spatial teleportation restriction was completely broken, a golden light flashed, and two beacons landed in Su Yi's hands. Beacon acquired, plus 2,000 silence returned to the battlefield. The wind and snow continued to howl in the valley, the great sword half buried in the snow, ice covering the earth. The 10-person team was eliminated. Xiao Lin raised his wrist phone to check the time. 10 minutes had passed. He pressed his earpiece. Hey, you only need to grab one beacon, isn't it over yet? 10 minutes earlier, on the other side. Black oil liquid spread across the surface, large bursts of fire erupting. Maid knelt on one knee, pushing out with her palm, unleashing a torrent of icy blue light. Layers of ice rose before her, instantly forming a 3-meter-wide defensive line. Flames surged forward, hissing, the heat and cold clashing head-on. The air contracted rapidly, emitting a muffled thud. We have to find a way out. Zhou raised his hand, the wind propelling her into the air. Baiyu nimbly flipped, sliding along the wind current, her folding knife slashing downwards, the blade cutting diagonally. A transparent dismantling force emanated from the blade, slicing into the oil chains. Found it. Baiyu's gaze darkened, the dismantling force had found a breakthrough. All she had to do was break through its outer solid casing. The oil man raised his arms, the black liquid hardening, the entire layer of oil on the snowfield being extracted, instantly boiling, turning into a sea of fire. Back off. Zhou roared, a wind wall rising from the ground, temporarily separating the sea of fire. Mei's face was pale, she struggled to conjure a second layer of ice, her power severely depleted. Leslie was also breathing heavily, her arcs of electricity flickering erratically. The two of them directly confronted the flames and oil, forcing the oil man's attention forward. We held him off, Maeve gritted her teeth. Go! Leslie gasped, arcs of electricity gathering in her hands once more. Baiyu and Chu Xingyu seized the opportunity to advance. Chu Xingyu struck first, her curved blade slicing through the front of the flames with nimble movements. She suddenly changed color, concealing herself, and circled behind the oil man. She swung her circular blade, hooking it into a crack in the outer layer of oil. She pulled hard, tearing a gash in the outer layer. An opportunity! Baiyu's figure flashed to the scene. Zhou Xi could push with his palm, the wind field accelerating her speed. She reversed her grip on the blade, her entire body plunging forward, the blade slicing straight into the crack. The dismantling force penetrated instantly, the black shell cracking with a series of fine cracks, as if being forcibly peeled away. The oil man roared in a muffled rage, violently unleashing the liquid within his body. The shockwave nearly sent Baiyu flying. Baiyu tumbled through Zhou Xi's vortex, sliding several meters upon landing, the blade leaving a deep gash in the snow. She looked up and saw Maeve and Leslie, both wounded, forced back by the fiery impact. Buzz cut! The vortex surged. Baiyu held her blade horizontally, leaping high into the air before plummeting down, the blade aimed at the oil man's shoulder. The oil man spread his arms, the surface oil surging wildly, weaving into a wall of fire, making it impossible to get close. Baiyu didn't stop. She bent down and plunged into the wall of fire, her folding knife in hand, releasing layer upon layer of dismantling force, the wall of fire about to crumble. The oil man cried out in pain, retaliating with a flaming punch. Baiyu lightly touched the ground with her toes, shifting her body sideways to barely dodge the attack. She then smoothly slashed with the back of her blade, aiming for the scoring position. Break. If you resist again, I won't use the back of my blade. Baiyu threatened coldly. Eliminations. 100 black liquid splattered, landing on the ice, and creating a series of insignificant sparks. Xiaolin's lazy voice came through the earpiece. Now that we have 3 beacons, can we go grab the quantum core? Chapter 77. The Edge of Sifa. A planet not on the map. A heavy curtain of rain enveloped the entire planet. Black rain dripped from the pendulum of the golden bell, gathering and meandering through the cracks in the stone carvings, like a black serpent, slithering deeper into the palace, passing over the withered roses washed by the rain, their stems and leaves instantly turning yellow and scattering on the ground. The followers of the gray ring crawled in the mud and cold rain, arms outstretched, rainwater flowing down their cheeks into their mouths. They were like travelers dying of thirst in the desert, greedy and fanatical. Holy water. Rare holy water. This is the mercy of the gods. The temple will issue a divine decree. It seems another heart has been successfully resurrected. He is about to descend. A cacophony of voices boiled within the black rain. Shoo, look over there. The noisy crowd quieted down, all turning to look at the obsidian palace in the distance, its towering dome blending seamlessly with the black rain. The guards parted to either side, kneeling on one knee to welcome them, letting the rain soak their gray robes. The heavy doors slowly opened, and Sale stood outside. He was one of the 4 heartbeats under the high priest, untouched by the drizzling rain, his eyes filled with a lingering, sinister glint. The missions at Hecate and Ares Military Academy had failed, not only resulting in the loss of androids and loyal followers, but also exposing long-planted spies. This meant a temporary loss of control over Ares Military Academy, and the failure to retrieve the scattered book of the Zerg. The news weighed heavily on his chest. The jubilation of the cultists echoed in his ears, filling him with a complex mix of emotions. Footsteps sounded from the other side of the stone steps. Saren emerged from the shadows. It was his twin brother, their faces almost identical. The resurrected heart. He murmured, raindrops dripping from his chin, mingling with the salty bitterness at the corner of his lips. The brothers' eyes met, the sound of rain drowning out the brief silence. Saren spoke first. The resurrection of the heart of Holy Sword Mountain failed. Seller paused, a self-deprecating smirk playing on his lips. Let's see who the high priest punishes first. They walked through a long corridor, crimson flames burning on either side, their breath flickering like snakes' tongues. The firelight reflected on the massive niches, magnifying the countless insect shadows in the reliefs, making them seem to writhe in the light and shadow. Seller and Saren walked side by side. In the center of the temple, the high priest sat. He wore a dark gold robe, his face hidden behind a mask, only his eyes, burning like flames, fixed on the two, greedily consuming all the oxygen. You too. The voice came from the far end of the hall, low and deep, as if echoing countless souls. Seal knelt on one knee, rain streaming down his face, mingling with mud and blood. Saren knelt as well, his back straight. Seal. The high priest's gaze fell. Like a blade slicing through skin, you failed to retrieve what was rightfully ours. Seal pressed his forehead against the cold stone slab, his voice hoarse. Your subordinate is willing to accept punishment. The hall fell silent, broken only by the crackling of the flames. The air was thick with the smell of rust. Saren. The high priest turned to the other side, the heart of Holy Sword Mountain, destroyed by your hand. Not me. The sacrifice absorbed the entire blood pool. Saren's forehead pressed to the ground, his breathing rapid. The high priest raised his hand, and the air suddenly tightened. Saren's throat was gripped by an invisible force, her body lifted off the ground, her feet dangling in the air, suppressed gasps escaping her throat. The resurrected heart is just one step away, the high priest said coldly. Didn't I say that the resurrected heart is the top priority? Holy Sword Mountain is an ancient battlefield. The Earth's core contains immense energy, and it's on the edge of Norma. If we repeat this process once more, we will have another holy land. A holy land beyond the Federation's control. And you? Do you think you can replace the will of God? Why, you didn't bring her back either. Saren's eyes rolled back, her hands gripping his neck tightly, her knuckles white, trembling. Seller knelt on the ground, his forehead slamming heavily against the stone bricks. High Priest. There are too many variables. Please give him a chance to make amends. Humph. A chance? The High Priest looked at Seller, an invisible hand tightening in the air, gripping Seller's throat, and pinning him to the wall. You brothers were both chosen by the Oracle, yet you have both failed in your duties. The believers embrace the holy water in the rain. Do you know what that means? It means your failure has incurred his wrath. Seller cried out in struggle, cough cough. Actually, you made a condition. What condition? The High Priest abruptly released his grip. Seller's body fell, crashing heavily to the ground, his chest heaving violently, blood gushing from his throat. She said she would join if the temple were next to him, with her portrait displayed for believers to worship. The High Priest stepped down the stone steps, his cold gaze sweeping over Seller. He reached out and slowly gripped Saren's chin, the pressure making his knuckles crack. You, keep a close eye on her, but don't make a move. The air was thick with a suffocating oppression. The two trembled as they struggled to their feet, their foreheads touching the ground again, staining the ground crimson. We obey the divine decree. The High Priest's footsteps echoed through the temple. The path of resurrection must be flawless. Whoever obstructs his coming is an enemy of God. Kneel and reflect. The torrential rain could not wash away the blood in the temple. The twin brothers knelt side by side in the firelight, their blood mingling with the black rain that poured in. Outside the temple, the believers continued their frenzied chanting in the rain, yearning for the next resurrection of their hearts. Seller looked at Saren. Brother, why can't we get rid of her when she's in the way? She ruined those two androids at Ares Military Academy. She stole the Book of the Zerg in Sector 7 too. This isn't the first time she's interfered with the heart's regeneration. Saren shook his head. She can summon the Zerg without sacrifice, and she even absorbed the energy from the Zerg's heart's regeneration. The High Priest did this for his own reasons. The thought of the two brothers being punished because of the same person. Seller couldn't help himself, shoving Saren aside and getting up. Brother, you almost died just now. When did you become so cowardly? Let me tell you, I can't swallow this. Is you really going to join the Grey Ring? Saren looked around. Thankfully no one was there. Kneeling as punishment? What are you doing? Finished reflecting. Seller snatched the Holy Sword Mountain recorder from Saren, slowly walking towards the blood pool, looking at the three teams vying for the energy core in the Holy Sword Mountain footage. His breathing gradually calmed, his fingertips lightly touching the blood pool. Blood seeped into his palm, and he slowly awakened his supernatural power. A faint, sticky sensation appeared in the blood pool, its boundaries distorted. Seller's gaze fixed on a young man, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Puppet control, not bad. He clasped his hands together, blood pooling between his palms, the streaks of blood spreading down to the water mirror beneath the young man's feet. The blood then connected to the ankle of a figure far away on the snowy plain. White mist swirled, and the young man's eyes instantly became vacant, his pupils tinged with blood. His movements froze for a moment. Seller, this is forbidden magic. The wind howled across the snowy plains of Holy Sword Mountain. You raised her hand to shield her eyes from the snowflakes. In her perception, a previously eliminated ability user suddenly appeared, his eyes vacant, surrounded by abnormal energy fluctuations. Assie's ability is puppet control. He can control his teammates, coordinate their actions, and significantly enhance his core, but it definitely won't include eliminated ability users, Chu Xingyue whispered. Chu Xingyue had also detected it. Sui, Maeve, and Leslie withdrew due to injuries, leaving Xiao Lin's team with only him as their commander. Bai Yu's team, except for Chu Xingyue, was still in the competition. Chao Lu squinted, water vapor welling in her palms, the cold air rapidly condensing in the polar temperature. Zhou Xiaike had already raised his hand, a wall of wind rising abruptly, pushing aside the howling snow dust and revealing several figures in the distance. Now it's confirmed, they're the eliminated opponents we faced before. Following Zhou Xiaike's gaze, these people now had numb expressions, their steps steady, like soulless soldiers, slowly approaching. Quite a few. Chu Xingyue's figure was half hidden in the snowstorm, her curved blade reflecting a faint, cold light. Xiao Lin stood at the forefront, removing his silver-rimmed glasses. The frames transformed into metal wires that moved across the snow, the two glass-like lenses transforming into two small balls that bounced in his palm. Whatever, the more the better. Bai Yu twirled a folding knife in his palm, the blade springing open, revealing a sharp edge. Since they were using the rules to maximize their abilities, what were they waiting for? Attack! The wind and snow intensified suddenly, and through the white mist, the puppets charged forward. The foremost puppet's hands transformed into sharp blades, the metal gleaming with a cold light. It was a metal-type ability user, the same as Xiao Lin, only their abilities manifested differently. A small ball suddenly shot out from Xiao Lin's hand, transforming into two rapidly spitting iron discs, smashing towards the puppet's blades. The immense impact forced the puppet's arm to jolt, halting its steps. Xiao Lin raised his hand, and the metal wires on the snow suddenly stood upright, forming a grid array. The puppet struggled, its blades slashing wildly, sparks flying, but it couldn't break free of the restraints. If you keep pulling like this, don't go out and say you're a metal type, Xiao Lin whispered, his hands clasping together again. The small ball in her palm crumbled into fine powder, then coalesced into a tight metal ring, which was placed around the puppet's neck. The ring tightened, the puppet paused, and then fell straight down, unconscious. The snow beneath Bai Yu's feet was whipped away by the wind. She steadied herself. The two puppets opposite her had already spread out, forming a pincer attack. The puppet on her left suddenly opened its mouth, and from within, vibrant green plants sprouted, the scent of cilantro spreading through the snow. The puppet on her right spoke in an unknown language, and several snow owls were drawn in, flying low, their wings flapping, their feathers whipping through the cold wind. They circled overhead, ready to swoop down at any moment. It's on purpose. Cilantro is my nemesis. The instant she smelled it, Bai Yu felt the world spin, her chest tighten and her breath suffocating, as if she had been on the verge of death several times. Bai Yu didn't retreat. She braced herself with one hand on the ground, slightly raising the other, her dismantling force flowing rapidly. She slashed downwards with her folding knife, slicing through the cilantro's skin, juice immediately splattering out, the aroma even stronger than before. Bai Yu's nose stung. Knowing she couldn't inhale too much, she abruptly held her breath, pushing off with her feet, forcefully pulling herself half a step out of the encirclement of roots. The snow was sliced open, ice shards flying. The puppet student's eyes were empty and lifeless, its mouth opening and closing repeatedly, new cilantro shoots and leaves sprouting wildly, as if driven to the brink of madness. The cilantro, as thick as a banyan tree, extended its roots, coiling around from all directions. Bai Yu swept her folding knife horizontally, the blade embedding itself into the root. She didn't rush to cut it off, but instead channeled the dismantling force from her palm, channeling it into the root along the blade. In a fleeting instant, the fibrous structure of the root's outer layer crumbled, the root snapping apart with a crack, turning into a clump of rotten leaves, swept away by the wind and snow. It smells awful. Bai Yu's eyes reddened from the stench. To her right, a snowy owl had already swooped down. Their eyes gleamed with a grayish-white light, their claws sharp, aimed straight for Bai Yu's shoulder. Bai Yu shifted her body slightly, the back of her blade blocking one of the claws. Metal clashed with the bird's claw, sparks flying. She couldn't bear to use too much force, only using the momentum to deflect the snowy owl. The bird's wings swirled with snow, brushing past her. 3 more circled above. The puppet controlling the snowy owl stood further away, its hands floating with faint gray threads, guiding the flock of birds. Bai Yu squinted, raised her hand, dismantling the force within her vision, capturing the key point. Xingyue, this is a bird-controlling ability user. Synchronized. Before the words were finished, Chu Xingyue had already attacked the puppet according to the shared vision. A transparent stream of wind approached, the air trembled, and one of the traction lines was severed. A snowy owl flapped its wings wildly overhead, seemingly disoriented, but was quickly pulled back by another tether. The opponent's ability was clearly not a single-threaded one, but rather a multi-pronged, dispersed control. Bai Yu mentally assessed the location of the tethers. Beside her, the cilantro roots lunged forward again, this time even faster. The stench stung her eyes. Bai Yu kicked the roots, using the momentum to leap backward. Her folding knife flashed through the air, releasing its dismantling force, turning several cilantro leaves near her into dust. When she landed, her breath caught in her throat, a scent seemed to have forcefully invaded her chest. Bai Yu pulled a scent filter from her pocket with one hand, and quickly pressed it to her mouth and nose. The filter was for the unpalatable survival meals, blocking out unpleasant odors, and releasing the scents of her favorite foods. Painlessly transformed into a pika, eating anything. Even the strawberry-flavored nutrient solution Zhou Xi could taste like a lime mojito. To the left, the cilantro branches and leaves formed a dense forest, encircling the owl like a wall. To the right, a flock of snowy owls simultaneously swooped down, their feathers billowing, creating sharp wind pressure. Bai Yu's eyes turned cold. She abruptly plunged her folding knife into the snow, pressing her palm against the back of the blade, using the blade as a medium to instantly spread the force of the attack. With a deafening boom, all the cilantro branches and leaves within a 10-meter radius disintegrated into fragments, green leaves and juice splattering through the air, turning into wet snowballs that crashed down. The fresh scent of passion fruit filled the air. The swooping snowy owls were simultaneously pushed away by a gust of air. Chu Xingyue's control of force was extremely precise. As one snowy owl swooped down, she spun her circular scimitar under its wing, forcefully deflecting it upwards. Another owl was swooping down from the flank. She slid low, her stopped scimitar striking the bird's claws, deflecting its trajectory. She did her best not to harm the birds, keeping each movement to a minimum. She only severed the leash, without injuring the innocent snowy owl itself. The flock cried out in unease, their feathers scattered, and they took flight again. Bai Yu drew her sword and stood up. Now it's one-on-one. She stared at the ability user who was spitting out cilantro. The puppet's mouth opened, and green branches surged again, thicker than before. Bai Yu slashed with her folding knife, severing 4 incoming roots in succession. She seized the opportunity to close the distance, striking the calf she could reach with the back of the blade. The dismantling force penetrated directly, locking the ability pathway. The puppet's body stiffened, and the vine's growth immediately slowed. Bai Yu used the momentum to bend the puppet's arm backward, using the force to kick him in the back of the knee, slamming him to the snow. She raised her other hand, and struck precisely on the side of his neck, knocking him unconscious. A few sprigs of coriander remained in the puppet's mouth. Having lost their power, they withered rapidly, turning dark brown and drooping. Bai Yu could almost imagine the smell of that foul air. Suppressing the discomfort in his chest, he quickly turned his gaze to the sky above the other puppet controlling the snow owl. Freed from their restraints, the snow owls gradually dispersed, flying towards a distant mountain ridge. At the same time, Chao Lu suddenly clasped her hands together, her palms shimmering with water. In the next instant, 2 high-pressure jets of water shot out, the water condensing into ice shards in midair, instantly embedding them into a thick layer of ice. The ice shell expanded, making a crisp, freezing sound. Before the ice layer could stabilize, cracking sounds came from within, the surface becoming covered with fissures. The next second, the ice layer completely shattered, scattering ice fragments everywhere. The 2 puppets were expressionless, their clothes and skin torn by ice shards, covered in blood, yet they seemed oblivious. "This isn't right." Chao Lu frowned deeply. "Why don't they feel pain?" Zhou Zika raised his hand and pushed, a whooshing sound erupting from his palm. A violent gust of air burst forth from his palm, whipping up a blizzard that sliced through the snow like a blade, striking the 2 puppets head-on. The puppets' bodies were thrown back by the shockwave, crashing heavily into the snow, tearing a deep trench in the snow, and scattering ice shards. The gust of air didn't stop, carrying with it a strange light from the snow pit. It was the core they were after. ACI just left it in the snow like that? Zhou Zika's eyes sharpened. With a flick of his arms, the gust of air condensed into a vortex, precisely lifting the core and protecting it in his palm. "Got the core!" Zhou Zika's voice, carried by the wind and snow, couldn't hide his excitement. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Yu's team secured the core, allowing them to advance directly. Zhou Zika's team obtained 5 beacons, ranking second in points. In the snow pit, The puppets' figures swayed again. Shards of ice and snow slid down their bodies as they rose together like marionettes. Wait a minute, ACI, weren't you eliminated? Why are you still controlling the puppets? Chapter 78. Unrelated people because of you. The wind howled from the sky, crashing against the snowfield. Hundreds of sword shadows disappeared into the snow, rustling softly. ACI stood behind a snow pit, black lines appearing on her face, spreading along her arteries, like a net tightening inwards. It might be a forbidden technique, Bayou whispered, her folding knife snapping open in her palm, the blade reflecting the snow's light, converging into a single line. Her gaze was fixed on ACI, then quickly swept over the group of puppets that had risen again. To get close to ACI, we must first deal with these. A dozen puppets scattered, arcs of electricity, crimson flames, charred remains. Their powers burned wildly on their bodies. The power was chaotic, yet it all surged towards them. Bayou withdrew her senses from the puppets, looking confidently at the energy core in Zhou Xiaika's hand. Their berserk mode comes from overdrawing their powers, while our team's boost is perfectly legitimate. Unfortunately, Xiao Lin didn't. Zhou Xiaika smiled at Xiao Lin. It's alright, young Master Xia doesn't care about this little bonus. Whatever. Xiao Lin took off his glasses with one hand. With a blink of his thin eyelids, the frame deformed at his fingertips, transforming into several extremely fine metal wires. He flicked his fingers, and the wires wrapped directly around a charging granite golem. The golem suddenly expanded, stepping onto a giant rock conjured by his supernatural power. Using it as a springboard, it leaped upwards, its hard, petrified skin slamming heavily towards Xiao Lin. But the metal wires preemptively tightened around his joints, the sharp threads slicing through the thick stone armor from top to bottom. The puppet, like a peeled lobster exposed on the snowfield, already overloaded with supernatural abilities, collapsed backward, its mind clouded. The metal wires that should have retracted paused beneath the puppet, quickly weaving into a net to cushion its fall, then retracted. Xiao Lin casually put his silver-rimmed glasses back on. He recognized the puppet before him. Sure Lei, I approached you countless times, offering exorbitant prices, but you remained unmoved. You said you admired Assie's team TSK Fate, it's all about timing. At the same time, Zhou Xiaika raised his hand, and a wall of wind roared up, like a twisting vortex, forcefully deflecting a swarm of flames, scattering sparks in midair. If you ignored the dangerously high temperatures, a sky full of sparks would actually be quite romantic. Unfortunately, the sparks from the supernatural abilities burned holes in the combat suits. While using his wind flow ability to slow down the three puppets, Zhou Xiaika muttered through his earpiece. So pretentious, clearly just trying to steal someone's partner and holding a grudge. Jealous of my good memory? Xiao Lin retorted casually. Two pieces of faux metal glass transformed into small spheres in midair, spinning rapidly, bouncing back and forth as they struck the foreheads of the three puppets Zhou Xiaika was suppressing. Thump thump. The three puppets saw stars. Xiao Lin fitted lenses into her glasses. You're welcome. Zhou Xiaika, no thanks. A pale blue light danced in Chao Lu's palm. Snowflakes melted, instantly refreezing, and water surged from her feet, transforming into bone-chilling ice blades, one after another. Two puppets were forced to stop, their ankles frozen in place, struggling and making creaking sounds. The fire-type puppet roared, unleashing a burst of flames from its palm that forced the ice blade to evaporate instantly, turning into wisps of smoke and breaking free from its restraints. Arcs of electricity shot skyward from the electric golem, the explosive roar sending snowflakes flying. Chao Lu interrupted their conversation. I have two troublesome ones here. Come help. Behind them, in front of ACI, was another slightly troublesome, impenetrable, flowing humanoid sand wall. Chu Xingyue's figure melted into the snow curtain, her body low to the ground, her breath mingling with the cold air, a scimitar in hand, her entire being gradually blending into the light and shadow of the surrounding snowfield. A cold light suddenly slashed down. The scimitar sliced into the side of the sand elemental virtual neck, its blade carrying the wind, shattering its outer, solid sand shell. The sturdy defense cracked open under this attack, sand scattering outwards. The massive humanoid sand wall swayed, staggering as it lunged towards Chu Xingyue, its movements briefly losing coordination. Chu Xingyue dodged Xiao Bai now. Baiyu charged forward, sword in hand. The folding sword swung downwards, the blade cutting into the rift. A transparent, disintegrating force instantly seeped into the cracks in the sand, spreading in all directions of the sand wall, and directly cutting off the energy flow. The joints of the sand wall instantly lost their support, the sand condensed arm fell, kicking up a cloud of dust as it hit the ground. Chu Xingyue coughed, covering her mouth. However, the chest area of the sand wall suddenly expanded, fine sand grains swirling, and forming sharp sand blades that shot out densely. Xiao Lin's voice came through the earpiece. Can't beat a local sandstorm? Chu Xingyue, get lost. Xiao Lin, his name is Sao Lu. The sand wall has 3 layers in total, with the recovery speed and sturdiness gradually decreasing from the outside in. Zhou Zika, looks like they tried recruiting this one too. Didn't work out? By you teased Xiao Lin, I misjudged you. I thought you only dug up my stuff. Turns out you loosened the soil in the whole school. Rarely useful. Chu Xingyue's figure flashed, disappearing back into the sand. The sand blades lunged forward, only to miss. Xiao Bai. Over here. Bai Yu looked towards the rainbow's location, using the wind to his advantage. He swung his folding knife horizontally, the force of the blade extending as it snapped open, forcefully slicing apart several sand blades shooting towards him, scattering golden sand onto the snow. The sand blades continuously reformed, changing shape. Bai Yu met the attack head-on, his folding knife continuously dismantling the sand. The sand wave on his left was sheared into a broken layer, but the one on his right still surged forward. Found it. Bai Yu withdrew his senses, his eyes narrowing. The scattered sand grains hadn't completely failed instead. The next moment, the sand hidden beneath the snow suddenly converged, forming a human-shaped sand wall, covering a wider area than before, even obscuring Assie's location. The sand wall raised its hand, the sand swirling, carrying sharp ice particles, like an ice storm. Chu Xingyue's figure appeared and disappeared, her circular scimitar slicing through the edge of the storm, severing the outer ring of rotation, constantly disrupting and weakening its balance. Now! Roger! Bai Yu leaped into the gap, her folding knife enveloped in a transparent force of dismantling, instantly spreading out and slamming down on the innermost node where her powers were operating. Her wrist jolted back, her hand slightly numb, and the core of the sandstorm collapsed almost entirely. Sao Li's furious roar echoed across the snowfield. Now her powers were being overdrawn wildly. The sandstorm surged up from the snow, forcibly engulfing Bai Yu's folding knife and limbs, attempting to drag her down. Chu Xingyue's knife arrived. The circular scimitar traced a semicircle along the folding knife, forcefully slicing through the small portion of sand that had entangled Bai Yu. At the same time, Bai Yu used the folding knife, which had broken free first, to cleave downwards, infusing it with dismantling force. The internal structure of the sandstorm loosened, and it crashed down, freeing Bai Yu. This spot? Bai Yu's eyes sharpened. Chu Xingyue silently circled around to the rear, her curved blade spinning rapidly. Simultaneously, Bai Yu pressed forward from the front, her folding knife and circular curved blade striking from both ends. The sand wall trembled, the sand flows swirling wildly, the massive sand mass collapsing completely under the combined attack of the two, scattering into disordered grains of sand that fell onto the snowfield, never to coalesce again. Sao Lu, just a tiny little thing, lay on the snow. I go check on him. Chu Xingyue emerged from the snow, her curved blade draped with frozen sand, which she easily flicked away. Her index finger rested on Sao Li's neck. He's alive and well. That's good. Bai Yu's voice was calm as she raised her blade to strike ACI. The blade of her folding knife pressed against Assie's chest. The dismantling ability had already been released, the pathways of the ability magnified inch by inch in her perception, gradually becoming clearer, before shattering. Logically, this strike should have ended Assie's abnormal control over the puppet, freeing her from forbidden techniques. Just as the blade touched her, a rift was suddenly torn open in her mind, similar to that of a psychic. Bai Yu? A deep, hoarse voice, yet it plunged all other senses into a suffocating chill. The name was uttered, each syllable exceptionally clear, the tone not a roar, yet as heavy as 1,000 pounds. A thick fog flashed before her eyes, the edges of her vision rapidly blurring. ACI, her teammates' figures, all faded into the fog, leaving only this voice lingering in her mind. Bai Yu, remember this, ACI died because of you. Her heart felt like it had been struck by a block of iron, the suffocating sensation causing her throat to tighten. The blade remained pressed against Assie's chest, but her fingers were trembling uncontrollably. She clearly felt Assie's body twitch slightly under the blade, his breathing erratic. His eyes were vacant, his pupils misty, yet in that instant, a faint light seemed to pierce through the fog. Was it a cry for help? Wait. Bai Yu's lips moved, the voice echoing only in her mind, very similar to the feeling in the blood pool. She boldly guessed it was someone from the Grey Ring, unwilling to accept defeat, causing this trouble. You want me dead, but you can't, so you can only vent your anger on a stranger. You're pathetically cowardly. What, afraid to show your face? Is your magic too weak, forcing you to hide behind the scenes? Or are you afraid of my revenge after killing ACI? A silhouette trailed in the endless mist, clad in a ceremonial robe, slowly approaching. He removed his hood, revealing a familiar face, those dull, lifeless eyes fixed intently on Bayou. It was a priest she met by the blood pool, whose special ability was gathering. Powers have their own strengths and weaknesses, and recalling the few times she'd been beaten, Bayou felt a strange pain in her back, as if the massive wound was still vivid in her mind. Didn't you understand by the blood pool? Hang my portrait next to him, and I consider joining you. Bayou feigned composure, but the trembling of her fingertips became more pronounced. The voice chuckled softly, low and hoarse like the grinding of dry bones. Serene agreed, but I, Sealer, didn't. Wouldn't you feel even more guilty if unrelated people died because of you? Hearing the name, a flicker of surprise crossed Bayou's eyes. She'd seen him in the Grey Ring files at Ares Military Academy. Serene and Sela were both top-tier, highly dangerous Zerg heretics, especially Sealer. The Federation knew very little about him. He was mysterious, cruel, and known for his parasitism and forbidden arts. Thick fog seeped into Bayou's consciousness, attempting to erode her boundaries. Bayou could sense that the power of the forbidden technique wasn't directly controlled, but rather channeled through as body trembled beneath the blade, her chest heaving violently, as if being torn apart by two forces. On one side was Bayou's blade, on the other, Siler's forbidden technique. Continue dismantling. You do it, he dies by your hand. Siler's voice came, or, watch him die by my hand. Bayou's heart pounded in her ears, her power still active, the energy on the blade constantly peeling away. But at this moment, she hesitated. In Az's pupils, fog churned, white and black intertwined, occasionally flashing with her own pain, struggling to break free. Bayou's thoughts were crushed, teetering on the brink of collapse. She couldn't tell if she was in the snowfield, or completely trapped in the priest's illusion. The surroundings were blank, only Az's figure before her. What do you want me to do? Bayou asked with difficulty, her knuckles turning white from the force of her grip. The thick fog paused for a moment, then Siler spoke, help me kill someone. Okay. Bayou's words had barely left her lips when she abruptly opened her eyes. The snow-covered landscape returned to her vision. The cold wind filled her nose and mouth, the blade still pressed against Assie's chest, and the shouts of her teammates gradually became clearer. The black markings on Assie's body faded. Chapter 79. The temperature seems to be dropping lower and lower. The transparent supernatural power enveloping the folding knife gradually faded. Snowflakes, carrying scattered black crystals, drifted lightly onto the blade, piling up into sheet-like gray crystals, bearing their claws at Bayou. Bayou withdrew the folding knife, retracting the 3 sections inwards, and tucked the palm-length dagger back into her waistband. A tightness gripped her chest, and a wave of palpitations washed over her. She looked at ACI, who was meditating in the snow. The black lines on Assie's face were slowly fading, but her skin... Wait! Assie's skin had become almost transparent. Beneath a thin epidermis, the contraction and dilation of capillaries were clearly visible. Hiss. Little Bai, is it done? Chao Lu's voice came through the earpiece, from behind ACI. The puppets, exhausted from their supernatural powers, stopped, and as their eyes regained their clarity, they slumped onto the snow. Salo touched the sand beside him, confirming it was from his own superpower, piled up into a mound. He was dumbfounded. Such extravagance meant there would be no sand to use for the next month. Wasn't I eliminated? How am I still here? Shirley's gaze lingered on Xiao Lin, the only person he recognized. Perhaps it was related to his money ability. Xiao Lin had also been eliminated, then spent a fortune. Is there a revival round after elimination? Xiao Lin took off his silver-rimmed glasses with one hand, stepped forward, and pointed to the scratches on them. I didn't want to ask you for compensation. Shirley forced an awkward smile. Because I didn't join your team, so you have to pay me? Xiao Lin immediately flew into a rage. Zhou Xiaika stepped forward, grabbed Xiao Lin's shoulder, and shoved him back. Alright, I think they lost their memory. Shirley shrugged. It's really not my fault. The students who should have been eliminated were suffering from amnesia, having no recollection of the attack. Assie's ability is puppet control, requiring a mental connection with the control to significantly amplify its power. It seems the amnesia is inextricably linked to the forbidden technique of the Grey Ring. Chu Xingyue crouched down to examine him, her throat dry. Assie's vital signs seemed to have been drained. The snow waves, previously stirred by the wind, suddenly froze. An invisible pressure seemed to rise between heaven and earth, Even the snowflakes solidified in midair, slowly swirling. All the students on the snowfield, whether still daydreaming or about to escalate their verbal sparring, were suspended in midair, their movements stiffer than statues. A sharp red figure appeared amidst the snowstorm, standing out starkly against the dark snowfield. Descending from the top of the snow curtain, Bayou's senses were forced to converge, as if a giant boulder were pressing down on him. This was an absolute pressure from anti-gravity, an irresistible domination from a powerful being. Joyce, the principal of Ares Military Academy, a level 6 ability user. The competition is over. Joyce spoke, his voice clear and carrying an undeniable chill. Professor Catherine and Professor Zhong Hao followed behind, one on each side, their epaulets gleaming coldly in the snow. Professor Catherine's ability was Time Freeze. Professor Zhong Hao's ability was Control of Life Flow. All the students on the snowfield looked up, their expressions varied. The results will be announced later. Now, all of you, board the ship. Joyce pushed his palm outward, and an invisible ripple immediately spread through the air. The students, frozen in midair, landed gently, their feet firmly on the ground. No one was injured, as if she had complete control over the entire world. Except for Az. He remained frozen above the snow waves. Joyce nodded to Catherine and Zhong Hao. Catherine raised her hand, white flames igniting at her fingertips. Her expression was focused, and the white light hovered over Az's chest. The next instant, the white light spread, enveloping Az's entire body. Time froze, but only affecting Az. Time speed up as breathing slowed, no longer erratic, but fixed within a certain range. Extend to 2 minutes, Catherine reminded Zhong Hao. Zhong Hao nodded, raising his palms. A stream of lake blue light surged from his palms, piercing straight into Az's body. The light connected to Az's blood vessels and nerves, instantly expanding. Bayu tapped her earphones. Was cut, Professor Zhong Hao can do this too. Didn't you say he leave his lunch class early if possible, just to have priority in choosing his lunch? Zhou Xiaiku was also stunned. He teaches supernatural weapons. I never seen him use supernatural abilities. I didn't know either. Xiao Lin crossed her arms and smiled, about to speak. Chu Xingyu interrupted. Professor Zhong Hao used to be in the medical department, and he even taught Chu Xingyi. Later he said the teaching pressure in the medical department was too high, with too many class hours, so he transferred to the combat department. Qiao Lu smiled. That's great, knowing so many supernatural weapons, a combat department doctor, full of martial ethics, no need to worry about medical disputes. Xiao Lin scoffed. Even professors are using the combat department for retirement, which means the combat department is useless. Bayu kicked the snow off her toes, walking towards the starship with uneven steps. It's a good thing your 3 combat department teammates aren't here, otherwise it would be really disheartening. You worked so hard in the competition, and in the end, the captain called you useless. Xiao Lin, additional conditions, excluding my teammates. Hurry up. Zhou Tsika, walking behind Xiao Lin up the ladder, gently pushed him. Don't just talk the talk, walk. Asi's energy cycle, without support, would collapse in a very short time. Fortunately, life flow recovered the dissipated energy, barely stabilizing its operation. But the time to delay was limited. Zhong Hao's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Blood pressure has dropped to a dangerous level. Catherine frowned. The medical ship is coming immediately. She had divided Asi's time into small fragments, each fixed and stretched as much as she could. Zhong Hao reported to the medical ship in a low voice. Blood flow is maintained at the critical level, but energy loss far exceeds replenishment. Transfer immediately. Joyce made the decision. She raised her right hand, pushed with her palm, and the air vibrated violently. A crimson ripple appeared where snow met sky. It was the medical ship, forcibly accelerated and dragged towards him. Catherine's white light enveloped him, while Zhong Hao's lake blue light flowed into his body. The two forces intertwined, barely holding back the flow of life. Prepare the medical bay, Joyce ordered. Above, a hovering ship suspended itself from the snow curtain, its shields deployed, its deck opening above Az's head. Snow was rapidly churned up by the ship's thrust at the stern, hurled into the air. Quickly, Zhong Hao urged in a low voice, open the hatch. The silver-white hatch of the medical bay was already open, and a transparent liquid was rapidly injected. Catherine and Zhong Hao placed as inside, his body floated in the liquid, his skin still transparent, his veins clearly visible. The hatch closed, a fluorescent blue light illuminated, and a scan began, moving from head to toe. The data kept jumping around. The situation was bad. Warning, abnormal blood flow rate. Warning, neuron breakage rate exceeds safe limits. It's not stabilizing, it's still leaking. Zhong Hao maintained his output, continuously injecting a stream of lake blue light. I divided time into the smallest units. Catherine gritted her teeth, cooperating with the other staff in the medical bay. Joyce gave the order, set priority to highest, return at full speed, and send them to Norma Central Hospital. The ship accelerated, the snowfield rapidly receding into the distance until it disappeared completely. Norma Central Hospital. The medical ship carrying us had special privileges for speeding. 15 minutes after the medical bay arrived, the transport ship delivered the last batch of students returning from Holy Sword Mountain. The smooth metal bulkhead silently lit up, the entire area pristine and desolate. Automatically activated disinfection lights streamed down from the ceiling, scanning everyone before guiding them into the detection loop. Please relax. The scan will last 15 seconds. A mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Baiyu stood on the scanning platform, a beam of light rising from his feet, and scanning his body layer by layer. Baiyu felt a faint stinging pain in his chest, and a red warning symbol immediately popped up on the screen. Anomalous ability disorder detected. Follow-up examination recommended in 1 week. The beam of light dissipated, and Baiyu walked off the platform with his head down, feeling somewhat dejected. He opened his wrist phone to send a message. Hungry and dizzy, there was an accident. The competition was terminated early. Sigh, I still don't know the results. Many friends were injured. Has your school selection competition finished? The reply on the other end of the wrist phone came almost instantly. Leaf, what about you? A mechanical voice sounded above Xu Ye's head. 5 minutes left in the match. Both sides, please prepare. He looked around. It was full of ability-based teams coming to capture the flag. Hungry and dizzy, my ability is malfunctioning. It's related to Seal. I blew up his brother Sealin's blood pool. Anyway, he's one of the 4 priests of the Grey Ring. He used forbidden magic to control an ability user, threatening me with the life of a stranger. In short, I outwardly agreed to his conditions. But I still couldn't stop the forbidden magic from draining that ability user's life force. He's already been sent to the medical pod. Sigh. A lot of information. Blood pool? In the Grey Ring, the blood of sacrificed individuals is used extensively to summon the hearts of the Zerg. Xu Yi withdrew his mental control from his left front side. A team, like a toy with its batteries removed, lost power and was eliminated with a thud. A drop of blood landed on the wrist device, accidentally triggering the virtual screen and sending out a bunch of gibberish. Starving head, what language is this? Xu Yi was shocked and quickly lowered his head to convert the speech to text. Leaf, this forbidden technique is bidirectional. The caster, that is Siler, will also lose a portion of their life force, compensated by injury. This kind of technique uses life as a medium. Once the connection is established, it cannot be unilaterally severed. Baiyu raised an eyebrow. Now she understood. Using a forbidden technique at any cost. Leaf, what are the conditions? Baiyu typed and deleted in the wrist device's message box. It was a temporary measure, not exactly a lie, since she only intended to kill Siler. Starving head, kill 1 person. Zhou Tsika, Xiao Lin, Chu Xingyue, and Chao Lu completed their tests in turn. Lines of names flashed on the floating screen, followed by labels such as moderate ability consumption, minor injury, ability overdraft, severe ability consumption. Chao Lu patted Baiyu's shoulder. Don't be sad, Xiao Bai. A few days of rest will make you better from this ability disorder. Zhou Tsika chimed in. You had that episode during a one-on-one sparring session, didn't you? Don't use your abilities these next few days while you're resting. Chu Xingyue touched the ends of her hair, so dry they were almost brittle. Luckily, it's not my kind of hair-damaging ability overload. This weekend, nobody's going to bother us. She made a forward gesture, and everyone except Xiao Lin understood. Xiao Lin walked in front. Shoo! Keep the ward quiet. In the ward on the other side of the corridor, Jean Ning, Maeve, Leslie, and Sui were all lying in their repair pods. The glass walls were transparent, allowing them to see everyone's condition. Jean Ning's arm was covered with a photothermal patch for repair. White mist around Maeve condensed into ice flowers. Arrows of electricity flickered on Leslie's skin. Sui lay quietly, a suppressor hovering at the foot of the bed. Her spatial abilities were sealed. If an overload occurred, she might be in a hospital 1 second and in a desolate mountain the next. Several medical robots were stabilizing their neural signals to prevent overload. Chu Xingye pushed open the door and tossed something into Xiao Lin's arms. It was probably metal, which Xiao Lin stopped in front of him. It was the specially made brass knuckles. Chu Xingye leaned against the door. I didn't use the prohibited weapon you lent me, so I'm returning it to you. It'd save you the trouble of asking me for money. Xiaolin tossed the knuckles back. Of course, you don't need weapons if you win by default. My family doesn't run a second-hand market, Bai Yu said, a slight smile playing on her lips, her wrist phone vibrating. 5 minutes later, Shu Ye's Teen1. Leaf, when are you going to kill Seller? I help you. Hungry Head, wait for notification. Punch Bear, this is Pegasus. Your scheduled meeting with Mr. Doug tomorrow has been cancelled. The notification really came. Hungry Head, why? The person who assisted in the prison break might be the same person who murdered the former president, and the clues point to the Wasteland Poetry Society where Mr. Doug is located. Now, the meeting is suddenly cancelled. Punch Bear, Mr. Doug has disappeared. Chapter 80. Norma Central Hospital. Am I dead? As fingers twitched violently. In the medical fluid, he slowly lifted his heavy eyelids, his gaze falling on the silver-white canopy. No. If you're dead, who will supervise Bai Yu's killings? The voice that answered him came from his mind. Who are you? Az was startled, his forehead hitting the transparent canopy. The medical pod's alarm sounded, and outside the ward, medical staff rushed in. A scene he had never seen before appeared in Az's mind. He felt a strange tentacle rummaging through his memories, forcibly inserting light and sound. In the vast, pitch-black hall, black stone pillars stood beneath the dome, their surfaces undulating with textures. A beam of bluish-white light seeped from a crack in the door. Looking inside, distorted and magnified shadows were projected onto the stone walls. The owner of the shadow looked up, his face revealing countless eyes. It placed its right hand on its left shoulder and curtsied. Priest, please follow me. As temples throbbed violently, a low chant echoing in his ears. The sound didn't come from any direction, but rather grew from within his brain, flowing with his blood. He covered his head and ears, but to no avail. Bed 32 is awake. Outside the treatment pod, the doctor controlled the panel, lowering the treatment fluid. Accompanied by twitching of the limbs, prepare for injection. He saw a huge gray heart suspended in the center of the temple, its outer shell cracked, countless thin tendrils extending from within, piercing through the altar and pillars. Have you seen enough? Siler snorted softly. Az trembled violently, a wave of nausea rising in his throat. The headache turned into a tearing, burning pain. He could barely distinguish between illusion and reality. Seller's forbidden technique, dual-directional mental parasitism, bound him to Az. You can't break free, Seller murmured beneath his heart. It ends here today. A light dispelled the darkness, the pen lamp in the female doctor's hand. The hatch slowly opened before him. Pupillary distance normal. Az regained his vision, and his voice, though rougher than sandpaper. He looked at the female doctor and spoke his first words. Bai Yu, who is that? The female doctor paused. You wanted me to contact your guardian? Her gaze swept over the electronic file card. The current temporary guardian was Professor Zhong Hao of Ares Military Academy. Thank you. Az nodded, his gaze falling on the virtual screen. This was a wrist-worn device issued by Ares Military Academy, automatically activating when important notifications were received. The rib fractures have been repaired, and the number of neurons has recovered to about 98%. However, we cannot guarantee the specific post-operative outcome. The female doctor pointed to his injury. Avoid strenuous exercise in the near future. Az nodded, looking at Principal Joyce on the virtual screen. His memory was still stuck on the time when he eliminated 2 teams during the core defense phase, and he woke up in the treatment pod. How could he accept this? Joyce lowered the microphone slightly. Now I announce the results of this selection competition. Team Morning Dew won the core, advances. Team Summer Forest collected 5 beacons, advances. During the Holy Sword Mountain selection competition, Professor Yi Yiming of our school's investigation department has been confirmed to have been infiltrated by the Grey Ring forces, engaging in a series of actions that endanger the personal safety of students. The following punishment is hereby imposed on Yi Yiming: removal from all positions, revocation of his teaching certificate, recovery of honors and benefits, transfer to the federal judicial authorities, and investigation combined with the android attack case. On another floor of the hospital, in the minor injuries ward, the team members erupted in cheers upon hearing their team's name. Knock knock. A short knock came at the door. Can we come in? Li Jia, carrying a basket of fruit, stood outside the door. She was dressed casually today, a soft gray-blue sweater, several layers of delicate pearl necklaces, a dark brown long skirt, and long boots. The color scheme echoed her heterochromatic irises, and the simple outfit made her appear even taller and more slender. Chu Xingye, who wasn't injured, went to open the door. Sisterly. Several members of 404 lying on the beds looked towards the door. Behind Li Jiao was Han Chi, dressed in all black, carrying a large box of supplements. Captain Han. Just order whatever you like. We're the ones on a mission, not you. Han Chi shook his head and smiled helplessly, opening the supplements and distributing them one by one. General Shilan, the head of 404, sent us to visit the wounded. You guys formed a group and got first place, so I, who picks the people, get to benefit too. Li Jia put down the fruit and went to the bedside to check the electronic medical records. Are the injuries not serious? Zhou Xi could glanced at the water. Seeing the Huffing Foods logo on the fruit, he was secretly pleased. This was his family's business. It meant he made money off the boss. It's not heavy. Chao Lu, closest to the fruit, reached out and picked a pre-washed grape. A few days of rest will do the trick. Chu Xingye bent down, picked up an apple, and took a crunchy bite. I'm lucky, I wasn't injured. Chu Xingye took the supplement, glanced down, and saw the extract content was high, not cheap. That's expensive. Han Chi finished distributing the supplies and leaned against the door. General Shilan sponsored it. She watched a replay of the match. Li Jia pointed to the empty bed and looked at the diagnosis. Supernatural ability disorder. She asked, Where's Baiyu? Chao Lu. She went back to her home in District 10 to get some things. The central hospital is in District 12. Li Jia closed the electronic medical record, and Han Chi opened the door beforehand. 404 won't be sending any new missions for the next 2 weeks. She's gone. Baiyu's home has a minimalist style. Everything in the house can be bought from chain supermarkets, adhering to the principle of universality. She went back to District 10. Besides agreeing to meet with Tianma about Mr. Doug's disappearance, she also received a message from the long-dormant encrypted system. Zoe, new mission, enter the District 10 branch of the Wasteland Poetry Society and retrieve the information from their safe number 93. I will send you the decryption chip. I will update the meeting location after I receive the information. District 10, Norma Star Night. Industrial dust spread from the ruins into the city's sky, obscuring most of the starlight. The wind blew through the street corner, catching a few tattered pieces of paper printed with the slogan Clean Soil. Stay away from pollution, a grand gesture that ended without a trace. Baiyu pulled her coat hood down even lower, wore a face mask, and even disguised her eye color. Her fingertips gently traced a chip in her pocket. The chip contained forged identity information from the Wasteland Poetry Society, as well as a safe deposit box key. Now, she stood outside the Poetry Society's branch. The building was hidden on a nearly abandoned street, at the border of the city and the slums. The exterior walls were painted light gray, and the windows were inlaid with old stained glass. The chip was affixed to a turnstile in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras. The turnstile opened silently, and Baiyu, close to the wall, walked up according to the scanned 3D map, incidentally eyeing the surveillance cameras along the way. She moved smoothly without hindrance. The Poetry Society members seemed to adhere to the good habit of leaving on time. In the vast building, only the guardhouse was lit, housing a few armed security guards. She arrived at the room where the safe was stored. The door was a very primitive, heavy wooden door. She exhaled softly, pulled out a small jammer, about the size of a fingernail, and gently pressed it against the lock cylinder. A few seconds later, the red light dimmed and went out, and the lock clicked open. Baiyu tentatively pushed it open. The wooden door creaked open. She thought to herself, such an easy task. Inside, candle light flickered. Strange incense burned in the burner, a floral scent mixed with a hint of spice, mingled with the earthy, decaying smell. Framed poems hung on the walls, mostly praising wasteland, new life, and harvest. Baiyu withdrew her gaze, and walked across the carpet to the center of the hall. She placed the chip on the eye of an oil painting on the wall, heard a click, and pulled it down. The bookshelves opposite slid to the sides, revealing a secret room. Unfortunately, no matter how well hidden, it couldn't escape the radiation scan. 3 walls were lined with safes, numbered sequentially. The only light source was the cold white light from the ceiling. She found safe number 93, over a meter high. Baiyu reached out and inserted the chip into the sensor slot. After a few seconds of mechanical clicking, the safe slowly popped open. However, the smell wasn't of paper. The cold light from above illuminated the person crammed inside, hands bound behind their back, knees bent, neck seemingly broken, head tilted to the side. As the safe door opened, the person fell forward. Baiyu's pupils constricted instantly, and she took a half step back. This person, or rather, a corpse, left cheek on the ground, black blood gushing from its mouth, staining the carpet red. Baiyu glanced at the corpse's face, her heart easing. Thank goodness it wasn't Mr. Doug. Looking further into the safe, where were the documents? It was a young man, dressed in the poetry club's uniform. His eyes were wide open, his face frozen in a scream. His name tag read District 10 President, Lu Mingtian. Baiyu took out a cotton swab, dabbed at the black blood at his feet, and put it in a sealed bag. The cause of death was unknown. If possible, an examination would be conducted. She hesitated only slightly before a sharp alarm suddenly blared, red warning lights flashing, beep, beep, beep. A few seconds later, heavy, orderly footsteps came from the other end of the corridor, clearly armed security. President's office, alarm triggered. Someone whispered, "Quick, confirm the situation." The president's office door automatically locked, heavy metal blocking the entrance. The overhead light suddenly flickered, the beam of the surveillance camera breaking free of its shield sweeping across. Baiyu quickly ducked, using the body as cover. The guards were about to push open the door, when she noticed the ventilation opening above. Small, but enough for one person to squeeze through. She immediately reached out, and pushed the body back into the safe. Who's in there? Just before the door opened, a figure flashed and disappeared into the shadows of the ventilation duct. The ventilation duct was narrow, and covered in dust. Baiyu breathed very lightly, crawling forward quickly on all fours. The echo of the alarm bell reverberated through the duct. Baiyu could see security calling for backup through the gaps below, and she could hear shouts mingling. Someone opened the safe. Inside, there's a body. It's Chairman Lu. Quickly report to the sheriff, a murder has occurred. Immediately seal off the entire branch. Baiyu used the sounds to determine the guards' positions, avoiding the powerful flashlights swaying below. Finally, outside light shone through the grill ahead. Baiyu held her breath, her fingers gently probing the metal grill of the ventilation duct. The outer layer was held in place by only a few worn-out screws. With a gentle pry of her knife, the metal sheet loosened, and a blast of cold air rushed in. Baiyu leaned down. Below lay the low, narrow streets of the slums, the cheap advertising lights emitting glaring red and blue light. She took a deep breath, stretched her body out of the ventilation opening, braced herself with her arms, and suspended herself in midair. Her fingers, white from the effort, gripped the protruding section of the exterior wall less than 10 centimeters wide. A security guard standing outside suddenly looked up, a glint in his eyes, instantly locking onto her location. It was a security guard with supernatural abilities, hired by the Wasteland Poetry Society. His ability was motion capture. "Up there!" he shouted. Baiyu's heart tightened. Her supernatural abilities were currently malfunctioning. She couldn't activate or dismantle them. If she delayed any longer, she would surely be targeted. She gritted her teeth, her fingers suddenly releasing their grip. She leaped from the high wall, a gust of cold wind rushing into her hood. The security guard's gun fired a second later, the beam grazing her shoulder. Baiyu instinctively swerved, crashing into the corrugated iron roof of a slum across the street. Thump! The violent impact startled several sparrows. The corrugated iron roof dented from the impact. Baiyu, enduring the pain, rolled over, using the momentum to flip onto a drainpipe on the other side, then plunged into a flooded alley. The stagnant sewage was up to her ankles. A night wind blew, and cold sweat poured down her back. She held her breath, moving quickly along the corner of the wall, escaping unharmed. Back home, Baiyu turned on her wrist phone. "Starving? What do you mean?" "Zoe, come see me tomorrow." Address link. The next day. The morning mist in District 10 of Norma Star was blown away by the wind, leaving the sky a grayish-white. Baiyu stepped over the sewage, and the giant electronic screen at the street corner suddenly refreshed, displaying a bright red wanted poster. Last night, a wanted criminal broke into the District 10 branch of the Wasteland Poetry Society, suspected of stealing data and murdering the branch leader, Lu Mingtian. Bounty, 5 million Yao coins. Characteristics, unknown identity, unknown gender, suspected of using advanced disguise technology. Baiyu looked at the giant screen through the gathered crowd. A wanted poster. A 5 million Yao coin reward? The Wasteland Poetry Society, they're fucking rich. Chapter 81. I gave you face since. Baiyu carefully stepped across the uneven, loose paving stones, her heels lightly touching the puddles, ripples spreading outwards, a thick layer of dust floating on the surface. The wind carried the noise of electricity, the smell of engine oil, the stench of rain, and the acrid stench seeping from the garbage pipes. Above Baiyu's head, on a virtual billboard, a huge virtual male face was cut by an old LED screen with cracked edges. The left eye blinked gently, while the right eye was a deep black hole, flickering and dividing the male face in two, as if, after shedding its gentle disguise, it had become ferocious. Somewhat eerie, Baiyu didn't look any further, only using the corner of her eye to pinpoint the locations of a few supernatural probes. How many probes could there be in a slum? She pulled her hood down further, following the location Zoe had given her. Baiyu turned slightly. Ahead was a narrow street, rain dripping from the rusty red tin eaves on either side. Occasionally, a few hover cars would whiz by, their exhaust blasts pushing the accumulated water to either side, preventing it from forming a vortex, like a bucket of water being splashed onto Baiyu's hoodie. "Aw! I just bought this." Baiyu patted her shoulder. After her supernatural abilities became disordered, her reaction seemed to be a beat slower, or perhaps, she had been too fast before, and now she was just back to normal human speed. A chip lay quietly in Baiyu's backpack. That was her proof of keeping her appointment. She passed a wall covered in graffiti, the earliest line of blood-red slogan still faintly discernible, Human Symbiosis Alliance. The graffiti, washed away by the rain, piled up in a corner, soaked and mushy. A ragged, bald man, covered in blood, glanced at her. His eyes gleamed with a grayish-white light. A transparent bag was taped to his neck, containing a tubing with a needle at the tip, injecting the last remaining green liquid into his jugular vein. The recent rotation drew out a trickle of blood. The injected substance is called ALX Tomorrow's Desire. Developed by Wanfu Biotechnology, it was originally intended as a stimulant. Injections allowed users to immerse themselves in their own world of enjoyment, tirelessly. Later, an employee died from overwork, leading to a complete ban on its sale, and the federal court ordered Wanfu Biotechnology to cease production and undergo rectification. Baiyu withdrew her gaze, her steps unwavering. She knew that District 3, where she was currently located, was the most unregulated administrative district on the entire planet Norma. The place Zoe had chosen. A gathering place for marginalized people without citizen records in the federal system. High above, on the domed isolation panels, state-of-the-art track lighting was uniformly embedded, yet not a single strip provided power to this area. Thus, the streets were left only with the faint glow of vendors illegally connecting to the electric grid, occasionally flashing sparks. Baiyu slipped into a sunken alleyway. The narrow gaps between the buildings were cramped, the air heavy and oppressive. She could hear the rumbling of water beneath the aging street. Beneath a thin layer of cement bricks were sewer pipes about 2 meters in diameter. The light ahead was dim, the only illumination coming from the flickering flame of an electric lighter, illuminating several young, menacing faces. A group of thugs were huddled together, their arm joints gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, modified robotic arms, likely secondhand, their paint peeling off and stained with undried blood. They were repackaging ALX Tomorrow's Desire. One man held a small vial steady with his robotic hand, while another used a long, thin syringe to draw out the green liquid, a thin, long K cigarette dangling from his mouth. This cigarette was touted as having 100% utilization, injecting all the nicotine into the user's body, circulating it through the bloodstream, and providing a high concentration of pleasure. No need to worry about secondhand smoke. The only concern is inhaling too much, turning your lungs black and ineffective, collapsing one day, and finding out the sheriff has killed you. Therefore, ketamine is also prohibited. The green liquid, just 5 milliliters full, was transferred into a small, round, sealed bottle, and tossed onto the plastic sheet behind him. Now he finally knew where the bald man's injuries came from. Baiyu didn't stop, continuing forward. Yo! A new face. The first to notice Baiyu was a young man with half his head shaved, his left arm completely replaced with a mechanical structure. He squinted, gently twisting the ketamine down, tucking the remaining smoke behind his ear, a rare treat to be savored slowly. He stood up. Outsiders aren't allowed here. Baiyu put his hands in his pockets. I'm just passing by. Another young man with double nose rings looked up, grinned, and revealed metal rivets in his teeth matching the color of his mechanical arm. He picked up a small bottle of ALX Tomorrow's Desire. Take a look. This is our new stock. Baiyu rolled his eyes, and didn't say anything. Once you see it, you can't leave. We don't like witnesses here. One witness adds 5 years to your sentence. The young man with the nose ring slowly rolled up the tubing, tied a knot, kicked the syringe into the sewer, straightened up, and the mechanical arm joint snapped open. The men exchanged glances, their movements synchronized, a division of labor repeated countless times. 2 stood in front, the rest slowly spreading to the sides, blocking Baiyu's escape route. Baiyu, her hands still in her hoodie pockets, spoke calmly. Robbery? I don't have what you want, or are you going to kill me to cover it up? I say it one last time, I was just passing by. Of course he won't die. Many buyers prefer live, fresh animals. It's better to order and cut on the spot. Halfhead took 2 steps closer, splashing water droplets as he stepped into a puddle. In Zone 3, a life taken apart is worth more than a life put back together. Before he finished speaking, Halfhead suddenly raised his mechanical arm, his palm closing, and a half-meter-long alloy blade shot out. A cold glint flashed towards her. Without thinking, Bayou slightly shifted her body to the side, an instinct honed through countless battles. As the alloy blade fell, it grazed her side, tearing the fabric of her hoodie, but not cutting her skin. Her well-defined abdominal muscles were faintly visible. Poor new hoodie, its reaction time slowed, and it suffered too. Just thinking about it made her furious. Bayou raised her leg and delivered a precise and powerful kick to Halfhead's lower body, purely out of rage. Half of her head throbbed with pain, her toes pointing inwards. She bent over, clutching it. Thankfully the blade was in her palm, otherwise she would have almost lost her grip, along with her newly replaced mechanical arm. Bayou seized the opportunity and slammed into her opponent's ribs. Half-Headed's hand wildly grabbed at her throat, but Bayou dodged, delivering a powerful elbow strike with her right hand. The hammer-like elbow slammed into Half-Headed's jaw, making a cracking sound. Blood and broken teeth flew everywhere, and he fell into the sewer with a thud. Attack together! Double Nose Ring shouted. It's raining again. Bayou pulled her hand from her hoodie pocket. On her long, strong fingers was a black knuckle duster. Rainwater slid down the sharp edges of the knuckle duster, reflecting a cold light. Double Nose Ring lunged first, his mechanical arm swinging in a wide arc, his iron fist whistling as it crashed down. Bayou dodged the direct impact and suddenly raised her left fist. The thumb ring is positioned directly above the cheekbone, where the double-layered nose rings are located. Bang! With a muffled thud, his cheekbone caved in instantly, leaving his already gruesome face a bloody mess, splattering blood and making him look even worse. His body jerked backward, but Bayou gave him no chance to dodge. She followed up with a straight hook punch, the sharp metal tip of her knuckle duster slicing directly into his skin, like a dagger cutting open a fish's belly, gouging in and pulling out the intestines along with it. On the other side, the man with the missing front tooth lunged again, enduring the pain, his alloy knife slicing horizontally. Bayou leaped up the stone wall, using the momentum to smash her knuckle duster into his chest, her fist like an iron nail, tearing at his flesh, and he crashed to the ground. The thug with the collar seized the opportunity to extend his steel claws, grabbing for Bayou's neck. Bayou drew her right hand from her hoodie pocket, a jet-black dagger, its knuckles slightly white, as if she had been waiting for this moment. She raised the dagger to meet the attack, the metal scraping together with a piercing screech. The higher price of the dagger clearly indicated its superior quality. She used it to deflect the steel claws against the wall. Her left elbow swung horizontally, her fist lashing out, the knuckle duster striking the man's cheek and grinding across his nose. Blood, diluted by the raindrops, splattered outwards. His head lolled to the side, and he fell backward, almost instantly unconscious. Bayou didn't stop. Another heavy punch slammed down, slamming him onto the slippery brick floor. His mangled face was face down, the sound of bones shattering in the increasingly heavy rain inaudible. The last man, clutching an unserialized supernatural weapon, hid behind a broken wall, trying to aim discreetly. Even with his supernatural abilities disrupted and unable to use his dismantling power, his perception of his abilities remained, and was even clearer. Bayou glanced at it coldly, raised her leg, and with a whip kick swept away the muzzle of the gun, interrupting the gathering of supernatural power, and the blue light scattered. Long-term use of contraband had rendered his superpowers intermittent and barely functional. His superpowered gun was kicked away, and he sat trembling on the spot. "Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer," he cried, retreating to the corner, his voice shaking. Bayou lunged forward, her fists raining down like a machine gun. One punch pierced his ribs, another slammed into his abdomen. "I gave you face, but you didn't appreciate it." The final punch landed on his face, until it was a bloody mess. Bayou withdrew her fist, flicking the blood off her brass knuckles. Bayou's knee propelled him, maintaining her control. Her right hand tucked the dagger back into her waist pocket, hooked the interface of his mechanical arm behind his back, and pulled downwards. "Ah! It hurts." Bayou slowly walked towards his side, staring down at his mechanical arm. She bent down, stepping on the interface, her hands emerging from her pockets, finding the right point of leverage. "Like pulling a radish?" "No!" Before the words were even finished, Bayou twisted the arm sharply in the opposite direction. A piercing tearing sound rang out between the bone and the metal as the entire mechanical arm was forcibly severed. Half of the head screamed, clutching its non-existent phantom limb, and rolled on the ground. Baiyu walked over calmly, dismantling the illegally modified mechanical arms of the thugs one by one. Confiscate the tools of the crime. The alleyway fell silent, save for the raindrops falling on the damaged metal arm, short circuits occasionally sparking and crackling. Now, finally, it was completely useless. They were all still alive, but badly injured. Baiyu raised her hand, turned on her wrist phone, and dialed a communication channel, intending to call the sheriff for help. The interface flickered twice, and only a cold message appeared on the screen. No signal. The sound of the rain was exceptionally clear in her ears. Baiyu froze for half a second, then abruptly turned to look at the green-glowing supernatural probe. These probes were ubiquitous in cities large and small across the Federation, serving as the eyes of the sheriffs protecting the cities. If a supernatural ability value exceeded the threshold for an attack by a level 1 supernatural being, an alarm would sound and the probe would be tracked. In case of anomalies, it could coordinate with medical personnel. The probe's alarm threshold was only slightly higher than the effort required to use supernatural abilities while carrying heavy items. It had beaten a group of thugs selling contraband to a pulp, even revealing high-level supernatural weapons. The probe was still glowing green, a soft, flickering light, stable and regular. No damage, no interference. It was functioning normally. The wristband vibrated, showing no signal, but it had received. Zoe, not bad. Baiyu's heart tightened, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over her. She looked up, seemingly understanding something. This was the Resistance Organization's criminal kingdom. Anyone capable of operating with impunity in the 3rd District must be a high-ranking member of the Norma military, and someone who has been infiltrating for a long time. Baiyu lowered her eyes, concealing the sudden chill that rose within them. This meant that every punch she had just thrown had been completely recorded. She could imagine that behind the controlled supernatural probes, in some unfamiliar space, Zoe was sitting in a dark room, quietly observing. She had been being watched. Why? Baiyu remembered that Li Jia had mentioned 3 escaped prisoners in Star Fortress Temporary Prison Number 6. They were Ray, whose supernatural ability was to create clones, Moth, the infiltrated District 10 sheriff, who had orchestrated the indiscriminate massacre at the KT building, and Tina, who disguised herself as a saleswoman for Joyful Wings Biotechnology, but was actually the mastermind behind the illegal experiments controlling the winged flea beasts. Baiyu had met all 3 of them before, but they were disguised as cleaning men. They were using folding knives. Fortunately, thanks to the folding knife seller's aggressive marketing, claiming things like cutting through mutated insects is a piece of cake, everyday tasks like chopping melons and vegetables are incredibly easy, and a huge discount of 12% off for buying 20, the folding knife sold exceptionally well. However, out of caution for meeting the resistance, Baiyu carried a dagger and knuckle dusters this time, which were also more convenient to carry. Last night, before her appointment, Baiyu paid 666 radiant coins on the Starnet for 8 crash course video lessons titled, "Give me 2 hours, and I give you a knuckle duster master." Most importantly, she possessed a unique ability. Baiyu's dismantling ability was unparalleled. And now, affected by the Gray Ring Forbidden technique, her ability was disordered, making it impossible for her to utilize it, a blessing in disguise. Were there other possibilities? Baiyu thought of her previous leader, whom she had failed to replace. Abi, the disfigured silver-haired man who died in the Zerd border region. Or with Dee, who repeatedly provoked her. Considering the on-site reference to the escaped snowfield and the survivors' testimonies, it undoubtedly points to a powerful psychic, perhaps even Dee. However, she should thank Dee for putting pressure on her at Punch Bear by pretending to be a challenger, otherwise she would have had more confidence. Baiyu slowly put on her brass knuckles, raising her eyes to look at the green-glowing surveillance camera. She waved, silently mouthing "Hi." The floor tiles beneath Baiyu's feet began to vibrate. The previously loose tiles began to slide on their own, one after another making way, stacking orderly, quickly forming a neat square gap. Below the gap wasn't the sewer pipe Baiyu had guessed. Instead, there surged countless smooth, light blue spheres. They collided with each other, the sound of water coming from them. Baiyu looked down, the blue light reflecting on her face. Each sphere was converging at a visible speed, sinking, then spreading out layer upon layer, rotating, opening a bottomless spiral staircase. The boundary of the entrance was fluid, alive. Baiyu then realized. Perhaps this was the true entrance to the Resistance Organization in District 3. The screen froze on Baiyu waving at the camera. Tina leaned back in her chair, a slender, sealed test tube in her hand, transparent liquid flowing along its sides. She stared for a long time. It's definitely not her. At the KT building, the ones who took the winged flea beast were a flamboyant man and woman and an old man disguised as a cleaner. That old man is a psychic. He controlled my colleague to go insane, dragging and pulling me away. A mechanical chair opposite her slowly rotated. The person never sat up straight, slumped against the backrest. Tina, have you forgotten Abby? His last mission log was to send Bayou to create chaos in the Zerd border region. Her ability, enough to rival mine, might be a variant of a psychic ability. I fought her at the underground boxing gym, owned by the short, fat guy from the Wasteland Poetry Society. D, then go greet her. Tina was too lazy to argue with D. The test tube in her hand made a soft ding sound, remembering how she had forced the newly made poison down Lu Mingtian's throat yesterday. Speaking of the Wasteland Poetry Society, Zoe, you owe me a favor. Zoe stood behind Tina, snatching the poison test tube away. Stop playing around. I wanted to use the wanted poster to get more leverage over her, but she's completely covered up. I couldn't get any photos. Dee stood up. A person's memory doesn't lie. Chapter 82. Bayou twirled her brass knuckles and quickly stepped down the spiral staircase formed by converging light blue spheres. Her foot sank, a chill creeping up her ankles along the smooth edges. Pale blue light cast long shadows around her, but she didn't turn around. The further she went, the denser the air became, carrying a strange medicinal smell, like the product of repeated distillation of different substances mixed in a laboratory. The last step landed, the blue light, and the sound of water lingering in the air, and the space before her opened up. It was empty. Looking up, hundreds of fluorescent tubes hung from the ceiling, not all of them lit. In the distance, alloy walls blocked any probing gaze. On the other side, unseen by Bayou, lay vast experimental chambers, each containing rows of equipment, information interception, experimental analysis. Bayou had just steadied herself when the air suddenly froze. Invisible clues, like hooks and chains, climbed up from all directions. That force came without warning, cold and sharp, like a razor-sharp dagger slicing through her memory, extracting scene after scene from her mind. Her childhood in the junkyard. Carrying sacks of scrap metal heavier than herself, squeezing step by step through the overcrowded mountains of garbage. Her hands, cut raw and bloody by sharp edges, dragging out a still-functioning water purifier. The nights when electromagnetic storms cleaved the sky, huddled up, hugging her knees, listening to the roar overhead. The winters chosen by citizens, enduring the sunrise in a drafty, unfinished building. Scene after scene flashed by. Those were the memories she least wanted to recall. Yet Dee relentlessly spied on them. Bayou's dismantling ability was stirring restlessly. But the moment she tried to activate it, a sharp buzzing sound surged from the depths of her mind, and chaotic fluctuations backfired, like hundreds of fragments spinning in opposite directions simultaneously. Damn this chaotic ability. Bayou's vision blurred, and her breathing became rapid. Dee, haven't you seen all this countless times? Aren't you tired of it? Dee's voice suddenly drew closer. Your memory barrier isn't strong. I just need to delve a little deeper and I know. What role you played in Abby's disappearance. A cold flame burned fiercely in Bayou's eyes. She considered the worst-case scenario. If Dee extracted the complete memories of the Zerd border region, the evidence would reveal that she was a member of 404 and had killed Abby alone. If this scene were read and pieced together into a complete clue, it would be tantamount to a self-destructing truck in the enemy's headquarters. The chaotic ability surged and raged within her body. She had no way out. Her breathing slowed, her chest felt like it was being repeatedly struck by a blunt instrument, a ringing in her ears, and a metallic taste rose in her throat. Within her mental domain, Dee's reading continued. The images he had revealed flashed like broken frames, brief and glaring. With each flash, her head felt like it was being torn apart. She held her breath, forcing her attention to the edges of the memories, severing the connections between memories and emotions one by one. With each break, the pain doubled. The first time, only some irrelevant information was weakened. The second time, more nodes were lost, and the cause and effect were no longer coherent. The third time, the images became fragmented, and the information could no longer be reassembled in sequence. Outside her mental domain, Bayou did not stop. The cold metallic touch of the brass knuckles against the back of her hand gave her a fleeting sense of security. Her movements were incredibly precise. Bayou's right knuckle duster traced an arc in the air, the punch carrying explosive muscle power, as it landed straight down. A muffled metallic clang rang out, the knuckle duster grazing Dee's mask as it struck. Dee, hidden in the shadows, was caught off guard and dodged to the side. The alloy wall behind him was dented by the impact. Sparks flew. He hadn't expected this at all. Attacking under the pressure of a mental domain could easily lead to a mental domain explosion. The last person who had fought like this had suffered a mental breakdown, sensory degeneration, and had taken the blame for him, the real murderer, spending their life in a mental hospital. Dee sneered. Fine, you don't care about your life. I never welcomed you anyway. Bayu's knuckles tightened, her breathing rapid. The pain in her mental domain lessened slightly. Dee swayed, but Bayu didn't give him a chance. She braced her forefoot against the wall, using the momentum to lunge forward, swinging her arm in a wide arc, sweeping the knuckle duster towards Dee's neck. Metal scraped against the air with a whoosh. Dee raised his arm to block, but was instantly thrown off balance. Before landing, Bayu spun around, her left hand rising to draw a dagger from her waist. A flash of cold light, and she thrust it straight at his ribs. Dee reacted swiftly, sliding back half a step, the immense pressure of his mental domain crashing down on Bayu's mind. A shrill, piercing sound echoed in Bayu's mind, the pain returning, blurring her vision. Bayu aimed at the only fluorescent light tube above her. If she wasn't mistaken, it used glitter to create energy-saving light, and hurled the dagger upwards. Bang! The tube shattered, a cloud of pungent glitter falling, trembling in the darkness. She gritted her teeth, relying on her senses, and crouched low. In the darkness, she thrust her knee forward, aiming for his abdomen, pushing upwards along his ribs. Dee grunted, staggering. Bayu seized the opportunity, raising her hand and delivering a vicious knuckle duster strike to his chin from below, at an extremely tricky angle. Dee dodged, the mask covering his entire face, making a dull thud as it struck. He immediately kicked out horizontally. Bayu took a half step back, her chest heaving, her eyes cold and sharp. Her hands were stained with blood, all from herself. The pain in her mental domain hadn't lessened, in fact, it intensified with each exchange. Fortunately, it was only pain, the reading process had been interrupted. Bayu pressed forward again, throwing a punch, the knuckle duster aimed straight for his heart. Dee managed to block it by crossing his arms, the armor beneath his clothes already torn. Bayu heard the sound of the armor breaking. She turned slightly, her dagger plunging into Dee's thigh joint. With a metallic clang, the thigh armor shattered and fell to the ground. With her left hand, she swung the dagger horizontally. Blood gushed continuously from Dee's leg. Enraged, Dee unleashed his full mental power, charging straight into her consciousness, not a careful reading of memories, but a ruthless destruction. Bayu braced herself against the wall, the tip of her dagger pressed against the ground. The mental power surging in her mind was like a monstrous wave, threatening to engulf her. An overwhelming dizziness made it impossible for her to stand upright. Bayu's fingers trembled as she gripped the dagger, carving a deep gash in the ground. On the verge of collapse, a familiar surge of energy broke through layers of constraints, exploding from within her body and gently enveloping her. Subtle, clear, yet sharp enough. All the noise swirling within her mental domain was instantly severed. The roar in her ears subsided. The previously chaotic energy flows rearranged into orderly trajectories. Bayu abruptly raised her head. She could sense their trajectory, vibrant, spreading outwards layer by layer, shimmering in the air like glowing glitter. Bayu raised her hand, instantly capturing a spark escaping into the air, dissolving the energy particles, and smoothly returning it to the void. The movement was fluid and seamless. She paused for a moment. The power within her was quieter than before, yet sharper. Most importantly, it was more energy efficient. Bayu blinked, a strange lightness welling up in her chest for the first time. She knew the dismantling power was back, and stronger than ever. In her mental domain, the invading power was torn to shreds. Dee's attack collapsed like a mountain, the fragments being red lingering on the messages Abi had sent to Bayu. Bayu swung her right fist again, the knuckle duster slamming heavily into the center of the mask. A metallic clang echoed in the darkness, the mask finally shattering. Dee was jolted back, his shoulder and half his body embedded in the wall. Bayu stood, her chest heaving violently, her hands trembling, blood soaking her palms, dripping from the edge of the knuckle duster. The air froze, leaving only the intermittent sounds of breathing and dripping blood between them. "Let me see yours too." Bayu's disdainful voice echoed in Dee's mental domain. Dee's pupils behind the mask suddenly contracted. This was the first time someone had managed to infiltrate his mental domain from the opposite direction. Bayu opened her eyes, her transparent power surging within them. Her power was no longer the passive defensive dismantling of her previous abilities, but an active attack, dissecting Dee's mental domain layer by layer. Just as this force exploded, another mental fluctuation also intruded. If Dee still had consciousness, the count could be reset, because this was the second time someone had infiltrated his mental domain from the opposite direction. Within Dee's mental domain, a gigantic eye hung high, slowly opening from the depths of darkness, its unfathomable blood-red color cold and silent, as if it wanted to devour Dee's entire consciousness. Another psychic ability? Baiyu tensed instantly. The eyeball in that eye slowly rotated, staring down at her, the oppressive feeling making her breath catch in her throat. Never mind, dismantle it anyway, but just as Baiyu was about to dismantle it, that eye suddenly blinked. The heavy shadow dissipated, the blood-red fading in the blink of an eye, turning into a layer of misty gray. The oppressive feeling vanished, leaving only a gentle gaze. The eye even curved slightly, carrying a hint of innocence. Baiyu? A familiar voice rang in her mind, tinged with hesitation. You are in his mind too? Baiyu was stunned, a nameless astonishment rising in her heart. Shu Yi. His psychic power, through the D channel, directly collided with Baiyu's suddenly erupting dismantling ability. Baiyu's mind raced. So you really came following that mark? Where are you? My wrist phone has no signal. Shu Yi. The surface of the 3rd district. I can't find the entrance. Didn't you tell me to wait for notification? It takes 6 hours to get from Cepha Star to the 12th district of Norma Star. It takes 2 hours to get from the 12th district to the 3rd district. That means it hasn't been long since Baiyu told him wait for notification at the hospital. That's some execution. Dee's remaining consciousness interrupted their lively conversation in his mental domain, like a final burst of energy, trying to regain control. The result was a sudden convergence of 3 forces in Dee's brain. 2 powerful superpowers directly extinguished Dee's faint spark. Shu Yi, your deconstruction ability has improved. Baiyu, your mental strength too. Dee groaned, half kneeling on the ground, covering his head with his hands. Shu Yi, I can borrow him for a bit. In a few seconds, Shu Yi's mental power, like sharp needle and thread, forcefully stitched together Dee's mental domain. Like pulling a lever to manipulate a shadow puppet, Dee slowly stood up. While searching through Dee's mind, Baiyu briefly explained to Shu Yi that she had been framed for the murder of Lu Mention, and also mentioned the missing Mr. Doug. The next moment, a large number of fragmented images flashed before Baiyu's eyes. These were Dee's memories. The surveillance footage from the underground boxing gym, the scene of Tina handing over the poison, the black market auction. Finally, it stopped at a scene where Mr. Doug was chained to a chair, his mouth gagged, surrounded by barrels of ALX Tomorrow's Desire labeled ALX Tomorrow's Desire. Baiyu's eyes suddenly turned cold, found her. A row of fluorescent lights above Baiyu's head suddenly switched on. She squinted, adjusting to the bright light. Behind Dee, 2 women emerged, one in front of the other. She recognized the woman behind him. She was not only a fugitive on the federal wanted list, but also the one who poisoned him. Thankfully, it wasn't Moat and Ray, whom she had actually fought before. Baiyu's gaze lingered more on the woman in front. A black coat hung on her left arm. Her skin was pale and cold, her eyes a pure black. Amidst the shimmering glitter, she calmly followed the bloodstains at her feet to the wound on Dee's face. Seeing that Dee had nothing to say, her gaze shifted to Baiyu's blood-dripping knuckle duster. She smiled and extended her hand to Baiyu. Zoe. There aren't many people who could beat Dee like this. Welcome to the resistance. Baiyu slowly removed the knuckle duster, her blood-stained hand grasping Zoe's hand. Zoe's expression remained unchanged, her cold face blurry with a dangerous glint. Zoe withdrew her gaze, and released her hand first. This is Tina. She and Dee will show you around. Tina lifted her skirt, carefully stepping over the blood, afraid of getting it on her. She skipped the handshake. Follow me. At the end of the corridor, a tall, thin man walked in, carrying 2 metal boxes. It was Pegasus, one of Mr. Doug's men. And the metal boxes, he's seen them when he got paid. Baiyu's eyes flashed, but she didn't stop. Were they here to pay the ransom? Pegasus's gaze lingered for a moment. The 2 brushed past each other. Chapter 83. The Black King is still the best. The metal door slid open, and the air suddenly became damp. Tina and Dee walked one after the other, with Baiyu in the middle. Fingertips traced the motion sensor lights, which then illuminated one by one. Baiyu's gaze rose from the ground beneath her feet, seeing fine red electronic lines flowing between the gray-black tiles, extending deep into the underground facility. Her supernatural perception spread out, but it was pitch black. Baiyu glanced at Dee behind her, following the passage laid out in Dee's mental domain. The underground signal was blocked, otherwise, she wouldn't have needed to use someone else's head for intracranial communication. Baiyu, can you find Pegasus? Dee behind her blinked, a wisp of mist flashing from his fingertips. He's already found me. Baiyu resisted the urge to turn around. Explain. Tell him the Black King is still the best. Dee's mental domain was silent for 10 seconds. Pegasus said he only needs Mr. Doug's location. He tried to stall for time. Dee curled his fingers. The mist returned, and a wisp of mental energy, penetrating the supernatural monitoring system, slowly moved downwards. He's entered the negotiation room. The woman you shook hands with earlier is sitting opposite him. Zoe, whose name was mentioned, suddenly looked up. The familiar voyeurism, it seemed Dee was meddling again. A pungent, strong odor wafted from the transparent pod to her left. Fully armed lab personnel, separated by the glass, frantically removed their gloves to increase the ventilation rate. Baiyu held her breath. Her name is Zoe. Tina, unfazed, handed her a gas mask. The K-Smoke labs in Area B and Area C downstairs are always leaking. Here's one of these small energy storage devices too. It's a really high concentration. It can sustain life. The exhaust fan continued to run, drawing smoke into the filter, yet a thin layer always clung to the wall, gleaming with a yellowish-brown light. It won't be long before it's sold in every corner of the Federation. Tina continued walking forward. One of the Resistance's many profitable projects. Baiyu exhaled the breath she had been holding as she put on her mask. She glanced silently at a row of tower-like devices, each layer embedded with a translucent liquid tank filled with unidentified nerve-like tissue, faint currents flowing within, and occasional flashes of light. Baiyu paused for a moment. Tina glanced sideways at the glass, but without turning back, simply said, "They're not from the Resistance. They use Grey Ring cultists, monitoring them and extracting their brains before they're sacrificed. Offering them to science is better than some ethereal insect queen. They're volunteers, too." Liquid foam slowly churned, a thin pink film floating on the surface trembling gently. What are these brains from the volunteers used for?" Baiyu's voice was unusually vague. Tina turned around. For developing a pleasure chain reaction model, combining mental stimulation and olfactory induction, making consumers more addicted. Baiyu offered a few words of praise, her gaze falling on a more secluded corner of a passageway. The sign there was a gray-white triangle, with only an A remaining on it. Tina noticed her pause. That's the storage area and the C section for ketamine cigarettes. Baiyu nodded. What's the difference between Section C and Section B? Tina raised an eyebrow. Section B is for research and development. Section C is for production. Asking such detailed questions, I thought it was a leadership inspection. Baiyu chuckled. It's my first time here, after all. I'd like to check out Area C too. Come on. Tina turned and pushed open a door. She glanced at the absent-minded Dee. You can leave if you don't want to. Behind the door was a long, narrow testing room, the air damp and cold. Baiyu stepped inside, glancing at the crack under the triangular symbol. The crack there was sealed with liquid metal, its protection level clearly higher than the main passage. Baiyu didn't turn around. Using the pathway opened in Dee's mental domain, go and cover up the surveillance beforehand. How's the negotiation with Pegasus going? Should you control Dee? They're signing documents, almost finished. Let me show you. Baiyu. Rewind 15 minutes, play at 8 times speed. The supernatural surveillance cameras in the negotiation room moved slowly. Zoe sat opposite. Pegasus placed the box on the table. The unlocking device made a short beep, the transparent cover rose, and the box was filled to the brim with radiant coins, almost overflowing. The ransom is here. Pegasus's voice was hoarse. Zoe looked up, pushing up her black-rimmed glasses. A 3D projection appeared in the lenses. It was the cover of a contract, hanging in the air, bearing the Doug Company logo and the 10th District Property Code. Did you bring the paper contracts too? Zoe asked. Pegasus hesitated slightly, rummaging through the stack of luminous coins. He pulled a stack of paper documents from the bottom of his briefcase and placed them on the table. Mr. Doug needs to sign and fingerprint this property transfer himself. Pegasus's tone hardened. I can only give it to him personally. Zoe paused for 2 seconds, reaching for the documents, the pages rustling softly between her fingers. She looked down at the signature on the first page. Fingerprint, easy. Zoe pulled a biological preservation container from under the table, opened the glass cover, and inside lay a severed thumb. The fingerprints had been carefully wiped away, making the cut rough, suggesting Doug had suffered brutal abuse. Zoe was in a good mood. After all, the most important document, the stamped paper contract, had been delivered. She said calmly, you sign on his behalf, and use this as your fingerprint. Pegasus's pupils contracted instantly. The severed finger lay quietly in the box, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. a thick mist slowly dissipating from his palm. If Mr. Doug dies, even if he signs, it's useless. His property automatically belongs to the Wilderness Poetry Society. Pegasus looked away, the mist creeping up the table legs, wrapping around the chair legs, and slowly spreading towards Zoe. Cutting off a finger won't kill anyone. Zoe crossed her arms, her eyelids sweeping contemptuously over Pegasus's face, her slender fingers snapping lightly in the air. The next second, the air was filled with a pungent odor. The smell clung to the mist released by Pegasus, and with a soft pop, the extremely low ignition point of ash phosphorus was heard. Blue flames, like water, climbed up the patterns of the mist, silent yet deadly. The firelight reflected off her glasses, turning the lenses blue. That blue wasn't ordinary fire, but a high-temperature phosphorescent flame. The metal tabletop was rapidly heated, white smoke billowing from its surface, and the glass holding her fingers instantly melted into a liquid, vaporized, and dissipated. Pegasus's dense mist was scorched, creating holes, and the mist churned. He held the paper document in his hand above the table. There's only one copy, it'd be gone in a while if it burns. There's a time and place for playing with fire, isn't there? If you don't want to sign, keeping the contract is useless to me. Zoe wasn't threatened. She simply smiled slightly, glancing down at the blue flame dancing on her fingertips. The two powers clashed in the air. Tianma's mind echoed with Xu Ye's voice. His lips tightened, and the surge of his power abruptly receded, exploding above the negotiating table. I can sign on behalf of Mr. Doug. The flame died down, and Zoe sat down again. It's not too late to think this through. Tianma paused for a long time before finally picking up the light pen and neatly writing two large characters in the signature area, Doug. The contract was simultaneously uploaded to the cloud, and the system issued a confirmation complete notification. Zoe operated on the terminal, updating the signatures on all documents simultaneously. Her gaze briefly lingered on the signature area before she looked up. Oh, the ransom must be left too. On the other end of the monitor, Tina saw Dee turn and leave without a word, thinking to herself. Not a single word, like she'd been possessed. She lightly touched the panel. The walls were divided into several layers of light screens, with data floating in the air. This is the mental field response curve, Tina said calmly. Through experiments, the neural adhesion of the ketamine concentrate has increased by 12% compared to the old version. As her fingertips touched the data, Xu Ye's voice echoed in her mind. We still need to send a probe signal. I will do my best. Baiyu lowered her hand and continued Tina's words. I heard that the ketamine and ALX concentrates require low-temperature storage and have demanding transportation conditions, with shipping costs making up the majority of the price. Yes. Tina clicked on a new light layer, so we have our own cooling tower. Ordinary members are not allowed to enter unless there is a sampling task. In the storage area of Zone D. Tina didn't give specific coordinates. Baiyu absent-mindedly hummed in agreement. Her gaze seemed fixed on the data, but out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Tina's eyes slightly shift to the right front when she mentioned cooling tower, towards the end of the corridor. Lying. But it doesn't matter. Baiyu had already found the location. A soft alarm sounded from afar, red lights flashed, and several staff members stopped what they were doing. Tina frowned. Another leak? The concentration in Zone C is too high. A young lab technician shouted. Have them switch the ventilation circuit immediately. As Tina turned around, Baiyu's hand slid across the testing station behind her, taking a discarded sample form from it. Baiyu glanced down at the form. Number, ALX. ALX tomorrow's favor. A slight glint appeared in Baiyu's eyes. Tina had already noticed her movement and took a few steps back. You're interested in that? Baiyu looked up. ALX tomorrow's favor? I heard it's being snapped up on the black market. I seen it. What you seen are probably fakes. Tina took back the form. You don't usually find this on the black market. Baiyu was puzzled. Why? Someone's keeping a close eye on it. ALX isn't for sale for now. Who? Tina, none of your business. Baiyu didn't press further, simply following her footsteps out. The wind howled louder at the end of the corridor, the ventilation system sounding like it was grinding steel teeth. That concludes our tour of the experimental area for today. There's also a sample display area upstairs, where all the products have already passed market testing, Tina said. Okay. Tina stepped into the elevator and pressed the up button. As it ascended, Xu Ye's voice came again from Dee's mind. Probe signal inserted. B12 is indeed the cooling tower control room. I see the cooling tank numbers, ALX-01 to ALX-05. The elevator stopped. Tina led Baiyu into the showroom. The lighting here was much softer than underground. The walls were inlaid with curved surfaces, and rows of transparent medicine bottles in the display cases gleamed faintly in the light. These are products that have been successfully commercialized. Tina pointed to the front row, including early emotion amplifiers, memory extenders, body enhancers. Alright, look around yourself. My mission is complete. Baiyu glanced at them casually. Her attention was entirely focused on the real-time transmission in Dee's mind. Shuyi controlled Dee in the monitoring room. Behind them were two heavily bound and dizzy security guards. The jamming signal is changing. Someone may have moved. Someone needs to synchronize the jamming device. Otherwise, achieving truly convincing surveillance coverage will be difficult. Baiyu, there's no one else here. I'm going down. Shuyi, where's Tina? Baiyu, she won't keep watching me. Baiyu paused briefly in front of the display case, looking up at her reflection in the glass. Tina was talking to a staff member, her back to Baiyu. Baiyu took this opportunity to slightly turn to the side, taking a small jamming device from her coat pocket and sticking it to the bottom of the display case. The device was almost transparent. Once activated, it could disrupt the timestamps of the surveillance cameras. Shuyi, it's done. Baiyu continued walking through the exhibition hall, her mind still replaying what she had seen in the surveillance footage. The blue flame at Zoe's fingertips, the murder of the former president of the Wasteland Poetry Society, her involvement in the prison break, and the killing of so many guards. Baiyu glanced back. Tina was still standing there, oblivious to her. Baiyu turned and quickly descended the corridor. The light grew dimmer, until only the red glow of the emergency lights remained. The door ahead was locked, the electronic screen flashing blue. Baiyu, I arrived. Shuya's eyelashes drooped slightly. He gestured for Dee to rise from the computer chair in the monitoring room, strictly adhering to Baiyu's plan. Reaching this point required Dee's cooperation. 2 seconds left. Baiyu, open the door, leaves. The moment her voice entered Dee's mental domain, the door slid open a crack with a beep. A rush of cold air instantly escaped, creeping up against her skin, carrying a mixed smell of disinfectant and metal. Baiyu cautiously stepped inside. 6 cooling tanks were arranged in a semicircle, liquid nitrogen slowly leaking from the pipes, forming a thin mist. The central transparent control panel glowed a faint blue light. She peered inside using the light. A short, stocky body was tightly bound with metal wire, dark red marks on his shoulders and wrists. His left thumb was missing a section. The cut was wrapped in simple gauze, and blood dripped from the fingertip. Baiyu opened the small energy storage device Tina had given her, connected one end to the interface, and input the most basic physiological stabilization commands. The device vibrated slightly, and a green indicator light illuminated. Someone's coming. 2 people, on the right side of the corridor. Baiyu turned around, glancing at the reflection in the glass. She pulled open the storage compartment under the control panel, hiding herself in the shadows. 2 lab technicians entered, carrying data boards. The temperature control is malfunctioning again? The upper cooling pipe is blocked. We need to readjust the pressure. Do you think this machine still needs to be maintained? Don't ask. We haven't received approval from above, so we continue as before. They spoke as they adjusted the instruments. The next second, the lights in the entire cooling room flickered. An alarm blared. The 2 lab technicians looked around. What's wrong now? My precious little machine. Taking advantage of the moment, Baiyu leaped out of the shadows and kicked one of the little machines to the left. Chapter 84. Stop! That. The instrument Baiyu kicked over crashed onto another cooling tank, causing the sensors to malfunction instantly. One after another, the instruments toppled backward like dominoes, until they reached the end. Red lights flashed in a continuous line, reflecting the water. High-pressure coolant sprayed out along the ruptured pipe walls, filling the air with white mist, and the temperature in the entire sea area plummeted. 2 lab technicians sounded the alarm and ran in the opposite direction. Their footsteps splashed water on the slippery ground. What's going on? Today is really weird. These instruments weren't newly purchased. How did they collapse? Without hesitation, Baiyu shoved Doug against the wall and lunged out of the shadows. The lab technician had just rounded the cooling tank, his body slightly turned, but the change in friction caused his shoes to slip wildly in the coolant. Baiyu quickly approached, grabbed the back of his lab coat by the collar, and yanked it hard. With her other hand, she delivered a precise chop to the side of his neck. The man froze, his consciousness vanished, his eyelids twitched twice, and then he collapsed to the ground, splashing cold water. Hearing the commotion, another lab technician ran past, glancing back. A shadow flashed past, and Baiyu was already behind him, her long, blood-stained fingers drawing a clean arc in the air. She thrust her knee upwards, and before the lab coat could get wet, she ripped off the technician's jacket and draped it over herself. The lab technicians in front of her lay face up in the water. Baiyu casually pulled out 2 cable ties, quickly and skillfully binding their hands behind their backs and hiding them in a corner. She bent down and searched their other equipment, finding no spare communicators or remote triggers. From her coat, she pulled out the access card and a thermal pill. In the damp, cold air, Baiyu's fingertips were numb, as sub-zero cooling water kept accumulating. Already above her ankles, Baiyu bit her fingers and checked Mr. Doug's breath. It was weak. Baiyu dragged a test tube cart from where the 2 lab technicians had fled. In the chaos, one wheel of the cart fell off, and several clean, empty test tubes were scattered haphazardly on the tray. Baiyu quickly tidied the first layer of the cart, smoothing out the foam padding and securing the loose test tubes back in place. Then she picked up Doug and moved him to the second layer of the cart. Doug was like a short, stocky, solid beef ball. It took Baiyu more strength to move him than to knock out 2 people. She pinched Doug's chin and inserted the thermal pill. After a few seconds, the pill would release heat to prevent Doug from suffering hypothermia after his injury. The curtain of the trolley was lowered, one corner hooked onto the side of the trolley. The alarm blared, growing louder, as the rapid footsteps echoed through the corridor. Shu Yi, we picked them up. Give me the directions. The mechanical door opened, the ground vibrated, and a rush of warm air mixed with cold air rushed in. A group of heavily armed security guards have arrived. Killing them all would take too long. Doug's condition isn't good. Upstairs in Block C, D, gripping the doorknob, paused, revealing a rare look of bewilderment from being mind-controlled. On the ground, Shu Yi, controlling D, withdrew some of his mental energy, having just ended a call with Xu Rong. Shu Yi stared intently at the floor plan he had just received. Head towards the elevator. Tianma will be there in 2 minutes. Baiyu lowered her head, gripping the trolley handles tightly. The brass knuckles were in her pocket, already positioned. She could put them on as soon as she reached in. A dagger was tucked into her waistband. The security team members were all dressed in hazmat suits, their masks adorned with red identification tags. The captain raised a hand to signal them to stop, and began his routine questioning. What's wrong in Area C? Which group are you in? Give me your employee number. Baiyu recited the information on her access card, speaking through her breathing mask. Sample transfer group. A section of the cooling tanks has tipped over, but it's all sterile cooling water, not a big problem. We can clean it up slowly. The most urgent thing is to get the reagents upstairs, otherwise it will affect the experiment. Baiyu calmly handed over her access card. The captain stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the trolley. The first layer was a row of colorful, sealed test tubes. The second layer was a curtain hanging down, with electric light sweeping across it. If you got any closer, you could see a person's shadow through the light. Baiyu placed her palm on the glass cover of the electric light. The captain was startled by her sudden action. What are you doing? 2 security guards behind her had already raised their weapons. Gun barrels pointed at Baiyu, 2 red dots twitching between her eyebrows, clearly intending to kill her with a single shot. Baiyu's gaze swept over the weapon's energy bar. TCH, so it's a superpowered weapon, superpowered bullets. These 2 are the least afraid of her. Baiyu grabbed the captain. Big brother, the second floor needs to be kept out of the light. With you shining your light on it, we don't know how much damage our lab will suffer. Like hydroponically grown potatoes, if you don't block out the light, guess what happens? The potatoes turn completely green, poisonous and inedible. This is the same. The captain turned off his flashlight with displeasure, shaking off Baiyu's hand. What are you trying to be friendly with? I'm an orphan. Confirm with the sample transfer team. Baiyu's gaze drifted to behind the captain. Several people were already heading towards the collapsed cooling tank. Finding the 2 lab technicians was only a matter of time. Moreover, aside from the access card information, everything else was fabricated. If it didn't match what the real lab technician said, it would be troublesome. Besides, she needed to get to the elevator within 2 minutes. After seeing Doug off, she still had to go upstairs to deal with Tina. She couldn't wait, nor could she afford to. Need to confirm? This batch needs to be refrigerated immediately. Baiyu looked up, her tone cold. Do you know how much you lose if you delay the experiment? Just consider a small planetary region. It's hundreds of millions of Yao coins. Who will bear these losses? Baiyu took a step forward, forcing the captain to take a half step back. She poked the captain's chest. You? It's definitely not me. The captain frowned, hearing the report in his earpiece. Abnormal readings. Tanks 3 and 4 are experiencing temperature drops. Go do your work, don't block my way. Bai reached into her pocket, silently slipping on her brass knuckles, the cold metal pressed against her skin. The captain stared at her for 2 seconds, then finally relented, making way for her. Go. Thank you. Bai shoved the brass back into the car. Bai pushed the cart quickly through the menacing crowd, feeling the security guard's gazes fixed on her back. As she passed through the gleaming metal door, she glanced sideways, and saw in the rearview mirror several security guards approaching her, weapons raised, seemingly having completed their checks with the lab personnel. Bai pushed off with her feet. The cart's wheels accelerated, the missing metal legs screeching against the ground. The elevator doors at the end of the passage were about to close. The next one wouldn't arrive for 5 minutes. Bai stepped into the elevator just before the green light turned red. Signal interference may have just been restored. Signal lost in Zone C, confirming security presence. Someone just passed by. The security guard's voice was muffled. Sample transfer team. Stop! There's something wrong with that cart! Bai's eyes turned cold. The moment the door closed behind her, the metal exterior was repeatedly struck by supernatural bullets. Intense vibrations followed one after another, almost piercing the thin metal exterior, giving the illusion of being shot in the back. Thank you so much! Where's Mr. Doug? Tianma peeked out from the corner of the elevator, mist overflowing from his palm, condensing into a semi-transparent protective film behind the elevator door. The cart is on the 2nd floor. Bai glanced at the floor number Tianma had pressed beforehand and understood the evacuation route. You plan to go through the ventilation ducts? Once you get to the ground, how will you evacuate? She took off her lab coat and hung it on the surveillance camera that had already been covered. Then you should thank your friend. Tianma crouched down and placed the first aid device into Mr. Doug's mouth and nose. He has close ties to the military. Before he could finish speaking, 3 supernatural bullets pierced the mist barrier. A bolt of lightning grazed her cheek, creating a blast of scorching air. Bai raised her hand, the air rippling with layers of transparent patterns, and pinched her index and middle fingers together in midair. The lightning flashed and disappeared at her slightly clenched fingertips. The first supernatural bullet entered the dismantling zone, its electric supernatural power being dismantled and peeled off its outer shell. Losing its energy support in midair, the metal shell paused for a moment before falling to the ground. Clang, clang. 7 or 8 empty shells lay scattered on the ground. It was beyond the range of the supernatural weapon, but Bai pressed the emergency brake. The elevator jolted violently between the 2 floors, stopping in the gap. The ventilation shaft, we're here. Tianma nodded, slapping his hand upwards. The mist gathered into a thick layer, lifting the metal plate of the roof. He hoisted Doug onto his shoulder. Bai pushed the roof all the way down with one hand. You guys go first. Turn right after you get up there. She gave brief instructions. Tianma's mist flowed along the ventilation duct, enveloping Doug in its center, making his footsteps almost inaudible. Xiao Bai. In 15 minutes, a fighter squadron from the 3rd War Zone will be carrying out a bombing mission targeting the underground. There wasn't enough time to say that earlier. Xu Ye's voice echoed in his mind. The 3rd War Zone, the commander is General Xu Rong, Xu Ye's mother. No wonder Tianma said that. Tina is looking for you. Bai tossed the cart and lab coat down. Are you alright? Are you experiencing mental overload? Not today. I brought a portable mental sensing pod. The circuitry extended from the back of Xu Ye's neck downwards, ending at the central control unit of the pod, adjusting the release and absorption of mental energy. A dark green liquid flowed within the transparent pod walls, a mental replenishment solution, non-conductive. 5 milliliters of this solution cost several hundred Yao coins. Xu Ye closed his eyes, his neural signal stable. On the control panel, D's bio-brainwaves were synchronized with Xu Ye's mental wavebands, overlapping almost to zero error. Target's movement route? Replaying. He opened the screen. D's perspective was uploaded to the main control unit, and the first-person view began to play automatically. This was the surveillance path he had just copied, from the corridor to the original liquid room, and then to the escape stairwell. Everything was exactly the same as when Bai left. Xu Ye slowly adjusted the frequency, his mental signal covering D's memory channel. He opened his misty gray eyes. Copying complete. 70%. D paused for 2 seconds, then retraced the preset route. The monitoring system automatically saved. Xu Ye leaned back in his cabin chair. Route coverage complete. Bai kicked open the ventilation window of the cargo passage, flipped over, and hung outside the building. She placed her feet on a support point, listening carefully to the sounds from the restroom. Turning her head, she could see the underground city glowing blue, with a river of small, light blue spheres overhead. Only when the restroom was completely quiet did Bayu use the strength of her arms, like a pull-up, to grab the railing and climb into the restroom on Tina's floor. It was much more spacious than her apartment in District 10. Bayu turned and wiped the blood-stained railing clean, cupped a handful of scented bubbles in her palm, turned on the tap, and used the strong floral fragrance to mask the smell of blood. The wrist device vibrated gently. "Tina, where is he?" Bayu looked up at the vintage silver carved pipe in the sink, then slammed it down, breaking the pipe and splashing water everywhere. Hungry and dizzy, the bathroom. It looks like the pipe burst. Just as she finished sending the message, Tina pushed open the door and came in. Doug had disappeared. She planned to verify it herself. Splash. Water splashed all over Tina. Tina wiped her face and led Bayu outside. A hostage from the Wasteland Poetry Society has gone missing. A lab technician took them away. All the cooling tanks in Sector C have collapsed, and a batch of ALX Tomorrow's fragrance can't be shipped on time. Anyway, Zoe is furious and is checking the surveillance footage. Everyone needs to go over there. You've been out of my sight, so wherever you are, it's none of my business. Tina casually distanced herself, giving Bayu a once-over. Let's go! Chapter 85. The monitoring room was coldly lit, filled with a stagnant silence. Rows of screens lit up, projecting images of the crooked cooling tanks and steam from different angles in Zone C. Everyone stared at the monitors. No one dared to speak until Zoe, sitting in the center, spoke. Play it again. Yes. The technician's fingertips slid across the virtual panel, rewinding the footage frame by frame. The camera feeds, damaged by the high-frequency energy blast, flickered with static, except for the frontal shots, which were clear. On the screen, a person resembling a lab technician was pushing a cart of test tubes, moving from the direction of the cooling tanks towards the elevator. Zoe tapped the table. Zoom in. The image shook slightly, its clarity improved by AI enhancement. The face was clear on the first viewing. Zoe paused, then gently tapped. What identity did he use to leave? Sample transfer team, number 12. The technician beside her answered quietly, but the real number 12 was found tied up in a corner, with minor hypothermia. Did number 12 see the attacker? No. Continue playing the next segment. Zoe pursed her lips slightly. Is it possible to forge supernatural surveillance footage? Only a psychic could infiltrate and forge it without altering the energy field. In the surveillance footage, at the end of the corridor, a figure slowly approached from a corner, his movements stiff. The image became clearer frame by frame. Dee's face appeared, facing the camera. Further on, he was pushing the test tube cart with a missing wheel, heading towards the elevator. He knew there were cameras here. Zoe reached out and zoomed in on that frame. Dee's gaze overlapped with the camera lens, precise to the point of no deviation. Dee is a psychopath. It's easy for him to hide his presence in a frame. Yes. Then why did he let himself be filmed? A moment of silence fell over the monitoring room. No one answered. Zoe leaned back in her chair, took off her glasses, and slowly wiped them. The sound of the cloth rubbing against the lenses was clear in the cold air. But Dee couldn't possibly betray the resistance. Where is Dee? Knock knock. Looking towards the door, Bayu and Tina stood there. Zoe glanced at the technician, who immediately switched to the live monitor feed. The corridor, figures, mist, and flashes of light all moved in the cold light. Let them in. Tina pulled over the technician's computer chair. Let me sit down, okay? She dragged the chair over to Zoe's side, picked up a painted mug, lifted the lid, glanced inside, the tea foam was whitish, and handed the mug to the technician. Make me a cup of coffee. The cooling tank in Zone C collapsed. Doug from the Wasteland Poetry Society is missing. 10 minutes ago, Bayu, where were you? Zoe took the mug from Tina, stood up from the chair, tossed the tea leaves into the trash can, pressed the beverage machine, and warm milk flowed down the switch, steam fogging her glasses. Tina glanced at Bayu instinctively, then waved to the technicians. Everyone, get out of here. Shu Ye's steady voice echoed in her mind. Don't worry, the surveillance in the restroom area is complete. Bayu lowered her eyes, her hands folded in front of her, her clothes covered in water stains from her lab coat. After my visit, I went to the restroom, but then the pipe burst. Zoe, with her back to Bayu, interrupted her calmly. I know you fought with Dee at the underground boxing gym. You're probably wondering, why kill Lu Mintian? Whether it's Doug or Lu Mintian, the people of the Wasteland Poetry Society deserve to die, even more than those lunatics from the Grey Ring. The Grey Ring went to great lengths to bring the Zerg down. The military wiped them out, and we could extract and process the Zerg remnants to do business, trade for weapons. Only by controlling the economy could we have a chance to bring down the Interstellar Federation's order. It was such a perfect triangular balance. But the people of the Wasteland Poetry Society shattered that balance. They're all incredibly wealthy, their riches coming from polluted land. The soil is acidic, infiltrated with Zerg blood, making it impossible for ordinary people to survive. They bid against the federal government, acquiring land at low prices. Then they modify and sell the Zerg remnants, passing the biological department's tests without even being labeled as contraband. How much business have they stolen with their blatant, low-priced operations? The radiant coin is crucial to the great cause of the resistance. Milk overflowed from the mug, submerging the hand-drawn illustration of two little girls, one wearing glasses, the other holding a test tube. The Federation's so-called order is a carefully packaged form of exploitation, numbering and sorting everything. Your ID card determines the air and water you can use. Your genetic code distinguishes between those with and without superpowers, determining the priority of medical admissions. Tina got up, walked over, took the mug, and muttered irritably, "I wanted coffee." "By you?" "I checked your background." Zoe pulled out a tissue to wipe her hands, then leaned against the desk, saying, "You're like me and Tina, an orphan from the junkyard." Bayou glanced at the mug in Tina's hand. Behind the two hand-drawn little girls were piles of garbage. Without close inspection, they looked like colorful decorative mountains. The Federation uses its order to maintain efficiency, encourage obedience, and reward compliance, making each individual feel meaningful within the system. Ultimately, it gets you used to being rated and quantified like commodities. Bayou let out a deep breath. Then, "You could say what do you plan to do?" Tina lowered her head and took a sip of warm milk, her stomach calming down a bit. The resistance is already doing it, destroying databases, erasing identity IDs. Not only opposing the Federation, but also opposing all the preset orders from birth. Otherwise, how can an orphan like me, without superpowers, finish a demanding chemistry course? But how much better could the resistance be? In that small KT building, how many innocent ordinary people had died? They were merely giving their actions a kind of allure, killing for profit, while forcibly imbuing it with value. Bayou stood opposite Zoe and Tina, silent for a long time. Norma Star has already pushed for improvements to child welfare laws, and tens of thousands of orphans in the landfill will have a way out, but definitely not through resistance organizations. Bayou silently asked Shuyi in her mind, "Based on the description, have you found out their true identities?" The Control D emerged from the restroom, entered the elevator, and headed towards the location set by Zoe. "Most of the files involving orphans are incomplete. It will take some more time. The fighter jet bombing will continue in 3 minutes." Zoe looked at Bayou's moved face, thinking it had worked. "I hope that every member's joining is based on genuine heartfelt approval. I'm too lazy to pursue Doug's disappearance any further. That's relevant evidence, I keep it." The last sentence carried a hint of threat. Zoe's palm rubbed against the thick stack of real estate transfer agreements signed by Tianma. She had gotten what she wanted most. Knock knock. "Come in." Zoe looked up and saw Dee walking in calmly. "So late? What's the meaning of this?" "I sent Doug away." Dee's words were startling. Tina was taken aback. She and Zoe tacitly agreed that Bayou was behind it. Since Lumingtian's death hadn't served as leverage, letting Dee go seemed a certainty. Zoe's face fell. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Dee's expression revealed a seriousness that wasn't his. "The resistance doesn't treat people well." Bayou said something in her mind, and Shuyi controlled Dee to say the same thing, like a repeating electric toy. Tina stepped forward, intending to splash the half-finished glass of milk on Dee's face, but then flicked her wrist, splashing it aside with a splash. "You want a raise? Find it yourself." Tina glanced at Bayou, her voice trailing off. Bayou remembered that there was an encrypted memory in Dee's mind, which Shuyi couldn't budge no matter how he tried to pry it open. It was likely encrypted by a higher-level psychic. Zoe raised his hand and called over a technician. "Send Miss Bai away. Report any new developments at Ares Military Academy to me weekly." Entering the elevator, the technician followed behind, pressing the floor button for her. "Miss Bai, the transport corridor is on the top floor." Bayou glanced at the number on the screen, 2 more floors to go. "Okay." With the technician watching, Bayou entered the light blue corridor. Suddenly, an alarm blared overhead. The concrete layer ripped apart like waves being pushed aside. Bayou looked up. Visible cracks had appeared in the aquamarine shield above him. The boundary formed by countless aquamarine protective spheres vibrated, the liquid energy membrane spreading out in bursts, its edges elongating before being drawn back in, resisting the attack. Amidst the sound of water, intermittent voices rang out. 3rd District. Squadron in position. Target coordinates locked. Miss Bai. Zoe wants you back immediately. A faint voice came from behind Baiyu. The technician reacted swiftly, drawing a tranquilizer gun from his waist. Baiyu folded her hands in the air, creating a transparent energy barrier that blocked the 2 tranquilizer darts fired by the attacker. The air rippled slightly, and several transparent patterns appeared between her fingers. Her index and middle fingers touched in midair, and the tips of the 2 darts stopped half an inch in front of her, the medication not yet released. The technician's pupils contracted. Baiyu didn't stop. She pressed her wrist down, breaking the syringe, and then slapped him with her palm on his shoulder. He groaned, half his body losing its balance. Baiyu stepped forward, kneeing him in the side, and striking him on the back of the neck with his other hand. The technician's body stiffened, his eyes going from wary to blank, and after a moment, he collapsed to the ground. Baiyu, if you caught a technician, can you take him with you? We should be able to get a lot out of him. It'd be chaotic later anyway. Shu Yi, how many cursors did you bring? He then sent a message to the pilot. Coordinates synchronized. Please confirm adding containment target. Technician, bombing delay at this coordinate is 30 seconds. Baiyu knelt down on one knee, took out emergency sealing tape, wrapped and secured the experimenter, and connected him to the teleportation cursor. The cursor flashed, and the experimenter was engulfed by the light, disappearing into thin air the next second. Containment complete. Baiyu touched his pocket. It was empty. His fingers reached down, revealing a hole at the bottom, cut during his fight with D. The positioning cursor had probably fallen out then. There was no time to curse D's ancestors. Baiyu looked ahead. The shockwaves of the bombing were approaching the lowest level, and the blue protective sphere was rapidly thinning under the impact of the light. The Resistance's signal shield had also failed. Shu Ye's urgent voice came through the headset. Baiyu, look up. A loud explosion came from above, followed by the roar of fighter jets approaching. Baiyu looked up, and saw a hole blasted through the blue protective sphere. A pilot and a familiar figure were on the plane, leaning against the open door, lowering a folding ladder. The ladder quickly opened in midair, and as the plane swooped down, it drew closer and closer to Baiyu. Worse still, the blue spheres, like water droplets, were about to fill the gap that had just opened. At this speed? Never mind. Baiyu took a running start and leaped upwards. The roar of the engine filled her ears, and the entire ladder vibrated, as if she and the ladder might fall from the sky at any moment. She first grabbed the ladder bar with one hand, her muscles tense. The wind howled past, sweeping away her sweat. As the fighter jet rapidly ascended, Baiyu quickly adjusted her posture, gripping it tightly with both hands, her body pressed against the metal surface, her toes bracing against the crossbars, and pushing upwards with all her might. The gap was getting smaller and smaller. The boundary between the sky and the clouds stretched out like a narrow slit beneath her feet, as if it would swallow her up in the next second. Accelerate! Baiyu gritted her teeth, her eyes fixed on the ascending target, her heart pounding in her chest. The next moment, Baiyu grabbed Shu Ye's hand. His body was half extended, wrapped in a safety harness. Their lives were intertwined in that instant. Fighter jets roared through the gap. The entire underground world churned behind them, as they surged upwards towards the glimmer of hope. Chapter 86. Are you injured? The moment Baiyu was pulled into the hatch by Shu Yi, a small shell grazed the retracting ladder, exploding with a boom beneath Baiyu's feet, creating a mushroom cloud. The entire fighter jet shook violently. Close the hatch. The pilot roared. Shu Yi gripped the hatch handle and pushed hard. The door slammed shut under the air pressure, silencing the noise, leaving only the mechanical hum and the 3 men's short breaths. Hold on tight. The pilot jerked the control stick, the fighter jet's nose swerving vertically like a cobra. Before Baiyu could even settle in, her body was thrown backward by inertia. Hiss. Baiyu gripped the restraint straps tightly. Now that communication was restored, could she contact someone? On the radar screen, a string of red dots was rapidly approaching. Shu Yi leaned over to examine it. Tracking missiles. They're infused with supernatural particles. The explosion causes the supernatural abilities to react, used to lock onto our position. Baiyu looked up. The overhead projection showed the airspace behind them. 3 silver-blue shells, trailing long, luminous tails, burst from the aquamarine sphere of the underground base, shooting off like arrows, rapidly pursuing along their programmed trajectories. 2 kilometers away, the pilot quickly reported. Tracking system interference failed. It's already entered the aircraft's gravitational field. The interceptor missiles were used up when the barrier was activated. Bai, can we shake it off? We must pull up and then drop down, otherwise we'd be hit immediately. The fighter jet suddenly climbed. Bai felt the blood rush to her feet, her vision momentarily turning white. Fighter jets, to accommodate more supernatural munitions, typically don't have a gravitational field like transport ships. She pressed her tongue against her palate to steady herself. The long-lost feeling of weightlessness was still fresh in her mind, and a wave of dizziness washed over her. Her eyes were fixed on the approaching red dot on the screen. Shuyi pressed the switch button on the co-pilot's console. Starboard defense preparation, release jamming pulse. The jamming zone was just destroyed. The pilot's voice was strained. The air in the cockpit instantly tightened. The next second, a silver-blue beam grazed the fuselage, and the entire fighter jet shuddered violently. Red warning lights instantly illuminated the faces of all three. Bai was almost thrown from her seat by the shock, her shoulder slamming hard against the bulkhead. She looked up ahead. The pilot clutched his abdomen, blood seeping from his fingertips. The reactor in the fuel tank has been hit. Main engine power is down to 70%. Amidst the violent shaking, Bai untied her restraints. Sharp shrapnel was embedded in the pilot's wounded abdomen. Before him lay the shattered main control screen, its images fragmented into countless pieces. A gust of wind blew in from the left. Bai squinted, the glass had shattered, shards swirling in the air. Bai looked at Shuyi, quick, help him. Stop the bleeding. Shuyi pressed the control panel, blood from his shoulder trickled down his wrist, seeping into the gaps in the control panel through the crack. The wound on his shoulder was small, but extremely deep, seemingly from shrapnel. The shrapnel had entered through the right window. The fighter jet's cockpit had ventilation on two sides. What happened to you two? Bai struggled to operate the malfunctioning control panel, temporarily setting it to automatic flight mode. Shuyi was still trying to redistribute energy, but the screen flashed a series of red error messages. She leaned over, using her hand to support herself on the seat, and pulled out the cabin first aid kit. The cabin shook violently, like being tossed around in a wok while stir-frying. He was thrown upwards by the turbulence, his head hitting the ceiling. Shuyi's eyes reflected the flickering red malfunction warning light. Fearing that directly removing the pilot's shrapnel would cause further injury, Bai only performed emergency hemostasis near the heart. She carefully lifted the pilot, laid him flat, and secured his limbs. Turning to Shuyi, she asked, "How are you?" "I'm fine." Before he could finish, he fell backward, blood seeping into his clothes in circles, tiny arcs of electricity flickering beneath his skin. The injury exacerbated his superpower overload. Bai then remembered, "Where's your psycho-sensing pod? Where's the mental replenishment fluid?" "Too late," Shuyi said softly, blood dripping from his chin onto the control panel, splattering into an irregular string of red dots in the wind. "The reactor is still leaking energy," Bai whispered. "If we get hit again, the entire fuselage will explode." Before he finished speaking, he dodged another small shell, the powerful shockwave blasting into him. Shuyi's breath caught in his throat, blood gushing out. He reached out, but a recoil force forced him back. The fuselage plummeted, the instrument panel readings erratic. On the radar, 3 red dots were only 500 meters away. Bai jumped into the cockpit, tossed a roll of tourniquet at Shuyi, removed his wrist-worn phone, and tossed it over as well, then tilted his seat back. "No time. Bandage yourself. If you get any information, synchronize the coordinates for me." His shoes crunched over shards of glass as Bai gripped the control stick. Requesting takeover privileges. Facial recognition in progress, recognition failed. Transfer to identity verification, 404 Bai. Authorization granted. The next second, the aircraft's movement returned to her grasp. It was something she knew all too well: airflow, engines, inertia, gravity. Bai gritted her teeth, yanked the control stick, and the fighter jet instantly dove. Gravity pressed down on her chest like an invisible giant hand, blurring her vision. "Pull up the angle." "What are you doing?" The pilot's voice came from behind her. "Any higher, and we'd be locked on." Bai remained focused, unaffected. "We're lucky, we have a good wind." The red dot on the radar closed to 200 meters. The fighter jet skimmed a turbulent current on its port side, accelerating with the wind, the tracking missile almost grazing its tail. A blinding flash, and the first tracking missile exploded in midair, like a daytime firework, better than nothing. Shuyi still had several wounds on his body. His overloaded power caused his mental energy to overflow wildly from these wounds. Every movement felt like his internal organs were being torn apart, causing excruciating pain. The smell of blood filled his nostrils. He controlled his expression. "Bai, I stabilized the remaining energy field. Xu Yi raised his hand and pressed the secondary control panel. His mental energy, under overload, surged to its limit, forcibly injected, and controlled the energy flow. 50% is usable. That's enough. Baiyu suddenly pitched the nose of the fighter jet, almost exhausting all fuel for a sudden acceleration. The fighter jet drew a sharp, razor-sharp arc, piercing head-on into the still-blooming mushroom cloud. The tracking missile briefly lost its target, but the explosion timing couldn't be adjusted in time. It veered off course, the explosion being left far behind. Hundreds of meters behind, a deafening roar erupted, and the tracking particles swirled in the air. The instant the firelight illuminated the bulkhead, Xu Yi finished sending the coordinates and completing Baiyu's instructions. Finally, exhausted, he leaned back in his chair, his vision blurry. No side windows, no way to get out. I'm sorry. Baiyu steadied the control stick, staring at the ever-expanding golden vortex in front of the fighter jet. Hey Xu Yi, don't close your eyes. Look ahead, I have connections. Li Jia's voice came from the wrist-worn device in Xu Yi's hand. Xiao Bai, lower it a little more. Eugene, lock coordinates. Got it. A slightly immature voice said, Sis, the handcuffs on my hands are actually affecting my performance. Nonsense, you're still in jail. It's good enough that your head and neck aren't tied up. Li Jia's voice was somewhat impatient. Who's your sister? If you had been discovered joining the resistance a few years earlier, I wouldn't even have passed the 404 background check. The golden vortex in front of the fighter jet began to compress. From the outside, the spatial layer looked like a tightly twisted net, constantly converging at the center, forming a huge vortex opening. Countless tiny rays of light intertwined at the edges, a mixture of gold, silver, and gray-blue, resembling a miniature galaxy. Baiyu gritted her teeth and charged into the center of the vortex. The air resistance was instantly stretched into a vacuum. The entire machine seemed to be sucked into space, the immense pulling force almost tearing the cabin apart. The air pressure inside the cabin was unbalanced, causing a sharp pain in her eardrums. Li Jia's muffled voice came. Last time it was a flying car, this time it's an airplane. Baiyu, you really keep pushing my spatial teleportation to its limits. Instead of provoking her subordinates, she provoked herself. Under the rigorous training of Baiyu and the others, Li Jia's spatial abilities had grown rapidly. A few days ago, I passed the level 5 ability test. But this has created a vicious cycle. The bottom line maniac has an even more powerful ability to cover up all risks. Eugene's voice followed. I detected the energy trajectory. I can seal the layer. Sis, how much of a reduction in sentence will this time? Don't forget to give me a certificate, or have Han Chi take a picture, as a record of our work. Shut up. Li Jia suddenly exerted her strength. A bright light flashed from the center of the golden vortex. That light was the injected energy line, rapidly spreading along the vortex structure. Baiyu's vision was a golden white. She slowed down in advance. The intense light pierced every corner of the cabin, swallowing all sound. The next second, the light dissipated. The fighter jet crashed out from the aftershocks of the spatial rift, leaving a blinding trail of light. The blue and white city clusters appeared like phantoms. The fighter jet slammed heavily onto the helipad of the 4th District Hospital, its wheels scraping against the ground, creating a series of bright sparks. The world outside the cabin blurred into a turbulent current of light and gray amidst the turbulence and screeching sounds. Finally, the fighter jet came to a stop just off the edge of the tarmac. Baiyu could still hear the pounding of her own heartbeat. She regained her senses and saw the city lights outside the window gradually returning to normal. She exhaled, then abruptly kicked open the cabin door. Medical personnel were already on standby, quickly and efficiently carrying away the pilot and co-pilot, Xu Yi. Xu Yi, unconscious, was moved onto a stretcher. Baiyu bent down and used her little finger to brush away the black hair that was obscuring his eyes. The black hair was stained with blood, staining Baiyu's fingertip red. After brushing it aside, her pale eyelids were revealed, the skin so thin that the veins were clearly visible. For some unknown reason, her heart suddenly felt gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Baiyu dared not look in the direction where Xu Yi had been taken away for emergency treatment. In truth, whether in the past or present, she wasn't afraid of death. As a fighter pilot, fighting against insected beasts, death was like a sword hanging over her head, always a possibility. But what if it affected her friends or innocent people? Familiar faces flashed through her mind. Baiyu grabbed the frame of the fighter jet and jumped. The wind was strong on the rooftop. Silently, she zipped her black windbreaker all the way up, put her hands in her pockets, and aimlessly walked on the artificial turf of the hospital. Baiyu? Li Jia's voice sounded behind her. Bai Yu thought she would ask why she wasn't recuperating in the hospital, and was about to give the excuse she had prepared. Are you injured? Li Jia looked at her with concern. I remember the hospital diagnosis was supernatural disorder. This destruction of the underground base and rescue of the hostages was a joint operation between 404 and the Third War Zone. Mr. Tianma used internal intelligence from the Wasteland Poetry Society as a bargaining chip, and 404 was providing support from the outside. So this was Tianma's backup plan. Sisterly, thank you. Bai Yu's eyes were lowered, her voice sounding somewhat muffled. Oh, by the way, Mr. Doug is awake. He said you're a star fighter at his gym, and Tianma hired you, which saves me the trouble of questioning you. Li Jia took a piece of candy from his pocket, tore off the wrapper, and popped it into his mouth. Theoretically, 404 doesn't allow part-time work, but you're like me, practicing at multiple locations. Don't worry, it won't affect your year-end bonus. What's wrong? Li Jia noticed Bai Yu wasn't saying anything and looked up. Before Li Jia could ask again, Bai Yu suddenly threw herself into Li Jia's arms, her heavy breathing landing on his shoulder, tears streaming down her face like a thunderstorm. Sisterly, I'm scared. A wave of fear and guilt washed over Bai Yu, quickly overwhelming her senses. Li Jia raised her hand. If it were anyone else crying and sniffling on her custom-made coat, she would have pushed them away. But this was Bai Yu, it was different. So Li Jia raised her hand and silently hugged her tightly. Sisterly, Jean Lei, the former president of the Wasteland Poetry Society, was killed by Zoe. Gray phosphorus blue flame. She was also involved in the prison break. Branch President Lu Mengtian was poisoned by Tina. And D, that psychic, I saw his face clearly. I can use brainwaves to draw him and issue an arrest warrant. I also took a technician with me. Bai Yu choked back tears, her words broken and fragmented. Li Jia gently patted Bai Yu's head. The 3rd district has been completely sealed off by the military. Conquering the blue sphere is only a matter of time. They can't escape. In fact, after extensive integration, 404 knew more about the resistance organization's base. This time, the various contraband production lines in the 3rd district gave 404 crucial evidence pointing to Wanfu Bio. Han Chi led Eugene, now back in his supernatural shackles, over to Li Jia. He has something to say to you before he goes back to prison. Li Jia patted Bai Yu's back, slowly released her grip, and turned to the side. I submit evidence of your leniency. Eugene pouted, wiping away tears with the back of his handcuffed hand. That's not what I meant. Sister, could you come visit me in prison more often? Okay. Li Jia looked away. Han Chi led Eugene into the transport vehicle and rolled down the window. Li Jia, see you tomorrow. Chapter 87. Norma Star, District 12. Bai Yu had slept for an hour on Flight 404, her lingering fatigue seemingly amplified. The cabin door opened, and her short, brown hair was whipped into a whirlwind by the sunlight. She rubbed her eyes, and looked up at the artificial star high in the sky. This was the center of District 12, the rooftop of a detached villa. The villa was only 3 stories high, but beneath the villa complex, rows of silver-gray pillars, their surfaces shimmering with supernatural energy, lifted the foundations of the villa complex into the air. The villa complex had a fitting name, Wind Island. Bai Yu stretched her neck. The roof was flat and wide, large enough for small planes to land, with airflow guardrails along the edges. Looking down through the transparent glass, she saw it was filled with improved plants, efficiently purifying the air and increasing the oxygen content of the interior environment. Li Jia, still in the cockpit, smiled and mouthed, "Go ahead." Bai Yu jumped up and knocked on the bulletproof glass. Sisterly, whose house is this? Where am I going? Her wrist phone vibrated slightly. Tianma, this villa is Mr. Doug's way of thanking Black King. It's from District 10, and will arrive tonight. You can invite your friends over tomorrow. Please forgive me for sending out invitations without permission. She had left contact information for Chaolu, Zhou Zika, and Shu Yi when she went to the VIP box to watch the game. Perhaps Phyllis, whom she hadn't seen in a long time, could also come. Black King, is this event still going to happen? Tianma, if Mr. Doug is resilient enough, we can hold it multiple times. Li Jia knocked on the glass from the inside, waved to Bai Yu, and then stylishly flew away in her plane. Bai Yu remembered the stack of agreements she had seen on the surveillance footage. These were all of Mr. Doug's assets. If Tianma hadn't signed them on his behalf, where did this property come from? Black King, what happened to Mr. Doug's severed finger? Was it reattached? If he gives me the villa, Won't that make things worse? After all, so many properties have been swindled. Pegasus, he left in a hurry and didn't take the original finger with him. A metal thumb was specially made for Mr. Doug. Don't worry, those agreements don't count. Black King, I watched you sign it. Pegasus, contracts must use the original name. I signed Doug, but Mr. Doug's ID card still uses Dog Egg. Black King, anyway, thank you Dog Egg. Bayou stood on the automatically descending spiral staircase, a gentle breeze brushing past her ears. The room temperature automatically adjusted, the air carrying a slightly sweet plant scent. The floor beneath her feet had a slight springiness, supporting her arches, and perfectly relieving muscle fatigue. Master, I am Black Little King. The name of this smart system is. Bayou took a few steps forward. Her black hoodie was automatically absorbed and stored by Black Little King, and she was changed into comfortable loungewear in just 2 seconds, freeing her hands. Soft light poured down evenly from the ceiling. Bayou yawned. Where's the bedroom? The room has not yet been named. Please select a bedroom. A change in Black King's breathing rate has been detected. It is recommended to adjust to sleep mode. The things from District 10 haven't arrived yet. Bayou casually replied, agreed. A beige sofa with simple lines sat in the center of the living room. Bayou almost didn't hesitate, leaning back, thinking she lied down for a while waiting for the things from District 10. The sofa slightly sank, immediately adjusting its angle to support her waist and neck. The weight of her body gradually dissipated. Bayou closed her eyes, feeling her tense muscles relaxing. The air temperature was just right, neither too hot nor too cold. The light dimmed softly, casting a soft, even glow from the sky. Her eyelids grew heavier, her thoughts fragmented. She thought of the plane. Shuyi had let her know he was safe, that he was out of the intensive care unit, and just needed a short soak in a mental supplement. Chao Lu's worries about her disordered abilities overlapped with those of the hospital doctor, who wanted her to come in for a checkup the next day. Zhou Xiaiko teased her, saying she was back in District 10 fighting underground boxing for fitness. Bayou's fingertips twitched slightly. Before her last vestige of consciousness faded, she heard. Black Little King! Gently remind her. Sleep mode activated. This was the first time in a long time that Bayou had fallen asleep without alarms, mission reminders, or threats. The next morning, the artificial star hadn't fully lit up yet, and the sky over Wind Island was a gentle silver blue. The air flowing in the air was like a veil, swaying gently around the villa. Bayou was awakened by a clanging noise from downstairs. The sound was clear and bright, and she thought she was still dreaming. She propped herself up with her hands, still lying on the sofa. The thin layer of cotton fabric on her body slipped off with her movement, only to be immediately collected and organized by the robot. The dents in the sofa quickly smoothed out after she got up. Black Xiaowang, Master, the items have been arranged according to your previous residence. Bayou slept until dawn, and groggily asked the air, what's downstairs? Black Xiaowang, your friends. They have an appointment. They haven't granted you access to the sleeping floor, so they're waiting on the first floor. Bayou instantly woke up, selected clothes on Black Xiaowang's virtual screen, a tank top and work pants, and hurriedly washed up as instructed. Her wet head went into the air cooler, where it was instantly dried by the cold air. The spiral staircase from the first to the second floor switched to walking mode. Bayou ran her fingers through her hair, smoothing it back, and then, holding onto the handrail, descended the stairs, looking around as she went. A whoosh of wind. A wisp of air drifted from Zhou Tsika's fingertips, lifting a chunk of butterfried flour, tumbling it a few times in the air before precisely dropping it into the pot. Chao Lu controlled the pouring of milk, creating a small vortex in the pot, stirring the cream of mushroom soup. Butthead, you keep stirring. Chao Lu opened the oven, took out a thick slice of milk bread, tapped it, and finding it not crisp enough, gently flicked it, drawing out all the moisture from the bread slice, leaving the whole plate golden and crispy. It should be ready now. Zhou Tsika watched with satisfaction as the thick soup churned in the air-stirring device, its surface smooth and delicate. The airflow subsided, and the soup settled quietly in the pot. Phyllis stood at the island counter, her knife gliding across the peach skin, bringing out the tender flesh and a hint of juice. She skillfully sliced the peach into pieces in her palm, the pieces falling into a clear salad bowl. She gently tossed the vegetables, peach, and dressing, finally sprinkling a handful of chopped pecans, releasing a refreshing aroma. Chao Lu came over to help Phyllis portion the salad. Shuyi stood in front of the frying pan, expertly rolling up his sleeves and carefully cracking eggs into the hot oil. The egg mixture spread evenly in the oil, the 4 eggs forming near-perfect circles with solidified edges. He turned to the side. There was another frying pan, where he flipped each equally round and fluffy pancake. It's just fried eggs and pancakes. Why are you measuring them with a ruler? You're a perfectionist. Zhou Xiaiko walked over half-jokingly. Xu Ye's skin was as dark as if he hadn't seen a star in centuries, almost the same color as the snow on Mount Holy's sword. Overloaded again? Yes. Xu Yi didn't look up, focusing on the heat. And you, how's your moderate power recovery going? Control is back, but the intensity is unstable. Zhou Zika took the shovel Xu Yi handed him, wondering why he wasn't flipping the food, when he heard Xu Yi say, "Good morning." So this is how mental abilities are used. Bai Yu took the warm water Xu Yi offered, blinked, and unconsciously smiled. Good morning. Morning light streamed through the glass wall, the air filled with the fresh scent of plants. His misty gray eyes shone brightly. Even Black Little King's voice sounded cheerful. Master has arrived. Breakfast is estimated to be 97% complete. Everyone, get ready to eat. Friends gathered around the oval marble table, chatting casually, their powers mostly recovered. Phyllis had been working non-stop lately, busy promoting a new patent. Bai Yu picked up her soup bowl, asking curiously, what patent? A system that can integrate information flow abilities. Phyllis broke off a crispy slice of bread. This way, sending and receiving information no longer requires a base station. It's currently in the trial period. That means it can send even without a signal. Chao Lu took off her wrist device to install it. Are there any spots left in the trial period? Phyllis pushed up her sunglasses with the back of her hand, and colorful lights flashed past her eyes. This was her ability. It's all installed. I'm the developer. I can get as many spots as I need. Just as Bai Yu's virtual screen showed successful installation, it was interrupted by a voice call. Excuse me, is this Ms. Bai Yu? I'm a doctor from Norma Central Hospital. I'd like to request that you come this morning for a follow-up examination of your ability disorder. Do you have time? Snap. Bai Yu took a bite of her breakfast. Okay. I'm going to the hospital. I should be back soon. The master is not here. Guests, please feel free to order from He Xiao Wang. The door had just closed when Chao Lu put down her empty soup bowl. Crunchhead, isn't the follow-up appointment this afternoon? Number 23, Bai Yu. Bai Yu pushed open the door to the examination room. The testing device slid down the robotic arm, the cold sensor needle touching her skin. A subtle current crawled across her arm, the data curve stable. The moment Bai Yu looked up, her heart skipped a beat. The doctor looked back at her with a forced smile, the curve of his lips exactly the same as Wang Zheng in her memory. Wang Zheng. Back in the 7th district, at Aurora Beauty Salon, Wang Zheng had already sacrificed himself to become nourishment for the Zerg's heart. His heart had been bombarded by the artificial mainframe's heat weapons. Logically, he should be a handful of ashes by now. Your supernatural disorder has completely subsided. Wang Zheng stared at the screen, his tone eerily calm. Bai Yu didn't respond, only looked at him. The silhouette beneath his white coat was slightly distorted. She heard a very faint sound squeeze from his throat. A low, slippery sound, not human, like the rubbing of insect wings. Central Hospital, heavily guarded by the military. I advise you not to cause trouble. Bai Yu warned calmly, turning to leave. Just as she pushed open the door to the examination room, she bumped into a blue and white striped hospital gown. She looked up. It was ACI. His gray-white eyes were like foam floating in stagnant water. We meet again, Bai Yu. ACI didn't recognize her at all, so now, it was the priest of the Grey Ring, Siler. You promised me, have you forgotten? Behind Bai Yu, Wang Zheng, or rather, the thing disguised as Wang Zheng, slowly raised his head, his gaze gradually shifting from the screen to her. Deep within her pupils, worm-like tentacles seemed to writhe. ACI slowly raised her hand, her index finger pointing to her head. Come with me. Or his head explode. Despite the cold, threatening tone, tears involuntarily streamed down Assie's face, who was being controlled. Bai Yu's muscles tensed instantly. The space seemed to compress, her senses filled with the supernatural particles flowing in the air, leaping, vibrating, and colliding within her perception. Suppressing the rage that threatened to tear everything apart, Bai Yu tilted her head. Lead the way. Chapter 88. Bai Yu stepped out of the consultation room. The overhead light flickered, dancing on the wall. Assi lowered her head, her step stiff. Bai Yu followed silently, her eyes constantly scanning Wang Zheng, who held a gun behind her. To be precise, it was Wang Zheng's body. It seemed filled with some foreign substance, making a very faint plop sound as he walked, a yellowish-green liquid oozing from his feet. Every step exuded a putrid stench. The door at the end of the corridor opened silently. The sound of the wind outside seeped in, carrying a low-frequency hum. It was a stealth transport ship hovering. Bayu's gaze fell on the control panel. Where would it go? Communication equipment, wristband, handed over. The metallic touch came from behind. Wang Jing's cold gun barrel pressed against her back. Bayu didn't move. A cold draft rushed in from the hatch behind her. Hand it over. Wang Jing repeated, freeing his other hand. The next second, Bayu felt a sharp pain in her wrist as the wristband was ripped off, leaving a faint red mark on the thin strap. What's the rush? Bayu looked down at her feet. Below was 100 meters in the air, the wristband bobbing precariously in the gale-force winds through the gap between the rooftop and the transport ship. Cold sweat was blown away by the wind. A small black dot. That was the wristband hitting the ground, shattered into pieces. The electronic module inside flickered briefly, then made no sound. A faint light flickered in Bayu's vision, and her fingertips went numb. An extremely fine electrical particle escaped from the shattered screen, seemingly moving against the wind, rapidly approaching, gently touching her fingertip, and dissolving on her skin. Bayu instinctively curled her fingers, shielding her eyes from the faint light. She stepped onto the transport ship, facing Wang Jing's gun, the wind whistling past. Sit down, Wang Jing commanded. Bayu glanced at the supernatural weapon in his hand, the energy flow rapidly unfolding in her mind. Trigger, energy bar, pulse tube. As long as the disassembly force cuts the circuit, she twists her wrist to press the gun, reverses the grip, the energy bar detaches, and the pulse tube activates. Bayu glanced at Ez, who shared vision with Sylar, suppressing the urge to disarm and kill him outright. She pulled down the folding seat. Understood. Bayu sat down against the bulkhead, hands on her knees, looking at Sylar through Ez. Nothing is more intimidating than Ez's mind. Make Wang Jing put the gun away. Ez glanced at Wang Jing. Seeing Wang Jing remain unmoved, holding the gun, Bayu sensed something was wrong. It seemed this resurrected Wang Jing was sent by the High Priest, or him of the Grey Ring, and was at odds with Sylar. She chuckled. What, you, the priest, have no authority whatsoever? You can't even command a heartbeat? Sylar suppressed his anger, controlling Ez to rise, and forcefully pressed down on Wang Jing's stiff wrist. He leaned down and whispered in Wang Jing's ear, It's not that we need them alive, only the living are useful. Wang Jing's eyes were almost entirely black, his head tilted back as if receiving a signal, hissing softly. The surroundings darkened. Pitch black. Pass sequence detected, passage permitted. Amidst the roar of the engines, Bayu faintly heard the mechanical sounds of the Interstellar checkpoint. This was the last stop on Norma. Looking up again, they were already outside Norma. This wasn't an ordinary transport ship, it was equipped with military-grade warp engines. The sea on Norma's main planet is a bright silver, covering about 80% of its total area, flowing like mercury towards scattered small patches of black land. Bayu looked out, trying to find Wind Island, her new home, on the gradually shrinking Norma. Leaving Norma for the first time, in such an absurd way. Besides Norma, Bayu only had a vague idea of Cepha, whose main planet experiences polar day and polar night. Shuyi always calculated the time difference, and shared the daily blues moments with her. These 20 minutes, transitioning from pink to blue, were like an overturned cocktail of colors, blurring everything that troubled her at that moment. The theory classes she couldn't memorize, her 404 training results, the new superior in the resistance organization, the underground boxing gym that was always short-staffed. The meaning of these things was fading, becoming insignificant in the gradually darkening sky. Who knows if Shuye's photos were filtered? She had to see it with her own eyes. She hadn't been to Cepha yet. She couldn't just sit and wait. Bayu lifted her eyelids. Outside the window, it was pitch black, with a band of light in the distance. Like a string of Christmas lights stuffed into cotton wool and then tangled together, it was the asteroid belt. The transport ship's signal jammers were at their weakest when passing through the asteroid belt. Bayu calmed herself, pondering for a moment. She recalled the mechanical voices at the Interstellar checkpoint. How did the heretics obtain the passage sequence so openly? It was truly perplexing, since passage sequences could bypass flight control, and even incoming routes didn't require Federation approval. There were only a few committee members, and the garrison commander on Norma, who possessed passage sequences. Putting herself in their shoes, if such a personally applied for passage sequence were traced or investigated, the evidence would be so clear that even a frame-up wouldn't go this far. Who else could obtain a passage sequence? Bayu withdrew her gaze, turning instead to Assie's face, scrutinizing his features. Suddenly she leaned closer, lowering her voice to ask, Who am I supposed to kill? It's not Wang Jing, is it? Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Why not just kill him here? No need for the warp drive, traveling all this way, making a big fuss. Assie's gaze drifted to Wang Zheng, a hint of unease in his eyes. He silently increased the oxygen concentration in the transport ship. Wang Zheng's expression was blank. Perhaps due to insufficient carbon dioxide, the transmission of pheromones among the Zerg was extremely slow, his dark eyes twitching incessantly. With such high oxygen levels, he wasn't afraid of oxygen intoxication. It seems Seller has taken control of Assie's body. This new body isn't quite used to it yet, unable to even lie properly. A knowing glint flashed in Bayu's eyes. This meant that killing for Seller was a private job, unknown to Wang Zheng. She propped her head up, holding the initiative. I can keep it from Wang Zheng. ACI quietly looked at Bayu, seemingly waiting for a condition. Bayu put his hands in his pockets, leaned back, and sniffed. Just tell me the destination, and the person I need to kill. That's not too much to ask, is it? ACI slowly raised her eyes, not answering immediately, as if weighing her options. Lyra, the Grey Ring High Priest. But Lyra's coordinates have long been marked as a dead planet. The place you want to go has had its coordinates erased from the map. Bayu felt a sudden chill run down her spine. Lyra. Xu Yi had found paper documents about this non-existent planet in the Hecate Military Academy library. To take these documents, the Grey Ring didn't hesitate to silence the monitoring administrator. The number of infected insects on Lyra exceeded the threshold. Unable to complete the cleanup within the stipulated time, they were reduced to ashes by the high-powered weapons controlled by the security mastermind. Sellers looked at her, said the Grey Ring. The security brain rebuilt the temple there, and never interferes again. It seemed Lyra was the Grey Ring's stronghold. Wait, the security brain. Bayu's impression of the security brain was still that of Xia Yin, the chairman of the Committee on Norma, guarding the Ares Military Academy, leading by example in resisting the security brain's indiscriminate use of thermal weapons. Ultimately, the pressure was achieved, and the proposal to restrict the security brain's authority on Norma was passed. If she thought about it more carefully, the security brain could use any name on a whitelist to obtain any access sequence. Could the security brain have been hacked? Since Black's defection to the Resistance 7 years ago, to avoid a repeat of the thermal weapon bombing tragedy, the Interstellar Scientists Alliance designed the supposedly impenetrable security brain. The Resistance could infiltrate the military, so manual operation was avoided. The attack was fully automated, based on the infection and elimination rates of the worm infected. Once the threshold was exceeded, thermal weapons would directly wipe out the entire area. What's the relationship between the Grey Ring and the security mastermind? It's like plunging into a maze, starting to go around in circles. Bayu remained expressionless, scoffing and rolling her eyes. Then you got the wrong person. I can't even beat that priest from Holy Sword Mountain, his ability is probably aggregation. She silently added in her mind, although she couldn't beat him, blowing up his blood pool didn't count as a loss. Seller lowered his gaze, unable to suppress a smile, which stood out starkly against his pale and tense face. The one you can't beat is called Siren. We're twins. The high priest you're trying to kill is just an ordinary person, he doesn't even have any abilities. Today, he heard the oracle, he wants to see you. Bayu raised an eyebrow. The high priest of the Grey Ring is an ordinary person. He has many supernatural weapons for self-defense. She met his gaze. But I know those things are ineffective against you. Bayu leaned back in her chair, took a breath of oxygen, and her mind cleared. How did an ordinary person become the high priest of the Grey Ring? Her gaze lingered on Seller's slightly white knuckles, then moved to his eyes. Even the corners of his eyes trembled slightly. It seemed the brothers had messed things up and received considerable punishment, being trampled on by an ordinary person. They must be quite unhappy. Bayu slapped her thigh, looking indignant. Anyway, Wang Zheng was currently submerged in a high-concentration oxygen supply, essentially deaf and mute, with no signal connection. You know so many forbidden techniques. Why aren't you the high priest? Your brother's abilities are even stronger than mine. Why aren't you the high priest? What are the promotion standards for the Grey Ring? ACI tapped her finger lightly on the control panel, Siler's tone unhurried. The high priest secured a planet independent of the Federation for the Grey Ring, a pure land, and rebuilt a temple, allowing the Grey Ring to continue uninterrupted. He is very satisfied and issued a divine decree. An ordinary person without superpowers, defending a planet that should have been reduced to ashes under heavy weaponry, or were the heavy weapons on Lyra never even deployed? Bayu raised a hand to rub her temples, the checkpoint's passage sequence, the uninterrupted flight path, and that mechanical voice. She didn't believe in oracles or the Grey Ring system, but if the security mastermind faked the deployment of thermal weapons, it meant it was making its own judgments. This also meant that the security mastermind might not just be a tool invented by scientists, but also an awakened intelligent entity, cooperating with, or even leading, the Grey Ring High Priest. Baiyu looked at the approaching asteroid belt, clenching her teeth silently. The electrical signal particles at her fingertips released, dancing in her palm. If I kill him for you, will he have any objections? Almost there. Sylar turned her head away, avoiding an answer, looking out the window. It should rain again today. The entire planet Lyra was floating in black rain. The three stood at the end of the long bridge. Below the bridge was shimmering liquid metal, winding its way to the main hall. The main hall resembled a monster crouching on the sea. Hundreds of hollowed-out stone pillars supported the vaulted ceiling, with inverted blue flames hanging from the top. Those flames burned upside down, smoke spiraling along the vaulted ceiling and flowing into the blood pool at the center. A tiny, almost transparent heart floated in the pool, beating slowly. With each beat, rays of light illuminated the entire temple, tracing the intricate carvings on the ground. Along the way, Baiyu brushed past hurried cultists. Their numb faces, streaked with black water, exuded a cold, penetrating gaze that seeped into Baiyu's eyes, like water seeping through cracks in roof tiles, drop by drop, falling onto the back of her neck. An outsider? Who is she? Could it really be as the oracle said? Chapter 89. Wang Zheng returned to the temple to report first. His movement was swift, his afterimages resembling those of some kind of arthropod. There was no wind when the black rain fell. The sky was repeatedly washed white, the rain lines crisscrossing diagonally. In the black and white interwoven scene, the true forms of Sylar and Saren could be seen, right at the temple entrance, facing Baiyu across the bridge. Raindrops fell vertically from the sky, passing through the suspended energy barrier protecting the temple. The rain lashed against her waterproof clothing, first making a soft sound, then breaking into larger patches, trickling down her shoulders, a chilling aura seeping into her skin. When did waterproof coatings become available for hair, the black rain gathered into a thin stream at the ends of her hair, sliding down her chin to the side of her neck. The puddle she stepped over rippled with the raindrops, spreading in concentric circles around her ankles. Control, weakened, came as voice from beside her. I know, Baiyu replied softly. She raised her head, utterly calm, letting the black rain slide down her brow. She clenched her fists, the touch icy cold, the dismantling power flowing faster within her. Her gaze swept over the dilapidated houses scattered around the temple, a stark contrast to the opulent structure. If she were a mouse, she would love it, holes everywhere, haphazardly arranged, a labyrinthine network. I count to 3, Baiyu whispered. The Zerg's forbidden technique, shared vision, and also shared pain. The closer the two are, the clearer the pain. If she had used dismantling power to forcibly detach and control him in the hospital, without knowing Sylar's location, and if he were far away, Sylar could easily return. 1. ACI closed her eyes prematurely, cold sweat dripping down, quickly washed away by the black rain. 2. Baiyu slowly opened her palm. Before she could finish the last number, traitor. A furious shout rang out. The Grey Ring cultists all turned around at the sound. Baiyu abruptly stopped. A scorching current rushed towards her from behind. Almost instinctively, she pulled ACI aside and ducked to avoid it. How did she get here? A giant wave surged on the Black Sea. The Grey Ring cultists gasped in alarm, a commotion erupting. Taking advantage of the chaos, Baiyu punched ACI in the abdomen. The force of disintegration surged in powerfully, as if his internal organs had been struck in one spot. He screamed in agony, his scream coinciding with that of Sylar, who was about to rush towards him at the temple entrance. He experienced double the sensation of his 5 senses, clutching his abdomen and collapsing to his knees in pain. Baiyu gave ACI no time to catch his breath. The disintegration particles in her palm rapidly expanded, transparent waves flowing backward along ACI's blood vessels, penetrating his skin and swirling around the forbidden mark. A bright blue flame grazed past their scalps. The instant the scorching flame landed, the black rain on the ground instantly vaporized, and smoke billowed out. Hold on, Baiyu seemed to be telling herself, the intense heat almost burning her skin. Baiyu closed her eyes, exerted her strength, and the disintegrating force instantly spread out, like sharp needles, taking root and extending within ACI's body. She could feel those forces resisting stubbornly. Unfortunately, this time the Zerg forbidden technique encountered a plus-sized version of the disintegrating force, recombined after the ability's disorder. Baiyu suddenly increased the pressure. The disintegrating force took shape, peeling away the outer shell of the Zerg energy layer by layer. Black veins shimmered beneath Assie's skin, emitting a crisp sound like metal breaking as they were torn apart. Crack. Assie's pupils suddenly contracted, her throat trembled, and she spat out a mouthful of black blood. Outside the temple gates, Sylar's roar echoed almost simultaneously. Siren knelt in the rain, desperately holding down his convulsing brother, unleashing his combined powers to minimize the backlash of the forbidden technique. To reduce the backlash, he had to sever his control over Assie's senses, like a gecko shedding its tail. Baiyu looked up, dismantle. The black forbidden runes were pulled away bit by bit, breaking, crumbling and dissolving. ACI swayed, nearly losing his balance in pain. Baiyu's hands firmly supported his back. Her gaze swept across the temple's entrance to the two priests in the black rain. Siren looked up angrily. Their eyes met briefly across the flames. Zoe appeared in the flames, clad in black battle armor, phosphorescent flames spreading across the long bridge. Baiyu, Zoe's voice was calm, almost cold, her gaze fixed on the folding knife Baiyu had instinctively drawn. The KT building was indeed hers. I gave you a chance. ACI had already steadied herself, enduring the excruciating pain. Baiyu held the knife horizontally, blue light reflecting off her profile, her short, brown hair billowing in the air. Gray phosphorus blue flame, I long admired your name. The air exploded simultaneously. Blue flames collided with transparent particles in midair, bursting into a dazzling white light, instantly melting the metal railings. Scalding liquid flooded in. Zoe raised her hand, her fingertips tracing the air. Blue flame surged along her trajectory, transforming into dozens of blazing blades that sliced through the air, hurtling towards Baiyu. Baiyu sidestepped, pulling ACI aside, her feet sliding half a meter across the ground behind her warped from the heat of the blades. She threw the folding knife with a backhand motion, the blade spinning in midair, the blade itself seemingly disintegrating, splitting into several connected segments. Transparent particles surged along the blade's edge. Disassembly. Zoe instantly sensed the interference, her right arm flashing, flames gathering into a ring around her. The moment Baiyu's blade entered the ring of fire, the energy fluctuations were rapidly swallowed, only to disintegrate in the next second, the flames instantly breaking apart. Baiyu seized this fleeting opening, rapidly closing in. She caught the blade, adjusted her angle, and the folding blade once again pierced the air, a flash of light reflecting off it, sending a transparent wave upwards. Their powers converged at a single point, creating a shockwave. The air vibrated. Just as Baiyu was preparing to counterattack, a familiar figure appeared beside Zoe. It was D. He had also survived the bombardment. He coldly snorted, his mental waves spreading out, cutting off all sound. You think disassembly can unravel everything? The voice surged in from all directions. Baiyu's vision suddenly went black. The next second, the ground beneath her feet collapsed, the world engulfed by blue fire. Mental invasion. The sound of the explosion overwhelmed her senses like a tsunami. She stood up again, finding herself amid scorched earth, with Federation military fighter jets overhead. This was the Resistance's underground base in District 3. Countless blue energy spheres hovered overhead, their outer shell shattered, their internal energy cores rapidly expanding. Boom! Blue light engulfed everything. Flames erupted simultaneously from the ground and the sky, the shockwave leveling the entire work area. Baiyu was thrown to the ground, her ears ringing, her vision blurred. Someone was shouting. D. Zoe! Evacuate. Cortina is still inside. Zoe's voice was helpless and desperate. Baiyu looked up. Through the scorching light, she saw figures moving in the burning ruins, another weapon striking. Flames swept through, engulfing Tina in a shockwave. Baiyu tried to move, but found her body frozen in place. Fixed within this memory. Large burns appeared on her skin, the excruciating pain of flesh separating from skin feeling like it was constantly swelling and engorging, until it burst open, flesh and blood rotting away. Dee's mental power seared through her consciousness inch by inch. Do you see it? Dee's voice echoed in her mind. I will make you suffer a painful death. Baiyu's breathing quickened, her whole body trembling. She knew this wasn't reality, but the pain felt incredibly real. Get out! Baiyu roared, grabbing back, her fingertips tearing a crack in the air. Dismantling power erupted within her brain, slicing through the invaded mental domain like a blade. Dee groaned, blood trickling from his nose and mouth. Baiyu reopened her eyes. The world's colors began to fade. Back to black and white. Her pupils still retained the reflection of that blue sea of fire. She looked up at Dee. I saw it. So what? Blame it on your incompetence and Zoe's. Dee's breathing quickened, his mental domain completely collapsed, and his consciousness was instantly withdrawn. The battle in the mental domain lasted only 2 seconds. Gray phosphorescent blue flame surged up, and a heat wave swept over. Baiyu slowly exhaled and reached for his waist. Luckily, he had brought 3 folding knives this time. 2 of them melted in the blue flames. Asi's face was almost transparently pale, with traces of black blood still remaining at the corner of his mouth. Black rain slid down his eyelashes, and the light in his eyes turned icy cold in an instant. Fine lines appeared on his palms, like circles woven from spider silk, shimmering and expanding in the rain. The air vibrated. The lower-ranking Grey Ring cultists on both sides of the bridge, their focus gradually blurring, as if pulled by invisible threads, stood stiffly. Their steps were chaotic, yet uniformly aligned. Manipulation-type ability, Zoe frowned. Troublesome. She raised her hand, blue flames gathering, and struck at the onrushing Grey Ring cultists. But the next second, a cultist, now a charred corpse, lunged at her, crashing headlong into the flames. The shockwave briefly slowed the approaching cultists. But new Grey Ring cultists, pulled by the threads, surged forth from both sides of the bridge, their numbers increasing. As fingers trembled slightly in the air, the frequency of her manipulation increasing again. That's right, As ability is puppetry. As the puppet-like cultists charged, they collided with each other, their bodies intertwining, forming a human wall on the narrow bridge, blocking Baiyu and Zoe. Zoe's anger surged, flames spreading, only to be swallowed layer by these unconscious bodies. Under the scorching heat, the air distorted, and the black rain evaporated into mist. Dee managed to catch a glimpse of Baiyu through the gaps in the crowd, only to find her eyes still calm. Baiyu raised her hand, grabbed the swaying ACI, and fled to the other side of the bridge. The puppets consciously avoided them as they passed. Zoe crouched down, slamming her right hand on the ground. Flames suddenly surged back from below, engulfing everyone. A wave of heat shot into the sky, and the long bridge shook violently. Assie's body began to tremble violently, the control lines almost snapping. All the puppets moved simultaneously, lunging at Dee and Zoe. With a deafening roar, the bridge trembled, and the firelight mingled with the rain. Bye-bye! Seeing that Siren, Cellar, Zoe, and Dee were too preoccupied to pay attention, Baiyu grabbed Az and darted into a side alley next to the temple. You can't escape. Zoe raised her hand, and the gray phosphorus fire coalesced into a massive lotus-shaped fireball, like a celestial fire falling. Baiyu dodged, unleashing a disintegrating force from her palm, drawing a reverse wave along the ground to deflect the fireball. Siren's pupils constricted sharply. The flames and energy field collided in midair and shifted, causing the entire main temple to shake violently. The Grey Ring followers screamed in terror, but were engulfed by the flames before their voices could even escape. Blue flames erupted from the temple roof, shooting straight into the sky. This damn place is blown up. Baiyu seized the opportunity to grab Az and disappear into a street corner, vanishing into the black rain. Enraged, Siren raised her hand to retaliate, gathering all her powers. Dee was thrown overboard by the shockwave, rolling into the dark sea, his ears filled with deafening roars. In that instant, he could barely distinguish whether it was the wind, the flames, or the echoes of hundreds upon hundreds of screams. The rain intensified. Zoe pulled Dee from the black water. Dee's consciousness gradually faded, blood dripping from his forehead. He struggled to lift his head, looking at Baiyu's receding figure in the distance, his lips twitching slightly. You think? I don't know. About Shuya's mental imprint in my mind. Only those of the same origin can leave imprints on each other. His voice was almost swallowed by the rain. Zoe, carrying Dee, jumped onto the stealthy, fast-moving airship that had been waiting in the air. At a resistance base. The ship slowly descended, the medical bay opening. Dee was transferred to the highest level ward, a mental probe connecting to the neural interface. The entire medical staff fell silent. The pressure door at the end of the corridor slammed open. A tall figure rapidly approached. Commander. The resistance members in the corridor stood at attention and saluted, their voices crisp and clear. His gaze was somber. He waited silently for Dee to awaken. Finally, he showed signs of mental activity. Dee, tell me, what happened? The monitor in the ward paused. Dee couldn't answer. His eyelids trembled slightly, and images flashed through his mind, Shuya's face appearing again and again. In the mental domain, they had jointly constructed. Father. I found him. There was also a reverse tracking mark in Shuya's mental domain. The cold white light illuminated his sharply defined profile, If a top-level wanted poster were available, it would certainly match. Alan Black. Or, as he was known in the military, Colonel Black. 8 years after his defection, he committed the 214 massacre, mentally controlling several comrades, and causing them to kill each other. Before his defection, he was an 8th-level mental ability user. It was him who caused the entire Federation's panic about psychic abilities. He also indirectly allowed the Special Investigations Bureau to conduct illegal experiments and research on orphan psychic individuals. The closest the Federation military ever came to him was on a remote, desolate planet. He took a town resident hostage as a human shield against firearms and disappeared again. Blake patted Dee's head. Good boy. He come home. Chapter 90. 5 minutes after the blue flames exploded above the temple. A kilometer away from the temple, a torrential downpour of black rain fell. A child looked up from under a plastic awning. In the black and white world, the blue cloud of smoke stood out starkly. From the simple house behind the child, the sound of electronic chanting emanated. He wielded a spatula, a bubbling iron pot cooking the food he had scavenged that morning. Chopped onions, potatoes, and carrots were stirred, with a few pieces of celery occasionally visible. He had recently taken to scaling the temple's trash cans and rummaging through them. If he was lucky, he would find seemingly fresh-looking packaged vegetables. These were the priest's discarded food, forbidden to ordinary believers, so others avoided them. At times like these, the child felt fortunate that his family couldn't afford the religious fees. He wasn't a believer yet. The older brother worked for the Grey Ring, and with the money he sent back, his parents used all their saved radiant coins to buy an electronic chanting machine from the Grey Ring, which played continuously around the clock to accelerate the accumulation of good fortune. But the good fortune seemed to vanish suddenly. His parents passed away one after the other from illness. His brother seemed to have gone to the planet Cepha. He said he was going to a school to pick up something and would be back soon. The child sniffed. The tip of his nose was numb from the cold. Black rain dripped from the eaves, splashing into the pot and creating a hissing white smoke. The child stared blankly at the afterimage of the blue flame, calculating when his brother would return. Suddenly, there was a rapid knocking at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? The child timidly looked outside, seeing 2 blurry figures. Besides his brother, who else could be coming now? The rain outside intensified. The child put down the spatula, hesitatingly backing away. But the door was kicked open from the outside. A chaotic wind whipped up black rain, flooding the room. A girl covered in blood burst in, and another uninvited guest quickly closed and locked the door. The girl's eyes, dark and calm, held a battlefield-ready focus as she stared intently at the iron pot on the honeycomb briquettes. Is it cooked? She asked. The child, terrified by her blood, dared not look up again, nodding frantically, but said, the potatoes are still undercooked. ACI sat on the tattered mattress against the wall, clutching her chest, having run frantically, her heart pounding in her throat. Just released from the Zerg's forbidden technique, and she can already use her powers? That's not how it's written in the textbooks. They say at least a week of rest, otherwise, be careful not to explode, he thought, a dull ache rising in his chest. Thankfully, the scene was chaotic enough that he didn't need to continue using the puppets. Bayou said the distress message had been sent. Now all he had to do was wait. Asi closed his eyes, lying face down on the old mattress. The old springs, almost bursting out of the mattress, were really uncomfortable. Bayou opened his compressed backpack, rummaged around inside for a while, and pulled out 2 bottles. One was a silver ion spray for stopping bleeding from external injuries, which he tossed to Asi. There was another bottle. Bayou looked down at the large characters and fell into deep thought. Multi-use compound seasoning. He hadn't had time to organize the new house into different sections, and these 2 were about the same size. Maybe Black Little King misidentified them. Bayou shrunk the backpack down to the size of his palm, hung it back on his waist, picked up the seasoning, and walked towards the child. What do you want to do? The child raised a spatula horizontally, backing away until his back was against the brick wall behind him. Bayou shoved the seasonings into the child's hand, straightening the brim of his baseball cap. Chef, the flavor of this soup depends on you. 2,000 Yao coins per person, is that alright? Bayou glanced down at the wrist phone hanging around the child's neck. It was an old model, discarded by some adults. The thin string was worn out. He picked up the phone and made a payment via his pupil. Received, 5,000 Yao coins, huh? The child's eyes widened. Bayou pushed the child towards the iron pot. Go quickly, chef, the potatoes will burn soon. In the empty house, the sound of mechanical chanting filled the air. Everyone had gone to the temple. For the devout believers, it was prayer time, a time of fasting. Bai walked straight in, the aroma of vegetable soup wafting to his nose. On this planet belonging to the Grey Ring, including this gourmet soup connoisseur, the rare, only 3 heretics had gathered. Her gaze swept around, landing on the electronic chanting machine. It was a very old-fashioned device. The electronic sounds were all first generation. It even counts on the screen. What does that mean? Visualizing merit? It cost 200,000 Yao coins, the child muttered softly. I spent all the money my brother sent back over the years on this. It's 50,000 Yao coins cheaper than the initiation fee. I could have joined the cult if I had saved a little more. Maybe I never saved that much. Instead of joining, why not create your own cult? Bai looked up at the family photo hanging above the chanting machine. The deceased automatically turned black and white, only the child and his brother were in color. His brother looked vaguely familiar, but she couldn't quite place him. There are so many cults you could create. Like the potato cult, the onion cult, you could be the cult leader. The child laughed, then I choose Potato Gate. A subtle yet rapid fluctuation came from her expanded sensory perception. Bai's gaze passed over the dark rain curtain. The energy fluctuation originated from the direction of the temple. Looks like I have to wait until next time for the soup. The next second, Bai pulled a palm-sized hourglass from her backpack. It was metallic, gleaming with a pale blue light when held in her palm. She squeezed the hourglass, twirling it between her fingers. ACI, come here. Orange sand slowly flowed from the top to the bottom, each grain carrying a faint glow, like stardust falling. Bai placed the hourglass on the ground, channeling a wisp of dismantling power into her palm. A transparent light curtain rapidly spread from the inside of the hourglass, like petals unfolding layer by layer, rising from the ground in a swirling motion, forming a small, oval-shaped energy field. Black raindrops fell, instantly sliding off the edge of the energy field and disappearing without a trace. Hurry up and go in. This was the new equipment Li Jia had given her last time. Its internal space was stable, and its external structure folded and shrunk, generating a protective layer that matched the user's ability. It was marked with a 404 error code. Theoretically feasible, but no practical combat record yet. Today, during her hospital checkup, she had Black Little King pack her picnic backpack. It had accidentally put the hourglass inside, probably thinking it could be used for timing hot pot. Bai's mind flashed through the information Shu Yi had sent. That familiar face in the group photo. One of the accomplices in the Hecate library attack. He should be imprisoned in Star Fortress Prison number 26 now. She turned to look at the malnourished child. Potato Gate Master, come in. I can take you to see your brother. Before the child could react, ACI grabbed him and tumbled into the light curtain with a gasp. Too late. Bai raised her hand, shoving ACI into the energy field with a single blow. The movement was swift and decisive, as easy as closing a door. The light barrier trembled slightly. ACI slumped into the energy field, looking back to see the entire world separated by a thin barrier of light. The sound of rain was blurred. The colors of heaven and earth seemed to have been stripped away, leaving only Bai standing alone in the rain. The wind whipped her coat, black rain streaking across her face. And you? Assie's voice came through the rapidly shrinking light barrier. Bai looked up, gazing towards the direction of the temple, her eyes flickering with light and shadow. Some personal grudges, she silently added in her mind, you can't help anyway. The hourglass jumped upwards, landing on top of the chanting machine, shrinking. Bai drew a folding knife from her waist, the short blade unfolding section by section, its surface matte from the black rain. Her movements were unhurried, as if savoring the last moments of calm before the storm. The energy fluctuations drew ever closer, disturbing the particles, and causing them to coalesce into a vortex. It's here. Time seemed to stand still, all the raindrops suspended in midair. The next second, Siren emerged from the black curtain of water. Sylvain's twin brother. His ability was aggregation, capable of gathering, compressing, and assimilating the energy particles of others, the same as Bai's disassembly. They fought once at the Holy Sword Mountain Blood Pool. Bai looked up at him, at this pathetic ability. It was somewhat a counter to her. Siren stretched out his hand. The bodies of the cultists behind him stiffened, their chests glowing faintly. Streams of energy, like threads, were drawn from their bodies and converged in his palm. Flames, crackling with lightning, rose into the air with the wind, igniting around him, and the air temperature rose rapidly. Sylvain needs you, I don't. A wind blade, a mixture of multiple elements, slashed down sharply. Bai dodged to the side, her blade enveloped in dismantling force, and with a swift upward flick, She cleaved the wind blade in half, causing it to explode in midair. Siren raised her hand from afar, her ability unreadable, and her massive fist slammed down towards Baiyu. The ground beneath Baiyu's feet was shattered by the aftershock of the power. Her body jolted back several steps. She steadied herself with her sword, the blade leaving a deep gash in the ground. Before she could regain her footing, Siren clenched her fist, the air collapsing, stripped away. Flames and lightning surged forth simultaneously, pressing in from all directions. Baiyu ducked, her other hand bracing against the ground, her folding knife twirling in her palm, blade pointing upward. Dismantling force rapidly spread from the tip, cutting an invisible seam. The impending explosion of energy was forcibly dismantled, whistling past her. Baiyu dodged forward, her blade aimed straight for Siren's throat. Siren ducked, then retaliated with a backhand strike. It was unclear whose power she was using, but her slender body surprisingly possessed such muscle mass. The force of her strike was immense, forcibly reassembling the disassembled powers. A muffled thud echoed in Baiyu's shoulder blade, a sharp, throbbing pain shooting through her. Rain streamed down her forehead. She remained silent, simply switching hands to grip the knife. You went back on your word, hurting Siren. I should have killed you back at Holy Sword Mountain. Siren's expression was cold, his energy gathering once more. Several points of light appeared in his palm, different power particles coalesced again, forming a spinning sphere, its light blinding. He raised his hand and pressed down, countless energy balls hurtling towards Baiyu. Baiyu raised her knife to meet the attack head-on. Her upgraded dismantling power from the 3rd District hadn't even been tested in actual combat yet. She unleashed her full power. Her dismantling power surged rapidly, spreading from its core to her palm. The transparent patterns on the folding knife lit up, expanding outwards. If before they were mere ripples, now they were towering waves, incredibly turbulent. She instinctively decided to cut. The folding knife slashed cleanly horizontally. The transparent power surface exploded, sweeping across like a silent shockwave. The energy sphere, upon touching the sharp edge, stripped away its surface flames and disintegrated its inner metal core. The disintegrated power transformed into a turbulent current, passing through her body. The intense heat lasted only a moment before the turbulence dissipated into the air gaps behind her. Unexpectedly, Siren's aggregating power suddenly intensified. The energy dismantled by Baiyu didn't completely dissipate, instead, it was drawn back into place by some force in midair. Siren flicked her finger, and all the shattered particles converged in the opposite direction, like being sucked into a vortex. Just as Baiyu noticed the anomaly, light suddenly shone before her eyes. Before she could even withdraw her force, the reverse burst of energy surged up, almost engulfing her. Energy backflow, how is this possible? A violent shock traveled from her bones all the way to her chest. The energy field tore apart, the disintegrating force within Baiyu's body and the aggregating force within Siren briefly overlapped, but collapsed first. Her body was thrown back by the impact, crashing through 2 layers of crumbling walls before slamming heavily onto the wet ground. The folding knife slid to the side. Baiyu's hand remained in the grip of the knife, her knuckles stiff. Blood dripped down her chin, mingling with the black rain. In the distance, Siren closed his hand, his energy stabilizing. He muttered, "Nothing special. The High Priest is an ordinary person. Killing him is simple for me." But he was the only one who could communicate with him. The Zerg are not a calamity, but an ascension. I will wait until civilization arrives. Baiyu was paralyzed. He could only watch helplessly as Siren approached. Meanwhile, at 404 headquarters, the conference room was bathed in cold white light, a 3D map floating on the table. The screen beside Li Jia kept refreshing, displaying Baiyu's location signal forwarded by Chao Lu. And a brief report. Gray Ring Lyra. The security mainframe is no longer secure. Li Jia braced his hands on the table. Baiyu wouldn't misjudge. The disappearance of Lyra and the security mainframe are evidence against each other. I request that 404 operate independently, without relying on the mainframe. At the other end of the round table, a colonel of a higher rank coldly interrupted Li Jia's request for reinforcements. You're being too emotional. She said the security mainframe is faulty, so you're not using it? Without the security mainframe's assistance, we can hardly even accurately determine the spatial coordinates of our target location. Han Chi's tone was hard. If the mainframe has truly been infiltrated, relying on it for deployment is suicide. Shi Lan sat at the head of the table, her index finger knuckle resting on her chin. Time is of the essence. Dispatch a special operations team. Led by Li Jia and Han Chi. Shi Lan's tone was calm, but like a lead weight, small yet heavy, quickly sinking into everyone's hearts. The colonel whirled around. General, have you gone mad? If anything goes wrong, I take responsibility. Shilan's expression softened. Colonel, have you forgotten that your flight squadron, based on Bayou's intelligence, just raised the Resistance Organization's 3rd District base? The commendation ceremony is next week. Shilan paused. If it really is the Grey Ring Temple, and they even discovered a system vulnerability in the security mastermind, I think the commendation ceremony for the entire 404 could go on until the last page of this year's star calendar. Han Chi silently thought to himself, there's still a month left in this year's star calendar. Li Jia took a deep breath, straightened her back, and saluted. Let's go! Chapter 91. Saren's shadow loomed over Bayou, his chilling killing intent mingling with the lingering heat of his fused powers. Bayou attempted to mobilize his dismantling power, but the clash of powers from a completely different level had exhausted him too much. His core felt as if it had been shattered, sending waves of excruciating pain through him, and any slight exertion caused it to dissipate. He bent down, his fingertips wreathed in dagger-like energy, aiming at Bayou's heart, preparing to deliver the final blow. For Celine, he murmured, his eyes devoid of any emotion. The blade pierced through Bayou's clothes, about to touch his heart, when Saren suddenly stopped. His movements stiffened, the fused power in his palm suddenly spiraling out of control, dissipating like wisps of smoke from between his fingers. Footsteps sounded behind him. The footsteps echoed, occupying Saren's mind. The High Priest? Saren whirled around, his brow furrowed. Clearly the High Priest's appearance was completely unexpected. The High Priest shouldn't be here. The temple collapsed, the believers rioted. How could it be dealt with so quickly? The High Priest, clad in a gray robe, raindrops streaming down his disheveled hair, his face calm yet slightly weary. Enough, Saren? The High Priest slowly shook his head, his gaze passing over Saren and landing on Bayou, his eyes complex, containing scrutiny, inquiry, and even a hint of understanding. Her existence is related to his prophecy. What prophecy? Saren sneered, the energy around him, which had just calmed, began to surge again. I only know that Seller is seriously injured, his life hanging in the balance. As for the prophecy, I think he will change it after I kill her. And you? A ruthless glint flashed in Saren's eyes. You're just an ordinary person without any special abilities, relying on your unverifiable ability to communicate with him to become the High Priest, second only to him. I'm fed up with those charlatans, who only know how to spout nonsense. Killing you might make him choose someone more suitable, like me. Before the words were even finished, Saren had already manipulated highly compressed air, an invisible hammer striking the High Priest's head. This attack was incredibly fast, with pressures of several thousand pascals, more than enough to kill an ordinary person. Bayou's pupils gradually shrank, her vision blurring. Countless fragments of memory flashed before her eyes, like a revolving lantern before death, even memories of being a fighter pilot 500 years ago. It was a giant insectoid beast that had parachuted into Sector 6. Its exoskeleton pierced through multiple fighter jets. The squadron leader sacrificed his life to prevent the exoskeleton from regenerating, and the entire squadron, without hesitation, ignited its fusion drive and crashed into the beast. Fusion drive, used for fighter jet spaceflight. Atmospheric fusion drive causes the engine to overheat and burn rapidly, its power comparable to a small nuclear bomb. The pilot was doomed. Bayou's eyes filled with tears. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a fireball fly straight past, relentlessly hurtling forward. She slammed the lever, accelerating the attack towards the rattlesnake's head, then yanked the joystick down, the fuselage rapidly heating up, following closely behind. Bang! A deafening roar. Faced with such a deadly blow as the air hammer, the High Priestess remained unmoved, her eyes revealing a hint of mocking pity, as if connected to a vortex of endless void. The next instant, an indescribable pressure descended. That power from the spiritual realm, like a higher dimensional being gently bending down, gazing indifferently at a lower dimensional world. Red and black vertical pupil stripes appeared in the High Priestess's eyes. Buzz! All of Saren's attacks were shattered, like a grain of sand thrown into the ocean, unworthy even of a ripple, silently and effortlessly vanishing. The fierce look on Saren's face instantly transformed into pain and bewilderment. He felt as if an invisible hand had gripped his brain, then brutally churned and stripped away. Hatred, anger, paranoia, even the memories of his life with his brother, Sylar. All these emotions that constituted Saren were forcibly ripped away by this cold, absolute force, scraping away flesh and bone without mercy. No. Sylar. Saren murmured incoherently, his eyes quickly becoming vacant. The pain from the lingering mental shock pulled Baiyu back from the fragments of memory. The high priest at this moment, except for his eyes, was still the same skin, only his gaze was indifferent, looking down upon all living beings as if they were ants. Useless emotions, superfluous memories, will only cloud your judgment. The high priest's voice echoed in Siren's mind. The gray ring needs pure believers. From the surrounding shadows, gray-robed figures silently emerged, their eyes as empty as Siren's. They were the cultists who had successfully sacrificed themselves. Or rather, mind speakers descended upon by the advanced Zerg. These mind speakers silently stepped forward, lifted the now conscious, empty shell of Siren, and swiftly disappeared into the dark rain. The high priest's gaze fell entirely upon Baiyu. The immense mental power didn't attack directly, but rather enveloped and permeated Baiyu like a tidal wave. Countless chaotic images and high-frequency bass notes attempted to flood Baiyu's mind. Collapsed planets, burning stars, only wailing humans transformed from insectoids. Baiyu's dismantling power had limited effect on this pure mental invasion. She pressed her hand against her bleeding chest, enduring the intense pain. I didn't expect to meet again so soon. The Insect Queen. The Insect Queen gazed at Baiyu, her fingertip gently touching her wound. A drop of blood fell onto Baiyu's body, quickly spreading and weaving like a spiderweb, stitching the wound shut. In the fragments of the river of time, I glimpsed the blueprint of the future. There was a figure there, leading humanity through the insected tunnels, bringing destruction to every corner of my race. The insected civilization ended there. In this war, humanity expanded its territory, and the insected starry sea was reduced to ruins. That person was also a fusionist. Also? Baiyu stared incredulously at the dried blood on her palm and the healed wound, the crimson spiderweb slowly fading, like the blood pool of Holy Sword Mountain. This war should have happened in your timeline. The Insect Queen's words were incredibly revealing. Baiyu's heart skipped a beat. 500 years ago? Don't be surprised. I sent all the fusionists to the future, thinking it would delay the war, or allow me to strike first. The Insect Queen looked at Baiyu, but the war still came. The merger can open a Zerg portal, leading humanity to descend upon the Zerg planet in reverse. Baiyu used his sword to support himself as he stood up, staring intently at the Zerg Queen. You can't kill the merger, can you? So, you can only send the merger from the past into the future. A barely perceptible hint of defeat lingered in the Zerg Queen's mental fluctuations. Yes. You know, that person isn't me. Baiyu stated definitively. The one who led humanity to destroy the Zerg wasn't me. Otherwise, what you're doing now isn't talking to me here, but using someone else to completely annihilate me at all costs. The Queen's spirit fell silent for a moment, the empty vortex seeming to deepen. Besides me, who comes from the past? Baiyu pressed on. Who else? Who is the one who truly destroyed everything? Names are meaningless. Fate is full of variables. The Queen evaded the question. Humans and insects descending upon each other, exchanging planets, like exchanging different flavors of cookies. It might not be a bad thing, it just depends on who acts faster. The Grey Ring or the insect race believe in the immortality of the spirit, in being immortal, right? Baiyu was unexpectedly calm, sheathing his folding knife. But my situation is somewhat special. According to you, my spirit is in the past. If in this timeline, my spirit is completely destroyed, Baiyu smirked, pointing the short blade at his heart, how do you think the timeline I originally existed would collapse? Under the butterfly effect, how many unpredictable variables will your entire plan to exile the mergers produce? 500 years, isn't that the limit of your time manipulation ability? Baiyu gazed at the insect mother, her tone remaining calm. She pushed the knife in a little deeper, her composure unwavering even as she harmed herself. Do you still have time to start over? Are you threatening me? That immense consciousness locked onto Baiyu, filled with scrutiny, weighing of options, and the fury of being threatened by an ant. I'm negotiating. Baiyu didn't back down. Though her spirit teetered on the brink of collapse, it carried a resolute determination to perish together with her. She even actively channeled her remaining dismantling power, surrounding the folded short knife, preparing to dismantle herself in the final moment. After a long silence, Alan Black. Baiyu's mind flashed with the various misdeeds of this most wanted criminal in the Interstellar Federation, the infamous leader of the Resistance Organization, who, besides engaging in armed conflict with the Federation, was even attempting to invade the Zerg. This is the name you wanted. The Zerg Queen's tone returned to its initial indifference. Leave my territory, close all possible Zerg portals, and my race will retreat to its original star system, and cease its invasion of humanity. The Zerg Queen paused. These are my conditions. Fine. Baiyu swallowed hard, his resolve growing clearer and firmer. Remember, you're not the only one who can go back on their word. The fusionists can open Zerg portals. If we can't resolve this peacefully, then let's fight to the death. The Zerg Queen's mental power slowly receded, the suffocating pressure gradually dissipating. Remember your words, Baiyu? Surrounded by the grey-robed figures, the Zerg Queen slowly turned and left. Baiyu's taut nerves suddenly relaxed, overwhelmed by pain and exhaustion. She collapsed into the black rain, gasping for breath. Alan Black. She repeated the name over and over. Just then, the roar of engines sounded overhead. A small assault ship pierced through the low-hanging clouds, hovering in the air, its powerful airflow parting the surrounding rain. Golden vortexes shimmered. The next moment, Baiyu was teleported onto the assault ship by Li Jia. Li Jia saw her covered in blood, disheveled and exhausted. Her brows furrowed, and she immediately knelt down, carrying her into the medical bay, asking with concern, "How are you?" Baiyu leaned against the wall of the medical bay, trying to sit up. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the hourglass left on the automatic chanting machine, and felt relieved. It meant that ACI and the child were out of danger. Before the mask fell, she took a deep breath, speaking rapidly, "Sister Li Jia, where is Alan Black?" Li Jia leaned forward, lifted Baiyu's chin, and without a word, pulled down Baiyu's oxygen mask. If I had known, would I have let him stay on the most wanted list for so many years? A good night's sleep will heal the wound. Behind the assault ship, a special operations team landed and began a thorough search. Vast numbers of Grey Ring cultists were driven out from every corner, while the electronic chanting machine continued its tireless recitation of Grey Ring doctrine. The operations team reported to Han Chi, "No priest found." Han Chi glanced at the so many people, even Star Fortress can't contain them all. At the very least, it will severely weaken the Grey Ring. After settling Baiyu, Li Jia stepped into the golden vortex and teleported back to the surface of Lyra. The access sequences for the security mainframe are all invalidated. Next Monday, the security mainframe will be completely shut down. The Scientist Alliance will conduct maintenance and upgrades. A warp-speed alien spaceship, using the access sequences issued by the security mainframe, flew away from the edge of Sifa and entered an inconspicuous wormhole. The entire world turned gray in the Queen's eyes. Countless images flashed, swirling up collapsed starports, stars, and a human fleet of tens of thousands of warships, turning the insect swarm into a sea of fire. A blurry figure stood in the center of the bridge, back to the crowd, short brown hair fluttering in the vacuum. That person's silhouette was almost identical to Baiyu's, leading humanity to destroy the insected race. Actually, what I saw was you. The Insect Queen's voice was so low, it was almost inaudible, you from the past. Insect blood can repair fusion beings. It was because of this special constitution that Baiyu was able to survive the suicidal attack on the insect beasts 500 years ago. This is the last time I send you to the future. The Queen gazed at the boundless darkness outside the window. Her ability to reverse time only allowed for 3 chances. The first 2 times, I thought killing you would change the fate of the Zerg, but I was wrong. The spirit is immortal, the will endures. Even if you disappear, another merger will take your place as the Terminator. The countdown to the Zerg's extinction has accelerated with each intervention. Trying to nip it in the bud only hastens its premature decay. The spaceship glided silently, passing through the distorted wormhole, leaving Sifa light years away. I told you Alan Black's name to see where you would go, when you realized the destroyer wasn't you. Peace or war? I don't know if this choice is right. Perhaps letting you live is nurturing an even more terrifying destroyer. Or perhaps this time, the Zerg and humans can coexist in this boundless universe. Perhaps the merger itself is a product of the universe's self-repair, created to prove that the Zerg and humans can coexist. The Queen's vertical pupils gleamed with complex light as she gazed ahead at the path, into the depths of the Zerg territory, the nest she had to protect. Baiyu, let me see. Having known the future, will you, who are still alive, bring change, or hasten your predetermined end? Chapter 92. After disembarking from the ship, Baiyu went straight back to Wind Island. On the rooftop of the Wind Island villa, at the helipad, a strong gust of air blew the surrounding plants askew. These were new decorations purchased by the intelligent butler Black Little King at Baiyu's request. Black Little King identified the ship and, considering the situation, added a note to its work memo. Master is engaged in high-risk work. If any more plants are purchased for the rooftop, be sure to choose those containing lodging-resistant genes. Baiyu jumped down, her short brown hair flying wildly. Standing below the ship, she held a disposable imitation porcelain cup in one hand and waved to the 2 pilots through the glass. Thank you for bringing me back. Now that you know my address, Come visit sometime. She had only lived in her new home for a day and already missed it terribly. She glanced down at her newly issued wristband. The old one, thrown from a high-rise, was long since shattered. Li Jia, contact me again if there's any news about the insected channel. It seems we have to wait until next Monday for scientists to reinstall and iterate on the security brain. Initial suspicion is that it's an awakening of an intelligent entity, but how it connected with the gray ring is still unknown. Without the security brain, information retrieval efficiency is reduced, requiring manual screening of data from the observation station. Starving, puppy delivering flowers. Gif Li Jia, rest well, really not going to the hospital? Starving, don't want to go again. Bai didn't notice, subconsciously taking a sip of the espresso the pilot gave her, almost crushing the cup. Sugar-free coffee is an extreme thing, hot or iced, it's barely edible, but at room temperature, it's sour and bitter, not as good as traditional Chinese medicine. The elevator went down, and she had just stepped into the living room. Hey Xiaowang, bandage location detected, mild muscle tear. Activate treatment mode? Yes. Bai raised her hand to select, then changed into a loose sweatshirt and leaned back on the sofa. Just as Bai adjusted to a comfortable position on the sofa, the intelligent butler He Xiaowang's notification sounded. Master, 4 visitors. Estimated arrival at the door in 30 seconds. Open the door. Bai glanced at the familiar faces, too lazy to move, only raising her chin slightly. The living room sensor door slid open silently, and the sensor lights along the way lit up one after another. Several figures entered, bringing in a slight breeze of cool sea air. Chao Lu carried a heavy insulated bag, containing 5 layers of insulated containers, each filled with exquisite food. In the functional world of interstellar space, beautifully presented food meant a hefty price tag. She placed the containers on the long table. He Xiaowang would then remove them and heat them to the desired temperature. Chao Lu's gaze fell on the edge of the bandage faintly visible on Bai's hoodie sleeve. I heard from Sister Li that thankfully the injury isn't serious. I knew you had PTSD about hospitals, you definitely wouldn't go. The air beside her chimed in. So they dragged Chu Xingye here. As the air spoke, colorful blocks appeared in the air, quickly taking on their roles, and piecing together Chu Xingye sitting on the sofa, her twin ponytails now even more colorful, swaying back and forth. Alright. Maybe it'd heal after a few blinks. The green light at Chu Xingye's fingertips quickly dissipated. He tossed the folding medical kit slung across his shoulder onto the coffee table. It's just some common medicines. For someone in the 404 business, sprains and bruises are minor issues. Just apply some ointment, don't bother this quack. Overtreatment only makes things worse. There's no guarantee of survival. Bai clicked her tongue. Did Xiao Lin offend him? Zhou Xiai could control the wind field to deliver several extravagantly large boxes of fruit to the kitchen. The boxes were printed with Huffing Foods, showing no mercy in taking sponsorship from his own company. Sort of. Our 2 teams are going to represent Ares Military Academy in the Interstellar League. It involves equipment strategic deployment, and Xiao Lin is going against us. The opponent racks their brains, but it's not as good as a teammate's quick thinking. Anyway, we vote next Monday, the minority will obey the majority. Chu Xingye tore off a grape and popped it into her mouth. This time, we need more of Phyllis's new patents, the photoelectric sensing system, so that Xiao Bai's information can flow freely even when shielded. Chao Lu walked towards the kitchen. The supervisor, He Xiaowang, said, she's too busy today, she didn't come. Bai nodded. Phyllis had sent a message earlier, and she understood that entrepreneurs were busy with countless tasks. Are you going to hold a new product launch? You wouldn't guess, would you? Sister Li Jia recruited her to screen information from observation stations and help you find insect pathways. Zhou Tsika's casual remark carried a lot of information. How did you know about this? Bai's eyes narrowed slightly, and she guiltily rubbed the tip of her nose. Her original plan was to go alone, blow it up alone, and die alone. Her wrist phone vibrated gently. The person who replied instantly was perhaps affected by the jamming device, arriving late. Shy, 404 and Commander Xu Rong of the 3rd War Zone just had a meeting and reached an agreement. After 404 discovers the insected passage, the 3rd War Zone will be responsible for transporting explosives to destroy it. The insected passage has a complex structure and cannot be detected by ordinary detectors. It requires the assistance of a psychic ability user. I will go with you. Bai was eating an apple when she suddenly choked and coughed. Several gazes turned to her, and in the stumbling eye contact, she awkwardly tugged at the corners of her mouth. Haha, even Shuyi knows. Don't think about it alone. Chaolu came out of the kitchen, hands on her hips, and expertly activated the light screen, automatically playing the news. The proposal regarding the access of psychosensory ability users to civilian communication networks has been rejected again. Public opinion polls show that over 67% of ordinary citizens are deeply concerned about the leakage of their personal mental privacy. The Silver Crown Cup for Military Academies League will officially open next Sunday. According to the league committee, this year's competition venue will simulate the extreme environment of the frontline war zone. At that time, Chu Xingye sat cross-legged on the sofa, playing a video game. He sniffed and looked at He Xiaowang, who was bringing out dishes. It smells so good. He Xiaowang brought out dish after dish, the steam rising under the lights, reflecting a soft glow. The dining table automatically extended, and the chairs took their places. Today's dishes are sea salt beef cubes, sweet shrimp and tuna crisps, berry peach and ham salad sponsored by Miss Chaolu. All have been served to our guests. Blackie is starting to take on a human form, isn't he? Zhou Tsika joked, poking at a slice of ham on his plate with his fork. Last time I came, he only knew how to heat up the nutrient solution. He's upgraded, Chu Xingyue added with a smile. Even General Shilan would envy Baiyu's life. She's probably still working overtime at this hour. Right? Baiyu squinted, leaned back in her chair, and yawned, her fatigue melting like ice cream in a warm breeze. General Shi, it was she who overruled everyone's objections, and finally made the decision to let Sister Li and Brother Qi lead the rescue team. Chaolu looked at the juicy beef cubes with satisfaction. The water-type ability user's control over water content was truly masterful. Chu Xingye's cheeks were full of delicious food, and he even stopped playing his game, which he always played. He was practically drooling with pleasure. Hey, can we, 404, come to your place for a bonus meal after every mission? Chaolu provides the ingredients, Baiyu provides the venue, and I persuade the leaders to fight for better treatment for you guys. We have to sign a long-term stationing agreement. Come over, Chaolu laughed, you can wash the dishes. He Xiaowang has a dishwasher. Chu Xingye refused decisively. Baiyu casually turned her gaze away from the window. Wind Island was bathed in the twilight's blue light, the distant sea shimmering like mercury, stars overlapping and twinkling between the water and sky. A breeze swept across the rooftop, causing the wind chimes to tinkle melodiously. Inside, the lights were soft, and several people sat around, laughter coming in fits and starts. The conversation jumped from a mission interlude to the betting odds of the competition, and then somehow drifted to the strange tales of their respective dormitories. High emotional index detected. Please be careful to avoid choking. A sharp, robotic voice, belonging to He Xiaowang, rang out abruptly amidst the commotion, only to elicit an even louder burst of laughter. The laughter drifted lightly between the eaves. Baiyu watched quietly, a long-forgotten feeling washing over her. She relaxed her shoulders slightly, sinking back into the sofa, her fingertips tracing the virtual screen of her wrist phone. A message popped up. Hungry head, we had a feast brought by Morning Dew today. It was so delicious. You didn't come, what a loss. Multi-angle food display.jpg leaf. What a pity. I'd like to apply to bring lunch next time. Besides these, is there anything else you want to eat? Hungry head, bring me all the good stuff. The cold light from the screen illuminated half of her profile, the murderous intent often lurking in her eyes softened by the gentle light. Despite the world being in chaos, and the insected tunnel still not found and destroyed, at least for now, she could enjoy a peaceful and satisfying meal. Before seeing her friends off. Xiao Bai. Chaolu suddenly called out to her. Let's go camping at the beach after the mission. Sisterly said the silver sea on Wind Island glows at night, a dazzling blue tear. Chaolu showed Baiyu photos of tourists on the Starnet. How about it? Beautiful, right? Like a sapphire box generously tossed onto the sea, dazzling and fiery, Baiyu was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Okay. Have Shuyi bring more food. The wind stirred the curtains, and the lamplight flickered gently on the dining table. Night deepened. Sea fog, shrouded in silvery blue dampness, slowly rose from the cliff, the lights blurring into a few streaks of light in the thin mist. Baiyu walked towards the bedroom, the lights automatically dimming along the way. She stretched, her steps light, and walked to the terrace. A breeze ruffled her hair, scattering a few stray strands. Baiyu gazed at the distant sea, a faint fluctuation emanating from her mental domain, likely influenced by the insect queen. Such fluctuations had occurred several times before. Sigh, can't find Blake, can't sleep anyway. Baiyu shuffled in her slippers and leaned back on the sofa. On the outskirts of Wind Island, in the shadows where the rock face met the sea, A hand with distinct knuckles emerged from the shadows. Invisible, silver threads extended from the darkness, weaving through the air like spider silk, silently spreading along the villa's exterior walls, through blind spots of surveillance cameras, and across signal beacons. Blake stood still. The Federation's strongest known psychic ability user. His mental power spread from his fingertips, sweeping past the defensive barrier above Wind Island, ignoring multiple layers of signal interference, and bypassing the alarm system. The penetrated energy network flashed a silver light the moment the mental wave touched it, then fell silent. The mental intrusion was silent. You still can't remember anything? Blake's voice was extremely soft, almost swallowed by the wind. His pupils slowly turned bright silver, and the world constructed by his mental domain quietly unfolded at that moment. Inside the villa, Bai was leaning back on the sofa searching for information, while He Xiaowang was tidying up the dishes. The living room lighting was soft, and the air still held the aroma of sweet shrimp and spices. Chapter 93. Bai's eyelids drooped slightly. The next instant, the world suddenly fell silent. The feel of the sofa, the rhythm of breathing, the light of the lamp all faded away little by little. She fell into a silent, slowly rotating stream of light. A recurring dream began. The stream of light was like the Milky Way receding, silvery white fragments flashing rapidly, weaving into vast swirls of starlight. Bai floated, the indistinct mechanical sounds and howling wind echoing in her ears. She saw the shadow of a falling warship, heard familiar numbers repeatedly ringing in the communications. F-19 Squadron, all personnel on call. Then came the roar of explosions. Red and gold lights intertwined, fighter jets crashing into a sea of fire. Burning wings ripped through the night sky. That night, Bai had a brand new dream. In her dream, she miraculously survived a devastating explosion. The raging flames and shockwaves tossed her into the air, all sounds merging into a deafening roar. When she opened her eyes again, 5 years had passed. In those 5 years, the ruins had been rebuilt into skyscrapers. The land contaminated by the blood of the insect beasts was now planted with acid-resistant flowers. She had retired early. Various known insect beasts were scaled down to dolls and keychains. Almost every child had one, making them the Empire's best-selling toys. An insect beast keychain swayed before Bai's eyes. Even though 5 years had passed, seeing an insect beast still made her heart race and her chest tighten. Especially the rattlesnake on the little yellow backpack in front of her. Bai told herself not to argue with a 7-year-old, so she suppressed her discomfort and patiently said, "Gua." She got on the bus and went inside, finding an empty seat. "If I break suddenly you fall?" Gua shook her little head, her 2 short braids still yellowish at the ends, each adorned with a cherry hair clip. "Okay, Sister Xiaoyu, I'm going to find it now." Through the school bus's monitor, she saw Gua sit steadily before stepping on the gas and driving towards the elementary school. A bus full of first-grade students chattered in the carriage, something Bai was already used to. Most of the time, the school bus drove automatically along the set route, but occasionally the driver needed to be aware of unexpected situations. The job involved dropping off and picking up students early and late. The pay wasn't high, but it was a leisurely job. 15 minutes later, Bai applied the brakes early, bringing the bus to a smooth stop at the elementary school gate, watching the group of colorful little ones skip and hop towards school. Bai turned the car key, steered the bus with one hand, and the school bus smoothly turned around. She drove home, leaving early at 2:30 p.m., and promptly picking up the group at 3 p.m. She picked up the child. Using the iris scanner at her front door, before even turning on the lights, she kicked a row of empty wine bottles she finished drinking on her day off. With a crisp sound, the empty bottles fell over one after another. Bai squatted down, quietly waiting for the last bottle to fall, then kicked it even further away. Too lazy to pick it up. She bought a robot cleaning service once a week, and it'd be clean in a few days. The subsidies from the Empire and her previous salary, as long as she didn't gamble, she probably wouldn't be able to spend it all in her lifetime. But Bai had no interest in spending money. More accurately, she was too lazy to bother. Besides paying rent and utilities annually, her other expenses were on cigarettes, alcohol, and the school's employee meal allowance. She slumped onto the sofa. She had to drive that afternoon and couldn't drink. She reached into her pocket for a pack of cigarettes, but found it empty. She thought for a moment. It turned out she'd just seen the last child off yesterday afternoon, and as she was about to leave work, she lit one when Hao Hao, who had already gotten out of the car, saw her. Hao Hao turned back, stood under the car window, and stared at her hand holding the cigarette. "Sister Xiaoyu, smoking is bad for your health. Please don't smoke anymore, okay?" Bai gave him an okay sign. Unexpectedly, Hao looked unconvinced and held out his little hand. Give me the pack. I throw it away for you. That's how my mom got my dad to quit smoking. Bai felt a little embarrassed, put the cigarette back in the pack, and handed the child a whole pack. Hao walked to a public trash can on the street, threw it in without hesitation, and waved to Bai. See you tomorrow, Sister Xiaoyu. Bai closed her eyes. Never mind, I won't smoke anymore. Her former friends, all of whom had joined the Empire's Martyrs' Wall after the battle 5 years ago. She have a few days off, take a starship to Sector 1, and bring some good food to visit them. She pulled a dusty blanket from the ground, covered herself, and closed her eyes in sorrow. Whether in a deep sleep or a light sleep, for the past 5 years, she's seen her old friends this way every day. It was as if she were forever trapped on the day they perished together. Level 4 insected beasts have appeared in Sector 6. Repeat, Level 4 insected beasts have appeared in Sector 6, fighter reinforcements needed. The 13th Squadron of the 12th District Fighter Group, which had just completed a transport and escort mission in Sector 6, was quickly recalled. Before being urgently recalled, the men were still chatting and laughing about how they would spend their 3-day holiday. Captain. A dark-skinned, burly pilot gave a somewhat embarrassed smile. I'd like to extend my leave by 3 days. Bai's gaze fell on him. What is it? Wang Chao scratched his head. My wife is 8 months pregnant. I missed the last few prenatal checkups. Her belly is getting bigger and bigger, and it's really tiring for her. I want to accompany her to her final checkup and spend a few more days with her. Of course. Bai took a sip of her hot black tea. We completed this mission beautifully. What's wrong with taking a few more days off? The short-haired girl smiled broadly. Wang Chao, have you thought of a name for the baby? Wang Chao shook his head. My wife and I have been thinking about it for a long time, but we can't come up with a good name for my surname. So, it will be my wife's surname, Lon. Everyone can help me think of one. Short-haired girl. The girl slapped her forehead. Both the boy and the girl are named Lanzhao. How nice. Bai chuckled. Zhou Rong is quite talented. The short-haired boy who had been looking down at his personal terminal blushed more and more. Another boy next to him, with his arm around the short-haired boy, laughed loudly. Captain, Zhou Weixing is going back to propose. Zhou Weixing was even more embarrassed. His face flushed as he pushed away the hand on his shoulder. And Yang, don't shout so loudly, it's not even close to happening yet. And Yang laughed loudly. Who would use their brain to send a message to a girl before proposing, asking if they can propose tomorrow? Everyone burst into laughter until the alarm sounded in their ears, and emergency recall popped up on everyone's brain. Only when the fighter jets launched and passed by the rattlesnake could Bai truly feel the enormous size of this level 4 insected beast. This insected beast was as tall as the 16-story Starry Sky Entertainment building next to it. The rattlesnake's exoskeleton was tipped with sharp, hard shells, nestled within 16 tentacles. Its abdomen was covered in dense folds that contracted violently with its rapid movements, like thousands of breathing mouths. Hard scales covered the area around its brain, the location of the insected race, and the thickest part of its body. Tentacles severed by the plasma cannons of the fighter jets oozed highly corrosive, fluorescent blue acid, and smoke rose from the ground. That piece of land would be unusable for years. 3 fighter squadrons spread out in a serpentine formation, their plasma cannons relentlessly attacking the rattlesnake's relatively vulnerable abdomen. The rattlesnake let out a piercing howl towards the sky, shattering windows in ordinary houses. This time, its objective was clear, likely intelligence obtained through intercepted radio communications. It charged straight towards the military base in Sector 6, where a nuclear warhead had just been escorted there by Bai's squadron. After several fierce battles yielded no results, several fighter jets were lost, and the rattlesnake was getting closer and closer to the nuclear warhead. Bai, your squadron provides right flank cover. Henry, your squadron provides left flank cover, Captain He Chung ordered. Bai and Henry, both lieutenants, were absolutely obedient to He Chung. Roger that. Bai moved the control stick, flying to the right. She had to hold back the tentacles, constantly aiming and firing. Several shots were needed to penetrate the outer armor, and she also had to be wary of the sharp tentacles attacking head-on, which could easily pierce the fighter jet's steel shell. Zhou Rong. The tentacles pierced directly through Zhou Rong's fighter jet in front of Bai, tearing through the metal and penetrating both man and aircraft. Captain, I secured it. Fire quickly. Bai forced her trembling hands to steady them. The antimatter charge was already loaded into the railgun. Aiming at Zhou Rong's fighter jet, she pressed the fire button. A deafening roar filled her ears, You couldn't even hear her own sobs. The left wing also held back the tentacles. He Chung seized the opportunity. Sector 6, 8th Squadron, activate fusion drive, follow me. Smash the rattlesnake's head. He Cheng's calm voice came through the earpiece. If anyone survives, please tell my lover and son. I'm not fighting for the Empire, nor for honor, I'm fighting so they can live under a peaceful sky. From that day on, there were no large-scale Zerg attacks. It was celebrated as a day of peace. Fast forward to the 5th year of survival. Peace fell on a weekend, and elementary school was closed, perfect for Bai, saving him the trouble of asking for leave. A large screen spanning half the square played footage of the brutal battle in District 6 5 years prior. He Cheng's message to his wife and children was edited out and shown to the entire Empire. Then there's no need for the living to relay it. Bai always thought this way. Of the 3 squadrons, only Bai and Lin Yuefan survived. Lin Yuefan was from Henry's squadron. He didn't retire early like her, but rose through the ranks and was recently transferred to the Imperial Military Commission. A puff of white smoke billowed from the hatch. Manually operated by the staff, the hatch opened, and Bai strode out. She took a deep breath of fresh air, skillfully transferred to the air train, and headed towards the Martyrs' Cemetery. The air train was equally crowded. She found a relatively empty corner, leaned against the wall, and closed her eyes to rest. Bai? Long time no see. She opened her eyes and looked towards the source of the voice. A man in military uniform was surrounded by 3 soldiers in the crowded empty train car. The train began to slowly ascend. Thankfully, it had a simulated gravity field, making it similar to a flat surface. Yes, long time no see. Bai glanced at his epaulets. He had risen to the rank of captain. Captain Lin, are you squeezing into this too? She asked with a hint of teasing. It's special today, air traffic control. Noticing Bai's gaze, Lin Yuefan removed his epaulets and put them in his breast pocket. He pushed aside the guards beside him, carrying a bouquet of chrysanthemums in one hand, and walked towards Bai, his legs wobbling slightly as he walked. It was a lingering effect from the prosthetic leg he had replaced after losing it in the rattlesnake aerial battle. Lin Yuefan's naturally curly hair was styled into a side part with hair gel, clinging tightly to his scalp and looking somewhat comical. You're going to the Martyrs' Cemetery too? Lin Yuefan asked, feigning ignorance, trying to break the awkward silence between them. Yeah, I came to see them. Same as you. Bai glanced at the flowers in his hand. Actually, Teacher Zong has been wanting you to come back. Even if you're not on the front lines, it would be good to help him train the new recruits. Bai lowered her head, avoiding Lin Yuefan's gaze. Lin Yuefan sighed, what a waste for a genius pilot to drive a primary school bus. Besides, with the rampant trade in insected beasts, even if you don't return to the Air Force you could. Bai interrupted, seemingly unconcerned. The primary school principal saw my resume as a retired pilot and directly approved my application for a school bus driver job. It wasn't a waste at all. I'm very satisfied with my current life. Please clearly convey to Major General Zong that I'm not returning. In another corner, a man dressed in black and wearing a baseball cap hid in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras, silently watching them. Ding! The train doors opened, and Bai, with her back to Lin Yuefan, waved and left without waiting for him. Chapter 94. Lin Yuefan bowed and gently placed the flowers before the tombstone. The 3 soldiers behind him also bowed their heads in silent tribute. He looked up. Above him was a massive dome of honor, completely covering the cemetery. Besides the martyr's portrait and biography, it stored a digital life created by the Empire at great expense. He only needed to select a name on the brain-computer interface, and the machine could quickly create an image based on his life's data, allowing him to speak face-to-face with his former comrade. Henry. Lin Yuefan looked at his close friend. You always said that if I used hair gel and parted my hair to the side, it would make you laugh. His lips curved into a smile, but his eyes reddened. How about it? Isn't it funny this year too? Ha. Just like Fujiki Shigeru. The image of Henry on the brain-computer interface pressed his chest, tilted his head back, and laughed loudly. The current Henry says the same things every year. Lin Yuefan wiped his hand and laughed along. A message suddenly popped up on the brain-computer interface. An infected individual has been detected near the Martyrs' Cemetery. Latest location has been synchronized. Please have nearby military personnel assist the security team in apprehending the individual. An infected individual is someone who has illegally injected themselves with Zerg or Zerg blood. The mortality rate is high. However, those who survive receive varying degrees of enhancement in physical abilities, strength, and speed. They are used in large numbers, by the resistance organization on its members. Therefore, infected individuals are often linked to the resistance, so once discovered, they must be apprehended or killed on the spot to prevent future problems. The Empire is riddled with Zerg energy fluctuation detectors. As long as an infected individual uses their abilities and generates Zerg-related energy fluctuations, the detectors will immediately pinpoint their location. And it was automatically sent to nearby security teams and active-duty military personnel. Rewind 15 minutes. Baiyu took out 2 bottles of soda, placed the cap of the one she wanted to open on top of the cap of the other, and gently tapped it down, opening one bottle. For the last bottle, she raised her hand, limbs together, and with a swift chop, the soda inside the bottle swayed back and forth before the cap spun to the ground. She opened the sodas one by one, and placed them in front of her friend's memorial tablets. She sat cross-legged, facing them, and tilted her head back to drink. She didn't like looking at the brain-computer interface. Every movement was imprinted in her mind. Silent between herself and the memorial tablets, she sat quietly, talking to her friends in her mind. "Ms. Bai?" A male voice came from behind her. Baiyu was annoyed by the abrupt sound that broke the silence. Without turning around, she stated firmly, "You've been following me ever since I entered District 1. Can't you just say what you mean? You lost interest in the Imperial Army." The other man had clearly been watching her for some time. "I'm not interested in anything." She pushed herself up with one hand and began placing oranges on the ground. The man wasn't annoyed. He slowly walked up to her, a small cluster of blue flames flickering in his pupils. "And this one? You're quite humorous." Baiyu stared into his eyes. "You like to court death. Injecting Zerg blood into your bodies disgusts me. Why do you think I'd be interested in you? The leader sent me to persuade you to abandon the darkness and embrace the light. The Imperial era is coming to an end. I really want to send you all for a purge." "Worshipping the Zerg?" Baiyu pointed to his head. "There's definitely something wrong with you guys. Kneeling for so long, even with someone helping you up, you just won't stand up. The Zerg are life forms superior to humans. They have more advanced technology, even their blood has enhancing properties, so the replacement of humans is inevitable. When they return, they will naturally protect their people who have their blood flowing through their veins." The man spoke solemnly, as if it were an important matter. "The Lord of Shadows will protect you. You even believe in a cult. Baiyu, I thought you were just planning a rebellion, but I didn't expect you to be a dual practitioner of poison. You were born of the Zerg? If you like randomly claiming fathers, you should just die now and be reincarnated as a Zerg." Baiyu didn't want to argue with him any longer. The energy fluctuation detector's readings were getting higher and higher. He probably didn't want the detector to exceed the threshold. After all, this was a heavily guarded area. Making a scene, especially since he was infected and the mortality rate during infection was high, he should cherish his life, right? There was nothing she could do. Running into a madman was just bad luck. If he dared to continue using his abilities, he'd soon be flagged by surveillance. That would truly be courting death. The leader said, "If we don't bring him back, die." Before she could finish speaking, a blade of light slashed towards her. "What the hell, are you really going to cut me?" The Skitran had detection gates, prohibiting the carrying of heat weapons. A powerful gust of hot air hit her head-on. Baiyu instinctively dodged to the side. The lightsaber had a blue flame on the outer ring and a golden core on the inner ring. It would definitely fetch a high price on the black market. The wielder was well-trained, fast and ruthless. The heat had already caused a few strands of Baiyu's hair to boil and vaporize, a wisp of blue mist rising from beside her face. Run, run. Who knew he actually attack? Finally, the energy detection threshold was exceeded. Instantly, the cemetery alarms blared. The blue flames in the man's eyes intensified. Clearly, he hadn't used his full strength. Beep beep beep. The energy fluctuation device beeped anxiously. The index was overloaded, causing it to malfunction due to overheating. Without hesitation, the man thrust his sword again and again, each strike aimed to kill, targeting her chest and neck. His speed and strength were unbelievable. Like a human using 2/3 of their muscle without development, but the body has protective mechanisms to prevent overuse. So this is the effect of the Zerg blood? Zerg blood can control the central nervous system in some way, causing the brain to lose its protective mechanisms, thus overdrawing the body and achieving physical enhancement. And this is enough to make these idiots risk their lives? Baiyu gritted her teeth, her adrenaline surging. The only sound in her ears was the wind as she ran frantically forward. Her physical abilities, both in military school and after joining the army, were among the best. Even without 5 years of deliberate training, her muscles had memory. She couldn't outrun them. She couldn't outrun them at all. Her ears burned, her heart pounded wildly. Even with the siren blaring, only her heartbeat echoed like a war drum in her ears. Every muscle in her body tensed, pushing her forward with all her might. But she still had to run. This wasn't the way to die. It would be too embarrassing for Zhou Rong and the others to see her like this. Would she get there and say she was killed by a lunatic? The scorching air currents drew closer. She even suspected a hole had been burned through the back of her clothes. The next second, the lightsaber should have pierced her back. Bang! She ran 5 meters away before turning back. The person chasing her with the lightsaber was already unconscious on the ground. The first thing that caught her eye was a blue phase gun in stun mode. Phase guns weren't weapons ordinary civilians possessed, they were military equipment. The owner of the phase gun had long, curly red hair and stood in front of her, towering like a signal tower in a base station, accentuated by a pair of rhinestone-studded high heels. The person cautiously maintained a two-handed gun-holding posture, the muzzle pointed at the thug on the ground, slowly approaching step by step. The unconscious infected's little finger twitched slightly. Without hesitation, the person fired again, still in stun mode. This time, the infected was completely still. The security team also rushed over, skillfully locking restraint rings around his neck and limbs. The sheriff saluted the red-haired woman. "Xingchuan, it's a good thing you were nearby, otherwise I wouldn't know how to handle this." He sighed. There are more and more infected people now. He looked Xingchuan up and down, almost unable to suppress a laugh. "I hope I didn't disturb your mission. I just came to the cemetery to take a look after finishing my mission." Xingchuan habitually tucked her phase gun between her legs, then remembered she was wearing a skirt, and awkwardly stuffed the gun back into her delicate crossbody bag. The sheriff quickly walked up to Baiyu, smiling apologetically. "I'm so sorry for the unexpected situation. I hope you weren't frightened, ma'am." He activated his brain computer interface, and an electronic business card slid into Baiyu's brain computer interface. It has the contact information for the District Security Committee. "We accept all criticism and suggestions, and look forward to creating a better district with you." After all, even with his father's protection, if there's a complaint, he have a hard time for a few days. "Don't worry." Baiyu returned a polite smile, pointing to the person being shoved into the hover car. "He boarded at Wangdu Station, and followed me all the way to the Martyr Cemetery. Also, I wonder if what he said to me privately was useful to you. He wanted to recruit me into his cult. Of course, I'm not interested." The sheriff nodded. "It's very helpful to us. Madam, please cooperate with us for identity verification." After receiving permission, the sheriff's brain computer interface displayed a scanning frame, quickly recording Baiyu's facial information. The sheriff suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "Lieutenant Baiyu, my benefactor. I'm so forgetful, I didn't even recognize my benefactor standing right in front of me. I'm not a lieutenant anymore. I'm retired. I don't do this anymore." "Excuse me, have we met before?" Baiyu was somewhat confused. She gently pushed away the sheriff's outstretched hand. The sheriff had a full beard and looked almost 10 years older than her. How could he speak so exaggeratedly at his age? The sheriff waved his short, chubby hand. "My benefactor? I'm Su Zian." Seeing Baiyu's still puzzled expression, he quickly explained, 5 years ago, my family went on vacation to the manor in District 6. Who knew those insect beasts would come this way? My dad floored the accelerator in his hover car, and those tentacles were almost at our windshield. I saw a fighter jet painted Y53, which directly severed one of its tentacles. That tentacle almost smashed our windshield. Y53 was indeed her fighter jet serial number. Oh well, it doesn't matter if my benefactor doesn't remember. Anyway, I sent a whole truckload of banners and letters of commendation later. I wonder if my benefactor saw them." Baiyu shook her head. "I haven't returned to the Air Force since." After holding back for a while, she finally asked curiously, "How old are you this year?" 3 years younger than you. 24 in the traditional Chinese way of counting age." Su Zian grabbed the tall woman and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, "What are you standing there like an idiot for? Get her autograph." "Our idol." Su Zian ripped off the long, curly red hair of the red-haired woman in front of her, revealing a neat buzz cut underneath. Her features were handsome and clean-cut. Slender and upright, with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs. If she weren't wearing the red polka-dot dress in front of her, but a military uniform instead, she would be quite a sight to behold. He walked with an unnatural pigeon-toed gait in his high heels, awkwardly opening his mouth and extending his hand, bowing slightly. "Hello, I'm Xingchuan." His words trailed off. Baiyu jolted awake from the nightmare, like someone just rescued from drowning, clutching her chest and gasping for breath. He Xingchuan, who is that? In the chaos, the boundary between dream and reality blurred, but everything that happened after surviving felt incredibly real, as if it had truly occurred. The living room light hadn't been turned off all night. The wind chimes outside the window swayed. He Xiaowang's voice came. Master, you're awake. Here's today's weather report. Bai Yu looked up blankly, gazing out the window. The wind howled like a tide, as if someone was softly calling her name. Bai Yu? Chapter 95. Bai Yu's lips pressed into a thin line as she looked out the window. The sky was grayish-white, Wind Island hung in midair, and clouds drifted along the railing. She wouldn't dream for no reason. The memories of surviving the explosion were too vivid, as if the roar was still overhead, the heat never fading. In her dream were her former comrades, familiar faces hanging on the martyr's dome. Could it be that she survived because she was a fusionist, resurrected by insect blood? In other words, could she rule out the comrades on the martyr's dome as suspects? And then, there was the infected who came to her door in her dream. This shadow hunter, was he the predecessor of the Grey Ring? It seemed that believing Zerg colonization is an advanced civilization was a long-standing deception. In her dream were also insect beasts with exploding brains, and the stranger who shook her hand. Could it be that his appearance in women's clothing catching a fugitive was too conspicuous, which is why his name remained in her mind, He Xingchuan? Who is he? Bai Yu hugged her arms and buried her head in her plush pajamas. The slightly older-looking sheriff said that Y-53 had saved him, and He Xingchuan before. She recalled each time she piloted Y-53, this plane had saved countless people from the Zerg. Among the countless people who fell in the Zerg's blood, a news report suddenly flashed into her mind. She used to secretly rejoice when she heard praise for herself, silently repeating the words several times. A young boy cushioned his companion's fall. The boy received timely treatment, and his physical recovery rate reached a new high, miraculously almost the same as before the injury. Congratulations. After waking up, the two thanked the Y-53 pilot from afar. It is reported that the heroic young man's surname is He, and he comes from a pilot's family. He said he would take the Y-53 pilot and his father as role models, and apply to the Imperial Air Force Academy when he grows up. Another boy, surnamed Su, donated 50 million to the Imperial Air Force Academy with his family to express his gratitude to the pilot, who risked his life to help him. At the time, it was said that one was lucky to survive, while the other lost money to avoid disaster. But the insect blood is corrosive. He Xingchuan didn't die. Is it related to the fusionist? His father, mentioned in the interview. Sector 6, 8 Squadron, activate the fusion engine. If anyone survives, please tell my wife and son. A voice suddenly rang in his hazy mind, issuing a suicide order from Squadron Leader He Chung. This audio clip has almost become the background music on peacetime. Even kindergarten children in the Empire can recite it perfectly. Are they father and son? Asleep? A familiar female voice came from above. Bai Yu jerked his head up from the pillow formed by his knees and arms, his peripheral vision glancing at the wrist phone on the coffee table. Several unread messages filled the virtual screen. Chao Lu. What brings you here? Chao Lu was checking He Xiaowang's sleep monitor, confirming Bai Yu's temperature was normal. She looked down at the bewildered Bai Yu. We made plans to take the starship back to Ares together on the day we returned to school. I texted you but you didn't reply. I was worried you'd been kidnapped again, so I had crew head drive to pick you up. Bai Yu jumped off the sofa, the hem of her pajamas swinging in an arc with her movement. I didn't check my wristband. I change right now. He Xiaowang. Bai Yu ran back to her room, grabbed a few clothes, and quickly changed with He Xiaowang's help. She hurriedly slung her bag over her shoulder, tied her shoelaces tightly, and didn't move, wearing all her sneakers as slip-ons. After a rustling sound, footsteps came from downstairs. I'm here. A message flashed across the wrist device. Bai Yu glanced at the virtual screen. Xiao Lin, the Interstellar League is in 4 days. You keep taking leave and missing my deployment meetings. 3 days before the official start of the competition, you're allowed to conduct simulated training in the venues you drawn. We're a team, and our abilities always need time to gel. If you miss the simulated training, I consider replacing you with a substitute. Colonel Joyce appointed Xiao Lin as captain of the Ares team. Bai Yu wasn't slacking off or playing dirty. Destroying the resistance base and blowing up the Lyra temple were just high-secrecy matters, and he couldn't explain them to Xiao Lin. Although they couldn't coordinate their actions, Bai Yu's attitude was good. Hungry. Sorry, I do whatever the captain says. Xiao Lin. I mean what I say. Xiao Lin typed a string of periods, like a goldfish blowing bubbles, his long-winded explanation feeling like a helpless plunge into the mud. The gate scanner scanned his iris. Entered, please enter. Can't go back today. Jodesika parked his Silverwing 6 temporarily at the gate, tossed the car keys aside, and walked in, connecting to the light screen in Bayu's living room. 404 has issued an emergency mission. As soon as Jodesika finished speaking, Li Jia's communication came through, a rare video call, getting straight to the point. The security mastermind's logs have new findings. It issued passage sequences to multiple Grey Ring ships. Excluding Grey Ring ships, other ships using the same passage sequence are suspected to belong to the Resistance Organization. With Phyllis's assistance, after extensive trajectory analysis and comparison, the location of the insected passage has been found. Behind Li Jia was a warship, the background noise consisting of wind and engine roar. On the edge of Norma, on the seabed in the southern hemisphere of A631. Coordinates sent to you. The residual insected reaction was stronger than expected. This passage is alive. Bayu looked up, his face full of disbelief. The security master and the resistance? What about the scientists? The security master defected from the Grey Ring, their short-term goals are aligned. Li Jia took a deep breath. Since it was identified as an awakened artificial intelligence, the situation has worsened. Scientists can't get close to the building where the security master entity is located. It controls hardened criminals released from Star Fortress prison. These ability users are entrenched near the building, currently under military control. I believe it's only a matter of time. Li Jia's arm was in a light cast. She glanced back quickly. Chu Xingyue was reporting the progress to her. She nodded, her gaze returning to the three of them through the screen. The passage entrance is already covered in insected crystals. If we're going to blow it up, we have to do it before it completely stabilizes. Chu Xingyue and Chu Xingye are already on standby on the combat ship. We don't have much time left. Bayu glanced down at her wrist device. There weren't many people left for Xiao Lin. 5 out of 10 had gone to blow up the insected tunnel. She wondered if there were 5 replacements. The combat ship will arrive over Wind Island in 3 minutes. The screen abruptly cut off. Bayu quickly sent a message to Xiao Lin. Starving Head, Captain, due to unforeseen circumstances, you should find at least 5 replacements. If you can't find anyone, I recommend ACI. His ability is puppetry, he's worth 5 people. You can go to the hospital to find him. Mentioning my name will increase your chances of success. Xiao Lin, TCH, what unforeseen circumstances? Unless you guys went to save the world. Bayu's lips curled up. Yeah, went to save the world. 2 minutes later, on the rooftop helipad of the villa. Black Little King, Bayu said, requesting a battleship. Command confirmed. The pillars beneath Wind Island began to contract, the energy flow converging into a silver cone. Bayu pressed the pain relief patch on her chest. It felt alright. At least the pain was manageable. The ship's hull vibrated, the unfolded metal plates closing one by one. The roar of the engines, like an undercurrent beneath the distant sea, was slowly gathering. The airflow barriers of Wind Island closed. Bayu looked up. The light of the artificial star was gradually swallowed by the silver light reflected from the sea. Her wrist device twitched slightly. Chu Yi, I arrived at A631. Inside the battleship, Li Jia walked to the control panel and brought up the star map. On the screen, a faint red light flashed somewhere on the sea area scan map. That was a reaction point marked according to the location of the highest concentration. Set as destination? Li Jia pressed confirm, then turned to look at everyone, her expression focused. We act before the passage stabilizes. Before the mainframe is repaired, Phyllis will briefly block the data stream to facilitate the military taking over the technology building and controlling the secure mainframe. I stay on the combat ship for easier space teleportation. Li Jia glanced helplessly at the light plaster cast on her hand. The situation has been ascertained. Chu Xingye and Chu Xingyue will remain on the ship on standby. I go in to install the explosive device. I need an assistant. Han Qi, standing by the hatch, spoke up. Not mandatory, but the explosion is extremely dangerous. Han Qi's words trailed off. Captain Han, I go. Bayu immediately chimed in. We can depart now. Chao Lu walked to Bayu's side. Since it's an underwater passage, it's illogical not to bring someone with water control skills. Han Qi's inner monologue, then I go. Zhou Xiaiku smiled. If Bayu and Chao Lu go, I go too. May everything go smoothly and bring great fortune. In the southern hemisphere of A631, the sea was calm. Below the clouds, the shadows cast by the ships were gradually swallowed by the waves. Below that lay the desolate depths. A dark line floated, the spread of warm matter, The deep sea appeared eerily green in the detectors, resembling pollutants from a massive algal bloom. Xu Ye's fingertips hovered slightly in the air, his mental domain expanding. An invisible wave swept through everyone's minds, like cold water seeping through, and a protective wall of the mental domain immediately rose high. Density exceeds the threshold. Han Chi stared at the data. The passage is here. Target confirmed. Enter the channel. Zhou Xiaika's palm turned downwards. The wind field suddenly compressed into a thin, spiraling force stream, swirling around the small ship's outer layer. The seawater split into two streams, creating a silent passage. The entire ship plunged under almost silent water pressure, yet its speed was astonishing. The surrounding water pressure continued to accumulate, the hull emitting a deep resonance. Water shield. Han Chi slightly raised his right hand, a brilliant blue light pattern appearing in his palm, the fluid form of a high-level water-based ability. A water film rapidly grew on the ship's outer hull, like a transparent second layer of armor. With each deep-sea impact, the water film absorbed the force first, then gently rebounded. Add a little thickness. Chao Lu leaned against his side, her gaze piercing through the porthole. Her fingertips lightly touched the glass, a drop of water gathering on her fingertip. With her breath, countless water droplets spread into a net, wrapping another layer along the hull. It's there. Xu Yi opened his eyes, his tone serious. The water shield trembled instantly. The outer layer of seawater was peeled away at a certain point, revealing a dark shadow, magnified like a planktonic organism, slowly rising. A worm-like channel. Its outer shell was transparent, its interior filled with flowing light tubes, like breathing lungs, emitting a low resonance. It wasn't inanimate, the living channel was self-repairing and expanding. Zhou Zika, change the wind pressure, Han Chi commanded. Understood. Zhou Zika immediately switched modes, the wind elemental circulation in his palm spinning rapidly. The water around the ship was forcibly divided into several concentric vortices. Chao Lu used the water blades to open the crack. Han Chi pushed his arms forward, the seawater transforming into two intersecting, sharp water blades. Combined with the extremely high-pressure fluid cutting, a deep gash was instantly carved, and eerie green particles scattered. Bai Yu, guarding the light screen, sharpened his gaze. Density exceeds the limit. The channel has begun to stabilize. A strange mental fluctuation suddenly swept across. Xu Yi raised his head, his misty gray eyes blurred. He released the restrictions of his mental domain, projecting his consciousness across the entire sea area. It was a transparent perception, all water currents, energy, and even biological nerves manifested within his mental vision. Xu Ye's voice was deep. There are psychic ability users inside the insected passage. Bai Yu looked at him. I believe you. Bai Yu turned back. Captain Han, if it explodes, protect them, get them as far away as possible. Xu Ye's fingertips hovered in the air, his mental tendrils spreading out like threads, weaving a transparent curtain. He saw Bai Yu. She carried the explosive device alone, deftly fastening her diving mask. Without hesitation, her figure swept past the hatch. The light from the porthole lamp shone on her, a fleeting glint like silver scales, gone in an instant. Bai Yu? Before the others could react, she had already leaped into the deep blue. Xu Ye's heart tightened, and he pulled off his diving mask. Splash, he followed her into the sea. The roar of the water filled my ears, and the high pressure from the seabed pressed in from all directions, like a mountain. The mental waves echoed in layers, as clear as a heartbeat in the silence of the deep sea. Chapter 96. In the deep sea, Xu Ye's mental lines silently guided her forward, like fog lights hanging from a mast. Ahead, Bai Yu was rapidly descending along the outer wall of the insected tunnel. She took out several fixed nodes from her waist, searching for the thinnest seam in the tunnel wall. The distance was closing. Bai Yu's perception domain fluctuated slightly. In a fleeting moment, their eyes met in the eerie light of the deep sea. Bai Yu frowned. Why did you come down? A bubble escaped from her lips, sliding upwards along her neck. I won't hold you back. Xu Ye's calm voice came through her mental domain. The mental interference inside the insected tunnel is too strong. I can weaken it. Bai Yu didn't try to dissuade her further. The seawater around them was dyed an eerie green by insected light particles, the light flowing and pulsating like arteries beating with each breath. A surge of light swept between them. Xu Yi silently watched their shadows briefly overlap on the wall of the insected tunnel. Xu Yi reached out, an invisible mental force acting as a barrier, blocking out the high-decibel mental noise. His consciousness expanded further. The thinnest point is 20 meters directly below. Bai Yu nodded slightly, placing a spatial node, ensuring the explosion only affected the insected tunnel, not the entire sea area. With all 4 nodes in place, Bayou placed the detonator in the center, setting the countdown to 3 minutes. The interior of the insected tunnel was rugged, its fleshy surface shimmering with an eerie, damp light, mimicking gravity. The countdown began, and the two sprinted towards the entrance. Li Jia's somewhat muffled voice came through the earpiece. Synchronized coordinates. Chu Xingyue instructed the battleship to stay as close to the sea surface as possible to shorten the teleportation distance. Han Qi has led the team to evacuate. Yes. Bayou and Li Jia had this much understanding. Hearing that Chao Lu and the others were safe, she relaxed and tapped the virtual screen of her wrist device. Synchronizing. Not good, Shu Yi whispered. That's an ominous word. Before Bayou could finish speaking, Shu Ye's mental domain suddenly expanded. Shu Yi stood in front of Bayou. Someone is waiting for us. Bayou looked up, the light shone on her, and the wall at the end of the passage bulged into an arc, their entrance, completely unrecognizable. Gray phosphorus blue flame spread in the water, not extinguished by the seawater, greedily consuming oxygen and rapidly spreading along the surface of the passage. Bayou's pupils constricted. Could it be Zoe? Just as Zoe spoke, the flames in front of her suddenly split, and a slender figure slowly emerged from the firelight, blue flames seeping from her eyes and palms. Bayou? Her voice was hoarse, as if scorched by fire, the commander said. This time, I can kill you. Bayou's breath hitched. Zoe confidently spread her palms, flames blooming in them. The temperature of the seawater in the entire passage instantly soared, forcing bubbles to rise from the water, and scalding heat waves swept through the confined space. Shu Yi reacted extremely quickly, his mental energy spreading out instantly, seemingly having no effect on Zoe. The blue flame bypassed Shu Yi and went straight for Bayou. Bayou drew her sword, gliding out to cut open the insected passage, trying to pull Shu Yi away, but was blocked by the blue flames. She had no choice but to nimbly dive down alone, clinging to the passage wall. Zoe smiled. All you do is run away. With a flick of her fingers, the flames folded in the water, transforming into several spiraling blue flame spears that shot straight towards Bayou. Shu Ye's mental energy captured this moment. With a thought, the invisible fluctuations within his mental domain instantly solidified into lines, slicing through Zoe's mental domain. The next moment, she was directly engulfed in a mental storm. Blake slowly turned his head in Shu Ye's mental space, murmuring softly, as if talking to himself, I thought that as a general, Xu Rong would protect the child well after adopting him, but I didn't expect. Blake's tone rose, becoming somewhat hysterical. The cowardly and incompetent Special Investigations Bureau only dared to experiment on children with mental abilities, causing us to be separated. I thought that clones, with the same genes could have identical mental domains. Blake's mind flashed to D. Severely injured and almost unconscious in the hospital, he's far inferior to you. You don't. It's my father. Xu Ye's mental power was forcibly suppressed, but he didn't give up. Xu Rong had told him about adoption long ago. Kinship never needs blood ties to define it. The giant crimson eye above his mental domain flashed wildly, like a raging fire. If you had memories of the past, you wouldn't have tried to resist anymore. Blake's deep voice was extremely inflammatory. As soon as he finished speaking, the light in Xu Ye's mental domain was completely swallowed by Blake's mental domain. Thousands upon thousands of eyes simultaneously opened from the void, staring at the lone, crimson eye. Xu Ye's consciousness was forcibly pulled back to the depths of his distant memories. He saw the flames of war, an Air Force captain piloting a fighter jet, diving down, detonating the fusion engine at the last moment, risking his life to destroy the aircraft and perish together with the Zerg. He Cheng, a hero of the Empire. The shockwave of the explosion illuminated He Cheng's face. His last words on the radio echoed in his mind, seemingly piercing through time and smoke, deep and resolute. I'm not fighting for the Empire, nor for honor, but for humanity to live under a peaceful sky. The light and shadow shattered, memories pieced back together. And he himself had an old name. He Xingchuan. As a fusionist, after surviving, I began to think, is it only the Zerg who can descend and destroy everything? Blake's voice resonated in Xu Ye's mental domain. No! Humanity can also descend in reverse. Stepping into Zerg territory, massacring Zerg planets, expanding our territory, establishing our human bases, colonizing the surrendered Zerg, I believe humanity can do better than these low-intelligence creatures. As long as the two of us fusionists join forces. Xu Ye's mind was filled with memories from 500 years ago, and a familiar name. He raised his eyes in his true form, his misty gray eyes calmly looking at Blake. Is Bayou also a fusionist? Zerg-like portal. Blue flames burned in the water. the sound of bursting bubbles incessant. The fleshy tissue of the tunnel wall shrank slightly from the heat, and wisps of dark red liquid seeped from its surface. Baiyu steadied herself against the inertia of her descent. Her folding knife slid from her wrist, its blade reflecting a faint light in the water. The force of her dismantling spread around the blade, creating ripples in the water. Zoe's laughter drifted through the water, somewhat muffled, yet carrying a chilling pleasure. Boiling a frog slowly, at worst it explode, and we all perish together. Perishing together is fine too, then I can get my revenge and see Tina sooner. Baiyu didn't respond. She could feel the surrounding seawater temperature rising, not linearly, but instantly igniting. However, the temperature was uneven. Blue flames could spread through air and water, but what if the density of the medium changed? A thought flashed through Baiyu's mind. The blade briefly cleaved through the surrounding water, the density suddenly changing, and the onrushing blue flames flickered. The heat wave remained scorching, but in that instant, the blue flames were disintegrated into thousands upon thousands of energy particles, dissipating aimlessly like randomly scattered dust. Seizing the opportunity, Baiyu lowered her body, using the force of the recoil to slide rapidly along the tunnel wall. Zoe narrowed her eyes, the flame in her palms suddenly contracting into a sphere of light. It was a core of heat almost compressed to its limit, so hot that even the surrounding waves evaporated upon contact, a wisp of white smoke like a halo. You have a limit, I don't. Zoe's words had barely left her lips, when the sphere of light in her palm suddenly exploded. The seawater in the passage seemed to evaporate, the water pressure plummeting. Baiyu lost her balance, and was thrown out by the shockwave. The intense heat and pressure combined, causing a sharp pain in her eardrums. Almost instinctively, she held her folding knife horizontally in front of her. Without hesitation, she surfaced. A series of bubbles floated through Baiyu's mask. If the limit means death, then I don't have it. Baiyu moved quickly towards the placed metal node. Destroying the node near her would draw the explosion to her current location, a desperate, all-or-nothing scenario. Zoe, however, didn't give her a chance to move the node. Blue flames erupted from her arms, transforming into dozens of ribbons of fire. Baiyu could barely see the movement, she could only dodge instinctively. A sharp clang rang out as the blade clashed with the flame whip, the water evaporating instantly, billowing white smoke. Thermal convection too fast. Even through the insulating material, Baiyu's skin could clearly feel every temperature change in the seawater. Li Jia's voice reached her ears. 50 seconds left on the countdown. Xu Yi is close enough, but he hasn't entered the whirlpool yet. You're not close enough. You need to be at least 20 meters above him now. Baiyu sighed, never mind. She suddenly released the blade, letting the force propel her backward. Zoe scoffed, her flame belt tightening abruptly, wrapping around and dragging Baiyu back. The high-temperature flame belt coiled like a venomous snake, burning through Baiyu's insulating layer. Just as it approached Zoe, her dismantling force exploded, the folding blade snapping back from the surging water. The angle of that strike was incredible. The blade slashed directly at Zoe, cutting along her supernatural core into the flames, instantly slicing the core into hundreds of pieces. The blue flame lost its balance and exploded violently in the water. Zoe's body was propelled backward by the shockwave. She braced herself to the right, her expression instantly turning grim. No wonder, Commander, he said, there are no weak fusionists. Zoe quickly changed her words, but Baiyu still caught her. Baiyu had already closed in again. She drew another folding knife, gripped it with both hands, and activated her dismantling domain. At that moment, the cooling water flow within the passage was manipulated by her, beginning to vibrate violently, as if an extension of her dismantling power. So it was your commander who secretly planted nightmares in my sweet dreams. Should I call him Colonel Black, the defector? Or my old superior, He Chung? The short folding knife swiftly unfolded and reformed in her hand, the water flow controlled by a transparent dismantling force, coiling around the blades as if born for underwater combat. Zoe raised her hand, instantly condensing the last of her blue flames into a ring. The two forces converged in the deep sea. Boom! The worm-like structure on the tunnel wall seemed to be torn apart. Bubble churned. Baiyu was thrown several meters away, hearing Li Jia's urgent voice in her ear. Baiyu, 5 more meters up, 20 seconds left on the countdown. Li Jia's words were interrupted by a huge roar. Baiyu paused, took off her other earpiece, and confirmed that the explosion had come from Li Jia's direction. Sisterly, what happened? Zoe heard something, a cruel smile playing on her lips. Die here, all of you, neatly and evenly. The blue flames within her body began to flow backward, overflowing from her limbs, spine, pupils, and even blood vessels. The blue flames surged to their peak. 10 seconds ago. On the sea. Chu Xingyue sat at the main control console of the battleship, the screen flashing red lights. Sisterly, this is bad. The security mainframe is seizing control of the surrounding fleets. The sea was being torn apart by towering waves. Li Jia's battleship hovered above the crests of the waves. Damn, it's so fast. The co-pilot was Chu Xingyue, his hands flying across the control panel. The drone fleet formations on the screen were constantly reorganizing on the map, the friendly markers turning into hostile red one by one. The next second, dozens of drones, seized by the AI, streaked down from the clouds, their wings flashing with light, a precise retaliatory strike. The defense network can only be activated at 70%. Chu Xingyue shouted. Because of their incredible speed, the battleship was caught off guard. The energy barrier on the hull of the ship flashed white light, and waves of energy instantly rose from the water's surface. However, under the control of the AI, the drone's attack angles almost perfectly avoided the defensive rays. The oil that fell onto the sea surface quickly burned. Chao Lu and Zhou Zika exchanged a glance. Boom! The first drone hit exploded beside the battleship. A massive shockwave created a wall of water, seawater carrying metal fragments churning into the air. A silent understanding. The external storm intensified. Waves crashed against the ship's hull, which was close to the sea level, and the battleship struggled to maintain its balance in the raging waves. Just then, Han Qi, Chao Lu, and Zhou Zika rushed out of the cabin. Leave the outer defenses to us. Sisterly, is Baiyu within teleportation range? The underwater explosion caused a temporary signal interruption. Judging from her position and speed, there's hope. Li Jia flicked her finger, and a golden vortex swirled in the air, the space at its center beginning to distort and spread outwards from her. I do my best. Cold sweat beaded on Li Jia's forehead. Chao Lu's heart pounded wildly. Her hands crossed in front of her, a blue aura rapidly spreading from her palms. Han Qi stood behind her, unleashing his same water-based ability. Seawater swirled and rose around them, forming a thick water shield that enveloped the battleship. The water walls rolled and churned, layer upon layer. The first volley of missiles landed, forcibly enveloped by the thick water layer, teleported downwards, the explosion suppressed into the depths of the water. The deafening roar barely had time to echo in the air before their explosions were forcibly transferred 100 meters away, creating a massive wave. Temporarily safe. Chao Lu exhaled. Chu Xingyue's lips curled into a smile, but before he could catch his breath, another red dot descended from the sky. Damn, not again? Zhou Zika stood at the stern of the ship, a powerful wind swirling around him. He pointed at an approaching drone in the air, and the wind pressure surged. The drone was violently overturned by the airflow, its flight path distorted, its tail flames darting wildly. Zhou Zika, 3 more on the right. Chu Xingyue shouted. Leave them to me. A wind blade slashed across the sea surface, tearing the wings of the 3 drones apart in midair, the fragments sinking to the seabed. However, the mainframe reacted even faster. A new swarm was approaching from the southeast, twice the number of the original. Sisterly, it's concentrating its firepower. Chu Xingyue had gritted her teeth. We might not be its target. Its target is to stop me. Li Jia interjected, her voice low, to stop me from retrieving them. Chao Lu suddenly looked up. Baiyu, come out quickly. Li Jia's gaze remained fixed on the coordinates. The energy curve on the screen was skyrocketing. I found Baiyu. But the coordinates have moved further away. Countdown. 10 seconds. What? Zhou Xiaiku had just used the wind field to cut down a drone. Can I go down and retrieve them in time? No time. Li Jia said in a low voice. But Zhou Xiaiku's words were interrupted by Li Jia. Everyone has their duty. If it's to save Baiyu and Shu Yi, it's my turn. Li Jia closed her eyes and pushed the spatial teleportation to its absolute limit. Golden light rose from around her body, layering and intertwining to form a massive spatial grid. Spatial folding, coordinate lock. Countdown, 8 seconds. Li Jia raised her hand, golden light surging from her palm. A rift opened in the sea, golden light cascading from the bottom of the battleship down into the deep sea like a waterfall. While Zhou Xiaiku and Chao Lu were distracted, a bomb dropped by a drone landed nearby. Although it was quickly moved away the moment it was detected, the waves surged, and the wind howled amidst the explosions. The battleship nearly capsized. Chu Xingyue could barely see ahead, gripping the control lever tightly. Stabilize. Stabilize. At this bombing speed, the water shield won't last long. Han Qi gritted his teeth and reinforced it, his supernatural power rapidly depleting. He could only hope that his colleagues in 404 would quickly take down the technology building, control the mainframe of the security system, and end the bombing. Just a little closer. Li Jia shouted, golden light bursting from her fingertips, spreading along the sea's surface into countless tiny spatial nodes. Countdown, 5 seconds. Deep sea. The final blue flame erupted from Zoe's chest, heading straight for Baiyu. Baiyu was swept up by the current. She desperately clung to a protrusion in the tunnel wall, her folding knife embedded in the surface to steady herself. A crack appeared in her mask, letting in icy seawater. The drowning woman clung to her last breath, her lungs teetering on the brink of explosion. Zoe's body slowly sank, her resentful gaze landing on Baiyu's face in the final moments. The blue flame died down, plunging the tunnel into darkness. Baiyu couldn't see ahead. The tunnel walls were collapsing violently, the insected tissue consumed by the flames, and icy seawater poured in through her mask. Baiyu heard her own heart pounding, the timer flashed to its final 2 seconds. The insected tunnel was about to explode. Me too. Baiyu struggled to open her eyes, instinctively wanting to take one last look at this world. These past few years have been a complete waste. Shu Yi should be out by now. The coordinates are within teleportation range. It's a pity I didn't get to see Chao Lu, Zhou Xiaiku, and the others. Didn't Chao Lu say she wanted to go to the Silver Sea barbecue near the Wind Island Villa? Hey, Xiaowang can recognize her face. Looks like she have to go alone. Even the usually annoying Xiao Lin seems more agreeable now. Sigh, they should have found a replacement by now. Xiao Lin, don't disbelieve me. Saving the world does come at a price. The core of the insected passage suddenly shattered, green light exploding on the seabed, scattering debris everywhere. Baiyu was thrown back by the force, her body spinning violently, her senses plummeting rapidly as she suffocated in the water, her consciousness on the verge of collapse. A hand reached out from the darkness. With immense force, it grabbed her wrist. Baiyu's consciousness teetered between life and death. In that instant, sound, flame, and fluid seemed to be ripped from reality. She only felt that hand, burning hot and resolute, as if determined to pull her out with it. Countdown, 2 seconds. Li Jia's body trembled slightly. When she opened her eyes, the light in them was almost completely extinguished. At that moment, the entire sea was illuminated by golden light, as if a savior had descended. The golden light at the center of the vortex condensed into a pillar of light. Baiyu and Shu Ye's figures fell from the light, landing heavily on the deck. Boom! The explosion of the insected tunnel on the seabed arrived almost simultaneously. A massive shockwave erupted from the depths, whipping up waves hundreds of meters high, violently shaking the warship, and instantly shattering the water walls. Han Qi and Chao Lu were thrown back several steps by the blast wave. Zhou Xiaiku immediately activated the wind field to weaken the shockwave. Li Jia staggered, reaching out to brace herself against the bulkhead, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. She looked up at the center of the warship. Baiyu lay sprawled on the ground, her mask shattered, her breathing rapid. Shu Yi knelt beside her, his gaze still somewhat unfocused, his mental energy slowly receding in the air. The golden light dissipated, leaving only the shimmering surface of the sea. Han Qi let out a long breath, his voice low and hoarse. The technology building has been breached. The security mainframe can no longer be attacked. Chu Xingyue looked up at the sky. The drones that had been swooping down were all frozen in midair, their signals cut off. Mission complete. A sea breeze swept across the battleship. Li Jia closed her eyes. I'm exhausted. I need to apply for leave. Those of you who need to go to school, go to school. Those of you who need to compete, go to your competitions. Chapter 97. The artificial star was adjusted to its brightest frequency, immersing the entire central star in a shimmering, platinum gold glow. Starships from the 4 major military academies landed, and as 4 flags were raised, hundreds of fighter jets streaked across the sky, leaving long trails of flame that illuminated countless upturned faces. The grand opening ceremony of the 4 military academies league was held in the central dome of the central star. The league's commander-in-chief, Sui Bo, personally presided over the ceremony. He had an amiable face, like a retired old man. The dome's outer layer was a transparent energy screen, upon which floated slowly rotating life-size planetary models. Every representative from each entering military academy could see their academy's colorful star ring overhead when they looked up. Let's welcome the Oxer Military Academy. The star ring turned bright green. Oxa was the top-ranked reconnaissance academy among the 4 major military academies. Leading the way was Collar, a representative equipped with various auxiliary reconnaissance devices. His round face and radiant smile exuded approachability, a stark contrast to his booming slogan. Oxer. Forward relentlessly, fight to the end of the stars. The audience's emotions were instantly ignited. Let's welcome Morrigan Military Academy. The star ring abruptly turned dark purple. Morrigan was ranked first in the command department. The team was impeccably organized, almost all members displaying a calm, unreadable expression. The virtual screens behind them briefly flashed each member's ability type, displayed transparently. There was an air of nonchalance about the strong. The leader, Kane, was a Federation star on par with Sharon, wearing noise-canceling headsets on both sides. Glory belongs to Morrigan. On another starship. Xiao Lin, why didn't you mention there's also a Federation star? Zhou Zika asked knowingly. Xiao Lin awkwardly turned her head away. If there are two yolks, why can't there be two Federation stars? Chao Lu looked out the window. Xiao Lin, your grandfather Xia Yin graduated from Morrigan Military Academy, right? Of the 4 military academies, Morrigan has the highest rate of political careers. Chu Xingyue smiled. Then we can't beat them too badly in the competition. Next, the Hecate Military Academy team enters. As Sui Bo's voice fell, the star ring turned a cold blue. The Hecate starship hovered above, its hatch opening directly. As the top military academy in combat, its entrance was even more hardcore. Invisible ropes descended from the sky. I heard the leader is a psychic. Which military academy dares to accept psychics? Aren't they afraid of another Colonel Black? He has a good mother, the commander of the 3rd War Zone, who even donated 5 buildings to Hecate Military Academy. Shu, don't say anything. I feel him looking over here. Shu Yi walked at the front, wearing Hecate's black and silver uniform, his badge a silver-winged serpent. He raised his eyes indifferently, his misty gray eyes gleaming coldly like ice in the light. A slight change in his mental field could silence the gossip, but he lowered his eyes, pretending not to hear. Hecate. A decisive victory, conquering the stars. Shu Yi looked up and saw Morrigan's purple ring overlapping their blue ring on the dome above. At that moment, his gaze met Bai Yu's. Shu Ye's movements stiffened slightly, his mental energy like a tide crashing against a reef, then quickly receding. The two exchanged a brief glance across the star rings, and Bai Yu nodded. Shu Yi didn't respond, turning to lead the team forward. Bai Yu's smirk froze. Didn't she see? What order? Alphabetical order, our school is first. Xiao Lin crossed her arms, leaning against the starship's door, which remained closed, looking annoyed. Now, let's give a warm round of applause to welcome Ares Military Academy. As Sui Bo's voice resonated through the central dome's acoustic system, thousands of spectators erupted in thunderous cheers. The star ring instantly shifted its color, Ares' dark red spreading across the dome, extending from the center to every seat. The starship's hatch slowly opened. Let's go! Chu Xingye gave Xiao Lin a light elbow strike. Xiao Lin walked at the front, wearing Ares Military Academy's new uniform. A deep red uniform with the word Ares embossed in 3-dimensional metal on the waist buckle. Her badge was a gray scepter tilted at a 15-degree angle, surrounded by a ring of blazing flames. Bai Yu walked in the middle of the line, hands in pockets, leisurely following behind Chao Lu, a preserved plum candy in her mouth, lazily enjoying the first wave of cheers from the audience. Perhaps because Norma Star Committee Chairman Xia Yin was also watching the competition, the drone automatically locked onto Xiao Lin's face, capturing frame by frame his failed attempt to control his expression, as he nearly twisted his ankle as he stepped out of the hatch. Tomorrow's news headline: Federal Star, 3 falls in 1 step. This is going to be interesting, haha. The audience, having finished laughing, realized that Ares Military Academy hadn't even shouted their slogan, and their steps were clumsy. Their only redeeming quality was confidence, exuding the air of someone casually strolling through their own market, with the random feeling of helping a sprained ankle boy cross the street. They did have a slogan, but it was rather tongue-twisting, and only Xiao Lin remembered it. They were all prepared for him to start, and then everyone would join in. Xiao Lin winced in pain, and the Ares team hastily finished their entrance. The flags of the 4 military academies converged at the center of the dome. The stadium lights dimmed abruptly, leaving only the star ring still moving. Bai Yu looked up, his eyes reflecting a fiery red glow, his gaze sweeping over the Ares star ring, as if freezing the flames, burning ever on. Sui Bo's voice echoed in the air, future warriors. Thunderous applause erupted from all directions. Let the young stars burn in the Federation's sky. Bai Yu only heard the beginning and end, staring blankly at the empty chat box with Shu Yi on the virtual screen. Now, let's move on to the second part. The second part of the opening ceremony was drawing lots for tomorrow's main competition venue. A massive energy screen slowly unfolded, revealing the Imperial Star map at its center. Each star shone with a unique light. This year's league location has been randomly assigned using a system algorithm. As the words fell, the star ring suddenly spun, a chaotic mix of colors. Dolo star, radiant grassland. A brief silence followed, then a clamor. Radiant grassland. Located in the southwest of Demio star, its surface is covered with high-density energy crystal grass, resulting in an unusual day-night light ratio. During the day, the crystal clusters absorb starlight, while at night they emit light, creating a natural interference field across thousands of square kilometers of crystal grass. The draw concluded, and the teams from the 4 military academies exited in turn. Several hours later, the outer dome shimmered with starlight, and the entire hall was filled with the light of the banquet. The banquet hall, located on the west side of the dome, was a circular platform floating in midair. Countless floating lights rose slowly to the accompaniment of soothing music. The chairpersons of the various planets and military representatives sat at the very front. Rarely seen together, these high-ranking individuals always had common topics to discuss, conversing amiably, filling the room with a golden glow. A long table was laden with delicacies from various star sectors of the Empire, light eels from the planet Wayne, crystal wine from the planet Hika. Representatives from each school, please take your seats. Baiyu, carrying a backpack, sat down. At Aries' table, apart from Xiao Lin in a suit and tie, everyone else wore whatever they usually wore for training, making them stand out from the others who were dressed up. Baiyu sat at the end of the long table, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, directly over the representatives of Hecate. Xu Yi sat in the center of their group, lightly clinking his glass against the rim of his teammates. His wine glass contained a strange-smelling nutrient solution. Highlights from past Federation leagues were playing on the screen, a dazzling display of various supernatural battles. Baiyu's gesture of raising his glass was casual as he clinked glasses with his friends. The sparkling water in his wine glass bubbled, the light shimmering, highlighting the clear lines of Shuya's profile. The energy screen in the dome descended, streams of light swirling around the central stage. The 4 chairpersons representing the 4-star sectors of the Empire took to the stage one by one. Xia Yin, representing Norma Star, was seated third. He stood in the center of the light screen, his voice as steady and hypnotic as ever, but this time Baiyu seemed radiant. Baiyu didn't listen, her peripheral vision remained fixed on Shuyi opposite her. 30 seconds later, Shuya's seat was empty. Baiyu tapped her fingertips twice on the rim of her cup. Cao Lu noticed, "What's wrong?" Baiyu submitted a prepared document to the 404 intranet. A minute later, everyone present received a red warning on their wrist devices. Psychic ability user, Xu Yi, confirmed to have a first-degree kinship with the Federation's most wanted criminal, Alan Black. Immediately activate anti-psychic attack device. The news caused an uproar among everyone present. The shadow cast by Blake seemed to once again loom over everyone in the Federation. The music stopped, and an alarm blared through the air. Psychic interference. Everyone, activate defense mode. The command was abruptly swallowed up, halfway through its transmission. Baiyu slung her backpack over one shoulder and walked against the flow of people. 30 seconds earlier, Xu Yi had sensed Baiyu's gaze but hadn't looked up. Next step, Xing Chuan, it's time to create chaos. Colonel Blake's voice came through the mental domain. In the underwater insected tunnel, you were the one who offered to cooperate, to exchange her. Xu Yi interrupted Blake. "Father, I just thought keeping another fusionist would be beneficial for our reverse arrival." Xu Yi rose from the long table, his mental domain silently expanding, like a colorless and odorless film, drifting through the crowd. No one noticed. Just 3 seconds after the wristband popped up a red alert. Everyone's emotions were amplified to an extreme. A glass vase next to Xiao Lin overturned, cold water running down the tablecloth and soaking him. Frustrated, he ripped off his silver-rimmed glasses, the metal wires extending to the center of the long table, repositioning the vase exactly as it had been. Unfortunately, not everyone with glass objects around them has this kind of luck. Morgan's captain looks down on us, Oxer. Someone slammed the glass to the ground, shoving the other person aside through gritted teeth. "Do you think I'm deaf?" The person who was shoved stepped on the glass shards, instantly turning them to dust. Equally enraged, they demanded, "Why did you push me?" "You pushed me first." "Who pushed you?" The mental interference continued to spread in the air. "Calm down." Someone stood up, but half a second later, their expression changed drastically, and they threw a punch. Fire-based abilities ignited, spreading along the tabletop. Earth-based defenses activated instantly, earthen walls collided with the flames, creating a shockwave that sent sand and stones flying, blinding those nearby. The entire banquet hall descended into complete chaos. At the moment of impact, The banquet hall's protective system automatically activated, an energy barrier fell from the dome, shattering the light into fragments. A man appeared behind the light barrier, with deep-set brows, gray hair, and sharp eyes. Colonel Blake had arrived. He no longer needed to conceal himself using Xu Ye's psychic abilities. His powerful mental energy spread outwards, covering the entire hall in an instant. The guards protecting the chairpersons of the various planetary committees and military representatives immediately knelt, removing the energy bars from their psychic weapons, letting them fall to the ground. Blake strode confidently towards the front row seats. Xia Yin was being protected by a hastily erected shield, its surface flickering and already cracked, ready to crumble at the slightest blow. Before Xia Yin lost consciousness, Bai Yu arrived, spreading her arms to shield her. With a wave of her hand, her disintegrating domain rippled outwards. Anything attempting to invade her mental energy instantly disintegrated the moment it touched the edge of her consciousness. Blake looked up and saw her. Bai Yu, I'm very disappointed in you. Even knowing you're a fusionist, you remain unmoved? Captain Yi Chung, I'm also very disappointed in you. How could a heroic pilot who sacrificed himself to bomb the insected beasts not cherish this hard-won peace? The Shadow Hunter of 500 years ago, the current resistance organization, and the floating creatures making a fortune. Do you intend to stop war with force, or to provoke a war and profit from the chaos? Blake's voice came directly from the mental domain. I let you live a few more days, and now you're causing trouble. Killing you is as easy as turning my hand, it just takes a little time. Bai Yu calmly looked at him. Around her, people were still collapsing, cursing, and fighting, but she seemed unaffected. Oh, you mean that time in the underwater insected tunnel? Bai Yu didn't seem surprised. Captain Yi Chung, thank you. Her frank tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Blake's expression didn't change, but his aggressive mental power intensified. Dozens of mental lines shot out simultaneously, like sharp blades, bypassing Bai Yu, their target the committee chairman in the back row. Even after his dismantling power increased, he hadn't fought a mental ability user yet, and this time, it was the Federation's strongest mental ability user. The dismantling domain rapidly expanded around Bai Yu. Bai Yu raised her hand, and the dismantling domain expanded outward from beneath her feet by 10 meters, 20 meters, and then 50 meters. All the mental lines within the area collapsed the instant they made contact. The mental lines that had been hurtling straight towards the chairman's seat were forcibly disintegrated into their initial energy particles, flickering a few times in the air before disappearing. Blake's mental fluctuations faltered. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and his mental domain abruptly contracted. The next second, the number of his mental lines doubled, no longer moving in a single direction, but pressing towards Bai Yu from all directions. Bai Yu's reaction was almost instinctive. The energy core was activated to its limit, operating at high speed. Each time a mental line clashed with the disintegration domain, it was torn apart and disintegrated invisibly. But the mental pressure continued to accumulate. Blake's mental domain wasn't just an attack. He folded space into multiple layers of mental projection, each layer restraining Bai Yu's disintegration speed. Bai Yu's perception domain was penetrated layer by layer. She was forced to increase her output, her energy core vibrated, as if bound by invisible chains, and its operation became unstable. She gritted her teeth and stabilized her output again. The energy density of the dismantling domain increased again. She abandoned all defense, making a desperate, proactive attack. The spirit and the dismantling collided head-on in the same space. The shockwave almost tore through the protective layer of the ground. Beads of sweat appeared on Blake's forehead. With a thought, he mobilized another source of spirit. The dismantled spirit line suddenly converged, and his spiritual power surged. It was a familiar spiritual frequency. Bai Yu felt a sharp pain in her chest in an instant. Her spiritual domain was pierced by the memory. Xu Yi? She whispered. The response was a fleeting pain in the spiritual resonance. Xu Ye's spiritual power was forcibly taken over by Blake. His spiritual core was suicidally destroyed. The pain spread from her chest to her limbs. Every breath was tearing. Her mental domain trembled, but she didn't back down an inch. He shouldn't be your weapon. Within her mental domain, blood-red eyes blazed with fury, flames burning fiercely within their sockets, frantically devouring the other eyes within their mental domains. Thousands upon thousands of eyes, all belonging to Blake. Blake staggered slightly. He snorted coldly, suppressing her again, but Xu Yi didn't retreat. Instead, he accelerated the burning, splitting his mental domain in two, one half continuing to fight Blake, the other half burrowing into Bai Yu's mental domain. I won't hold you back. I know. Bai Yu's energy core spun rapidly, her internal temperature soaring, her disintegration domain expanding to its maximum. Blake's gaze darkened. His mental energy surged like a tidal wave, attempting to drown Bai Yu's crumbling mental domain. Pain coursed through her nerves, and her ears rang in disarray. At the same time, Xu Yi merged his mental energy into her frequency, the two powers briefly harmonizing before overlapping. Boom! Bai Yu's mental domain was torn apart, wave after wave of pain washing over her. She could barely stand, as Xu Yi's mental energy absorbed all of Bai Yu's pain. The next moment, Bai Yu's dismantling domain erupted again. The entire space was briefly emptied, and the mental energy manipulated by Blake was instantly forced back to its original position. Xu Yi's mental energy separated from it, forcibly isolated by her. Bai Yu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, and said coldly, "He won't listen to you anymore." Xu Yi's mental domain broke free of control, and returned to his physical body. He knelt on the ground, coughing up large amounts of blood. The backpack behind Bai Yu had opened sometime earlier, revealing a thick book lying flat and emitting a ghostly blue light, a portal, signifying the complete activation of the Book of the Insects. Energy surged, and low-frequency vibrations swept across the entire area. As the first wing-beaked flea beast burst through the portal, hundreds more flew out from the stream of light. Their wings flapped, creating high-frequency air currents, forming a formation suspended in the air, emitting a chorus of shrill cries. Blake's mental attack was ineffective. He tried to adjust the waveform, but found the signal was being suppressed by an even more ancient frequency. Could it be that they had already been controlled by the Insect Queen? Blake's expression changed for the first time, looking at Bai Yu with a complex expression. "Bai Yu? We are surviving fusion beings, originally one kind of people, and should create a great cause together. Then consider it the difference between survivors," Bai Yu whispered. The beaked fleas hovered in the air, forming a circle. "Take them away. Let it dispose of them." Bai Yu gave the order. The wing-beaked flea swarm acted in unison, directly cutting into Blake's mental domain with the psychic wave emitted by the Queen. The Queen couldn't kill the fusionist, but it could imprison him forever. Blake winced in pain, took a step back, blood flowing from his nose, mercilessly carried away by the wing-beaked fleas. Bai Yu said to the fading blue light, "Queen, do me a favor, erase the red warning and this memory from everyone present." A few seconds later, the light vanished abruptly. The frozen people suddenly moved, the banquet hall's light screen slowly regained its signal, the unconscious guards took over the system again, the energy filters automatically activated, and no one remembered what had happened. She stood in the ruins, her gaze sweeping across the chaotic crowd, meeting a pair of misty gray eyes. 500 years ago, he was a Y-53 fighter pilot, a boy who survived the giant feat of an insected beast. His eyes, too, opened amidst the smoke of battle, gazing up at her. Xu Yi heard footsteps, braced himself on the ground, and lifted his head, a few tears welling in his eyes. The air was silent for a few seconds. Bai Yu stared at the large pool of blood on the ground, bent down, and wiped away his tears with her cool fingertips. "Will you regret it?" The sound of hurried footsteps echoed behind them. Xu Yi looked up, his misty gray eyes still glistening with tears. He gazed earnestly at Bai Yu. "As long as you're in this timeline, I won't regret it. You saved me so many times, in different timelines time and time again." Just before the medical staff arrived, Bai Yu suddenly leaned down and gently kissed his cheek. Xu Yi's breath was ragged. He braced his elbows against the ground, his back tense, against the cold wall, trying to steady himself. Bai Yu's thoughts drifted between near and far. They survived the apocalyptic war, and reunited during the escape of experimental subjects. Fate seemed to have come full circle, but thankfully, they found each other again. "Once you recovered from your injuries," Bai Yu said, watching Xu Yi being placed on the floating stretcher, "you can?" "Yes." Xu Yi blinked, full of anticipation. "Then we can watch our Ares Military Academy win the league championship." Bai Yu teased him, seeing his face quickly turn red, and smiled with satisfaction. "Don't forget to watch the league live tomorrow. See me on Dolo Star, on the radiant plains, shine brightly."